Chapter 1. Year 1484 of the Sea Circle Calendar. Summer Island. A gentle sea breeze caressed the sandy shores. Kapu was basking in the sunlight, his spirits soaring. Gurgle, gurgle. The transponder snail rang out. Steelbone Kong, the then fleet admiral, shouted anxiously, "Kapu, the Rocks pirates are about to attack God Valley." Kapu was still on vacation. He had anticipated the Rocks pirates' move long ago. Approximately a week prior, the Celestial Dragons had chosen God Valley, which had not paid the heavenly tribute, to host their triannual annihilation games. As a prize, they selected 6 potent devil fruits. These were seized by the Knights of God and the Navy while the main force of the Rocks pirates was absent. How could Rocks possibly swallow this humiliation? He decisively opted to assault God Valley and reclaim the treasures. Steelbone Kong was aware that Kapu had little interest in safeguarding the Celestial Dragons. Thus, he added, "Kapu, that fellow Roger is also preparing to join the fray." "Nanny." Kapu's eyes nearly bulged out. Has Roger made a move again? Action, immediate action. Bogart, vacation's over. Even while on break, Bogart, dressed impeccably in a sharp suit and wearing sunglasses, sprang to his feet. The New World. A week ago, the epicenter of chaos during the Rocks era. Holcomb Island. The Rocks Grand Fleet returned from their campaign. Despite their victory, their mood was abysmal. Though they had brought back a host of phantoms, the might of the Rocks pirates was indisputable. Yet, having circled back, they found their home ransacked. What was the point of it all? Many of the junior pirates, especially the inexperienced newcomers, had suffered grievous losses. In a corner of Loki Port, an inconspicuous young pirate named Sean crawled up from a beach. His wounds, both internal and external, healed at an imperceptible pace. Even the bullet holes in his chest expelled their shells. Still shaken, Sean sat by the sea, clutching a compass. Why is it that while swimming in the ocean, a massive truck comes crashing down? Thank goodness I'm alive. The scenery of the beach was utterly foreign, unlike anything he had ever seen. The colossal Skull Mountain at the island center was striking. Sean could not forget this was a scene from the One Piece manga he had been following since elementary school. In terms of fidelity, it surpassed even live-action adaptations. Holcomb Island? Sean felt utterly out of place, dressed in the style of a young pirate. Is the compass still here? It was this very compass, a memento he had bought as a souvenir on vacation, the only one of its kind. The back bore a skull embedded in the silhouette of a grinning demon. The front displayed an ordinary compass needle. Regrettably, the Grand Line's waters were abnormal, rendering it unusable. As his blood seeped into the compass, it began to spin. Ding! Duong! The devil compass validated successfully. Compass owner, Ronan D. Sean. Age, 15. Place of origin, West Sea. After validation, the compass could be concealed at will. It cannot be usurped, only the compass owner could wield it. The Devil's Prologue was visible only to the owner. The Devil's Prologue? Sean understood it was likely the floating subtitles before him. The Devil Compass would activate at pivotal moments in its owner's fate, presenting choices and granting various rewards. The owner's resurrection unlocked a pivotal moment. Choice 1. Devour the original body, owner Sean's memories and skills. Rewards: double memory, double comprehension, double soul strength, double physical strength, original skills at double proficiency. Choice 2. Do not devour original memories. Explore the sea independently. Reward: courageous commendation. The brave start from 0. Sean selected courageous commendation. He confirmed it was not a mere entry-type reward. 11,111. The Devil Compass spun rapidly as the original owner's soul was devoured by Sean. Memories and skills were entirely absorbed, replaced by a stronger soul, enhanced memories, and comprehension. The original Sean only knew his name contained a D. He did not even know his surname. He had assumed this homonymous counterpart merely had an additional D, but it turned out he had a surname as well. He possessed some skills in marksmanship and swordsmanship, but his physical skills were lacking. Sean's physical constitution underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Even the most rudimentary skills were now at double proficiency, and his actual combat power was around 5 times that of his original body. Our captain has returned victorious. Huh, now we can take revenge and show those Navy and Celestial dragons what we're made of. Hurry and collect the bodies we've lost. Quite a few rookie pirates. Hey, you rookie, since you're alive, get to work moving those bodies. Do you want us to do it for you? With the main forces return, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped Honeycomb Island. Of course, this did not extend to the rookie pirates. Upon being discovered alive, Sean was immediately reprimanded to assist in moving the bodies and cleaning the port. At this moment, the devil compass began to spin once more. Choice completed. A new pivotal moment emerged, triggering a fresh choice. Choice 1. Refuse to move the bodies in the rocks pirates. Strength is paramount. Endure momentarily for future satisfaction. Reward. Spear. An essential physical skill for rookies. Choice 2. Cower in fear. Continue moving the bodies and clear the port. Reward. Boosted confidence. Belief in a brighter future. Choice 3. Dive and slip away, refusing to be a pirate in this haven of pirates, preferring to feed the fish. Reward. Double enhancement of diving skills. 11,111. Sean thought the other options were merely a waste of time. What use were they? After making a choice, he had to act accordingly. Sean, likely due to being a rookie pirate, stood just over 1.7 meters tall. After his transformation, he had gained some height, yet he still did not measure up to the towering pirate before him. With a fierce demeanor and a crooked sword slung over his shoulder, he appeared quite arrogant. In his memory, this man was named Dolong, a seasoned pirate with considerable swordsmanship skills. He had a bounty exceeding 10 million berries and could reprimand some newcomers on Honeycomb Island. With my growth spurt, I need to eat well and soak up the sun, otherwise I won't stand a chance against those monsters. Sean adjusted to his new physique. Other rookie pirates were busy moving the bodies, feeding them to the fish. When Dolong noticed Sean's indifference, he shot him a sidelong glance and swiftly struck down with his sword. Here in Honeycomb Island, there was no room for nonsense. Those who defied him faced immediate repercussions. Swish! Thanks to his newly enhanced physique, both his physical capabilities and perception were doubled. He effortlessly dodged the strike, the blade slicing past him like a flash of cold light. Out of the corner of his eye, Sean glanced at Dolong. I refuse. Choice completed. The compass spun, and Sean felt a tremor at his fingertips. Every muscle in his body felt as though it had been forged through relentless trials. The spear came to him as if it were second nature. Seeking death, Dolong, incensed that this rookie pirate dared to act defiantly before him, swiftly turned to cleave Sean in two. Spear. Sean sidestepped and pointed, unleashing a force that severely wounded Dolong. Simultaneously, Sean's stature increased by a centimeter, and his physical prowess reached the perfect threshold to wield the spear. Swish! Blood splattered as Dolong's eyes widened. Before he could draw his blade again, a gaping hole appeared in his throat. Move the bodies. Sean stepped over Dolong's corpse, and the rookie pirates, eyes filled with fear, hurried to clear him away. In the predatory paradise of Honeycomb Island, the haven belonged solely to the strong. Survival was the rule of Honeycomb Island, and the law of rocks. Cheers erupted from Loki Port. The grand pirate ship flew the flag of the Rocks Pirates. The legends, though still young, had dominant figures already at their peak. That guy Rocks is probably going insane. Kahaha. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, eager to witness Rock's furious reaction. Hey, this island has been utterly devastated. Goo la la la. Whitebeard, with a few strands of white hair, had a beautiful young Stussy perched on his shoulder. To think Loki Port suffered such severe losses, I hope it's all rookie pirates who perished. I don't wish to waste time. Wang Ji stroked his beard, just as he was about to set foot on shore. Beside him, a swaying drunkard stumbled and fell. John, you drunken fool. Silver Axe deftly caught him with the handle of his axe. John looked up at Honeycomb Island. Am I flying? What a hopeless case. The Empress of Nine Snake Island, Fireflower, watched curiously as her serpents writhed. Ha ha ha. The familiar laughter sent a shiver through all of Honeycomb Island. There was no anger, no rage. In stark contrast to the mood of the crew, as soon as Rocks made his entrance, his hair danced like sea serpents, leaping to the ship's bow. In terms of height, he may not have been as abnormal as some of his crew members, yet the exuberance of his smile was unmistakably grand. The best opportunity has arrived, has it not? Rock's audacious and unconventional demeanor even caused Whitebeard to furrow his brows. Indeed, if the captain were of a different temperament, even with absolute strength in the game of piracy, standing tall would be impossible. Let us capture those damned members of the Knights of God in one fell swoop this time. Pack your belongings, repair the ship. We set sail tomorrow. Let the game of the celestial dragons meet the sea god. Rock's eyes were filled with fervent ambition. Having seized the devil fruit, it was time to reclaim it. Not only must they take action, but they must also escalate their efforts. Every celestial dragon involved in the game, including the Knights of God, will be captured and slaughtered. The celestial dragons believed that pirates were no different than before, merely a scattered assembly. The five elders thought it was merely a fleeting chaos. But those living in this era understood. Now is the chaotic age of the world king, Rox. The captain is about to make a move. We shall engage the celestial dragon's heathen. Kaido was still young, merely 21 years old. Though Kaido's height was somewhat abnormal, he was nearly the same size at 8 years old. His kanabo towered over others as the strongest rookie and in turn crew member of the total fleet. Kaido was undeniably a dazzling new star among pirates. Kaido. Charlotte Linland's laughter was refreshingly bright, making her an incredibly reliable big sister figure to Kaido. That guy Rox always has his own agenda. Do not be deceived by him. Every individual in this pirate crew harbors ambition. It's only a matter of time before it all ends. Upon hearing Linland's warning, Kaido nodded earnestly. Kaido was also furious. After all, the devil fruit he had long desired had been taken away. The legendary pirate's gaze was drawn to Rox. He spread his arms wide, as brazen as ever. From this moment forth, we shall select a group of combat crew members to Hive Island. Tomorrow at noon, those who can stand at Rocky Port shall head to God's Valley together. There lie countless treasures, beautiful women, celestial dragons, and devil fruits. Whoever seizes them shall claim them. This is our pirate game. Should this battle succeed, I will become the ruler of the world. You will be the creators of the new world. Rox spoke with an innate charisma. His conqueror's haki could drive people into a frenzy with mere words. The world king, Rox, possessed the most formidable power upon the seas, uniting all. I shall be the ultimate victor. The pirates erupted in cheers. They hailed from all corners of the world. Yet at this moment were a collective of madmen driven by greed. Whether they lived or died was of no consequence. The journey from Hive Island to God's Valley would take several days, ample time for them to recuperate. Only those who could rise from Hive Island to become combat crew members were not ordinary individuals. This scene was indelibly etched in Sharn's mind. At the beach's end, near the location of Rocky Port, a swarm of pirates raised their swords, as if dancing with demons. Rox, draped in a jet-black cloak, cast a heated gaze upon Sharn. Youth, your eyes are brimming with ambition. Do not fall easily otherwise. You will miss witnessing the dawn of a new era. Rock's tone exuded confidence, possessing an infectious quality that captivated the human spirit. One by one, monsters followed in Rock's wake. They had already established their reputations, having built their own power before joining Rock's pirate crew. Even as they congregated at Hive Island, each harbored their own ambitions. Rox understood their intentions, but what did it matter? As long as there was a shared interest, that was sufficient. The victor shall be the king of the world. Sharn's devil compass spun. A new fate was being decided. Before he could turn, someone lunged a blade at his back. At this moment, aside from shipwrights and porters, all who stood at Rocky Port would be adversaries. If it were another pirate crew, no matter how deranged, they would not dare to act in such a manner. But their captain was Rox, and this was Rocky Port. If one wished to act lawlessly, they must possess commensurate strength. Sharn had just arrived. At Hive Island, at Rocky Port. The raw madness of piracy and greed permeated the air. It was not Sharn who chose this opportunity, the opportunity chose Sharn. Finger gun. Leaning forward, he pointed with a flourish. The assailant fell to the ground, incapacitated. Standing atop the corpse, Sharn's gaze was fierce, devoid of fear or disgust towards the act of slaughter. Memories from his former life echoed with similar scenes. His mechanical survival instinct drove Sharn to attack repeatedly. through double amplification and refinement of the finger gun technique. Sharn had surpassed the limits of the human body. How could he be easily defeated? Kaido, that young lad, is roughly your age, and he possesses quite a fiery spirit. Big Mom, wielding her blade, strides across the wooden planks, and no pirate dares to steal a glance. It would be fatal. He stands nearly as tall as Katakuri. Speaking of Katakuri, he is merely 10 years old this year. Hive Island is teeming with ambitious pirates, and only they stand atop the mountain. As for Kakuri, I have no inkling of his current state. Big Mom has long ceased to oversee her children. As Sharn expends his energy, the assailants continue to multiply. When the battle will cease remains to be seen until dawn. The point of fate has been activated, triggering a new set of choices. Choice 1. Cease the slaughter and value peace. Reward. Restart. Perish amidst the chaos. Choice 2. Smuggle aboard a vessel, fleeing from the madmen congregated on Hive Island. Reward. Devil fruit. Everyone fruit. Choice 3. Survive until dawn and board the ship bound for God Valley. Reward. Saru, one of the most practical techniques in the Navy's 6 styles. 333333. Fortunately, Sharn retains a semblance of reason. Otherwise, he would habitually choose option 1. Until threatened at the seaside, Hive Island's outer layer can hardly accommodate anyone. After dispatching a dozen foes, their corpses became mounts, deterring others from approaching Sharn. Famished and with a throbbing headache, he consumed all their rations. As the sky transitioned from dusk to dawn, Rocky Harbor swelled with crowds. Throughout the night, Sharn dared not close his eyes, for death could strike at any moment at dawn. Leaning against the seawater, Sharn cast a long shadow in the morning light. Skull Mountain also celebrated through the night, with the Pirate Haven's stronghold party continuing until daybreak. Little ones, prepare to set sail. The ship is stocked with ample food and water, sufficient medicine, and beds. Ready yourselves for slaughter. Cheers erupted, and after a night passed, the madmen would not revert to normalcy. With the choices made, Sharn rose, his weary body undergoing yet another transformation. The initial night of arrival had been utterly insane. Speed, reflexes, and explosive power had all been enhanced. Soru became one of Sharn's martial techniques, granting him a stronger physique and combat prowess. Countless ships were laden with an abundance of food and fine wine. The battle-hardened pirates cheered once more. The skulls of Hive Island maintained their ever-present smiles. That an arrow was steering towards the brink of madness. This moment, everyone believed that the Rock's pirates were unshakable. It would not be long before people imagined the world was on the brink of peace. Little did they know, the nightmare had never ended. Everything was merely beginning. Sharn wolfed down bread, roasted meat, and desserts, gulping wine as though it were water. His body was wrapped in bandages, and midway through his meal, some began to snort. Proved that the younger one is, the better the quality of sleep. Before long, once his belly was full, Sharn leaned against a corner and dozed off at the slightest touch. On the main deck, the head chef queried, "Have those fellows eaten there, Phil?" Rox crossed his arms, brimming with anticipation for the peak of his life. Of course, the long loaf looked particularly comfortable in a place teeming with monsters. Even he appeared ordinary in a corner of the cabin. The demon compass continued to spin. Within the cabin, the sounds of snoring echoed. Rox guzzled down his drink, and the monsters behind him remained silent. They were all monsters, birthed from this era. Before Roger, pirates were mere desperados who posed no threat to the world. Then before Rox, they were merely bandits with ambitions yet to ignite. Madmen gathered, each possessing monstrous physiques and strength. Ships densely packed departed Hive Island, heading straight for God Valley. There no wind ahead. Push on. No wind. What of it? The Rock's pirates are brimming with monsters. Within the cabin, the first pirates to awaken were assigned tasks. Sharn maintained his brief slumber, the scent of sweat, the sounds of snoring. The aroma of liquor and the remnants of wasted food and shattered bottles filled the space. Light streamed through the porthole onto his face. Sharn experienced a strange illusion. Is life truly meant to be this way? Hey, everyone should wake up. Kaido is coming, boomed Jeff, the scruffy pirate, as he rushed into the cabin. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. What? It's Kaido, the strongest newcomer, heralded as an absolute monster, the trainee crew member of the Rock's pirates. His status is beyond comparison. It meant that once he passed the test, he would be a true crew member. The crucial point was that Kaido was exceedingly young, only 21. Hey, are you lot planning to slack off? God Valley is just ahead. We're here to redeem our shame. Kaido's kanabo scraped against the ground, occasionally striking nails and sparking flames. The oppressive aura he exuded rendered all pirates trembling. Indeed, it was time to wake up. The tea was already afternoon, and their stamina had fully recovered. This moment, after 3 enhancements from the demon compass, Sharn's physique had reached the pinnacle of a normal human. Yet Kaido still had to bend down to see inside the cabin. This fellow was a towering monster. Is he not a giant? A gun-wielding Locks remarked nervously that I don't know, but he is terrifying. They say he belongs to a powerful race. Jeff donned an eye patch, gripping his sword as he stood. Everyone rose, ever ready to charge. As a trainee crew member of the main ship, Kaido had come specifically to issue orders. Here, his words held immense weight. However, the cabin was too low, barely more than 2 meters high, making it feel cramped for Kaido. He could hardly enter without bending. He could only stand at the cabin door. Despite the overwhelming intimidation he projected, one person in the corner remained seated, clutching a swaying bottle of liquor, seeking death. Kaido neither shouted nor explained. The Rocks pirates were no place for love-seekers. Disobedience meant violence. If you can defeat Rocks, conquer the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, then you shall become the new captain. Strength reigns supreme. Although he had yet to consume the mythical Zoan-type Azure dragon fruit. At 36. He defeated the Peak Moria, presumed to possess the strength of a Yonko's first mate. At 39, after battling Kazuki Oden, he reached the pinnacle of the Yonko. With Kaido's innate talent, at 21, he ought to be close to the strength of Jack the Drought at 28. Yet he lacked the extraordinary vitality of the Azure dragon form. This blow from Kaido could easily obliterate the 100 pirates within the cabin. The one who did not respond was Sharn, whose eyes radiated ambition and arrogance, brimming with defiance that reminded Kaido of himself. The kanabo struck the cabin door, shattering it to pieces, sending a shower of wood chips cascading down. Kaido's waist was higher than the ceiling. Soru. Sharn had been contemplating since awakening. Whether it was the enhancement of his physique or the techniques of Soru and Shirgan, they all aimed to amplify his strength, synergizing with his existing skills. However, to progress further, he needed to develop more. The Navy's 6 styles had 2 prodigies. One was Fuzz Fair, who, by this year's timeline, had just been born. The other was Rob Lucci, who was still over a decade away from his birth. Sharn believed that to elevate the Navy's 6 styles to the level of Fuzz Fair would require settling for mediocrity. The true pinnacle of the 6 styles would still be Rob Lucci. The rewards from the Demon Compass granted enhancements to physical transformation and corresponding skills, along with memories. Fortunately, these did not become fixed, allowing Sharn to advance further. The moment Soru concluded, Sharn found himself airborne. His finger pointed at Kaido. Bang, Shirgan. Enhanced through Soru, Sharn's speed surged as Kaido's kanabo descended. Sharn counterattacked in an instant, shattering the entire cabin. The ceiling crumbled, causing many to tumble from their slumber in the cramped quarters. He felt hindered. The cabin was far too low. His body was as robust as steel, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. Impressive. Shane had anticipated this moment long ago. Many believe that Kaido transformed into a monster only after consuming a devil fruit. In truth, he had become the most formidable weapon of war in the Wok Kingdom by the age of 10. By 15, he joined the Rocks Pirates, and it would be astonishing if he had not grown stronger after 6 years of rigorous training. In terms of physical prowess, only Charlotte Linlin could surpass him. Soru, Shane's attack was a mere instant, encompassing a flash attack and evasive maneuvers. Kaido, however, was even faster and stronger, had it not been for the cramped confines of the cabin. He would have struck Shane with ease. Whoosh! The air crackled with sonic booms. Kaido was taken aback to encounter a newcomer with some skill in such an inconspicuous cabin. Rather than anger, he felt an unusual thrill. Throughout his life, he had never met anyone his age who could rival him, not even Whitebeard, Shiki, or Rocks. Kaido had always believed he would be stronger than them at their age. Individuals like Shane, who could withstand 2 exchanges, were already considered exceptional. Are you the one from yesterday at Rocky Port, the one the captain noticed? State your name. Kaido recognized Shane's face and recalled the scene from the previous day. Indeed, he was an ambitious individual. Shane. No sooner had Shane spoken than the Devil's Compass spun and accelerated. Kaido's gaze was fierce and brimming with combat intent, noticing that Shane still had stamina left. He hoisted his kanabo and turned around. This space is far too narrow. he could scarcely maneuver, as the cabin was specifically designed for combat. Ding, the fate singularity has been activated, triggering a new choice. Choice 1. Remain low-key. As the Rocks pirates are about to meet their demise. Reward. Human fruit. Mythical type, commoner form. Choice 2. Jump into the sea to escape, adopting a survivalist approach to avoid the bounty. Reward. Characteristics of the Fishman tribe. Choice 3. Accept the challenge. Reward. Moon lion and mastery of static electricity. What nonsense. I choose 3. Shane was determined to seize the devil fruit. There were so many treasures in God Valley. Why run away? After all, if the sky were to fall, Rocks would bear the brunt of it. The moon lion and mastery of static electricity meant the two most powerful combat methods of the fur tribe. One was the moon lion frenzy mode on a full moon night, and the other involved harnessing one's biological electricity for combat. The Fishman tribe utilized water, while the fur tribe wielded electricity. A perfect synergy. This is not a suitable place for battle. Shane, Kaido hefted his kanabo and smashed through the cabin door. Then let us find an appropriate venue. Kaido, Shane could hardly refuse. Who could turn down the challenge from a youthful yet remarkably mature Kaido? Ha ha, I will turn you into a meat patty. Kaido emitted a laugh reminiscent of a fish's call. Shane initially thought Kaido's demeanor resulted from consuming the fish fruit, but he realized it was simply his innate nature. This must be what they refer to as the will of the devil fruit, seeking the most fitting host. Choice completed. The cabin is damaged. Shane stepped out. The silence, so profound one could hear the sound of others swallowing. With each step, his physique was transforming. The T.O. possessed the moon lion. One must undergo bodily enhancement. The Devil's Compass was particularly adept at this. Mastery of static electricity was a combat technique of the fur tribe. The fusion of the two signified a further enhancement of Shane's physique and combat skills, repeatedly augmenting his abilities. His shoes had become so small that he discarded them entirely. As Kaido and Shane strode towards the paradise cabin. The pirates hiding behind the door cautiously peeked out. As they moved away, cheers erupted in the corridor at a newcomer is challenging the monster Kaido. Are they insane? Kaido, when fully unleashed, could defeat us all. I truly want to witness his overconfidence lead to defeat. Soon, this news spread through every cabin. The paradise cabin, towering at 21 meters, was permeated with the stench of blood and sweat that it served as the designated combat arena aboard the Rocks pirates' grand ship. Dubbed Paradise, it was, without a doubt, a sacred battleground. When Kaido and Shane entered, numerous gazes were instantly drawn to them. Is Kaido going to challenge someone? Many had sought to defeat him and become the ship's trainee. Yet all had failed. Of course, Kaido was a monster personally recruited by Whitebeard. That newcomer will soon be reduced to a quivering mess. I bet 100,000 berries that Kaido will win. How stingy. I wager 1,000,000 berries. The cabin resonated with shouts and cheers. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, strode purposefully towards the far end. As he passed Shane, he boomed, I hope you can withstand my full force assault. Even if just for a second. At 21 years old, Kaido had endured the most brutal realities of the pirate world, compared to the countless supernovas of the worst era in later years. He held ample grounds for pride. Just being a member of the Rocks pirates was enough for future generations to associate him with the term legend. Kaido, you are not the only monster in this world. Shane, having undergone further enhancements, now possessed greater recovery and mobility. As the current coursed over his skin, even Kaido's eyes widened in surprise. Someone gasped, is that the power of a devil fruit? Uncertain, yet they undeniably witnessed blue and white electric sparks. Hey, this guy is exuding an aura of malevolence. Among the spectators were several notorious pirates, along with some children who were either training or spectating. Among them stood two who exuded a presence far beyond their peers, Perispero at 12 and Katakuri at 10. Though young, they were remarkably tall. Linlin had always raised them freely, showing little concern for their upbringing. Even after arriving at Honeycomb Island, they were merely a group of street urchins from Rocky Port. Katakuri, do you see the current surrounding that guy? Perispero, naturally loquacious, could not help but comment that is he going to fight Kaido? That guy is incredibly strong. Katakuri had already wrapped his scarf around his neck. His gaze somewhat fierce. After 5-year-old Brulee's disfigurement, Katakuri had concealed his face with a scarf. Even they had to marvel at Kaido's strength. 12-year-old Linlin. Kaido was like a younger brother. She could perceive the potential within Kaido. Comparable to Newgate and Shiki. The current danced around. Shane swiftly adapted to his newfound power. Here he comes, Kaido, wielding his kanabo, dashed forward like a shooting star. The crowd felt as though a tempest had swept through. Freed from the constraints of the low cabin, Kaido truly unleashed his might. Resembling a small giant, that it was as if the very heavens had unleashed a bloodbath, heralding the arrival of a slaughtering star. Soru, Shane appeared to take a single step, yet his feet had already anchored in place. Moving faster than the eye could perceive, that it was as if the two were teleporting in that same moment. Shane's modified body exhibited the characteristics of the fur tribe. His teeth and bones were extraordinarily robust, and his nails extended into claws. Whoosh! The battle form activated, combining his newly enhanced physique with electricity and claw strikes. Electric Claw. The electricity first enveloped his claws, then concentrated at his fingertips. Now, Shane could unleash 9 claw strikes in a single burst. The electric claws, paired with the speed of Soru, met Kaido's kanabo as it aimed directly at Shane's abdomen. The two were locked in a fierce confrontation. One was a natural warrior of the Oni race, brimming with overwhelming presence, while the other possessed a naturally doubled physique, surpassing human limits, enhanced by the fur tribe. Boom! Electricity and air currents cleaved through the skies. Kaido had thought he had discerned Shane's strength, only to discover there were still surprises in store. The two adversaries struck each other simultaneously. Kaido's body displayed slight scorch marks, a testament to the effect of the sharp finger spear, which injected electricity at a maximum pressure point. Sharn also staggered back a few steps, forcibly halting his retreat, once again facing each other. The two had returned to their initial combat positions. All onlookers present swallowed nervously. Hey, who is that kid? He actually withstood a blow from Kaido. Who knows? He must be some kind of monster. If it were me, my insides would be shattered. The pirates then realized that Sharn was no mere madman, but a formidable force in his own right. That moment, those who had followed from the same cabin witnessed the scene in disbelief. Realizing there was such a creature among them. In truth, Sharn's lips were stained with blood, and he felt as if his very organs were churning. Fortunately, the traits of his fur tribe further enhanced his physique. Kaido, with his Oni lineage, possessed an innate monstrous strength. Does anyone know this newcomer's name? I swear he will soon be famous. Sharn. That guy told Kaido his name is Sharn. Damn, I want to witness a miracle. But my rationality compels me to bet on Kaido. After a moment of astonishment, the pirates welcomed a new wave of exhilaration. This is too entertaining. Let them fight, preferably to mutual destruction. It's absurd that you two monsters are still alive. You might as well die. Fight on. Are you both so gravely injured that you can't continue? Bastards. Whistles, jeers, and taunts filled the air, creating a chaotic uproar. This was the true essence of the Rock's pirates, a group of unruly monsters. Each with their own agendas, gathered here. The night falls. The sun was already sinking, casting a dim light. After a fierce battle, the large portholes on either side allowed the full moon's glow to cascade in. Sharn gazed at the round moon. Feeling his blood surge with fervor, he swallowed the blood that pooled in his mouth and resolved to continue the fight. Would it spiral out of control? That would be most intriguing. Perhaps he might even exhaust himself to death. Moon Lion. Sharn underwent a fierce transformation. His hair turned snow white, cascading down past his waist. His physique grew taller and more robust, his body emanating a radiant aura of white light perfectly intertwined with electricity. In this moment, Sharn appeared as if he were a being from beyond the heavens. Kaido's kanabo also became enveloped in a layer of haki. Mastery of haki hardening. The ability to deftly evade with observation haki. It was no wonder he was hailed as the strongest apprentice crew member at that instant. Sharn's eyes transformed into crimson orbs. Moon Assault. With a flash, the combined speed of Shave and Moon Lion surged forth. I thought I could handle you without using haki. Sharn, if you can withstand this blow, join me, once I have my own pirate crew. Our name will echo across the seas. Kaido had yet to reach his zenith, but he was wholly intent on founding his own pirate crew. Each strong individual within the Rock's pirates bore their own pirate flag. Rox himself cared little for such matters. Everyone was free to express their ambitions. Kaido, you have not yet won. Moon God. Sharn appeared before Kaido in an instant, blinding light surrounding him. Electricity erupted in an instant, scorching Kaido with surging currents. With blinding speed, he swung his kanabo. Sharn, I've been pondering what to name this technique. Though it lacks electricity, Witnessing you in this moment inspires me. Let us call it Thunderous 8 trigrams. One day, this technique would wield true electricity and even greater haki. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, his weapon imbued with hardened Hakai that in the Paradise's hold. Electricity danced like serpents. Many years later, this scene would remain etched in Kaido's memory. Moon God's 13 stabs. Sharn, forsaking defense, committed himself fully to the offense. Haki and electricity intertwined in a dazzling display. Both warriors staggered backward simultaneously, yet neither was sent flying. Coughing, Sharn spat blood and charged once more. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido wore a calm expression, blood splattering the ground before him. This was no evenly matched duel. Sharn, caught in the Moon Lion state, was nearly out of control, his pain perception nearly nullified. Kaido's monstrous physique, coupled with his exceptional martial prowess and haki, made every strike weigh heavily on the hearts of the betting pirates. They wished fervently for Sharn to collapse at once. Moon God electricity. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The initial confrontation, the first electric clash. There was none of that imposing haki-laden finger, no invincibility that pierced the red land, no intertwining of thunder and lightning, no peak strike enveloped in Conqueror's haki. Their first meeting was also a question of fate. Kaido, haki enveloping his entire being, still bore a smile. Without the later scales of a dragon, this was it. Sharn, you are not yet strong enough, without haki. You can never ascend to the highest peak, squeeze out the last vestige of your potential, pursuing the ultimate in your desperate plight. Let your power be unleashed, as you grasp an infinitely magnifying thread from within. Do not doubt. That is haki. Kaido swung his kanabo, striking Sharn repeatedly. Every full-force strike intertwined with impact and haki. Sharn lost himself in the moment, aware only of that thread. Kaido, with each flick of his fingertips, he sought to unearth the overwhelming presence of haki. Sharn, follow me. Bam! Another collision. The consciousness in Sharn's eyes faded entirely. The Moon Lion consumed his reason. Blood trickled continuously from the corners of his mouth, his insides roiling with pain. But the thrill of battle, the joy of pursuing strength, how could it cease? The Paradise's hold erupted with fervor. Even some of the higher-ranking pirates aboard the main ship were drawn to the commotion. The Den Mushi buzzed incessantly. That kid named Sharn. We must remember this name. Kurizumi Mitsuki had been living abroad for many years, her gaze intense, a user of a mimic fruit. She yearned to return to Wano. It was during her time with the Rocks pirates that she had transformed into various legendary forms. Kaido was a fine ally, for he was still young. Little did she expect to encounter a fur tribe member here that he was not unscathed. It was the Moon Lion's loss of control that rendered him impervious to pain. Kurizumi Simamuru, a user of the shield fruit, was known for her absolute defense, always appearing alongside Kurizumi Mitsuki. The captain was calling on the Den Mushi. It seemed they were preparing to land at God Valley. Kurizumi Mitsuki fixed her gaze on Kaido and Sharn. These two newcomers were a perfect fit. One day, they might aid the Kurizumi clan in rising to prominence. Mitsuki can assume the appearances of various Rocks Pirates crew members and has a prior acquaintance with Kaido, suggesting he establish a base in Wano. Yet, there will always be those who wield power to shatter every scheme. Bang! Bang! Kaido and Sharn stood their ground, charging in a battle once more. One was a battle maniac, the other a frenzied wild card. The scene spiraled out of control, even instilling fear in some that they might be caught in the crossfire. Who was that guy, blocking Kaido's path? Charlotte Lin, in her prime at 30, already had several progeny. She had initially sought Kaido, but was taken aback by the unfolding battle. Kaido, that scoundrel Rocks, is summoning his crew. Lin caught sight of the Kurizumi duo from the corner of her eye and immediately scolded. You two stop gawking at these newcomers. The Kurizumi duo hastily retreated, thinking, it's Lin again. She set her sights on Kaido. Zeus, the adorable cloud, observed the battle scene, blushing with delight. Mommy, that kid has electricity. Boom, the two clashed one last time. Sharn. Kaido felt exhilarated as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth that he found the battle utterly thrilling, akin to madness. Kaido. Sharn, devoid of any rational thought, continued to fight relentlessly. I shall remember your name. Sharn. Ma. Ling glanced at Sharn and leaped onto the thundercloud. Sharn, we shall meet in God Valley. Do not perish easily. Kaido turned to look at Sharn. It was truly unsettling not to completely subdue one's opponent. Sister Lingling, do not interfere with others' battles, Kaido lamented, feeling utterly helpless against this formidable woman. The war was about to commence. Conserve your strength, lad. Lingling yearned to seize the fruit in God Valley immediately. The ship's cabin fell into a brief silence. The pirates were acutely aware that these significant figures were not to be mocked. Sean stood still, his mouth stained with blood, his eyes lost yet instinctively lunging towards the thundercloud. Thunder, just as Lingling was about to instruct Zeus to unleash lightning. A barrier appeared leisurely. This fellow would soon exhaust himself to death. Black Charcoal Senmaru formed a peculiar gesture with his fingers. The barrier obstructed the entrance and blocked Sean as well. Kaido. Sean continued to call out his opponent's name. With a roar, in his moon lion form, Sean exerted the last of his strength to attack the barrier. As his energy waned, he collapsed with a thud. The sound of heavy breathing soon filled the air. Onlookers were left in shock. They had never anticipated such ferocity from this newcomer, who truly emerged victorious. Neither had fallen before the battle ceased. It was a draw, perhaps. Sean had spat out a considerable amount of blood. Was it Kaido's conqueror's haki? Kaido was also injured, but that monster concealed it well. Damn, it would be best if neither of them consumed a devil fruit. Otherwise, they would be nearly invincible. Many felt disheartened, for no one had bet on Sean's victory. Let alone on a draw. What would become of this fellow? Old Pirate Jeff gazed at Sean, listening to his labored breathing that I thought he would exhaust himself to death. Rox touched his revolver, casting a glance at Sean as he swiftly departed. Someone might seek revenge on Sean, and he wanted no trouble. Just as more approached, the presence of the two young men deterred many. Kokiri, look at him. Despite his severe injuries, he has not perished, Perispero remarked in astonishment. Sean's recovery ability was astonishing. He must be a member of a special race from the New World. Katakuri crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Hey, do you two know him? Why not let us vent our frustration? He has cost us plenty of berries to the dealer. Katakuri, the Rocks pirates have no custom of being good Samaritans. Many harbored resentment, eager to take revenge while Sean was asleep. Shut up, you useless fools. Katakuri scowled at the slumbering Sean. Even in this state, he was not someone you could contend with. Idiot. Upon hearing Katakuri's reprimand, the old pirates cast disdainful glances at Sean. Crackling electricity coursed periodically across his body, especially around the heart. Even in a deep slumber, electric currents would sporadically emerge. Rather than being exhausted and asleep, it was as if Sean was undergoing subconscious electrotherapy. Those who drew near would only be met with electric shocks. Damn. Kaido should have finished him off. It's all Lingling's fault for intervening. If this continues, Sean will surely die. Cursed luck, I wish I could fire a few shots. Can he be harmed by bullets? What do you think? Kaido's Kanabo is far more dangerous than bullets. Tomorrow we reach God Valley, and we must reclaim all we lost to the dealer. The disgruntled old pirates gradually departed from the Paradise ship's cabin. While others continued to engage in their own battles with fervor, Katakuri, who had been observing Sean, now regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Let us depart. Katakuri, I thought you were going to save him. Perispero had not anticipated that he would merely take another look. Sean was a monster, and monsters do not perish easily. Katakuri's gaze remained fixed on Sean, who was still crackling with electricity. The two brothers strolled through the corridor, occasionally engaging in light conversation. One day, we shall leave Honeycomb Island and Rocky Port, establishing a kingdom where all our brothers and sisters are safe. Until then, I must grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. Katakuri's mind was filled with images of young, powerful figures from the same era, and Sean's figure refused to fade from his thoughts. The sails billowed in the wind as Rox stared intently towards God Valley. Many had already crossed paths, yet later became as unfamiliar as strangers. In the early morning, within the Paradise ship's cabin, Sean's fingertips trembled. The dawn light caressed his face like water, and the orange glow of the rising sun once again colored his eyes. The pirates ran about, their cheers ringing out incessantly. God Valley was upon them. Damn Kaido, that hurts. Sean slapped his forehead. Rising from the floor, his stomach began to rumble audibly. That I'm so hungry. Entering the corridor, everyone was shouldering weapons as they exited the cabin. Sean moved against the tide in search of food. Approaching the vicinity of the original cabin, he beheld a mountain of food and wine piled high. Bread, roasted meat, seafood, and fruits tantalized Sean's appetite. Hey, Sean, we can already see the shadow of God Valley. We are about to land. Old Jeff shouted from the cabin door. Sean paid him no mind, continuing to eat. Filling his stomach was of utmost importance. He cared little for the old pirate's idle chatter. After consuming a copious amount of food, Sean finally felt a semblance of comfort in his body. However, he still sensed hunger. Last night's exertion had far surpassed that at Rockyport.as for God Valley. He would charge in once they docked, without ample strength. Venturing into a chaotic battlefield of legends and overwhelming hockey would be sheer folly. On the deck of the Jybeck sword, Rox wore a smile that was anything but friendly. "Are you ready, lads? Let the beasts of God Valley witness our might." Rox gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with malice. "Hey, stop talking to yourself. I am not your subordinate." Whitebeard stood nearby, with bygone dutifully perched on his shoulder. "Newgate, ignore Rox. A grand spectacle is about to unfold." The golden lion gripped his twin swords, poised for the arrival of prey. Lingling had already boarded the thundercloud, ready to unleash her fiery mane. The unpredictable black charcoal Mushy and the barrier-wielding black charcoal Simru were also present. The Roger pirates were en route, and Rayleigh would surely appear, along with Shocky. Captain Flameflower of the Snake Princess Pirates stood alongside Shocky. Longbread, once Lingling's first husband, had now transitioned to a purely amicable relationship. Wangji, towering in stature, was ever prepared to land on the island, poised to merge with God Valley at the first opportunity. The Silver Axe's giant axe was nothing to scoff at. What was truly terrifying was his divine power. Each of them were future great pirates, having once captained their own pirate crews. Were it not for Rock's emergence, perhaps no one would have witnessed such a scene. Their objective was clear: to replace the celestial dragons and conquer the world. Should they fail in this battle, they would scatter across the land, seeking new opportunities. If the conqueror's hockey radiates with a lustrous sheen, then the Rock's pirates are a kaleidoscope of hues within the confines of the cabin. Shane, his belly full, was just about to rise when a drunken figure stumbled into the room. Burp! Captain John exhaled a breath reeking of alcohol, and flames erupted instantaneously. The more he drank, the stronger he became. John, a lover of treasures and fine wines, was the wielder of the sake fruit. The cabin's ceiling was scorched, a sight all too familiar within the Rock's pirates. Once satiated, Shane stood to take his leave. Fully aware that John would emerge unscathed, often retrieved from fiery perils by Silver Axe. "Hey, young lad, aren't you going to lend me a hand? Such impolite newcomers." John hiccuped, swaying drunkenly, and in an instant, he found himself beside Shane. His inebriated wanderings had fortuitously led him to encounter Shane. "Care for a drink? I could regurgitate some for you." Captain John staggered as he walked. "You might as well cherish your own booze." Shane had no need for such lavish treatment and stepped towards the deck, with the tipsy John trailing closely behind. Adorning his wrist was a peculiar accessory, a coveted treasure sought by many. Though it paled in comparison to its future worth, "You were quite amusing. What is your name, newcomer?" John, teetering unsteadily, reached the end of the corridor with astonishing speed. "Shane." Before Shane could approach, Captain John vanished without a trace. "Shane? Who is Shane? Why should I care for that name?" Strolling on the deck, he swayed, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, treating Shane's name as mere background noise. "John, the Celestial Dragon's game is about to conclude." Silver Axe's imposing hand clapped down on John's shoulder, bringing him to a halt. Old friend, would you care for some exquisite wine brewed from my stomach?" A collective wave of nausea swept over the onlookers. Yet what could they do? Even if one were to strike him down, an apology would never escape his lips. Every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons orchestrate their absurd feast, requiring the protection of the Divine Knights. With swords drawn, they would remind the Celestial Dragons that their era had come to an end. Rock's hair writhed like serpents, and his ferocious hockey surged forth, enveloping all pirate ships. Boom! Boom! The shockwaves stirred the ocean's surface, intensifying until it erupted. Hockey swept across the waves, the dark crimson aura resembling a tainted sea spreading towards God Valley's harbor. The valley-shaped island before them appeared narrow yet was, in truth, exceedingly vast. At that moment, the Celestial Dragon's Divine Knights were safeguarding treasure chests, each concealing precious devil fruits. For amusement and authority, the Celestial Dragons would select a kingdom that failed to pay their heavenly tribute every 3 years to initiate their games, a brutal spectacle of self-destruction. The last survivor would claim the fruits. Centuries passed, and actual survivors remained non-existent. Meanwhile, ships approached from 2 other directions of God Valley. One side bore the Roger pirates. hailed as newcomers yet possessing terrifying strength and individuality. The other side was the Carp fleet, forcibly summoned from their vacation, an impending war destined to etch itself into history and instill fear in the celestial dragons, was on the horizon. This time, not only survivors would emerge, but a multitude of victors who would become titans of power in future generations. For those who participated in this conflict, the so-called inviolability of the divine was nothing more than tattered parchment. 30 years later, when someone dared to strike a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, few would know that once, here, men slaughtered celestial dragons like mere dogs. God Valley, the arena where the slaughter game commenced, the gaze of Figureland Green, stationed before the treasure chest, shifted dramatically. The unabashed Haki proclaimed the arrival of formidable foes. Hey, is this a jest? Red hair and beard curled like a crescent moon, regarded by future celestial dragons as a king who partook in the God Valley War. Figureland Green. In his youth, he gripped his longsword alongside other divine knights. The figure overseeing the treasure trove was one of the Gorasii, the scientific guardian deity, J. Garcia Saturn. We have landed. The pirates charged forth. The harbor's navy quaked at the sight of the new world sovereign. The Rock's pirates. Indeed, they descended like locusts, leaving devastation in their wake. Shane ascended to the deck, all pirate ships having gathered at the harbor amidst a cacophony of violence. Bullets whizzed past his ears. Although the world's technology seemed frozen in the steam age before Vegapunk's integration with the Navy, one could not dismiss the lethality of firearms against ordinary folk. Reclaim the treasures. Seize the devil fruits, and let the celestial dragons perish. Rocks appeared upon the battlefield, rampaging through as if the world were his playground. Shane leaped onto the harbor, immediately confronted by naval soldiers, while numerous slaves fled in panic. Appearing to find fortune amidst their misfortune, the devil compass spun wildly. Shane delivered a swift kick, sending a Navy soldier flying. The battlefield was a whirlpool of chaos, even among the pirates, as both Navy and celestial dragons sought to thwart the pirates and slaves alike. The people of God Valley wept as their king, in utter despair, lost his head to the blade of a celestial dragon. Damn it, how dare they obstruct our hunting game? Divine knights, let these ignorant fools perish. Green pointed his longsword at the harbor. Despite Carp's prior warnings against raiding Hive Island during his vacation, the arrogant celestial dragons had clearly not anticipated encountering such resistance. Before Rocks, they had grown accustomed to viewing pirates as mere brigands. Every kingdom unable to pay their heavenly tribute was branded a pirate, regardless of their citizens' intentions. Thus, upon encountering celestial dragons, the Navy trembled as if facing death itself. That it was this extreme fear that birthed the tyrants of the same era. The great battle descended into chaos, powerful figures emerging at every port. Let those slaves go. Carp charged to the forefront, followed closely by his aide Bogart, an old sailor that I warned you not to provoke Hive Island. You scum! Bam! The youthful Carp sent a pirate sprawling with a single punch. That where's that scoundrel Roger? It's my turn to intervene. Their last encounter seemed like ages ago, but both were no ordinary men in the East Blue. Often embroiled in trouble, who could have foreseen their relentless pursuit to the New World? Both emerging as paragons of prowess. At the main harbor, the frenzied assault of the Rock's pirates unfolded. Shane's devil compass stabilized once more. A pivotal moment of fate presenting new choices. Choice 1. Fish in troubled waters. Slay a few slaves for a reward of an automatic firearm produced a decade later. Choice 2. Eliminate 500 Navy soldiers to showcase the power of pirates for the reward of the quick blade. Kage. Choice 3. Randomly slay a celestial dragon for the reward of martial arts techniques. Gale kick and iron block. Gale kick, finger gun, and iron block could be deemed the simplest introductions to mastering Haki. Yet, I still prefer the raw thrill of a brawl. Such combat is simply exhilarating. 3. Pretending it's not a system compass. After Sean made his choice, the compass interface swiftly rendered its judgment. The decision was complete. From this moment on, as long as the selection tasks were fulfilled, rewards would be granted. The Galefoot appeared unremarkable, yet possessing it signified a step closer to mastering the armament Hakai in combat. When paired with the shave technique, it would achieve perfection. Sean would eliminate all the Marines and Celestial Dragon guards he encountered along the way. This battle was, in reality, quite intricate for the mere foot soldiers. On one hand, the ground trembled and the grand spectacle erupted, leaving no place to stand. On the other hand, ordinary combatants were being swiftly dispatched by the formidable pirates. The scene before him resembled an apocalyptic world. No slacking off. Continue the fight. The Saint of Gringik stepped over the corpses of the celestial dragon guards. These ordinary sentinels, clad in expensive, finely crafted armor, were utterly defenseless against common blades that in this age of flintlock pistols. The celestial dragon guards remained unperturbed. However, when faced with the madmen of the Rocks pirates, the situation was entirely different. Their strikes could dent steel, even shatter it. The previous tactics were incomprehensible. Disposing of them was akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Hey, block for me. Do not let those filthy, despicable pirates approach. A rotund celestial dragon with a small mustache felt a wave of discomfort in his throat as he witnessed the Rocks pirates charging forth. He yearned to flee, but to escape so easily would be to underestimate Rocks. Treasure chests were being snatched away at lightning speed by the influential figures, while some slaves attempted to take advantage of the chaos. Even the Knights of God were insufficient to claim their share from the Rocks pirates. Moreover, the Roger pirates surged forth. Though they harbored grievances against Rocks, their disdain for the celestial dragons was even greater. Sean gathered electricity at his fingertips, poised for a lethal strike. Electric finger gun. With a swift motion, he pierced through the defenses of two celestial dragon guards standing before the pig-faced celestial dragon. Shave. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the celestial dragon. Others attempted to flee, but the guards continued to fall, and the Navy's lines were crumbling. The Knights of God seemed to have underestimated the true might of the Rocks pirates. The Saint of Gringik sensed the battlefield spiraling out of control. Yet, despite his self-proclaimed divinity, he seethed with rage and issued a decree. Those who dare lay a hand on the celestial dragons shall be met with merciless retribution. Kill. The first to respond was none other than Sean. The electricity from his fingertips pierced through the oxygen mask. The celestial dragon had no opportunity to close his mouth and hold his breath. He longed to inhale as much air as possible, to survive just a few more seconds. Slay the celestial dragons. Seize God's Valley. Claim all the devil fruits and treasures. Rocks issued his command, sending a punch that sent the Knight of God flying. He swiftly captured one of the treasure chests, and before anyone could comprehend his actions, he devoured the devil fruit. Are you not a devil fruit user? The Saint of Gringik turned to face Rocks head-on. Who said a user could only consume one devil fruit? Rocks unleashed his haki without restraint. The aura surrounding him was peculiar, an intertwining of pink and darkness. The sweet fruit was extraordinarily unique. Once coveted by Blackbeard as his third prize, who could have anticipated that Rocks was such a creation? The more beautiful the woman, the stronger the effect. The more formidable the man, the greater the power. In an instant, countless marines, slaves, civilians, and celestial dragons were petrified. Darkness descended. With a smile, Rocks tore apart all those turned to stone into fragments. At that moment, God's Valley was just beginning to plunge into darkness. Gringik, are you prepared to face the apocalypse? No one could rival the terror of Rocks. Even Whitebeard was unfamiliar with the dark fruit, for Rocks had already consumed ITAS, a variant type that predated Teach. Rocks had also devoured a second devil fruit. This was later regarded by the Blackbeard of future generations as one of the best combinations. Darkness, petrification, and unparalleled haki. This was Rocks. It was precisely due to his absolute dominance over other devil fruit users that Rocks could amass a plethora of powerful allies. Gringik was destined to fall. Otherwise, there would be no need for the joint efforts of Garp and Roger. The so-called Celestial Dragon Kings had once been defeated by the King of the World. Kill. Let these beasts witness our fury. Rock's fist collided with the blade, and Gringik found himself utterly unable to withstand it in the distance. A celestial dragon bellowed. I am a celestial dragon. You lowly beings will meet a gruesome end. Help me. Knights of God. Sean thrust his finger, obliterating the celestial dragon's head. Hooray. The pirates raised their blades in celebration. This moment, the so-called gods had perished, and the slaves went into a frenzy. Well done. You have potential to become an apprentice crew member. Without the courage to slay gods, one could not stand atop the pinnacle. Moreover, the celestial dragons were by no means divine. Rock's might was nearly overwhelming. Each punch landed heavily on Gringik. Whenever he attempted to escape, he would be drawn back by the darkness. Coupled with the man's aura and the sweet fruit's enhancement, it further amplified the power of his haki. You dare steal from me. Gringik, who do you think you are? Rock's assaults grew fiercer, landing a punch to Gringik's abdomen and sending him crashing into the abyss on the battlefield. Sean heard the cacophony around him. The compass reward was granted, allowing him to push beyond his limits as he learned new martial arts. His overall strength also surged. The iron block enhancement meant a further increase in defensive capabilities. The foundation before awakening the armament haki comprised 3 aspects: defense, attack, and ranged combat, corresponding to the iron block, gale foot, and finger gun. Mastery of these 3 would enable the awakening of true armament haki. Sean kicked the guard away, yet the voice of a Navy Rear Admiral echoed nearby. "Are you the new apprentice of the Rocks Pirates?" Garp broke through the fray, launching a fist towards Sean. "Garp?" Roger charged into the battlefield, still too young. Lacking even a beard, he swung his sword horizontally. Sean swiftly evaded using shave. In that fleeting moment, a shockwave of haki swept across the square. Roger, Garp's buzz cut was entirely unprepared for the barrage of debris. Beyond the ruins and dust, haki shockwaves surged everywhere. The powers of the devil fruits soared and flitted about, dazzling all who witnessed. God's Valley resembled a hell on earth. It was unclear when the celestial dragons began to weep and tremble. The haki collisions raged like a storm. Now stronger than ever, Sean stood at a distance, seeking the devil fruits. Roger, wielding ace, turned back with a smile. "Hey, kid, what's your name? That moment when you dispatched the celestial dragon was quite courageous. That guy rocks will eventually fall. Join my pirate crew." The clash of iron fists erupted. Garp glared at Roger, knowing he was up to no good. Their battle had already reduced vast structures to rubble. Pirates always sought to recruit others into their ranks. "Kid, join my fleet and become a marine. Don't go astray." Garp's words elicited hearty laughter from Roger. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could the Navy ever surpass the celestial dragons? Those scum stand atop you, doing as they please." Roger's sword swept through the masses. Not a marine nor a pirate dared to approach the two. That their combat was far too ferocious, though neither were devil fruit users. They exuded an extraordinarily fierce haki. Even for the Rocks Pirates, these two were anomalies of the era, lacking special bloodlines, abnormal physiques, or devil fruits. They formed an unshakable foundation through martial arts, swordsmanship, haki, and charisma that I have no intention of assisting anyone any further. Sean deftly maneuvered through the chaos, employing the shave technique, while Lon delivered a powerful kick that sent the obstructors flying. Pirates, marines, celestial dragon guards, civilians, and slaves. All factions were embroiled in tumult. How could that fool refuse the overtures of Garp and Roger? A fool indeed. To slay a celestial dragon and then aspire to join the Marines is to invite one's own demise. It seems you are the true simpleton. That lad just now is a rookie from our Rocks Pirates. The pandemonium was overwhelming. Were it not for the elite nature of Roger's crew, it might have devolved into an endless melee. Boom! The earth trembled as an earthquake erupted, instilling a profound sense of dread. Whirlwinds of sand ascended, as the golden lion soared through the air, wielding a withered branch like a weapon. Countless monsters had risen, and treasures were being seized in ever-increasing quantities. "Those who stand in my way shall perish." With a mighty swing of his silver axe, the user of the strength fruit channeled divine power, cleaving a massive fissure in the ground. Even giants would be bisected by such force. "Ha! The Valley of Gods is mine." Wang Ji, utilizing the island fruit, melded into the very island of God Valley, yet the overwhelming haki unleashed around him thwarted his intentions. "Damn it, whose haki is scorching my toes?" Upon hearing Wang Ji's complaint, a drunken man with flowing hair staggered by. Ugh! Boom! The user of the sakisake fruit grew increasingly potent, capable of rendering others intoxicated, even igniting flames. The inferno spread wildly. Captain John stepped into the fray. Lingling soared above on the cloud. "Zeus, you fool, you're setting our ship ablaze again. Truly, is there not a single sane individual in God Valley?" "Hey, long time no see, hot-tempered rookie." John deftly evaded every strike and bullet. His gaze fixated on the hastening Sean. The haki and devil fruits here posed a constant threat. Sean never anticipated encountering John once more. "Thank you for your concern, but pirates do not favor the virtuous." "Ack!" John clutched his head in pain, spewing forth a column of flames. Bang! Bang! A formidable fishman from the Rocks Pirates engaged in a fierce clash with an equally strong fishman from Roger's crew. They battled fiercely, employing fishman karate to extinguish the flames. It's been ages. Don't get too familiar, you indiscriminate killer. Though both hailed from Fishman Island, their divergent paths had forged contrasting personalities. With a swift motion, Sean soared past, his gaze urgent. Where's the Qing Long form? The meatball fruit? Kuma, go find Kuma and Ivankov. Lingling, be cautious. The culinary knight, long bread, cleaved a marine colonel's sword into bacon. I've already broken up with you. Lingling swept across the sky. Also in search of devil fruits. Hee hee, and what of it? We decided to be together for life long ago. Longbread was no weakling, being a master swordsman capable of turning the tides even in his old age. Some argued that his youth had taken a toll on his health. Lingling was undoubtedly heading towards Kuma and Ivankov. Sean had pinpointed his target, deftly maneuvering past hundreds of individuals. The power was exquisite. Let us take on the form of a lion. The cigar from the golden lion fell from his mouth, its ash swirling. The port lay in ruins, the sand coalescing into a lion's head due to the float fruit. A warship barreled through, crashing into the remnants of the port. Shiki, Garp's fist obliterated the warship, wishing to crush its very head. Garp, why not join me as a pirate? The golden lion Shiki ascended into the sky. Embarking on his life as a flying pirate, crack. The air shattered, and a tsunami swept across the land. This scene resembled the arrival of hell itself. Could humanity truly wield such power? What manner of creature is Whitebeard? Is there no escape? Why has God Valley turned into a hellscape? Within the gorge, Whitebeard wielded his blade horizontally, sending hundreds flying. The cataclysmic force infused in his strike was enough to deter anyone. Terrifying, the Rock's pirates were indeed invincible. Even the God Knights had no chance against them. Must even the celestial dragons perish? I thought gods were immortal. The Rock's pirates were an overwhelming force, instilling a profound sense of dread. If this continued, it would undoubtedly become the dominion of the Rock's pirates. Do not fear. As the battle rages on, reinforcements from the Marine headquarters will arrive. Sengoku and Zephyr, those two fools, have long since set out. Garp's body heaved with each breath, his bloodied form standing as a beacon of hope for all Marines. Despair, hell, apocalypse. For the first time, the God Knights witnessed the formidable strength of the seas. Prior to this, they had reveled in their destruction of nations, basking in the accolades of other celestial dragons, so gifted that they genuinely believed themselves invincible. As the new era's champions converged here, Greenbow sensed the specter of death drawing near. Keep fighting. Is your blade not sharp enough? The age of celestial dragons has long since passed. The next era belongs to me, the king of the world. Rox brazenly unleashed his haki in darkness. Stone sculptures dotted the gorge. One could hardly fathom whether God Valley would still exist even after the war's end. The blasphemers would surely perish under divine judgment. Greenbow, sword in hand, rose to confront Rox. Let us see about that. The victor writes history. Let me ponder. What titles shall I bestow upon you? Pig-headed fools. Rox unleashed his full might. Haki, martial prowess, devil fruits. Each aspect was peak power. Rock's existence served as a testament to the world of how formidable true strength could be. In a flash, the battle ignited once more. Smoke billowed. Sean finally reached the corner of the battlefield, launching into action with the speed of the shave. Ivankov and Kuma had already secured 2 treasures, containing the Qinglong fruit and the meatball fruit. At that very moment, Lingling also arrived on a cloud, snatching a prize. Hey! The instant Ivankov's Qinglong fruit was seized by Lingling, Kuma took a bite of the meatball fruit. Jani was elated. Fantastic. Kuma, Ivankov, we are saved. Damn it. Lingling was infuriated. She coveted that devil fruit as well, that if Katakuri consumed it, he could become a formidable force in the future. I was a step too late. Sean shattered both boxes with a single blow, but it was futile. Before him lay hundreds of slaves hiding behind Kuma. This place was too cursed. Upon seeing these captives, Lingling, unable to acquire the meatball fruit, resolved to leave immediately. Kaido, determined to invest in Kaido, Lingling sped off in search of him. Sean had seen all the fruits he had previously encountered consumed. Roger's crew had also snatched 2 treasure chests. Yet, what lay within them was already known to Sean. It was Shanks and Buggy. Do not approach him. That guy just killed a celestial dragon. Some, upon spotting Sean, were so terrified they continued to retreat. Well done. Jani gave Sean a thumbs up. He was indeed from the Rock's pirates, a band of monsters. Ivankov committed Shan's visage to memory, quickly turning to shout, Kuma, hurry, we must escape swiftly. I am trying to harness this power. Kuma gradually learned to wield the meatball fruit. Amidst the myriad transformations, Sean realized that this war had already become a predetermined part of history, without securing the meatball fruit and the Qinglong fruit. What significance did this journey hold for him? Ding! The demonic compass spins the pointer of fate. The helm that will alter the world has now been set in motion. The singularity of destiny has emerged, ushering in a new array of choices. Choice 1. Fate is inexorable. The valley of the gods shall inevitably fall, allowing the bear to use the pawpaw fruit to escort its master away. Reward: body technique paper drawing. Choice 2. Execute 5 celestial dragons. Reward: body technique moon step. Choice 3. Execute 38 celestial dragons. Reward: bloodline factor perfect fruit. Azure dragon form. Point 3. The demonic compass. How could it lack a devil fruit? Due to the Alabasta lineage's refusal to reside in Mary Geos, there are a total of 19 factions, excluding the Knights of God and one previously slain by Sean. Each faction boasts a considerable number of participants in this game. For the Celestial Dragons, this is but a grand event, a spectacle of slaughtering civilians and enslaving others for their amusement. With ample prey, Sean will undoubtedly make his move. The choices are made. The contract is initiated. And upon completion, rewards shall be granted. Sean strikes forth with lightning speed. The Celestial Dragons flee and hide, while the Marines desperately fend off the pirate onslaught, simultaneously providing cover. The Rocks Pirates confront the Roger Pirates. The Knights of God and the elite Marines. Sean stands upon a colossal rock. Each celestial dragon he beholds is akin to a fragment of the Azure dragon form. With the death of each celestial dragon, a piece of the fruit is claimed. Zipping past the marine defenses, he stabs a finger into the heart of a celestial dragon. What he thought would be an escape to the port instead leads to his immediate demise. Sean swiftly departs, charging toward another target. This game of the celestial dragons has transformed into a game of pirates. How could they possibly escape unscathed? If they truly succeeded, Red-haired would not have been concealed within a treasure chest. Raging kick, finger gun, electricity. Sean grows ever more adept, even pursuing into the harbor, slaying 2 celestial dragon guards in the process. Just one more fragment to go. The pieces are nearing completion, and the celestial dragons are dwindling. The incident in the Valley of the Gods may well be erased from history. The self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, perish one more horrifically than the last. Will the Marines' admirals intervene upon the slaying of the celestial dragons? Do not jest. At this time, Zifa has yet to become an admiral. Sengoku, who is a few years his senior, has just been promoted. Otherwise, the then fleet admiral, Steelbone Akainu, would not have hastily recalled Garp. The Knights of God face formidable foes. Sean has undoubtedly become a reaper of the celestial dragons. The Marines not only fail to impede Sean's advance, but also contend with the formidable and terrifying Rocks Pirates. The game has concluded. What follows is a hellish reckoning. The last fragment of the celestial dragon is desperately fleeing. Yet, at this moment, the Marines ignite a glimmer of hope. Look, Admiral Sengoku and even Vice Admiral Zifa have arrived. This battle is so astonishing that the main force of the Marine headquarters must be fully engaged. People gaze forward, and lo and behold, at the bow of the ship stands the fleet admiral. Steelbone Akainu. What? The Marine admiral and fleet admiral have come. The celestial dragons collapse to the ground, scrambling amidst the chaos that in the bedlam. No one can spare them a glance. It is futile. The Rocks Pirates were birthed by the celestial dragons. Their greed and madness have forged this calamity. These devils from hell are destined to bring about their own destruction. His oxygen mask has long been shattered, and the heavy, counterfeit garments he donned have been destroyed. He can only survive in the crevices, which is the sole means of remaining undetected. Covered in blood and filth, he is rendered a wretched sight. Given a choice, he vows never to partake in this game again. Damn it! Damn it! You foolish wretches deserve to perish. I am a noble celestial dragon. Why must I die in such a place? Even if all were to perish alongside me, it would not be worth the death of one who is a god. Celestial Dragon George Saint attempts to crawl toward the harbor, pleading for salvation from the incoming Marine admirals. That is his only hope for survival. For even the mighty Glingus Saint is no match for the Peak of Rocks. Though the Knights of God are powerful, they are simultaneously foes of the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. What is this fellow babbling about? He is a celestial dragon, Ivankov shouts. The slaves nearby instantly panic. What is a celestial dragon? Hey, Do not let such a creature appear. It will implicate us. People look down. The celestial dragon is already smeared with snot and tears. Yet when he raises his head, he still bears a loathsome visage. Hey, get away, you slaves. The marine admirals are coming. Do you know the price of getting close to me? A bunch of stupid pigs. He wobbles to his feet, exultantly waving his hands as though the warships are mere inches away. Kuma, be cautious of this fellow. Ginny grabs Kuma's hand, wishing to protect him from the celestial dragon's harm. Caution for what? Kill him. Sean's voice emerges just in time. George Saint instinctively trembles in fear. You dare to lay a hand on me? Sengoku and Steelbone Akainu will be here any moment. You are doomed. Do not come near me. Filthy pirate. George Saint maintains a semblance of bravado facing Kuma, Ivankov, and the others, but when Sean appears, terror engulfs his mind, leaving only impotent rage. The fragments are complete. Sean pierces forth. The finger gun, combined with the raging kick slash and the speed of shave. At the moment, electricity coils around his fingertips. Three figures swiftly pursued. No, you cannot kill me, you wretched commoner. George Saint's throat bursts into a gaping wound, blood erupting forth instantaneously. In his utter inability to utter another word, he collapses on the spot. The demonic compass spins, and a new reward infuses Sean with the bloodline factor. The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure dragon form, with unparalleled power, a product perfected decades before Vegapunk. The scene falls into silence. Ivankov, Kuma, and Ginny vow to remember Sean's visage for all their days. Even amidst the chaos of the world, slaying the celestial dragons is fraught with peril. Once the war concludes, a relentless pursuit will ensue. You both shall perish, born of inherent baseness. Elder Star Satan Saint thrusts his staff toward Sean and Kuma. Ha 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 ha. This is also my stage. The golden lion wields dual swords, twisting the earth beneath him. Do not think to hinder these souls from reaching the freedom of the sea. Rayleigh's blade also strikes toward the elder stars. Tension mounts, and calamity looms before the leap of the fish and the bear's claws. The winds rise and swell. How can one not have both? Old man, this is not your place to appear. In the prime of his youth, the golden lion was originally engaged in a fierce battle with Rayleigh. Unexpectedly, he becomes embroiled in Satan's pursuit of Kuma and Sean. Rayleigh continues to pursue relentlessly. In his eyes, Sean's audacity to strike at the celestial dragons is commendable. Moreover, Kuma and Ivankov's efforts to rescue the slaves also warrant his intervention. Amidst the ruins, Kuma saves Ginny and Ivankov. The pawpaw fruit propels the two away. Having already liberated over 200 slaves, Satan Saint looks down from above, confronting Sean and Kuma. You two are nothing but wretched beings. Slaves and pirates are equally unforgivable. To the elder stars, Sean and Kuma are indistinguishable, both deserving of death. Did the pirates provoke you? Old relic. The golden lion exhales a plume of smoke, twisting the earth into a lion's gaping maw. Boy, get out of here quickly. The Valley of the Gods is no place for ordinary people. Rayleigh seizes the moment to slice down Satan Saint's staff. Sparks fly, infuriated by the strong resistance of the two. Satan Saint erupts in rage. Dealing with you requires full power. Satan Saint, in a fury, is enveloped in black flame clouds above his shoulders, the hallmark of an awakened Zoan devil fruit. The pressure escalates further. Yet, Sean's entire being undergoes a profound transformation. The mythical beast lineage possesses an unparalleled vitality and formidable defensive capabilities. The dragon's breath in its azure dragon form, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, allows for flight through the flame clouds. In its human form, the lightning embodies both speed and strength. The metamorphosis continues, further enhancing Sean's physique. Was I destined to perish from birth? Yet, I have committed no wrong. Old man, is the hierarchy you established? On what grounds can we not laugh joyously like Nika? The bear rises, incessantly questioning. Clumsy and only 10 years old, he boasts a stature surpassing that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Nika's tale has undoubtedly granted him countless beautiful dreams. Yet it is a name the five elders are reluctant to hear. Silence. You, an extinct species, you deserve to die. Despite being embroiled in combat with the formidable golden lion and Rayleigh, Satan Saint spares no words. Extinct species, a collective term for a myriad of aberrant beings upon the sea. They do not refer to a singular race, but rather to a group that is nearly extinct yet has not been entirely eradicated. The bear, Jean, and Kaido can all be classified as extinct species. They trace their origins back to the blank history of 8 centuries past. They are the sins that the celestial dragons must obliterate. Extinct species? Sean's bones crack audibly, his gaze filled with malice. What constitutes an extinct species? On the Red Earth continent, the celestial dragons currently number 19 factions that if one day they each dwindle to a mere handful, would they not also be deemed an extinct species? Sean's words are undoubtedly an exquisite mockery. Satan Saint desperately seeks to retaliate. Yet, the peak Golden Lion and Rayleigh are no pushovers. Two master swordsmen, equally agile in their youth. What allows him to transcend? Sean's eyes are filled with disdain as his skin gradually becomes adorned with scales. His skin grows resilient, and his bones and muscles undergo a metamorphosis. This is merely his human form. Crackle. Electricity converges throughout his being as the Azure Dragon's electrical energy melds with that of the Fur tribe, transforming from azure white lightning to a pale violet. The enhancement of the Azure Dragon form further amplifies Sean's physique, elevating him beyond his original stature. Bear, leave this place. The war has only just begun. From this moment, Sean surpasses the limits of human capability, with the bloodline of the Fur tribe enhancing him and the Azure Dragon fruit augmenting his physique. A true monster is born. You too should be an extinct species. Satan Saint, wielding his staff, shatters Rayleigh's sword, parrying the airborne golden lion with a single palm. His head sprouts dual horns, and beneath him, several tentacle-like appendages emerge as he hurtles toward Sean and the bear at breakneck speed. Go, Sean. The bear resolutely remembers this name. With a roar, as Satan Saint launches his assault, Sean, transformed into a black dragon, ascends into the air. Flames entwine his form as he surveys the entire battlefield from above. Oh, it was you who consumed that fruit. Splendid. The bear beams foolishly, feeling a sense of peace as he departs. The Azure Dragon fruit that was lost can now be devoured by Sean. A most fortuitous turn of events. Whoosh. The bear swiftly vanishes from sight, enveloped by the meatball fruit, propelling himself from the Valley of the Gods toward the South Sea, with violet lightning coursing through him. Sean casts a scornful glance at Satan Saint. The Golden Lion, however, bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. This will infuriate you, old fool. Shiki's words add fuel to the fire, causing Satan Saint to stomp in frustration. He had never anticipated that the two he sought to eliminate would possess the ability to fly and bounce away. Simultaneously, another roar reverberates through the heavens. With Lingling's assistance in consuming the Azure Dragon fruit, Kaido bellows to the sky, transforming into a colossal dragon. Blood stains his form, suggesting he has just emerged from a hellish battle. The Azure and Black dragons hover together, further plunging the Valley of the Gods into madness. Who is that fellow? In another corner of the battlefield, Lingling stands atop Zeus, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazes at the sky. How could there be two dragons? Wasn't the uniqueness of the devil fruit guaranteed? Sister, did you give me a counterfeit? Kaido, too, is intrigued. The black dragon appears to be brimming with audacious electricity. Stop dodging, Kaido. I saved your life. Don't forget to repay me. Join me in establishing a new pirate crew. Lingling is determined not to let her efforts go to waste. Kaido may seem foolish and honest, but she cannot afford to be deceived at a critical moment. No problem, sister. Roaring with the power of the Oni race, Kaido feels his demonic strength and the vitality of the mythical beast perfectly merging. The Oni physique combined with dragon scales creates an impeccable defense. In the distance, Sean, experimenting with his dragon form for the first time, adapts to his newfound power. Unlike other animal-type devil fruits, the Azure Dragon fruit's flame cloud is utilized for flight, one of its inherent abilities from the outset. Heat breath, he feels an odd sensation in his mouth. What could it be? Sean unleashes a fiery pillar towards Satan Saint. Boom! The flames streak across the sky, hurtling directly towards Satan Saint. Truly, the mythical beast lineage is extraordinarily potent from the moment it is grasped. Despite the immense size of Satan Saint's human beast form, the heat breath envelopes him entirely. Sean. So you are called Sean. I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. Satan Saint's fury ignites. Yet what can he do? His formidable haki and physique cannot be harmed by the heat breath. However, besieged by the Golden Lion and Rayleigh, he finds himself at a loss against Sean. You little brat, come with me. Let us establish the flying pirate crew. Unrivaled across the world, the Golden Lion, witnessing Sean's capabilities, extends an invitation as well. Be cautious. Shiki is not a good person. Rayleigh warns Sean decisively that I intend to establish my own path. Sean exhales smoke, the war revealing itself as a scene of madness. Jabba's dual axes clash against Silver Axe. Captain John is obstructed by Zifa. Sengoku charges into the battlefield, delivering a powerful punch to the fused island's Wang Ji. The peak of Steelbone's Kong hurtles toward Lingling. Crane pursues Bakine, cursing him vehemently. Rox relentlessly hunts down Green Bull, driving him to the brink. Roger faces Whitebeard in a head-on clash. Get off my head, you eyesore. Carp leaps up, delivering a punch to the young Kaido. It has completely spiraled into madness. If this continues, the Valley of the Gods will sink. Sean reverts to his human form to avoid becoming a living target like Kaido. Whoosh, the Devil's Compass spins once more, steering fate onward. Your two axes are far too weak. Silver Axe wields double-sided axes, charging into battle with tremendous vigor. Is that so? I find your axes to be quite a hindrance. Jabba, brandishing an axe in each hand, dons sunglasses and maintains a perpetual smile. The Roger Pirates boast 3 legendary figures: gold, silver, and copper. He ranks third, as coppered out of course. This title was later assigned by the Navy to obscure Roger's lineage. Yet, it also birthed one of the earliest elite pirate crews upon the seas. Your strength is insufficient to even shake my axe. Silver Axe, empowered by the strength fruit, unleashes a formidable strike. The earth trembles beneath the impact. With a single swing, the ground collapses, leaving no structures unscathed. You overestimate human potential. Jabba blocks the blow with both hands, his advanced haki unwavering. Damn, where is this? Kaido is truly an unwarranted intrusion, ever since Whitebeard intervened in the clash between Roger and Garp. The two have embarked on a cataclysmic struggle that has reverberated throughout God Valley, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Ironically, this turmoil has afforded Garp an opportunity, leading him to pursue a confrontation with him and Lin. Accompanying them is the unassuming Lieutenant, Bogart, whose nondescript appearance is marked by a perpetual cap. Little did anyone expect him to be a master swordsman, after enduring the fortification bestowed by a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. He found himself overwhelmed before he could fully adapt, mercilessly beaten in a relentless chase. Presently, Lin has taken to the storm clouds, claiming she is off to seize other treasures, leaving Kaido to bear the brunt of misfortune. This incident will undoubtedly instill a lifelong hatred in Lin and Kaido towards Garp, a resentment that will never fade. Should they fail to vanquish Garp in the future, they will exact their vengeance upon his son and grandson alike. Unfortunate timing led to their intrusion into the battle between Silver Axe and Jabba, where the intensity of their confrontation, though lacking the scale of the Island fruit or the Tremor fruit, still showcased their monstrous prowess. The ferocity of their haki was formidable. After 6 years in the Rocks Pirates, Kaido, having risen from nothing, has encountered a plethora of formidable adversaries that in his eyes, the true titans of overwhelming strength are Rox and Whitebeard. And now he must consider a few more: Roger and the Golden Lion. None of them are ordinary. If Kaido's monstrous strength were to be combined with the power fruit, his offensive capabilities would reach their zenith. However, that does not align with Kaido's aspirations. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Kaido witnessed firsthand the terrifying clash of haki against devil fruits. Silver Axe's strike could likely level multiple mountains. Jabba's increasingly fierce counterattacks only served to confirm his own formidable haki. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Silver Axe collided with Kaido, leaving him on the verge of death. Jabba's subsequent elbow strike nearly incapacitated Kaido's mind. How absurd! How could such monstrous strength manifest in a human being? Damn it! Kaido would later be hailed as the strongest creature. Yet this title certainly excludes the events of God Valley. Here, even after consuming the Azure Dragon fruit, he would still be a mere subordinate. The sheer number of monsters present forced Kaido to merely find his place in the ranks. Kaido, Sharn, likewise in pursuit of treasure, fought his way through with his fists. The first sight that met his eyes was Kaido, who appeared utterly bewildered. Sharn. Kaido was astonished to discover that Sharn was still alive, and even more so to realize that the previously arrogant black dragon was indeed Sharn. Be cautious of that Garp fellow. Kaido's kanabo was drenched in blood, some of it his own from prior beatings. Understood. In this tumultuous environment, if one did not speak loudly enough, they would go unheard. The compass belonging to the demon spun and finally came to a halt. A fateful point had emerged, and a new choice had been presented. Take care of yourself. This question allows for multiple selections. Choice 1. Survive until the end of God Valley. Reward. Mutated physique, though plagued by insomnia. You can accommodate 3 devil fruits. Choice 2. Eliminate all celestial dragons that the Navy seeks to rescue. Reward. Martial arts paper drawing, martial arts moonwalk, and inform Lucci who the true genius of the 6 styles is. Choice 3. Rush towards freedom and establish your own pirate crew. Reward. Perfect fruit of the bloodline factor, and the Paw fruit. 123, 321. I want them all. Sharn stood at the edge of the battlefield, scanning the area. From this moment forth, all celestial dragons must perish. Whether the 5 elders or the knights of God wish to intervene, they shall not allow a single one of these fools to escape today. Choice 1 necessitates survival until the conclusion of God Valley. Choice 3 implies setting sail to form a new pirate crew. Thus, it is imperative to first pursue Choice 2. Numerous celestial dragons participated in God Valley, with many concealed in the shadows, some even having escaped to their ships under cover. One reason Garp later felt shame recalling this event was due to the protection of the celestial dragons. Consequently, despite thwarting Rock's ambitions to become the king of the world, the celestial dragons continued to wreak havoc for decades. During this time, countless tragedies unfolded, chronologically, from the tragedies of Tiger, Ginny, and Tesoro. Ginny, afflicted with the terminal blue scale disease, did not live to witness Tiger's ascent to the red line. The 39 celestial dragons he had previously slain were merely a fraction of the total. The participants in the nation-destroying game were numerous. Even the Knights of God had several individuals involved, with one of the 5 elders overseeing the operation. The total number of celestial dragon participants exceeded 100. Sakazuki's method of destroying ships at O'Hara was merely precautionary. I was more proactive, scouring every building and vessel to ensure success. Sharn brushed past Kaido, the sound of the demon compass echoing in his ears. The choices were made. Next came the moment for reward redemption. Save the celestial dragons. Dream on. No matter who you are, despair and die. Those participating in the nation-destroying game should not feign innocence. Where are you headed? Kaido turned and began to run alongside Sharn. Noticing that Sharn seemed to have grown taller and more robust, he scrutinized him closely, as if searching for something. I found it. Navigating past the clash between Jabba and Silver Axe, Sharn located a celestial dragon hiding in the shadows. The buildings here had collapsed, and he had even resorted to wearing the tattered clothing of a slave, trembling in the corner. Yet his rotund, piggish visage betrayed him that a swift kick incapacitated him before he could comprehend why Sharn had attacked amidst a battlefield teeming with marines and pirates. Splatter! Blood sprayed as the first head was claimed. Kaido gazed in astonishment at this scene, quickly realizing that this individual was a celestial dragon. Kaido couldn't fathom in a battleground filled with formidable warriors. What significance did the celestial dragons hold? Driven by curiosity, he followed Sharn in pursuit of their target. To his shock, more and more celestial dragons fell dead, their bodies left unrecognizable. After scouring the entire island, Sharn set his sights on the warships at the port. Do you intend to steal a ship and flee? Kaido harbored the same thought. Otherwise, Lin would not have been unable to locate him in the chaos of the war. Who wouldn't wish to establish their own dominion? If rocks were to perish, everyone would seek to rebuild their pirate crews. That I shall witness the dawn of a new era. Why escape? Sharn dashed onto the warship, sending marines flying with Kaido's relentless onslaught. Within the ship's hold, a dozen celestial dragons huddled together for warmth. This was Sengoku's warship. After Sharn had systematically eliminated them on the island, many had perished in the battle. The last remnants had all sought refuge here. They trembled, demanding that the warship depart the port swiftly, yet no action was taken. Fools, are you pigs? I said leave God Valley. The leader, Page Eye Saint, cursed vehemently. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open. Sharn stepped into the hold, his fists dripping with blood, instilling fear in all present. What do you intend to do, pirate? I will have the Admiral hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Page Eye Saint spat back. Though he could not suppress his shivering, he sensed the scent of blood and the murderous intent gleaming in Sharn's eyes. Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the deck, following the God Valley battle. The era of Sengoku the Buddha officially commenced. Golden light shone, even granting hope to the celestial dragons. Kaido stood behind Sharn, gripping his kanabo tightly. Indeed, slaughtering this band of pigs would invite trouble. Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, sprouting dragon horns alongside his Oni lineage. Are you afraid, Kaido? Sharn's fists rained down like a tempest. Inside the hold, the air was thick with the curses and pleas of those facing their imminent demise. What is there to fear? Such monstrous beings as admirals will inevitably be dealt with in time. Kaido's sharp teeth were bared in a sinister smile. At that very moment, Sharn emerged from the ship's cabin. Having purged all celestial dragons, his fists were stained a deep crimson. From this point onward, regardless of the outcome of this war, the celestial dragons would find themselves utterly vanquished. Do you comprehend the magnitude of turmoil this will unleash upon the Navy and the world? Sengoku gazed down upon Kaido and Sharn, poised to transform into a wrathful deity. Who cares? Let it all be destroyed. Everyone is wearied as Sharn's laughter echoed with wild abandon. Indeed, this world has become unbearably tedious. Kaido guffawed heartily. Your existence will only bring further chaos to this realm. Sengoku's vision of justice must reign supreme. The heavens belong to the celestial dragons. God Valley has brought forth too many surprises and unexpected turns. From this island, the formidable warriors of the three great factions would gradually emerge over the coming decades. This also signified that Roger and Garp had truly ascended to their zenith as the new generation. Kaido's cohort of youth would lie in wait, shrouded in shadows. Sharn, at this moment, he was the harbinger of a perilous future in Sengoku's eyes. Peace shall inevitably arrive. You, a band of madmen nurtured by rocks, will only wreak senseless havoc, slaughtering the celestial dragons to replace them with new ones. The establishment of order is not an overnight affair. The destruction wrought by your kind will require an even longer time to mend. Sengoku's physique swelled, radiating a brilliant golden light, his form appearing as though dusted with gold. After wreaking havoc, you simply depart, yet you dare to aspire to be the king of the world. You are as ignorant as rocks. For Sengoku, this moment was about eradicating evil in its cradle. Sharn, Kaido roared, his demonic horns merging with dragon horns, assuming his hybrid beast form to engage in battle that I in his grasp. A spiked club crackled with lightning and the aura of Haki. Our battle has yet to commence. Is that a Zoan type? Sengoku scrutinized the duo, instantly discerning Kaido's form as Zoan. This lightning could not possibly be an ordinary Zoan. Its dragon transformation leaned towards the ancient. Could it be one of those devil fruits awarded as a prize? The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure dragon form. This information was known even to Ivankov and Jinny, who had been captured as slaves. How could Sengoku, a marine admiral, be unaware? Still two of them. Sengoku's pupils constricted. Kaido emanated blue-white lightning, while Sharn was enveloped in purple lightning, both towering figures in their beast forms. However, Sharn wielded no weapon, relying solely on his fists. Ha ha! Kaido emitted a laugh akin to the sounds of a fish. He had initially thought it was his own fruit's ability that dazzled Sengoku, but little did he know that it was the dual abilities that instilled fear. Turning to look, he was astonished to find it was Sharn. So, the black dragon that had seemed absurd moments ago was indeed Sharn. Clenching his fists, Sharn exterminated all celestial dragons on the island. Protected by the God Knights and the Five Elders, completing Decision 2 and earning the corresponding rewards, the paper drawing of the Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk. Thus, he had effectively gathered the initial Marine 6 styles. His physical prowess surged, enhancing his strength once more. Sharn felt a resonance within him akin to what Kaido had described, as if a thread was pulling him. When the time comes, he would transcend the limits of human potential, tearing it from within. The moment he infused his entire skeletal structure with Haki would mark the dawn of his mastery. Solid iron would provide strength, while the paper drawing would offer suppleness. Surpassing human limits, a mere finger could not confine humanity. Thus, he achieved the moonwalk, capable of traversing the air. Gaga gaga. When facing Sengoku, Sharn seemed to embody a brand new power. Electrifying fur, hybrid beast form, Marine 6 styles. Combining recent combat experiences, Sharn swiftly adapted and endeavored to consolidate all his strength. Next, he needed to accomplish two tasks. First, survive until the end of God Valley. Second, establish his own pirate crew. Once these were fulfilled, he could undergo a physical mutation and consume the bounce fruit. Sharn had long contemplated this. If he possessed a mutated physique, he could consume up to 3 devil fruits. The trade-off would be that he would not rest at night, and he wondered if he would develop dark circles under his eyes. But if he had the bounce fruit, the sensation of fatigue could be transferred to others. It would also compensate for the few shortcomings of the Azure dragon form. Embodying the abstract powers of a paramecia, memories and pain could be expelled. Air compression, rapid aerial movement, You are merely a cog in this grand scheme. Sharn lifted his gaze to Sengoku the Buddha. In his ear, Kaido's doubts rang out. How could you possess a fruit akin to mine? Sharn. Kaido was agitated. What happened to the uniqueness of our fruits? Are our dragon forms identical? Sharn, enveloped in purple lightning, appeared dazzlingly extravagant. Not at all. Yours has a sinister quality. The dragon scales are also different. Kaido braced himself. Before either could finish their words, Sengoku unleashed a powerful palm strike. The shockwave of Buddha's light shattered a corner of the warship. Both Kaido and Sharn were knocked back, spitting blood. What dragon scales? This is called fruit skin. You fool. Kaido, Sharn countered with a punch. Let us join forces and establish our own pirate crew. Kaido swung his spiked club. Two rising supernovas of the Rocks pirates faced the Navy's highest combat power, Admiral Sengoku. Two audacious little brats. You will have no future. The depths of Impel Down shall be your eternal prison. Sengoku's lips curled downward. The fierce aura and fruit abilities converged. The Buddha's light shockwave intensified once more. The damage coursing through their bodies ignited, causing the entire warship to explode. Boom. Boom. Sharn and Kaido's combined strikes still failed to breach Sengoku's haki. Do you think the Marine Admirals are merely playthings for your games? Sengoku raised his palm again, swiftly delivering another strike. The damage persisted. Sharn felt as though his very organs were being crushed. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would have surely been incapacitated long ago. Sengoku's peak power was indeed legendary. Take one last look at this world. When you next open your eyes, it shall be a dark, sunless cage. Sengoku relentlessly struck as one of the few Marines possessing Conqueror's haki. He was a paragon of this era, merging fruit abilities and haki with unparalleled prowess. Such overwhelming strength. Kaido felt himself growing stronger. This mythical Zoan truly possessed a robust vitality that allowed him to feel the power of top-tier warriors more vividly. Though both abilities were struggling in their exchange, even spitting blood, they relished the sensations brought by the damage. Bang! An explosion resounded. Although the Navy's warships from 38 years prior were not as formidable as those that came later, being obliterated by Sengoku's bare hands was still a terrifying feat. Shatter. On the land of God Valley, Whitebeard's iconic gesture emerged. He struck Steelbone Kong with a single punch. Even the Marine Fleet Admiral could only respond passively. The battlefield descended into chaotic frenzy. As the earth trembled, waves surged forth, as if to engulf God Valley. Dozens of ships were under the control of the Golden Lion, crashing recklessly, while the Marines scattered in disarray. Damn it! All this power is capable of annihilating the world. How many monsters has this game birthed? Sengoku's colossal hand seized Sharn, as Kaido attempted to crush him. His fury was palpable. A game devoid of humanity should never exist. Black-legged Zephyr, in his youthful vigor, surged onto the battlefield, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. Yet, they were the architects of this absurd game, albeit one that had spiraled out of control. The Crane remained youthful and beautiful. No one wished for the conflict to escalate to this extent, save for Rocks. At the port, Sharn regained consciousness once more, forcibly transforming into his dragon form. Kaido awoke simultaneously, both unleashing torrents of fiery breath. Stubborn fools. However, they were on the verge of being cast into the sea by Sengoku. Hey Sengoku, is this how you treat our trainee crew members? A languid voice emerged anew. He drunkenly lifted his head. Boozy inferno. Flames erupted from his mouth as well. One alone is insufficient. John. Sengoku's gaze pierced through everything. In time, many would come to refer to him as the strategic genius, a title corresponding to two others, one being the merciful general, Zephyr, and the other, Monkey D. Garp. Comparatively, Sengoku indeed leaned towards wisdom. Yet, when faced with the formidable pirates of his era, Sengoku showed not a shred of fear. And I, Sengoku, the visage of a giant spoke from the port, or rather, it was the merged form of King Ji from God Valley. Previously, he had fused with the entire island, only to be repeatedly targeted by Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki. King Ji simply fused with whatever he could reach. A colossal hand, rivaling 10 warships, descended from the heavens. Pray for your own fortune, trainee crew member. King Ji suddenly struck down. Captain John S. gaze shifted abruptly, swiftly responding. Their pretense of rescuing was merely a cover for their assault on Sengoku. The pirates roared with audacity. Do not underestimate the Rocks pirates. Sengoku. Dawdling could lead to a dire fate. King Ji's hand descended like a celestial object. His eyes were the size of 2 houses, blinking incessantly. Irritated, Sengoku raised a hand, casting Sharn into the sea. How utterly tedious. Captain John staggered forward, pouring the last drop from his flask. Boozy flames, extinguish, splash. The mist of alcohol and flames poured forth simultaneously. Some sailors and pirates who stepped into the fog were immediately dazed, collapsing to the ground. The destructive force of the flames was equally formidable. What a swarm of insatiable flies! Sengoku turned and tossed Kaido into the ocean. With one hand, he aimed to suppress John. The clash of the three could only be described as earth-shattering, occupying a corner of the battlefield. The golden light of the Buddha suppressed all evil. Sengoku alone instilled hope in nearly 10,000 sailors. They's flames burned. Such attacks were a rarity. Where the mist of alcohol spread, John swayed, yet always managed to evade attacks. Boulders, ships, and houses coalesced into a giant, contending with the great Buddha. Roar. They both emitted a simultaneous howl. Flame clouds enveloped their bodies. The Black Dragon and Azure Dragon leapt into the air, shortly after soaring over the port. A sensation of soreness enveloped them. Yet, it mattered little. With the recovery speed of a Zoan type, there was no need for concern. Kaido did not revert to his human form, appearing instead in his hybrid shape. The battle had grown too chaotic, in his ordinary form. The danger would be far too great. Sharn twisted his neck. Recognizing this was a war destined to prolong indefinitely, God Valley had unmistakably fallen into utter despair. The Navy, the pirates, and the Celestial Dragons were, in truth, two opposing factions. The not blocked the way. Silver Axe, Garp barreled through, slicing from a corner of the battlefield. Yet, he found himself thwarted, positioned between Jabba and Silver Axe. That fellow Newgate had his tasks. Garp, let us continue. Roger, with a smile, wrapped hockey around his blade. Their emergence left Jabba and Silver Axe, who had been locked in a fierce struggle, utterly exasperated. Hey, this is our fight. Could you two perhaps step aside? You might inadvertently harm us. They were all fighting earnestly, yet they could not encroach upon another's battle. Then we shall take the liberty, Jabba. Roger rolled up his sleeves. Unleashing a tricolored hockey, that is precisely my intention. Garp's forehead bulged with veins. Fist of bones clash. Godly avoidance. Boom, the clash of hockey reverberated. Inky lightning rent the sky asunder. The clouds shattered into fragments. A tempest swept across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the compounded force of hockey rendered the surrounding pirates and sailors unconscious, collapsing and rolling their eyes back. Hockey. This is true hockey. What we can grasp and comprehend is merely the rudimentary. Those advanced hockey techniques represent the pinnacle of the sea. Sharn, one day, we too shall wield such power. Let us fight with abandon. If we survive this battle to the end, join forces with me. Kaido witnessed this clash firsthand. He turned to Sharn, his eyes filled with anticipation and brilliance. The battle had dragged on for far too long. Approaching dusk, the setting sun carved the earth into pieces. Outside God Valley, an orange light enveloped the landscape. The high cliffs of the canyon cast silhouettes, cleaving the world in twain. Boom! The ground trembled once more. No one knew what the future held. For a brief moment, everyone believed they were nearing the promise of rocks, so close that they could become new deities in this valley named after the gods. For the sailors, God Valley was hell, a dead end. One comrade after another fell. The transponder snails incessantly rang with new orders from above. Sharn witnessed both pirates and sailors perish together. Coincidentally, both clutched photographs of their families. The sound of cannon fire served as the backdrop to war. While the cries of battle echoed like a rhythmic beat, blood soaked the bodies of both enemies and allies alike. Only the Celestial Dragons remained in their delusions of superiority. You all deserve to die. One of the 5 elders, Saint Satin, struck out. Sharn swiftly evaded. Utilizing the shave in conjunction with Moonwalk allowed for seamless movement in any scenario. His horn, Kaido did not await Sharn's response, but instead encountered the 5 elder. Saint Satin, a devil, somewhat reminiscent of your demonic lineage, isn't it? They call themselves gods, yet they are the true devils. Sharn clenched his fists tightly. The battlefield was devoid of any open ground. The port was a chaotic melee of Sengoku, King Ji, and Captain John. The area near the square was occupied by Jabba and Silver Axe, now further claimed by Garp and Roger. Kaido and Sharn rushed towards the square, where several treasure chests lay guarded by the Knights of God and the Navy. Yet, Saint Satin departed from the clash between Gold Lion and Rayleigh, striking towards Sharn. Fortunately, Sharn had anticipated this and dodged in advance. For decades to come, he would retain this very visage. After all, devils do not age. A glimmer appeared in Sharn's eyes. Concerning Kaido's earlier inquiry, he had found his answer. Kaido, you asked me whether to establish a pirate crew. You spoke of wanting to reach the pinnacle of the sea. To become a king, you said one must possess the mightiest haki and strength. That I believe I have found my own answer. The violet lightning enveloping Sharn's fist filled Saint Satin with revulsion. That violet hue leaned closer to pure white than blue-white. Saint Satin recalled a fear etched deep within his bones. You know who ignited this war. What rocks desired, the Navy sought to protect. It is all due to the celestial dragons. If the world is not turned upside down, one can never claim the title of king of the world. Shan seeks that elusive breath, feeling vitality being incessantly excavated. If haki is indeed a thread concealed within humanity, then it must be relentlessly hammered to unleash true power. Before I have fully unearthed my potential, let life be restored. First, I must completely transcend the limits of humanity. Shan channels the lightning to its utmost peak, using electric shocks to ignite the vigor of his cells. Speed and strength are elevated to their zenith. As the sun gradually sets, the waning moon becomes a perfect orb on this shore. Shan gazes at the moonlight, while Saint Satan feels an overwhelming sense of dread, not from the oppression of power, but from a terrifying thought that has lain dormant for centuries. Take your damned thoughts to the grave. The celestial dragons shall forever be the masters of this world. They are the creators and deities of this realm. The staff of Saint Satan expands alongside his body, transforming into a form adorned with multiple spider-like appendages. Twin horns atop his head, and a physique engulfed in black flames. Stubborn fool, a strike comes forth. His colossal form exudes an immense sense of pressure, akin to that of a giant, despite being an awakened Zoan type. Rob Lucci remains in a human form even after 38 years. The devil fruits possess a hierarchy, just as the celestial dragons have their ranks of nobility. You wish to overturn the world. A commendable choice, Shan. Kaido brandishes his kanabo and retaliates. Boom! Blue and purple lightning erupt simultaneously, a testament to the combined might of Kaido and Shan. Scenes from their youth flash through their minds, from war machines to being offered as mere commodities. From wreaking havoc to being conscripted into the Rocks pirates. Where shall the future lead? Kaido never envisioned sailing alongside Lin Lin. He does not wish to become the next Longbread. Then let us set sail. Establish our own pirate crew. Become my right-hand man, Shan. I intend to be the captain myself. Kaido, you are utterly oblivious. Saint Satan has encountered far too many mindless fools in his time. These two before him are undoubtedly among the most prominent. They are hardly clever. They dare to confront anything, and they will surely become future scourges. He himself cannot fathom that one day he would personally issue a decree forbidding anyone from easily provoking the name of the beasts. Fist meets kanabo, channeling the full force of their being in a single strike. It pierces through the dark clouds. Moon Lion. Under the moonlight, Shan is enveloped in a cloak of pristine white, with blood-red eyes and white hair. His hybrid form is already formidable in combat, and now it has further enhanced his prowess. Zing! Electricity crackles forth. The moon god strikes. 9 bolts of purple lightning surge forth. Zing! Likewise, electric energy emanates. Kaido grips the long handle of his kanabo. Haki and lightning entwined. This is the true embryonic form of the Thunderbagua. Thunderbagua. 2 arcs of electricity dart towards the side of the sky. Blood vessels appear in Shan's eyes, since his soul traversed into this body. He has faced numerous formidable foes. Garp, Sengoku, Saint Satan. Each could potentially deliver his demise. That he cannot afford to place his hopes in others. He must exert his utmost strength each time to grasp a sliver of survival. Is it the formidable vitality of the mythical Zoan? But why are there 2 of the same type? Saint Satan attacks Kaido with his staff, while his claws lunge towards Shan. The diversity of the devil fruits is indeed intricate. Within the Zoan category, there exist similar types. The various forms of the Inu no Mi were consumed by the Marines in Alabasta and later by Vice Admiral. The Nico no Mi users include Fuzz and Rob Lucci. Even within the human fruit, there is Chopper's normal form and Sengoku's Buddha form. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia does not contain the Black Dragon form, if it lies outside the catalog of devil fruits. Then the situation is even dearer. Saint Satan is acutely aware of this. Both parties are determined to crush the future pirate titans in their cradle. With a mythical Zoan, It is impossible. Ambition coupled with fruit abilities is truly terrifying. Black flames and hockey engulf the staff and fingertips. Lightning pierces through a corner of the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Saint Satan strikes. Boom! Dust rises, and the shockwave creates a haze filled with sparks, having already conquered the heights of the ocean. The Elder Stars, including Saint Satan, are confident he can extinguish these two insignificant beings. Kid, next time, choose a more fitting weapon. This one is too weak. Bang. Kaido spits blood. Advanced hockey often requires but a simple strike. Yet, there are no visible injuries on his body. Instead, the kanabo in his hand shatters. It turns out to be the result of the earlier clash between the staff and the kanabo. I will. Old man. Kaido discards the broken kanabo. From now on, regardless of the battle, he will wield a kanabo forged from sea stone. And you? Saint Satan glances at the pit in the ground, an immense crater from Sean's earlier onslaught. Your concern is utterly insincere. Emerging from the smoke, Sean feels himself drawing closer to the limits of life. Beyond the human extremes of the Marine 6 styles is the return of life itself. It allows one to infuse vitality into any part of the body, thereby enhancing combat prowess. Later, one of CP9's lions, as well as the elite Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, excel at using the return of life to infuse life force into their hair in battle. Luffy and Lucci can utilize it to rapidly regain health. A classic case of you are what you eat. Sean, possessing the formidable vitality and defense of the Black Dragon form, finds that after awakening the Marine 6 styles, he is continuously squeezing life on high-end battlegrounds. Paradoxically, he draws closer to the return of life. Crack. Reappearing on the battlefield, Sean feels an exhilarating comfort throughout his bones. His flesh is undergoing metamorphosis. He senses his internal organs rejoicing. Sean wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and locks eyes with Kaido not far away. Heat breath. The two instinctively transform into their dragon forms. The Azure dragon coils amidst fiery clouds. Exhaling flames, the black dragon radiates with white light, a tremendous wave of heat. Old man, taste this. With a roar, Kaido raises his staff, arms positioned in front. His body is enveloped in armament hockey. I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. Sean's flames are equally ferocious. The scorching heat sweeps across the realm. Pursuing wildly two towering pillars of fire collide with full force. Damn ants. Despicable lower beings. Saint Satan curses incoherently. These two worms dare to resist. They do not comprehend the calamity that befalls those who provoke the celestial dragons and the world government. The War of God Valley shall ultimately conclude. At that time, you shall all be captured in one fell swoop. Pirates shall never ascend to the pinnacle of power. Saint Satan fully transforms into a demonic beast. His 6 spider limbs, combined with his arms and those horns, embody a quintessential ox demon form. Let the demons reclaim dominion over God Valley. The roar, accompanied by awakened black flames, erupts from his staff, transforming into spiraling black fire. It counterattacks Sean and Kaido. What was once a dominant missile-like assault begins to wane. Boom! The dual heat breath appears feeble against these black flames. Darkness descends. Saint Satan spews forth black ink, harnessing the power of the ox demon. Once enveloped, one will lose all sensation. Without observation hockey, one becomes a headless fly. Ripe for slaughter, Sean's blood-red eyes remain unwavering. The long whiskers and hair of the black dragon are entirely snow-white. He exhales with all his might, purple lightning slowly wrapping around the heat breath. Striving to amplify its power, is it really possible? Kaido was momentarily stunned, quickly attempting to entwine the blue and white lightning around himself. The dual heat waves surged once more, yet they still appeared somewhat inadequate in the face of that inky black flame. The clash of forces between the two sides reached a critical juncture. Is this what you call darkness? Merely ink spewed forth by an octopus. The familiar laughter of rocks echoed through the air. Suddenly, darkness poured forth like a torrent, its encroaching shadows striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. His hair danced wildly, and his face was smeared with blood. The battle had raged on for nearly a day, and he finally found an opening to break free. Dark water. With a whoosh, the darkness drew in Satan Saint. He felt every cell within him, every strand of his lineage, being torn asunder. It was the power of the dark fruit. Satan Saint had initially held the upper hand, poised to ensnare both Sharn and Kaido. Little did he expect that rocks would seize the opportunity to break free. This unexpected turn of events signified yet another reversal in the tides of battle. The once encumbered green ghost had now found himself in dire straits. Rocks. Satan Saint hastily fortified himself with hockey. Fortunately, he too possessed the regenerative speed of a Zoan type. Before me, any fruit user is but an ant. From this moment forth, the war enters its cleansing phase. Become stone statues. You worthless wretches. Rocks attracted Satan Saint with one hand while unleashing attacks that rendered the ground into dark phantoms with the other. In the midst of fear, countless marines and pirates were transformed into stone statues, plunging the celestial dragons into dread. Rocks aimed to ensnare them all within the shadows, obliterating them with gravitational force. In the distance of God Valley, Green Ghost's eyes widened as he gasped for breath. Beside him stood the Divine Knights, mighty as monsters, wielding the authority to judge the celestial dragons. They found themselves in utter disarray. Devoid of any fighting spirit, the barrier fruit's powers had encircled them. After a day and night of combat, it was ultimately Rocks, standing at the pinnacle of this era, who prevailed. Beyond the canyon, it was the Rocks pirates who had triumphed. Rocks fixed his gaze upon Satan Saint, considering him his next target. Following closely behind him were Whitebeard Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin, King of Giants, Silver Axe, Captain John, and the Culinary Knight, Bread, Stussy, Nine Snakes Fireflower, Black Carbon Cicada Maru, and Black Carbon Musicata. Those scoundrels dared to profane the divine. Some members of the Divine Knights attempted to deliver a final blow, but the Sea Prism Stone bullets were intercepted by the crossed fingers of Black Carbon Cicada Maru. Do not disturb us as we dominate the world. In the face of this scene, even Satan Saint felt a chill run down his spine. Let this world descend into madness. The Rocks pirates still harbored countless lunatics. Everyone below the rank of Vice Admiral, retreat from the battlefield. Fleet Admiral Sengoku ordered through the Den Mushi. Otherwise, we will doom the new generation of the Navy, those above the rank of Vice Admiral. Remain and vow to halt the Rocks pirates. If the gods cannot protect their own, then this world shall be entrusted to us. Satan Saint thrust forth his staff, only to be blocked by Whitebeard's Tsungyun slash. Sengoku strode past him, accompanied by Zephyr and Tsuru, the new pillars of the Navy. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Rocks pirates seemed truly invincible. Marines stood in despair at the harbor. Is there anyone who can stop Rocks? That man is unbeatable. Amidst the sorrow, two young men ascended the stage of history. That fellow has grown even stronger. Rayleigh, Roger pressed down on his straw hat. His crew, undeterred, stood resolute. Isn't it just Rocks? We just need to defeat him. Garp advanced toward the battlefield, halting the fearful Marines in their tracks. From this moment on, justice and freedom each bore their own banners. Ultimately, it would be Vice Admiral Garp and Pirate King Roger who would thwart Rock's bid for dominance over the world. Before this, no one believed that anyone could triumph over the Rocks pirates, particularly when the Divine Knights had been vanquished. They were an undeniably formidable force. Each crew member was a monster in their own right. From its inception, the Rocks pirates had been unlike any other. There were no rules, no absolute dominion. Rocks gathered these individuals through sheer power, cunning, and an unyielding ambition. Even the most illustrious Whitebeard pirates or the impenetrable red-haired pirates could not be compared. Whether it was the multiple captains or the two emperors, they paled in comparison to the might of the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates stood as the singular embodiment of absolute strength. With Rocks himself having reached the pinnacle, supported by his monstrous crew, even the most novice crew member was a being beyond human like Kaido at that time. Gold Lion, Whitebeard, Linlin, King of Giants, Silver Axe, and John had already gained renown. They were not nameless individuals starting from scratch. They had risen to power following the collapse of the Rocks pirates. Even the novice crew member Kaido would, a decade later, seize control of Onigashima. Becoming a notorious pirate in his own right, the formidable female pirates of later years also emerged from this crew. The original captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, Fireflower, and crew member Shucky nurtured the Empress Hancock. Captain John, the treasure-hunting pirate, had his own followers, including the Yonko Buggy. King of Giants would remain steadfast on Honeycomb Island for decades until defeated by the Yonko Blackbeard. To contend with them and emerge victorious. One must be a peak powerhouse of the seas. Over the decades, the tumultuous waves that would shape the future were ultimately stirred by the Rocks pirates. At this moment, as Rocks and his crew vanquished the Divine Knights. No one believed that anyone could surpass Rocks, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, Tsuru, Do you fruit users seek your own demise? Zephyr, do you think this meager hockey can harm me? Satan, from this moment forth, God Valley shall become the next Honeycomb Island. Rocks boldly proclaimed the fate of all. Dark abyss. Darkness spread forth, and God Valley was utterly petrified. Countless strong warriors were frozen into stone. Ability users faced significant debilitation before the overwhelming might of rocks. Whether they were the Gorsei, Divine Knights, or the Admirals and Fleet Admiral of the Navy, unless one was not an ability user, they would ultimately become weaker in the face of rocks. Even those possessing formidable hockey to withstand the effects of fruits would find themselves significantly diminished in strength. A moment's carelessness could lead to their tragic erosion. Do you not revel in the gold above, delight in the game of annihilating nations, and label everyone a pirate? Then let us all become pirates and watch the world of the celestial dragons vanish into thin air. Satan, you've lived for a long time. Haven to you. Have you ever tasted defeat? The darkness behind rocks transformed into a colossal chasm, utilizing the terrain of God Valley to morph into a black hole. Petrification, destruction, rebirth, fear spread wherever darkness lingered. Defeating him would leave only a few old relics upon the Red Earth continent. Captain, the true captain. In that instant, everyone believed that success was within their grasp. Overthrow the celestial dragons and seize this world. Linlin sought the land of all nations, an eternal sanctuary for lambs. Newgate sought family, a homeland he cherished. Kaido yearned for endless war, a world in complete chaos. Gold Lion aspired to dominate the seas, compelling the heavens to tremble in fear, regardless of what one desired. Within the rocks pirates, everything was possible. Loathing the celestial dragons, detesting the celestial dragons, replacing the celestial dragons, surpassing the celestial dragons. Let us divide this world among the chaotic. Wicked heroes of the seas. Satan's saint gazed intently at the scene before him. As darkness encroached upon his form, the demons were subtly weakened. In stark contrast, the rocks pirates remained unscathed under the indulgence of Rocks himself. The tremor-inducing powers of Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi and the levitating abilities of Shiki's Fua Fua no Mi surged forward alongside Rocks' fist, launching a collective assault on Satan's saint. Celestial Dragon, how many elders do you possess? Darkness tore at everything, obliterating the vision of all present. What I promised you is now within reach. I have secured all the fruits I pledged from this moment. The Knights of God, the elders shall serve as the ultimate hostages. Capture them and overturn this world. The celestial dragons participating in the nation-erasing game have perished. No matter, I still hold the elite among elites. As long as we triumph in this round and ascend to the red line, everything can be conclusively settled. Civilization enslaves the barbaric to construct its pyramids. Yet, barbarism shall not forever submit to civilization. When the yearning for freedom and fairness stirs once more, civilization shall succumb to the flames of barbaric might. Thus, the once fallen civilizations ultimately sever their ties with history. A blank history is akin to this. The victors of yesteryears became the deities who shaped the world, yet they were merely a group of savages donning oxygen masks masquerading as astronauts. They ultimately could not inherit the severed technology and civilization, waiting instead for an echo of Vegapunk 8 centuries hence. Rocks, merely a reiteration of bygone tales, the cyclical nature of fate. A new, unrestrained, chaotic barbarian. To Satan's saint, Rocks appeared as a madman, reminiscent of his former self. How many years ago was it that he too, alongside Whitebeard and Shiki, followed another powerful and cunning Rocks? Would he be replaced? Could he still triumph? How swiftly fate's hand transitions. Swish. Whitebeard's congenital cloud rent Satan's chest asunder. Blood spraying forth. In a mere moment, the wound began to heal. Crack. Quake. Newgate denied him the chance to recover, delivering a ferocious blow. The power of Conqueror's Haki and the Gura Gura no Mi intertwined upon his fist. Sakura 10, Moku K, Shiki ensnared the ground, immobilizing the towering Satan's saint within the earth. Twin swords sliced rapidly, and no matter how quickly you heal, the speed of the assault shall only increase. A gleaming silver axe could cleave mountains with a single strike. The sword of thunder and flame, radiating light, rent the skies asunder. Ma, Ling Ling, with fiery locks and lightning beneath her feet, bore hands larger than Satan's saints, seizing him with both. Wang Ji and the silver axe collaborated, carving great gorges upon his form. Boom! John exhaled a mist of alcohol, seemingly disinfecting Satan's saint, only for it to transform into a sea of flames the next moment. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lunar goddess purple lightning. Kaido seized an iron rod from the roadside, charging forth. Sean merged lightning into his finger spear and stormy kicks. Boom, flames, thunder, hockey, tremors, beams, slashes. Darkness engulfed Satan's saint. He could no longer discern the path from whence he came. It is time to conclude. Let us turn a new leaf in this world. Rox's final punch struck Satan's saint's abdomen. All sensations of pain and injury intertwined at that moment. Satan felt an excruciating twist throughout his being. This sensation was all too familiar, yet he had not felt it in an eternity. You are clearly not Nika. Why must I fall? Boom. The towering demon collapsed with a resounding thud. Unlike the pinnacle Kaido, Satan's saint faced not a new generation challenging the old order, but a kingly monster imbued with powers of suppression and restraint, the last vestiges of consciousness shattered under the relentless onslaught of Rox's darkness. Even a portion of his heart's exterior had been petrified. As the elders fell, Satan's saint lay prostrate. Upon his form stood the crew of the Rox pirates. They had fought fiercely for an entire day and night. Having arrived from the seas to thwart the emergence of a new king of the world, Sean had yet to behold the dawn. Beneath the moonlight, he gradually harnessed the power of the moon lion and began to awaken the gift of life restoration. His silver hair pulsated with vitality, beginning to dance in unison, leaping like serpents, akin to Rox's own mane. "What is your name?" Rox inquired, striding between Kaido and Sean with an air of confirmation. "Sean, you are now an apprentice crew member," declared the king of the world. "Can the celestial dragons truly not be defeated? Will the admirals never fall? Spare me the jest. Since the Navy employs brute force to dominate the seas, we shall use force to overturn the world. Kill until every adversary is vanquished." Rox stepped over the fallen Satan's saint. The pirates surged forward. Sean heard Rox's words, a sound echoing within his heart as if sealing a pact. Pirates, from the heaps of corpses. They began to carve out their rightful place in this world. "Let us fight until the final breath. Do not dawdle, young one." Ling Ling, wielding Napoleon the Hat sword, soared past Sean. Zifa leaped high into the air. Fist met blade in a fierce confrontation. "Join my pirate crew, Kaido. That fellow owes me, and has long since promised. With your assistance, I shall undoubtedly become the sovereign of the seas." Ling Ling's haki clashed with Zifa's. The force of their collision rippling and tearing through the flames upon the ground. An invitation. Having just become an apprentice of the Rox pirates, he was swiftly and formally invited by Ling Ling to join their ranks. Truly, this crew, even in the face of life and death, seemed ever eager to disband, and no wonder Rox ultimately found himself alone. Should they succeed, they would share the spoils of the world. If they failed, each would return to their own domain. Ling Ling, no one wishes to be another's vassal. Sean delivered a crushing blow to the approaching marine soldier. This body had surpassed most others. The essence of life restoration drew ever closer. Extracting the final threads of its limits within, Sean discovered ample food within a collapsed tavern, devouring meat voraciously. Employing the technique of life restoration, he swiftly converted it into vitality, replenishing his body and alleviating the strain imposed by the moon lion. Truly a stubborn little imp. What, Ling Ling? Next time, call me big sister. Ling Ling, seeing that Sean disregarded her entreaties, redirected her pressure toward Zifa. Elbaf's spear, Weigua, clad in a pink-spotted gown and a round-brimmed hat. She confronted all enemies with youthful perfection. On Pirate Paradise, Hive Island, Charlotte Ling Ling was hailed as the Pirate Queen. Her soul fruit commanded the spirits of all things, and her innate monstrous power left others in awe. Even the few inhuman Kaido acknowledged her as a worthy quarry. Alas, monsters have never been kindred spirits. Rather, they remain ever vigilant of one another. Kaido never envisioned complete subservience. He was resolute in establishing his own pirate crew. Sean too harbored ambitions, having set foot on the seas, wielding formidable strength and a devil fruit, and possessing the remarkable devil's compass. Why should he play the subordinate? In the aftermath of the God Valley incident, regardless of success or failure, he was determined to forge his own pirate crew and sail the seas. A future great hero, the name of the king shall surely belong to Sean. Ling Ling, stand down. The Navy surrounds us. Zifa struck with a powerful blow. At this age, he was free from illness and decay. His mastery of armament haki and observation haki complemented his agile movements. Excluding Carp, who was unwilling to ascend to admiral, He ought to be the only Logia-less admiral in 50 years. What nonsense are you spouting, you purple-haired fool? Ling Ling brandished her blades, cleaving toward Zifa's waist. Boom! A formidable aura clashed in midair, conjuring a tempest. Kaido swiftly swooped past Sharn, wielding a pilfered iron rod, swinging it at anyone in sight, until he encountered a naval swordsman adorned with a top hat and sunglasses. Bogart! Kaido, you will inevitably become a scourge upon the seas. Why not perish here? Bogart, having shadowed Carp for decades, was well acquainted with him since the Valley of God. Many have long pondered why, after 38 years. Bogart refrained from intervening at Hive Island. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of Bogart's understated nature. Upon seeing Bogart, Kaido recognized him as one of the few remaining masters of swordsmanship within the Navy. Thunderous 8 trigrams, the sword cleaved through 3 ships. Once again, the aura clashed, sending debris flying across the ground. The stone struck Sharn, yet failed to breach his defenses. Only after savoring the last bite of roasted meat did the warmth in his mouth finally dissipate. Life had been returned, and he had now fully grasped it. He could restore his vitality with greater ease. Rest would have to wait until the war concluded. It was time for battle. Sharn's body trembled. And as he rose to his feet, he found himself ensnared in the heart of the battlefield. On one side loomed the colossal form of Sengoku, gazing skyward at the enemy, while on the other, the Golden Lion Shiki hovered above several naval warships. Sengoku, unleash your full might. With me here, not a single ship shall sail. Ha 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 ha. This is the world of pirates. The Golden Lion exhaled a smoke ring, and with a flourish of his dual swords, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that cleaved the air, while several warships plummeted directly towards Sengoku. Do not presume that such trivial tricks can dominate the seas. Justice shall not perish because of it. Shiki. Sengoku's fist struck the warship, shattering it to pieces. He even attempted to leap into the air to attack. Ha 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 ha. You are in quite the predicament. Sengoku, the Golden Lion, laughed heartily, relishing the sight of others struggling helplessly against him. The Rock's pirates boasted numerous individuals capable of transforming entire islands into battlegrounds. Wang Ji led the charge, alongside Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate. Even Lin Lin could exert maximum control over an island using her soul fruit, not to mention the sheer number of formidable foes converging upon a single battlefield. Sengoku found himself akin to a scholar confronted by warriors. As long as the Golden Lion disregarded martial ethics, maintaining aerial combat, even the moonwalk would appear insufficient. Sharn felt the impact of the shockwave, sensing the terrifying fusion of Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. Just as he turned, he encountered Crane, who had removed her gloves, lying in wait. Crane, at this age, was in her prime, her long ponytail attracting numerous admirers, rivaling the later infatuation of Peach Rabbit. Of course, the age gap between the two was merely a decade or two. She sought to utilize her wash fruit ability to cleanse the ambition and malice from Sharn's heart. You were still a young pirate without a bounty. Why not turn back to the shore? Crane understood that Sharn had slain a celestial dragon, and thus had no path of retreat. It was inconceivable for him to heed Carp's prior words and enlist as a marine. Yet, she believed that holding such a conviction would strengthen her abilities. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. For a pirate's ship to reach land, it must dominate the world, much like rocks. Sharn preferred ambition over malevolence. Transforming into a black dragon, he clashed with Crane, his fiery breath raging forth. The solitary flame appeared at a leisurely pace. Hey Crane, how about using your powers to help me sober up? Captain John staggered forward, appearing before Crane in the blink of an eye. Bang! The two engaged in a whirlwind of exchanges, their strikes so rapid that onlookers could scarcely discern them. Sharn lamented that his opponent had been snatched away. The battlefield was rife with too many strong contenders. With such a power, why not cleanse the celestial dragons? Wang Ji blinked, and Sharn looked down to see that he had directly merged with 1/5 of the island. Moreover, it seemed he had seized something crucial within his palm. An egg. Was he not afraid of collateral damage? That massive egg would require considerable time to hatch. Rayleigh, still youthful, donned a purple coat, his golden hair and beard marking him as a notorious rogue pirate. Upon noticing Sharn in the sky, they both shouted in unison, "Do not disturb our battle, brat." Sharn was rendered speechless. The Valley of God was in utter chaos, making it impossible to locate a worthy opponent. Was he destined to clear out the soldiers instead? Every individual within his sight appeared to be at the pinnacle of their 30s. Even the youthful Kaido was akin to an enhanced version of a supernova. Having mastered Haki, Younger than Sharn were the likes of red-haired Shanks and Buggy, hiding within treasure chests. Are you in search of an adversary? The towering figure of Steelbone Kong obscured the moonlight. Just as Sharn swiftly turned, a fist came crashing toward the back of his head. Above them, the might of the giant ape, King Kong, was unstoppable. An ancient species, the King Kong fruit, Steelbone Kong expanded to a towering height of 8 meters. His iconic beard morphing into the chin of a King Kong, his fists rained down with ferocity, unleashing the formidable vitality and combat prowess characteristic of Zoan types. The King Kong form was renowned for its incredible combat strength and divine might. Coupled with the advanced haki known as Steelbone, the then Naval Admiral Steelbone Kong could defy all opposition. He stood as a top-tier powerhouse among his contemporaries. Throughout his life, he had endured countless battles, one of which marked the peak of his solitary power. He was known to have matched Roger and the monster of the Whitebeard pirates single-handedly. The Red Count defeated Steelbone Kong. At this moment, nearly 20 years remained until that fateful battle. The pinnacle of the oceans might typically emerged in their 30s or nearing 40, with the duration of their peak determining the length of their dominion over the seas. Kaido completed the final piece after his battle with Odin, becoming the Emperor of the Sea at 39. Shanks ascended to the status of a Yonko at only 33. Blackbeard participated in the War of the Gods and the Rocky Port incident, claiming his place at 39. After Roger's demise, the New World was known as the era of Whitebeard's reign for 20 years, owing to his continued peak performance well into his 50s. Presently, two individuals stood at the zenith of their prime upon the seas, Rocks and Steelbone Kong. Aside from them, be it the Knight of God, Griga, or Whitebeard Newgate, Roger, Carp, and Sengoku, all had just reached the pinnacle of their ages. Within the Valley of God, Steelbone Kong was undeniably a formidable force. Wherever his fists landed, they erupted with overwhelming haki and peak physical prowess. Following him, the rising star was naturally the bare-handed Carp. Yet, prior to the Valley of God, Steelbone Kong remained the pillar of the Navy's heart. His existence mirrored that of Sengoku, the Buddha, in the war that would unfold 36 years later. Hey, what are you sneering at? Do you think transforming into a black dragon allows you to disregard the justice of the seas? Those pirates who have suffered at your hands, the homeless and starving souls, those who perished beneath your blades, and the common folk who were toyed with by your whims until death, if left to you pirates. The future would be utterly suffocating. Steelbone Kong, also a Zoan-type user, was no less formidable than the later Rob Lucci. Awakened black flames spiraled from behind him, his muscles taut and veins bulging as he channeled all his strength into his arms. Here, let us vanquish all pirates, annihilate the nefarious instigators of chaos in the New World, the Rocks Pirates. Steelbone King Kong. Steelbone Kong unleashed a powerful punch from the heights, infusing his strike with an overwhelming aura. This blow bore a striking resemblance to Garp's martial prowess, or perhaps it could be said that it shared some semblance with Garp himself. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted into a massive crater. Black Dragon Shan lifted his gaze, exhaling a breath of purple lightning and scorching heat, resolute in delivering a formidable blow to confront his adversary. How could he possibly yield or retreat against an enemy as formidable as the Marine Admiral? Such notions are utterly ludicrous. Those who cower in defeat are unworthy of ascending to the throne. Purple lightning breath. The violet lightning entwined with the raging flames surged upwards, transforming into a colossal wave that clashed with Steelbone Kong's might. Steelbone Kong's fist plunged downward, cleaving the heat wave and lightning asunder. His eyes brimmed with a determination to fight to the death. Though devoid of the Buddha's radiance, he shone even brighter than Sengoku. Such a monstrous being descending from the heavens is the true embodiment of indomitable strength. It is precisely because of his unwavering presence in countless battles that the younger generation of the Marines can continue to thrive. You, who indulge in slaughter, are merely the next harbinger of doom. None of the pirates following the malevolent will of Rocks deserve to exist in this world. Steelbone Kong's fists, enshrouded in his aura, dispersed the flames from afar. His attacks intensified, continually battering Shan. He fixed his gaze upon Shan, attempting to discern any fear from the fresh-faced pirate. He yearned to vanquish Shan, to forge a new spirit of combat for the Marines. The so-called invincible Rocks pirates would falter, beginning with the defeat of their very first crew member. Those forsaken souls cannot afford the celestial toll demanded by the celestial dragons. Many labeled as pirates are merely those unable to pay the exorbitant fees for venturing into the seas. Because you were tasked with safeguarding civilians, you allow the celestial dragons to indulge in their triannual game of annihilation. How could Shan be afraid? His eyes ignited with fervor. Do not tell me that this is merely a stopgap measure. You have been in a state of expediency for 800 years. If one day the celestial dragons dare not initiate their games of destruction, it will not be an act of justice from your marines, nor a revelation of conscience from the celestial dragons. It will be because we have made our presence known. The true instigators of chaos are none other than the Rocks pirates, in the guise of the Black Dragon. Sean soared upon clouds of flame, finally intertwining fire and purple lightning, enmeshing the tempest within. Wind blades, heat waves, and purple lightning coalesced into a coherent, cutting, and high-temperature barrage of energy. Purple lightning breath, shattering winds for 3,000 miles. Sean's eyes widened as he beheld the impending strike aimed at his head, also gazing towards the rising sun. Behind the Valley of Gods, the moonlight was waning, the lunar lion fading away in an instant. As a new dawn approached, it was not for the Rocks pirates, nor for Sean. Sean once believed in the impartiality of the sun, yet in this moment, he realized it was merely biased. Otherwise, why would its rays first grace the red soil of Mariawa? Do you see? Steelbone Kong's ire deepened at Sean's words. The sun has risen. It shines for justice, for the Marines, and for every kingdom within the World Conference. That light shall dispel all your darkness. Steelbone Kong appeared as a hero emerging from the brilliance. With a single punch, he shattered Sean's mightiest strike. His aura collided with the Black Dragon's head. In that instant, Sean understood that the sun did not rise for him. Pain coursed through his body as the state of the lunar lion was utterly dispelled. Smoke billowed from his mouth as the charred Steelbone Kong clenched his fists, casting a disdainful gaze over the battlefield. Boom! The colossal dragon plummeted from the sky as Sean's vision began to blur, and just as he felt consciousness slipping away, he thought, if the sun does not rise for us, then let us forge a new sun. The clouds shattered upon the ground. Newgate flung off his cloak, the purple emblem of the Whitebeard pirates starkly visible on his back. Do not fall yet, though Rocks de Zebek is known for his chaotic ways. He did speak a truth. The true sun is born from darkness, and we are the darkness before dawn. Whitebeard propelled the clouds, spinning them rapidly. The tremor of his power intertwined with his aura, coalescing into an intangible sphere upon the blade's edge. Steelbone Kong's descending punch was forcibly intercepted. The purple-black lightning tore through the air, the impact instantly raising the already shattered buildings. The sea roared and crashed violently against the shoreline. Boom! The last coconut tree by the coast snapped in half. Sean, with a splitting headache, staggered to his feet. Thankfully, he had consumed ample sustenance prior, and with the restoration of life and the resilience of the Zoan type, he was able to endure. Gulala, Steelbone Kong's fist. Was it truly bearable? Whitebeard stood before Sean, swinging his blade with fervor. Thank you, Newgate. I have a reputation for survival. Sean took a deep breath, pushing his life to the limit. Seeking that slender thread of aura, the battle was far from over. Flameflower and Stussy darted past in a flash. Soon, a hail of bullets and cannon fire surged toward them. The new wave of marine reinforcements had arrived. Sean turned to face the colossal tide of the era. Stussy, can't you maintain some semblance of decorum? Stop clinging to Newgate. Flameflower was shielded by the flower snake, grumbling about Stussy every time danger arose. Stussy was the first to seek refuge with Whitebeard, hiding on his shoulder to evade calamity. Silence. We must take care of ourselves now. Stussy smoothly slipped behind Sean. Now, Whitebeard was to confront Steelbone Kong. In his beast-human form, towering and formidable, Sean was the ideal choice. The explosive might he had just unleashed gave Stussy an instinctual sense that in the future seas, there would emerge powers that could rival Whitebeard in their prime. Certainly, Sean would carve out his place. Your name is Sean, isn't it? Keep your distance from her. Nothing good will come of it. Flameflower struck a marine soldier, while Shachi personally came to her aid. I don't like babysitting. Sean had no intention of becoming a host for Stussy's whims. Eventually, the Rocks pirates disbanded, and Stussy drifted across the seas until she allied with Vegapunk and others, even after Whitebeard's demise. She shamelessly brought forth a white, too, to exploit Newgate's legacy. Truly, a relentless pest. Stussy, at the peak of her beauty, bore an uncanny resemblance to the later CP0 clones, both in temperament and strength. The moment Sean laid eyes on her, his only thought was to compare her to Whitebeard. This is utterly absurd. Although the beauties of the sea are polar opposites of youth and age, Stussy had not suffered significantly in her aging. But is this even permissible? Whitebeard's stature stands at an astounding 6 meters and 6 centimeters. Sean, Do not mention that madwoman. The women of Nine Snake Island are notoriously fearsome. Even Shachi has an ambiguous relationship with Rayleigh. Who knows, she might plead for leniency later. Stussy claimed she would not be a parasite, yet unknowingly found herself standing beside Sean, wielding 2 flintlock pistols. Bullets flew forth as Marines fell, a few beads of sweat glistening on her golden locks. One was the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, the other a beautiful scientist. Sean's response was to keep her at arm's length. Surpassing the limits of life restoration implies that the recovery rate of Zoan types would only accelerate further. A path to survival must be forged. Unbeknownst to him, a group of allies had gathered around. The battlefield was rife with chaos. A surge of aura erupted, and bullets were deflected in every direction. Roger's sword struck at rocks, while Garp seized the moment to launch a punch. Unlike the battle above Onigashima, many participants in this clash had reached their peak strength and condition. This further substantiated the terrifying might of rocks. Sean's punch clashed with someone from the Roger Pirates. Boom. The imposing aura of the latter may appear formidable, yet it pales in comparison when faced with Sean. After all, he possesses the physique of a monster. At the pinnacle of pirate crews, if we consider the likes of Roger, Shanks, and the Straw Hat, one typically encounters a configuration of dual strengths. Beneath them lie several calamity-level commanders, followed by captain-tier individuals. Even the Roger Pirates, at their zenith before being hailed as the Pirate King, were characterized by the formidable duo of Roger and Rayleigh, accompanied by vice-captains like Jabba, Odin, and Barrett. The remaining crew members were predominantly of captain caliber at best. The formidable Sandbell, whom Sean confronts, is a powerful fishman armed with a harpoon, specializing in fishman martial arts and long weapons. With a technique known as fishman karate, 3,000 tile strike, water vapor coalesces around Sandbell's fist. Augmented by his haki, with a sudden explosion, the water vapor and haki detonate simultaneously. Sean, with his fists entwined in purple lightning, strikes with the speed of finger guns and the ferocity of stormy kicks. 300 strikes of purple lightning. Each punch is a conduit for the thread of armed haki within him. However, even with the mastery of the Marine 6 styles and the awakening of life return, to further delve into the depths of armed haki, he must dismantle a new physique that transcends human limitations. Each inch must be explored to the utmost. Only then can haki be summoned. As long as he continues to battle, this is achievable. Sean and the fishman Sandbell engage in a spirited exchange of blows, both relishing the contest. Stussy, sensing the commotion, nearly winces. She never anticipated that Sean would also be a battle enthusiast. Is there truly no one who fights with a gentler spirit? Just as ferocious as Kaido. Dream on. Do you wish for everyone to submit to your every whim? Amidst the combat, the flame flower does not forget to mock an old acquaintance. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kaido landed a blow, creating a massive crater beside Sean. Rising to his feet, he had reverted to his human form. Have you been bested by Bogart? Sean deflected a punch from Sandbell. Upon seeing Kaido, Sandbell grasped his harpoon, preparing to confront the two. Impossible. How could this transpire so swiftly? Kaido, standing tall with a grim expression, retorted, "Do you not know? Fruits can awaken, especially Zoan types, which exhibit unparalleled vitality. You may not feel it now, but once awakened, your recovery speed will be nothing short of miraculous." Saturn, one of the 5 elders, is an awakened Zoan. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Sean immediately grasped their implication. Without rocks to suppress him with the dark fruit, Saturn remained Saturn on the battlefield. The astonished Saturn, one of the 5 elders, opened his eyes wide. Surrounded by hundreds of pirates, he lay on the ground, yet no matter how they slashed or shot at him, his wounds healed at an astonishing pace. Rocks. This sensation of near death is infuriating. The dark fruit should not exist in this world. A dark light enveloped Saturn as he gasped for breath. The hexagram resembled a magical circle, and a sinister glow flickered in his eyes. Anyone he fixed his gaze upon, be they Marines or pirates, became frozen in place. In that moment, as fear was birthed, they all erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The short-distance teleportation magic circle, the demonic aura that immobilizes others, the terrifying gaze that instills dread, the overwhelming recovery ability that heals in an instant. In his bull-headed form, Saturn trembled, not from fear, but from rage. After following him for so long, having been bestowed with this protracted life, he was encountering such devastation for the first time. Without rocks, the blasphemer, and without the weakened capabilities of the dark fruit, he, as one of the 5 elders, would never face defeat. Rocks must die, and God Valley must be obliterated. No one must ever know of this occurrence. Erase this piece of history. Saturn rose, vanishing from the hexagram. When he reappeared, it was deep within God Valley, where the gravely injured Greenbow held 2 treasure chests. Clutching a western sword, he turned to regard the newcomer. Point 2 of the highest-ranking celestial dragons. This hunt, a game of national extinction, had garnered much attention, yet they were severely wounded by a pirate. Such disgrace. If the celestial dragons of the Red Earth continent were to learn that their king had been defeated by the king of the world, what would their sentiments be? Does the Holy Knights still possess the strength to fight? Although Saturn had sustained considerable damage, he still retained some vigor. Of course, Greenbow gritted his teeth. As an elite among the celestial dragons, his blade, enveloped in haki, turned pitch black. Heat breath. A column of fire seared the air as the Azure dragon howled into the valley. Kaido's gaze turned icy as he swiftly transformed into his hybrid form, unleashing a strike. Thunder Bagua. This blow was aimed directly at the barely standing Greenbow. Point 2 losers seeking to snatch victory. In your dreams. Purple lightning heat breath. Another wave of searing flames erupted. Isn't everyone a mythical beast type now? Sean, still exhaling black smoke, shifted into his hybrid form, his fangs clenching as he devoured a piece of roasted beef. A bunch of little devils. Do you truly believe that just because I am injured, you can handle me? Saturn's smile grew sinister. He vowed to make Sean suffer immensely, subjecting him to 1,000 cuts. Let us not speak so harshly. Newcomers must have opportunities to grow. Kurazumi Semimaru emerged from behind Sean. Fingers crossed. A barrier sprouts in midair. Go ahead and unleash your attacks, newcomer. This vast sea is utterly mundane. Hatred, grudges, fate, revenge. One day, we shall plunge the ocean into complete chaos and topple the dynasty of the celestial dragons. Kurazumi Semimaru crossed his fingers, and 2 transparent barriers emerged simultaneously, spreading from beneath his feet. As they approached Sean and Kaido, they formed perfect shields before them. Hey, don't interfere with my battle. Do you wish to die? Kurazumi Semimaru. Kaido roared in fury. He detested interruptions during combat. To grow stronger, one must cherish every opportunity to battle the powerful. Despite being gravely injured by rocks, Greenbow remained formidable, capable of enhancing Kaido's power. If Kurazumi Semimaru were to intervene, the path to strength would be disrupted. It's merely a matter of exchanging blows. While these barriers are useful, I prefer direct combat. The recovery speed of Zoan types is the pinnacle of life. Sean too rejected the assistance of the barriers. What use are they? They merely prevent someone from becoming stronger. Huh? Kurazumi Semimaru laughed heartily. I never claimed I would help you, nor will I obey your commands. Ruthlessly pursuing benefits is my creed in this vast sea. Suddenly, a layer of armed haki enveloped the barrier, transforming it into a barrier fist that charged directly at Greenbow and Saturn. This detestable fruit ability again. Greenbow seethed upon seeing the barrier. Previously, they had been thoroughly beaten by rocks, not only suffering from the encroachment of the dark fruit, but also assisted by the barrier fruit user, Kurazumi Semimaru. This led to their systematic defeat and eventual annihilation. If not for his unparalleled vitality, merely doing a sit-up would be a humiliating tale to tell. Ha ha ha. I relish witnessing your faces, filled with hatred yet unable to kill me. Heighten Kayamaru, as a member of the Heighten clan, has long been adrift overseas. Unlike the Keizuki clan, they place greater faith in the power of the devil fruits. In Wano, these are referred to as sorcery. Used to deceive and intimidate the common folk. Abroad, they are regarded as the very essence of survival. Hence, the siblings chose to consume the mimic and shield fruits. Together, these provide the utmost protection among the Zoan types. The mythical beasts naturally possess the most lives, particularly in the forms of the phoenix and the Yamata no Orochi. Thus, they have tirelessly sought these devil fruits, all in pursuit of reviving the Heighten clan for vengeance. Kaido, Sharn, rocks, regardless of who they are, as long as they can be relied upon, that is enough. Little did anyone anticipate that one sibling would later be slain by Kaido's brutal strike, while the other would perish of old age in Wano. Revenge? Ultimately, it was but a fleeting dream. Bang! Green Saint faced off against Kaido, ever wary of the shield's ambush. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, each use of haki draining his vitality. You still have strength left. Kaido struck the shield with a heavy blow, turning his gaze towards Green Saint. I told you, do not interfere in my battle. Yet, no answer came from Green Saint. A ferocious attack from the ghastly Oni tribe. Haki clashed and intertwined. Kaido sensed that even in his injured state, this red-haired man before him possessed terrifying combat prowess. How boring, Kaido. Heightened Kaiamaru had no intention of being a mere spectator and instead focused on Sharn's battle. Unlike Kaido, whose haki overflowed at a young age, Sharn, being even younger, lacked haki. Instead, he was enveloped in purple lightning, activating his bloodline factors, continuously accelerating and amplifying his explosive power. That look in your eyes is truly loathsome. Satan Saint, upon seeing Sharn, wished nothing more than to carve him into pieces. If it weren't for being restrained by Rock's fruit and subsequently battered by the Rock's pirates, he would never have suffered such a disgraceful downfall. Drawing on the recovery ability of his Zoan form, he rose again, refusing to believe he could not handle a mere trainee crew member. I am one of the 5 elders. Do you know why I am called the God of Science? Satan Saint emphasized God of Science with fervor. Activating his mythical Zoan form, he bore 6 limbs. One hand wielded a staff, the other cloaked in haki, dark as night. His horns were entwined with awakened black flames. Die. With a glare, he sought to obliterate Sharn's consciousness. Generally speaking, his gaze was lethal to anyone it fell upon. In a moment of fearless confrontation, as Sharn met his eyes, spikes emerged from Satan Saint's back. All were formed from the shield, honed to a razor's edge, then covered in haki. Indeed, in the development of their fruit abilities, Heightened Kaiamaru had not wasted the past decades. Blood trickled from his back. Satan Saint glared at Heightened Kaiamaru with gritted teeth. Despicable, that rabble of the Rock's pirates, mere rats in a sewer. Blood continued to cascade from the spikes. He stepped forward, his back wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, his palm transformed into sharp claws aimed at Sharn. The other hand gripped the staff, launching a distant attack at Heightened Kaiamaru. Sharn, Heightened Kaiamaru, Satan Saint roared, astonished that he, a noble elder, at the pinnacle of visible power, was being so brutally humiliated by a band of pirates. Without haki, your physical strength is inferior to mine. Sharn observed this scene keenly, analyzing the situation with calm. Indeed, Satan Saint's fruit granted him extraordinary healing speed. Yet his physical strength did not surpass that of the Azure dragon form. Much like the Phoenix form, as long as one could endure the pain, any lost parts could be restored. The Yamada no Orochi form could regrow heads unless completely eradicated in one blow. Mythical Zoans were remarkably unique, rivaling Paramecia. Correspondingly, the Ushioni form boasted rapid healing, while the Azure dragon form featured defensive scales of dragon skin. Sharn also admired the impact of the Great Buddha form shockwaves, which profoundly affected the psyche. Boom! Thoughts swirled in his mind as the moment grew critical. Sharn, too, leaped with 5 fingers extended in his human beast form. His dragon tail swung fiercely. He employed moonwalk and shave to accelerate, launching a direct attack with his finger gun while the Gale Foot summoned purple lightning. What exactly is haki? Awaken me. Sharn confronted Satan Saint's haki directly. Yet, just before their fingers could collide, an invisible force, roughly 3 feet away, intercepted Sharn's purple lightning and finger gun. It was advanced Busashoka haki, exhibiting the technique of flowing cherry blossoms. This ranged attack could strike the inner body directly. Crack! Sharn channeled all his strength and electricity into his fingertips, combining them with his sharp claws, sharp enough to pierce through steel alloys. Yet, before Satan Saint's hand, it appeared utterly ineffectual. The 5 elders were all renowned as the gods of war. Fool! Satan Saint laughed heartily, simultaneously thrusting his staff towards Heightened Kaiamaru. And you, do not think you can evade just because you have a shield. Boom! The staff struck the shield, yet the haki passed through the it pierced through the shield, as if gliding across skin. Heightened Kaiamaru, however, wore a smile. Apologies, but my fruit development is quite advanced. At a distance of less than a meter, yet another shield arose. This one blocked the incoming haki. He. Never underestimate a fruit user. Celestial Dragon. Heightened Kaiamaru rejoiced. The 5 elders and the Knights of God had all been severely wounded by rocks, with Sharn and Kaido, 2 grotesque monsters with formidable physical enhancements. Closing in, what was there to fear as the shield fruit user? Bang! Sharn clashed his purple lightning with Hakai's internal damage coursed through his body. The repulsion propelled him swiftly backward. Boom! Rocks shattered in response. Sharn landed on the edge of the valley, launching himself forward once more. Despite coughing up blood, a smile grew on his face. I thought I might die. Unexpectedly. You are so wounded. Your power has waned. Sounds of his bones mending echoed within him. His internal injuries healed rapidly. Had Satan Saint been at his peak, this strike would have been akin to Luffy's first encounter with Kaido's Thunder Bagua. What are you saying? Satan Saint's face twitched. Indeed, He was wounded severely in his current state. He was no match for Rocks, Whitebeard, or their full might. Yet, facing a newcomer like Sharn, whom he had failed to kill even after 3 encounters, his fury surged even more fiercely. I genuinely wish to see if I can peel back the layers and awaken Haki. Sharn straightened his back, electricity coursing through him once more. His black hair tangled, partially obscuring his dragon horns, while beneath the dark dragon scales lay sharp claws. With a flick of his dragon tail, he sought to channel his finger gun and electricity. Galefoot, tail piercer. He struck again. Enduring the excruciating pain and injuries, confronting his formidable foe, Sharn had but one goal: to extract that hidden thread of Haki within him. After that, he would rise again, no matter how many times he fell. A doubly mutated human body, enhanced by the bloodline factor of the Fur tribe, surpassing limits through the rigorous training of the Marine 6 styles, the desperate augmentation of the mythical Zoan devil fruit. 4-fold enhancements forged Sharn into a devilish form. I have already foreseen your demise. Satan Saint could hardly believe there would be a first, a second, and then a third. Finger gun, purple lightning, 6-fold barrage, just as his tail struck Satan Saint. Sharn spat blood, his head, limbs, and dragon tail attacking simultaneously. It was as if an electric capacitor was furiously surging with electricity. You are nothing but a despicable creature, courting death. Satan Saint, too, aimed for Sharn's heart. His strikes fast enough to leave after images. Before Sharn, the world faded into emptiness. Within him, a thin thread lay, too frail to glimpse. Yet with every desperate excavation, it drew ever closer. I will absolutely not die. Sharn remained oblivious to the number of attacks that had missed their mark, nor was he aware of how many times he had been struck. Nevertheless, the blood that flowed from his mouth showed no signs of abating. The sensation of pain had faded, as it had surpassed the threshold of his perception, rendering the very definition of pain meaningless, unless a force transcended the realm of mental awareness and reached the soul itself. Each strike he delivered was a breakthrough into the realm of death. Sharn wielded his fingers with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. The electric energy that erupted from his fingertips could shatter the wooden planks of a ship from afar. Were it a human body, it would be pierced, leaving behind gaping wounds. Every time Sharn evaded an attack, it was solely through his keen perception and speed. If he could chart a path with paper, he would contort his very form to escape. When evasion proved impossible, he would augment his human shape with the resilience of iron. Gradually, perhaps due to excessive use or reaching yet another critical juncture, Sharn's finger strikes not only bore the attributes of a tempest, but also carried the hardness of iron. Bang! In that moment, Sharn truly transformed into an electric gun that bombarded relentlessly, despite the necessity of gritting his teeth. Blood seeping from his wounds, and his body trembling uncontrollably, any relaxation of his mental fortitude would instantly revert him to his human form. You little brat, do you think you can still provoke me? I am one of the 5 elders. Satan Saint harbored an intense loathing for pirates, particularly those driven by ambition, who followed ancient wills. If they were merely adventurers pursuing freedom, it would be of little concern. The true terror lay with those like Joy Boy, who aimed to challenge the very fabric of the world. The existence of such individuals, even in their words and deeds, posed a significant threat to this world. They could scarcely be deemed pirates. They resembled a band of lunatics, a group so oblivious to their own insignificance that they attempted to touch the sky from the depths of the sea. You have no comprehension of the vast chasm that separates you from the world's pinnacle of power. Even if you transcend the limits of the human body, even if you possess a mythical Zoan devil fruit, even if you attack with reckless abandon, you remain merely a somewhat formidable monster, devoid of Haki. You do not even possess the qualification to injure me. Satan Saint's body was riddled with wounds, yet they healed at a visible rate. Compared to the human form, the terrifying might of Haki was embodied in the being known as Green Saint. The true horror lay with Satan Saint, who had developed his devil fruit to its utmost limits, granting him an almost immortal existence. For even the mightiest wielder of Haki must eventually face the inevitabilities of aging and declining stamina. The likes of Rayleigh and Garp are no exception. Only with the devil fruit that bestows immense vitality could they maintain their peak for an extended period, unlike Kaido and Big Mom, who have no such concerns. Even as they age, their state remains unblemished, for their fruits compensate for the passage of time. Sharn continued his relentless assault. The words that echoed in his ears were not those of mockery from Satan Saint, but rather the flow of blood within him, the respiration of his cells. Haki, indeed. Without Haki, one cannot possibly ascend to higher echelons upon the sea. The true strong ones, particularly those capable of wielding Zoan-type devil fruits, possess a recovery rate akin to that of an indestructible cockroach. Some even possess unique bloodline factors. Charlotte Lean's iron balloons, Kaido's immortal dragon scales, Satan Saint's super healing speed, and later, Marco's phoenix flames. How could one make them taste the bitterness of death? To breach their defenses and disregard the speed of their super healing, one must possess formidable haki to inflict genuine harm. The terrifying truth is that to reach such heights, one must develop their armament haki to an advanced level and master sophisticated techniques. Sharn was acutely aware, not to mention the combination of advanced haki and techniques. He had yet to master even the most fundamental haki. The journey from awakening armament haki to mastering its hardening technique, and then extending it to an all-encompassing application, requires an extensive amount of time and combat experience to achieve. And this is merely within the realm of ordinary armament haki. What others deem ordinary or advanced feels leagues apart from me. To progress further, one must at least take that first step. Haki lies dormant within the human body, representing potential, essence. Yet, nearly awakening haki is a challenge that eludes the vast majority for their entire lives. By the time one ages and their physical condition deteriorates, awakening haki becomes an impossibility, leaving no time for further development. Youth is the prime opportunity for awakening haki, and I am in the prime of my youth. Sharn's fingertips darted forward, purple lightning dancing like arcs that it felt as though a thread within his heart was pulling, continuously infusing energy into his bones, organs, skin, and flesh. Come forth. Haki. Sharn thrust once more. The enemy before him revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Swish. Advanced armament haki enveloped his chest, thwarting Sharn's strike. Your body is remarkably strong. Those dragon scales can withstand even ordinary haki's assault. Fortunately, I can easily overcome that. Satan Saint plunged his staff into the ground. As the stone shattered, his other hand morphed into a claw, entwined with advanced armament haki, forming yet another invisible barrier in the air. You are woefully inadequate. Haki demands not only potential but also bloodline. The celestial dragons are the gods who created this world. Each elite celestial dragon descends from true kings. We possess noble blood within us. Your potential, at best, can only reach the starting point of our bloodline's innate gifts. Satan Saint's 5 fingers pierced forward, conjuring pale black flames. Pain surged through Sharn's fingertips, even fracturing his bones. The defense of advanced armament haki was insurmountably strong. It could deflect all purple lightning and finger strikes from afar. The disparity in power was not merely of 2 different tiers. The figure before him, one of the 5 elders, not only possessed an awakened fruit, but also wielded advanced haki and countless battle experiences. To think that Sharn could bridge this gap with sheer recklessness would be to underestimate the centuries of mastery that Satan Saint had acquired. I have slain far too many fools like you. Whoosh! The 5 fingers of black flame seared, akin to the scythe of death. Sharn clenched his fist, transforming his finger strike into a punch. Deep within his heart, that thread had reached the surface of his skin. Where his gaze fell, even a thin layer served as proof of the human potential. What are you saying? My limit is your starting point. Everyone has a day when they awaken haki. Do you dare say such things? This punch is my starting point. The pinnacle of the sea. I have taken my first step. Sharn's voice was hoarse at this moment. An invisible aura flowed around his fist, yet it had not yet reached the level of armament haki hardening. Nonetheless, it was the most powerful strike. Bang! The simplest manifestation of armament haki brushed against the advanced haki. Not even that layer of invisible barrier's defense was breached. Sharn's smile widened, unable to contain his joy. No wonder those fighters always shouted during battle. It was exhilarating. Whoosh! Satan Saint's dark gaze bore into Sharn until his 5 fingers pierced into Sharn's side. Bull demon. 5-finger flame soul. Whoosh! Blood splattered. Sharn was sent hurtling sideways into the depths of the valley. The pain transcended the realm of nerve perception, striking directly at his soul, forcing him to grit his teeth in agony once more. Boom! A massive crater was formed in the valley. Sharn sank within. Feeling as if every part of his body throbbed with excruciating pain, his beastly form reverted to his human state. The ecstasy of awakening haki for the first time intertwined with the agony of being gravely injured. Simple breaths became futile. Through Sharn's blurred vision, a white fog enveloped him, rendering everything indistinct. His consciousness gradually faded, yet a figure lifted him up. Stussy, you wretched traitor, how dare you save someone? A fiery blossom kicked a marine away. The tail of the flower snake shielded him, blocking a hail of gunfire. This lad possesses the perfect physique for experimentation. Stussy carried Sharn on her back, her golden hair brushing against his cheek. Bang! Just as the three were about to depart, a hand enveloped in hockey pierced through the spot where Sharn had just been. Who dares to interfere in my battle? Satan Saint bellowed, pursuing them. A barrier instinctively formed before him. The captain mentioned this lad is an intern. He still holds value. Black Charcoal Cicada Maru strikes once more. The Rocks pirates prioritize profit above all else. Stussy, endowed with scientific knowledge, acknowledges the value of Sharn's experiments. Black Charcoal Cicada Maru, seeking vengeance against the Kazuki clan, also perceives Sharn's combat prowess and potential as sufficient reason to seize the opportunity. You cannot escape. Satan Saint bears numerous injuries, most of which appear to have healed on the surface, yet traces of blood remain. His sluggish body and weary form serve as testament to his condition. Even a Zoan-type awakened user has their limits. He is indeed far from his prime and requires time to recuperate. Just as he pursues his target, the barrier vanishes in an instant. A man with flowing hair appears in the valley. The sight of this man leaves both Green Goose Saint and Satan Saint momentarily stunned. Go, Kaido. In an almost instantaneous moment, Lin, riding the thundercloud, seizes the opportunity to lift the injured Kaido. Rocks, Satan Saint, and Green Goose Saint clench their teeth upon seeing him. Yet they quickly regain their composure. Impossible. Rocks is fighting fiercely in the distance. How could he appear here suddenly? Huh? Fool. Have you wet your pants, Satan? The witch-like Black Charcoal Cicada transforms back to her original form, infuriating Satan Saint, who retaliates with a thrust. Green Goose Saint also rushes in with a slashing strike. Sister, this is not the time to take risks. Black Charcoal Cicada Maru uses a dual barrier to block the attacks. The siblings simultaneously emit a series of chuckles. Quickly retreat. The Rocks pirates are all madmen. Satan Saint roars to the heavens, nearly driven to madness. Sharn, wake up. The flame flower's serpent ensnares Sharn. Stussy, lurking in the corner, wears a sly grin. She casually places her flintlock pistol onto her leather belt, adorned with a hat befitting a leisurely stroll through the market. From a pocket at her waist, she retrieves a vial of reagent. As a genetically modified individual possessing the lineage factor of Whitebeard II, Stussy, a self-altered clone, has become a ruler of the dark underworld and a member of CP0, also one of the lab members before Vegapunk's rise to fame. At this moment, she has already devised numerous potions with her keen intellect, instinctively seeking the essence of life. In this era, O'Hara, a symbol of wisdom, has yet to be destroyed. The windless zone remains untraversable. Knowledge and technology are simultaneously shackled, awaiting the awakening of humanity that has lain dormant for 8 centuries. Once Dr. Clover deciphers the true history and uncovers the blanks of history. And when the Brain Fruit user Vegapunk replicates ancient technology to seek the truth, the wisdom of humanity will clash. Until then, every subsequent madman is merely a fervent scientist at heart. Sharn, with your body, you should be able to withstand my reagent. Stussy muses, excitement evident in her voice. Kaido and Whitebeard have always disagreed. Otherwise, I would have truly considered them as test subjects. However, I did manage to collect a strand of Whitebeard's hair. Success will be inevitable, won't it? Every endeavor has its beginning. Just like you, the reagent Stussy holds shimmers with a faint purple hue. Within, something unknown stirs. The flame flower casts a displeased glance at her. Could you hurry up? You might as well poison him. Upon hearing the flame flower's words, Stussy promptly pours the pale purple reagent onto Sharn's wound. Taking advantage of an unguarded moment is quite impolite. Sharn, you should be careful, the flame flower elegantly remarks. The potion swiftly permeates the bloodstream, rapidly reaching the organs. For a being like Sharn, failing to conduct an experiment at this juncture would mean a lost opportunity. Sharn keeps his eyes wide open, devoid of focus, yet his inner consciousness struggles to awaken from the white mist. The wound heals rapidly, the pale purple potion intertwining to form new, obsidian dragon scales that Sharn's broken fingers twist back into place. Returning to normalcy, his entire body trembles, vitality surging forth. I have always wondered, what is the limit of human potential? To acquire more test subjects and to discover the answer to eternal youth, I joined the Rocks pirates. Lin, Kaido, they are all anomalies, even possessing traits of certain devil fruits that I continuously conduct experiments, striving to find commonalities between humans and devil fruits. Perhaps this answer will take a long time to decipher. But before that, I have begun to seek the possibility of unleashing extreme combat power through overload. This potion is an extreme stimulant, infused with super antibiotics, as long as one can endure its effects. It can trigger hormones, block toxins, and accelerate healing. The cost? Only one. Constant combat. Stussy's eyes gleam enticingly, yet regretfully, Sharn's waist injury has healed. Steam rises from his body, a sign of cells engaged in fierce battle, indicating the potion's effect is continuously at play. This also suggests that unless Sharn suffers another grievous injury, conducting further experiments will be quite challenging. Crack. The sounds of bones grinding echoed as Sharn's eyes transition from a white mist to blinding sunlight. As his body heals, cellular activity significantly increases. Roar. The black-scaled dragon bellows skyward. As he regains consciousness, an intense desire to fight surges within him. Purple lightning storm. The air spins at high speed. Heat exhaled morphs into colossal columns of flame capable of shattering mountains. Purple lightning entwines with turbulent winds, forming a frenzied pillar of energy. Satan Saint emerges from the valley. The hexagram vanishes from the ruins. He stands at the heart of the battlefield alongside Green Goose Saint. Facing Sharn's onslaught. How does that guy still have strength left? Kaido lies atop the thundercloud Zeus. Lin, too, gazes at the sky in astonishment, completely unprepared for Sharn's immense potential. Let us go take a look. That young man is still quite unruly. Yet he could become my right-hand man. Just like you. Charlotte Linlin dreams of simultaneously possessing the formidable powers of both Sharn and Kaido, unaware that both have long since planned to establish their own dominion. Sharn will be with me. Kaido envisions making Sharn his first mate, sailing across the seas. Once Rock succeeds in this endeavor, the two will join forces to dominate the world. Is that so? That would be splendid. Linlin's heart swells with joy upon hearing this, thinking the plan is entirely feasible. Flames scorch the air while illuminating the ruins within the canyon. The battlefield, forged from the bodies of civilians and slaves hunted by the celestial dragons, seems to speak of the world's injustices. The celestial dragons relish erasing everything, keeping humanity ignorant, believing they can forever acknowledge history. But that is impossible. More than a decade ago, some began publishing newspapers, even aspiring to make them popular worldwide. Yet, this plan was always deemed a fool's dream. Recently, however, it has started to take shape. The future news mogul Morgans is just 15 years old and poised to adapt to the times, using newspapers to disseminate information worldwide. Before this, the most comprehensive intelligence was held by the celestial dragons of CP9 and CP0, along with the Navy under their command. From this point onward, not only will Morgans rise to gradually become the sovereign of news in the dark world, but various formidable factions shall also cultivate their own intelligence agencies. The celestial dragons, who once fancied themselves capable of erasing all traces of existence from history, shall find their delusions relentlessly dismantled. At the very least, the Rock's pirates have achieved this, for even in the wake of their captain's demise, the remnants of the Rock's crew have instilled fear across the seas for decades. Saint Satan. Shan has also become a remnant of the bygone era. Prior to this, Shan was merely a novice among pirates, destined to become the future overlord of the seas. The roars have yet to cease. A scorching wave sweeps through God Valley. As searing flames bombard the arms of Saint Satan, he did not anticipate Shan's life force to be so resilient, nor did he foresee that a fledgling with newfound fruit abilities could endure to this moment. This sensation is utterly repugnant. The more formidable the vitality, the more it evokes memories of an odious figure. Joy Boy. The relentless barrage of energy continues, illuminating the canyon where severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered. Countless eyes have been blinded, and untold flesh is rendered unrecognizable. Before being trampled by the celestial dragons, they were once each other's family, lovers, kin, and friends. The flames elevate the temperature of the AI. It is evident that the malevolent pirates are assaulting the demonic beasts. Yet they bestow upon them the only light in death, divine slash. Upon witnessing this scene, St. Greenka felt a surge of revulsion. Drawing his rapier, he executed a strike mid-air. This sword of yours is due for a replacement. Bang! He grasped the blade, and its surface rapidly petrified. Following the arrival of the assailant's strike, he forcefully shattered it. What mastery of swordsmanship! One must first inquire of the king of the world. Locks, with his hair billowing, could no longer discern whether the darkness or the aura enveloped his fist. Boom! A punch hurtled towards St. Greenka's visage. Get out of my way! Locks. This time, it was not just the 5 elders or the knights of God who called his name, but also the marine headquarters and the Roger pirates. The captain, known as the most reckless of them all, turned to gaze at the colossal dragon in the sky. Illuminate this canyon, for it is far too dark. Why is it called God Valley? The divine is not noble. The Grand Line has a devil's town, far more cheerful than this place. Locks erupted in darkness, his very being pulling the entire God Valley towards him. He resembled a human black hole, wildly tearing apart all in his path. The darkness spread, boundless and infinite. Sean's gaze fixed upon Locke's silhouette, and a singular frenzied thought surged within him. He must be more malevolent than the celestial dragons. Petty skirmishes hold no significance in this world. Locke extended his arms, laughing uproariously. Remember this, you inexperienced youngsters, you self-righteous marines, celestial dragons. The moment madness erupted, none who had ever set foot here would forget it. Regardless of where they may find themselves, my will shall endure eternally, and I shall stand triumphantly atop the world, since your justice is dictated by the celestial dragons, allowing this world to descend into chaos. Let the world become utterly mad and disordered. Create a new world devoid of order, devoid of marines, devoid of celestial dragons, where everyone is a pirate. You shall all perish here, using God Valley as your grave. Locke laughed heartily, emitting a sound akin to dark rumination. People gazed up at him in horror, even forgetting to breathe. To offend such a monster, any beautiful world would inevitably cease to exist. Locke's Steelbone Kong stood at the forefront. Alongside Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and the veteran marines of this generation, the five elders, Saint Satan and Knight Greenku, were both still nursing their injuries. Yet the Rocks pirates, in their prime, remained a force to be reckoned with. The same tiered powerhouses were countered by Locke's fruit abilities, while others had not yet ascended to that level. The battlefield, due to Locke's presence, forcibly delineated tiers of strength. Thus, ordinary marine soldiers could only stand in despair at God Valley. Weeping, they lacked even the qualifications to strike at these legends. Their area of effect destructive fruit abilities, capable of sweeping through thousands, were all fatal to ordinary folk. Locke was undeniably the strongest force in this place. Do not even think of disrupting the peace of this world. Steelbone Kong roared, his fist hammering the ground, transforming into a diamond form. His aura enveloped him, turning pitch black. Blood-red light flickered in his eyes. As the current Marine Admiral, he was the most powerful in this generation. If even he were to falter, hope would be entirely extinguished. Aerial explosion diamond. Steelbone Kong stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled him into the air. His muscles curved into sharp lines, each contour distinct. Darkness spread, threatening to engulf God Valley. Wounded Marines fell to the ground, helplessly gazing skyward like slaves. They all yearned for salvation. Countless times, Steelbone Kong had been the formidable backbone of the Marines. He was powerful, fearless, and righteous. This time was also seen as a heroic moment. Miracles do not arrive on command. If you ask where my confidence stems from, the answer is self-evident. My mastery of hockey and martial arts is unmatched. How many among you can face me head-on? In terms of fruit abilities, any capable user is inherently countered by me. Mere subordinates. I am the king of the world, the mightiest man beneath heaven and earth. Locke slammed his fists together. The members of the Rocks pirates, shrouded in darkness, felt a tremor of shock. The strongest man. Although Whitebeard felt pride within, he could not deny that Locke indeed surpassed him and the Golden Lion. The strongest beneath heaven and earth. Kaido breathed heavily, having forgotten the black dragon shone swirling above. He could only remember this title. The strongest of the era had gathered here. Who could possibly possess the strength to deny Locke's might? This madman, his ambitions are too great. I merely wish to become the king of the seas. Linlin could not help but scoff, her heart ablaze as she stood atop the thunderclouds. Newgate, aren't you thankful for me? The Golden Lion stood upon a massive boulder. Whitebeard, who was being propped up, looked at him with disdain. Stussy seized the opportunity to perch on Newgate's shoulder. The island-shaped king hurriedly released the power of the island fruit. Captain John tugged at Sean's dragon whiskers while nonchalantly sipping his drink. Hey, John, the captain is about to make his move, Silver Axe shouted, gripping John's ankle. At that moment, all members of the Rocks pirates widened their eyes. They understood that success was no longer a mere step away. It was within arm's reach. Gulp. I know. John drunkenly surveyed the ground below. The Kurizumi siblings hid behind a barrier, their eyes aflame. Should Locke succeed, they would no longer need to plot revenge meticulously. When the world descends into chaos, they too could directly obtain immense power from the Rocks pirates. They would trample the Kazuki clan. Any schemes or tricks would pale before absolute strength. Ha ha ha. Defeat Steelbone Kong. In his era, Captain. Do not overlook these Marines. Locks. The pirates cried out. The seas roared with excitement. The pirate crews subjugated by Hive Island numbered in the hundreds. Their ships circled God Valley. And although they were but cannon fodder, they celebrated the dawn of a new era. The Marines arrived aboard warships of the old era, without obtaining Vegapunk Seastone technology that could no longer easily navigate the comm belt. Yet they still established branches across the globe, possessing the most comprehensive intelligence and supplies. Before locks, the seas were quite chaotic, but never had anyone managed to directly contend with the Marine headquarters. The confluence of all individuals is indeed the most formidable power. Even a chaotic order is inherently malevolent. The Marines stand at the bow of the ship, fear surging within them at this moment. Darkness envelopes the Valley of the Gods. From the vantage point of the sea's surface, it appears as though the very earth is being consumed from all directions. The abyss yawns wide, a gaping maw threatening to devour the sky itself. The last ray of hope is Steelbone Kong. Marshal Steelbone Kong. A miracle must be wrought. Justice must never succumb to the pirates. The Marines cry out, their hearts clinging to this final shred of belief. Adrift upon the ocean, a solitary vessel departs from this place. The man aboard has already made a name for himself in this era, yet he resolutely refuses to join the Rocks pirates. He is a lone wolf, mistrustful of all. Possessing remarkable observation hockey and exceptional swordsmanship, he is 38 years away from consuming the vampire form devil fruit, known as the Solitary Red. Is this all your might? Steelbone Kong. The ship of the Solitary Red is the only one among countless pirate vessels that turns back. Regardless of whose era is to follow, it is of no concern to him. In every age, there exists someone who stands in stark contrast to the world. Boom! The Valley of the Gods. Darkness closes in entirely. Rocks cackles maniacally, delivering a powerful punch to Steelbone Kong's visage. The dark fruit erodes his entire being, directly impacting his lineage factors. Yet Steelbone Kong's formidable hockey endeavors to counteract this fruit's power. You possess hockey, do I not? Rocks retaliates with a flying kick. Landing upon Steelbone Kong, his chest turns to stone. Hockey surges toward his very essence. Conqueror's hockey entwines. Boom! Steelbone Kong responds with his own armament hockey from a distance. The two collide. The shockwave reverberates throughout the valley. Unlike Rock's madness, Steelbone Kong simultaneously defends against the eroding dark fruit while remaining wary of the petrifying sweet fruit, all while contending with attacks bolstered by Conqueror's hockey. A moment's lapse could spell total defeat. Kong, the justice behind you has been consumed by darkness. With this single utterance, Rocks ignites the terror within Steelbone Kong's heart. Silence descends. No sound traverses the darkness. Those Marines, the new recruits they trained, all have vanished. Steelbone Kong's observation hockey yields but a fleeting concern, leading to perceptual distortion. Darkness encroaches. Accompanied by the simultaneous assault of petrification, his lineage factors are suppressed and his physical condition deteriorates. A layer of stone emerges upon his surface. Rock's fist follows swiftly. Hesitation leads to downfall. Bang! Steelbone Kong spews blood. Propelled several feet into the air, he transforms into his human form, plummeting from the heights. Blood continues to spill from his mouth, his will swiftly fading. Before his vision dims, he glimpses Rock seizing the last vestige of darkness. Splash! The Valley of the Gods is utterly shrouded in darkness. Above the firmament, Sean breathes heavily, steam rising from his nostrils that he gazes down upon the earth. The midday sun beams down upon the land, yet it merely grazes the Valley of the Gods. The divine declares this place devoid of life. Darkness descends. Rock's fist crashes into the realm of shadows. This immense silhouette rapidly expands, then begins to coalesce at an alarming rate, until, at a certain moment, it begins to collapse, revealing horrifying fissures. White light emerges from the darkness. Yet it is not the power of any individual fruit. It is Rock's fruit. Light born from darkness heralds the arrival of a new era. Sean witnesses an abundance of monsters and aberrations today. John, draped in Sean's dragon whiskers, marvels at the spectacle. Fascinating. John delights in this aesthetic. The captain is utterly mad. Silver Axe is drenched in sweat, while Wang Ji feels a sense of relief from near disaster. Had he maintained the previous state of merging the entire island, he would have perished at the hands of Rock's assault. In the sky, Whitebeard and Golden Lion remain silent, contemplating how they would fare under such a blow. Ling Ling feels uneasy. She despises this fruit's power. The darkness always instills a sense of dread in those who wield it. Fortunately, her inherently mutated physique remains unchanged, even if her lineage factors are diminished. The development of the devil fruit is truly astounding. It is as miraculous as hockey lying dormant within humanity. This wondrous phenomenon must surely be related to some intrinsic quality of the human body. Stussy calculates in her mind. She feels that hockey, devil fruits, and humanity must possess some interrelated essence. What could it be? Talent? Or perhaps bloodline? Is there anyone still alive? Sean is well aware that Roger and Garp have not perished. Yet Rock's strike is too shocking, merging elements and hockey. Evoking a visceral sense of dread, T.O. insists that nothing is amiss would be to underestimate the strongest of the era. There will always be some fortunate souls. Rox returns to the ground, standing amidst the ruins. What meets the eye are shattered statues, remnants of those who were petrified before the full utilization of the dark fruit. Some have collapsed, losing consciousness before being turned to stone, indicating they were defeated by the dark fruit first. As the darkness recedes, light once more envelopes the Valley of the Gods. Pirate ships and naval vessels dock. Yet the cries of battle have fallen silent, for no one knows whether their adversaries still exist. Rock steps upon a stone statue, his gaze surveying all. He regards the people before him with a hint of disdain. Truly, there are always those who presume themselves capable of creating miracles, not dead. It seems you are not fruit users after all, but you are close enough. What strength remains to continue fighting? Rock scrutinizes the young man before him. Naturally, he is merely young in comparison to both him and Steelbone Kong. The strongest force of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, has already fallen. They are all wounded, mere remnants of their former selves. They cannot even be considered a worthy opponent. Sengoku, newly appointed as admiral, suffers from grave injuries due to being a fruit user. Supported by Zifa, he coldly gazes at Rox. Not far away, several pirates still clutch their swords, gasping for breath. Aside from them, all pirate fodder and ordinary marines have been defeated. Boom. The entirety of the Rock's pirates descends. Although a day and night of battle has taken its toll on them, they are far from easily vanquished. The Rock's pirates consist only of crew members and trainees. The pirates and marines standing at the port's edge hesitate to advance. They witness the lifeless bodies, the shattered statues, trembling with fear. Despair swiftly consumes the fighting spirit of all that we have lost. Justice has succumbed to the malevolent Rock's pirates. At this rate, there is no hope. All will be swallowed by darkness, becoming rubble, becoming corpses. The Marines feel despair filling their hearts. Although the pirate reinforcements are terrified and dare not approach the battlefield, they are elated. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I have heard Marines weeping. Where is your justice? Come on. We of the Rock's pirates are so afraid. Destruction is the ultimate truth of all. Welcome to become pirates. Join the pirate paradise. The pirates cheer and revel, yet remain rooted in place. That alone suffices. Approaching the heart of war is a death sentence. Each of those still standing is a monster. A single move could endanger their lives. The Valley of the Gods is devoid of civilians and slaves. Aside from those who will become legendary pirates and marines in the future, there are hardly any living souls remaining. The houses lie in ruins, and the corpses are part of the debris. Just as everyone holds their breath, a fellow fruit user, protected by Garp, becomes flustered. Garp? She discovered that Kapu lay motionless on the ground, sprawled in a large letter T with his eyes closed beside him. Equally positioned was Roger, his face obscured by a straw hat. Roger, the sight of the two in such a state made Rayleigh frown. They were deeply concerned for their friends. They were the last glimmer of hope. Soon, the West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, East Sea, the Grand Line, the New World, and ultimately the Red Continent would be consumed. Our footprints shall tread upon every corner of the world, until the world is utterly engulfed in despair and madness. All shall become pirates. As Rox chuckled, his formidable aura enveloped his fist once more. Yet, a weary figure rose to his feet. He had lived for a long time, always with an air of arrogance. Dragging his exhausted body before Rox, he thrust his cane toward him, seemingly striving to preserve his last vestige of dignity. Saint Gingu, Saint Satan shouted, glaring fiercely at Rock's 0.5 elders. Rox swiftly seized the cane, petrifying it instantly. The darkness beneath him surged forward, consuming Saint Satan, his fists entwined with the Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Divine slash. Saint Gingu unleashed his final strike. They were determined to defend the pride of the celestial dragons. We are the gods who create the world. You despicable pirate, cursed D. Rox seized Saint Gingu's cane, driving it into his heart. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, yet he continued to struggle and curse. Saint Gingu's sword was no longer at its peak. Rox grasped it with one hand, swiftly choking him with dark water. In that instant, his haki erupted. God, it cannot be more noble than a human. Rox unleashed his haki in a frenzied release, overwhelming the heavily wounded Saint Satan, rendering him incapacitated. The relentless tide of haki surged forth, transforming into a dark deluge. Saint Gingu attempted to counter with his dark red conqueror's haki, but he was suppressed by Rock's overwhelming pressure until he fell into unconsciousness. Why should the world of humanity require the existence of gods? Absurd. Rox unleashed the full force of his haki. The dark tide morphed into a monstrous flood, wreaking havoc upon God Valley. The pirates who had just landed on the shore and the marines were instantly knocked out. Sengoku struggled to breathe, attempting to resist with his conqueror's haki. Rayleigh stood at the forefront, also unleashing his conqueror's haki in a fierce assault. Yet Rock stood as an imposing mountain. They were merely the ravines at its base, utterly incapable of contending with him. In contrast, the members of the Rock's pirates were filled with trepidation. They had fought for an entire day and night, and were utterly exhausted. The king of the world still possessed the strength for battle. Sharn felt the mightiest conqueror's haki of this era resonate within him. As if a beast stirred inside his being. It was not fear, but exhilaration. The powerful allies around him stood firm, using their haki to shield themselves from Rock's onslaught. Sharn maintained his heightened state with the beast human form and Stussy's potion. His faint haki flickered like distant stars. Whitebeard formed a shield with his haki and the tremor fruit's power. Gold Lion constructed a towering wall from massive rocks. However, Rox continued to assault with his haki, determined to shatter everyone's hope completely. At that moment, despair no longer belonged solely to the ordinary marines. When Rox stood atop Saint Satan's back, his hair swirling like serpents, even the admirals felt a sense of hopelessness. They had not perished. Sharn combined his haki with the purple lightning, using his formidable physique to resist. He still had to rely on Whitebeard's defense. Just like Stussy. It was evident how desperate Roger's crew and the Navy headquarters were. In this dire situation, Rock's gaze shifted. Soon, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Rayleigh, and Sengoku all altered their expressions. Roger had not died. Lingling was seething, wishing to deliver a finishing blow. Kapu was moving. Wangji, having taken a few punches during the chaos, recalled this moment. Kaido, also a rookie crew member, looked at Sharn in astonishment. You have awakened your haki. Just as you said, I grasped that thread within the human body. As Sharn spoke, someone erupted into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. What do you mean by dominating the world? The battle has only just begun. Kapu trembled, his haki at the pinnacle of his life. In his 30s, having endured many trials at sea, he had undergone transformation after transformation. His fists, once relying solely on haki, had shattered dilapidated ships. Every breath he took proclaimed to the world that hope still existed. Was it merely an empty defeat? Did one truly feel completely devoid of hope? A bunch of fools who stood for justice in their youth. There would always be young Marines. Hope must be forged by the young. Kapu slammed his hand on the ground and rose with determination. His entire body trembled, pushing his haki to its limits. One day, when I become an old man, that hope must be passed on to the younger generation. Now is the perfect moment to create hope. My iron fists are indomitable. Boom! Kapu stood tall, his haki roaring. His short hair, already standing on end, now floated alongside the rising sand. With a swift motion, Kapu grinned, his haki clashing fiercely with Rock's domineering conqueror's haki. Rocks, do not underestimate justice. Boom! For the first time, a haki emerged that surprised Rox. He had thought this battlefield was entirely in the hands of the Rock's pirates. Yet Kapu had burst forth like a reckless youth. A mere vice admiral, and yet so audacious. Kapu, Rox was undoubtedly aware of Rock's strength. But so what? He was still inferior. He could still mock and taunt. Hey, Roger, are you still planning to sleep in? Kapu ignored Rock's taunts and turned to Roger. The straw hat still covered his face. In the prime of his youth, free from sickness, he laughed boisterously. Ha! Kapu! Rayleigh, are you ready? This world shall welcome a new era. Many years from now, people will remember the name Roger. He laughed heartily, even lying on the ground, his formidable haki erupting like shockwaves. Rocks. Roger's furious roar sent tremors through the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Lingling, Kaido, Sharn. Later, all the legendary pirates would gaze upon the man before them. He proudly donned his straw hat, casually unsheathing the famed sword ace. His nonchalant demeanor was unforgettable. Zifa, who had devoted his life to not killing admirals, had spent decades before encountering a pirate as remarkable as Roger. The three legendary figures of the same era were both enemies and allies with him. The new four emperors, 38 years later, would all look to him as their benchmark. This man had already gained renown in this moment. Yet the sea had yet to fully engrave Roger's name. Rock's pirates, Pirate Paradise Hakanosu, the king of the world, Rocks. Each of his titles overshadowed Roger's fame. Before this sword was drawn, the world remained unaware of why even the gods would retreat. After this sword was drawn, if one were not at their peak, they would have no qualification to draw their blade. Roger's haki surged forth, joining forces with Kapu to divide Rock's overwhelming haki. Sengoku gasped for air, turning back as he sensed Roger's haki. Unruly, yearning for freedom, more eager for the sea than fish, more fond of the sky than birds, Roger gripped his sword, followed closely by Rayleigh and Jabba, the Roger pirates. This straw had etched itself into the hearts of all contemporaries. Here, all elite crew members rose to their feet, drenched in blood and ready for battle. In the name of pirates, we declare war on the Rocks pirates. Let our name resonate throughout the world. Let the battle begin. Roger's sword struck like thunder, a tempest engulfing the heavens and the earth. God's avoidance. A beam of aurora carved a path through the nearly overwhelming conqueror's haki of rocks. Fist of bone. Karp simultaneously unleashed his attack, moving with the swiftness of a gale, transforming into a bolt of lightning. They spoke of an invincible ocean, a world to dominate. The ocean's waves may crash over the previous ones, and mountains will always have those who come after. Such is the essence of excitement. The Rocks pirates declared war on the Roger pirates. At the naval headquarters, the World Conference, the Celestial Dragons declared war. A declaration to the entire world. Let the battle commence. Rocks knew no fear, only an unyielding thirst for combat. Roger, Karp, come if you dare. At the pinnacle of an era, the supreme sovereigns, possessors of the most powerful devil fruit abilities in haki. They executed their grand schemes to the utmost, yet ignited the enmity of countless pirates. The great pirate Rocks initiated the war to settle the era. Powerful figures darted swiftly past him. He moved so quickly that he became a mere blur. His punches faster and more ferocious than Karp's. Their haki clashed with a ferocity surpassing that of Roger. Boom, boom. The three's haki erupted together, forming a shockwave that reverberated in all directions. Purple, blood red, black, and light blue lightning intertwined. What thunderfruit! Their formidable haki emanated lightning on its own. Rocks, Roger, Karp, the three were battle maniacs, unparalleled warriors. The newcomers of the sea often believed that the strong were invincible. Yet only those impetuous supernovas understood. While young, when willpower can drive haki and body alike, striving to grow stronger is the secret to ascending to greatness more swiftly. Roger and Karp of the same era became the only two who reached the pinnacle without relying on devil fruits. Their strength lay in relentless training. It was precisely because their contemporaries were all devil fruit users that they honed the strongest haki. You were far too young. Lightning crackled around Rocks, a confident smile gracing his lips. Thank you for the compliment. Karp launched a punch toward Rock's face, but it was met with 5 fingers, darkness and petrification activating simultaneously. The powerful haki held firm against the onslaught. A haki strong enough would never fear any devil fruit. Blood stained Karp's teeth. The fire in his eyes remained undiminished. That gaze of yours, so familiar. Rocks looked at the two, their eyes brimming with sincerity. Their death-defying battle spirit. It reminded him of his youthful days. Enough flattery. Rocks, the East Blue shall never be your domain. Roger swung his sword. Rocks countered, clashing haki with the sword's aura. The rampaging haki intertwined with the ground, assaulting every inch of soil. The air was suffused with their haki, creating a sensation of breathlessness. This era is named Rocks. Rocks proclaimed the age he dominated, no one could refute. Until he was defeated, this statement stood as fact. The battle at the pinnacle incited a restless itch in others. Newgate, that guy Roger has grown stronger again. The Golden Lion puffed out his cigar, feeling extremely displeased. If only it were him battling Roger instead of Rocks. The two clashed swords, creating chaos. Just thinking about it provoked a hearty keek. Rocks would not allow us to interfere in the fight. Whitebeard observed the battle with a raised sword. Boom! Sengoku transformed into the Great Buddha, a golden shockwave combining with haki, clashing with the quaking power. The Admiral's cloak was swept by the raging winds. Whitebeard hurled a punch. Newgate, possessing such world-shattering power is truly remarkable, yet you choose to wield it for the destruction of the seas. If Rocks succeeds, can your homeland escape devastation? Sengoku's words bore the weight of fruit effects, adding a layer of psychological influence. The Golden Lion, however, remained unimpeded, soaring through the sky that he lit up a new cigar, armed with dual swords. The Golden Lion Shiki faced no opponent. Shiki, you really are always asking for a beating. Rayleigh's muscles twitched. Just as Shaki behind him was about to step forward, she was pulled back by the fiery flower. Do not impede their battle. True men need the nourishment of combat. Hearing the captain's words, Shaki's beautiful eyes narrowed. Shaki, if this battle ends, let's find a place and open a tavern. Once my adventures conclude, I'll come to find you. Rayleigh's blade gleamed faintly, bloodstains dotting his white cloak. What nourishment of battle! A true man would never be swayed by beauty. The golden lion sword, his dual swords slicing in an X formation. Whoosh! Emerging from the realm of death, Rayleigh collided with the flying pirate golden lion's blades. Massive stones were upheaved from the ground. Haki unhesitatingly obliterated everything. Whatever was sent into the air was instantly shattered by Haki. Sharn and Kaido exchanged only a brief glance. Two figures rushed toward them at incredible speed. Bogart lunged at Sharn with his sword, while Zifa faced Kaido head-on. Bogart was formidable. He would give his all. Kaido offered a warning, his kanabo crashing toward Zifa. Zifa is stronger. Watch out for internal injuries. Sharn confronted the swordsmanship expert Bogart head-on. The Rock's pirates must be eradicated, forever imprisoned in Impel Down's depths. Zifa's cloak billowed wildly. At this moment, he was in his prime, his purple hair particularly striking. His confident demeanor, unmarred by the ailments of asthma or aging, stood in stark contrast to his later, diminished state. Even after battling against the Straw Hat Luffy in his twilight years, he still had the strength to confront the Admiral Kizaru. At his peak, he was proficient in the 6 styles of the Navy. Effortlessly wielding dual-color Haki. A formidable Admiral-level powerhouse in both physical prowess and condition. Zifa, Kaido spoke truthfully. His own strength was considerable, especially with his innate monstrous strength. He had mastered Haki even before consuming a devil fruit. Thus, at this moment, his power could rival the later calamities. Unfortunately, he faced Zifa, a Haki master with minimal effects from the dark fruit's corruption. Do you know what lies beneath the 5th level of Impel Down? There, you will spend a lifetime repenting your sins. Zifa discarded his gloves, advancing with a swift punch. Haki enveloped his fist in an instant, vanishing rapidly in Kaido's eyes. Watch closely, Kaido. This is how Haki is wielded. The purple light vanished in an instant. Lightning erupted. Zifa, the rare Haki admiral, struck Kaido with a punch that made him acutely aware of the strength disparity. However, the powerful vitality and strength of the Zoan type could sustain him for a while longer. You seem to be struggling, Sharn jested at Kaido. The latter, in a weakened state, erupted in fury upon hearing those words. Who are you calling weak? Sharn. Kaido glared at him. Sharn, even more outrageous, unleashed a flurry of punches. He seamlessly integrated the Navy's 6 styles with the electromagnetic tribe's abilities in each move. Utilizing the properties of his Azure Dragon form, he merged power and electricity into that feeble Haki. Though it was a punch, it resembled a sword strike, producing sharp blade-like slashes. So audaciously, he clashed with Bogart. Kaido was unaware that Sharn was currently under the influence of Stussy's concoction. He was experiencing an intense surge of potential, unleashing even greater Haki and combat prowess. The more he fought, the stronger his desire for battle became. You lunatic! Reckless aggression will leave you in ruins, Kaido lamented. How had someone as deranged as Sharn survived to this day? I'm fine. Beware of the purple-haired man's fists. Before Sharn could finish his words, Bogart drew his sword with haste. He had previously been engaging Sharn from a distance, unleashing sword energy. To his astonishment, Sharn combined his spear and tempestuous legs, erupting with a formidable attack imbued with purple lightning. With fists as blades and spear at his edge, have you heard of the infamous name, Black Sword? In an instant, Bogart's blade sliced through the air. The sword, wrapped in armed Haki, turned pitch black. It emanated an aura as if it could sever anything in its path, intent on cleaving the world asunder. In a contest of distance, Sharn relied on speed to evade and counter with sword energy. However, his opponent unleashed a formidable sword energy capable of shattering the bones in his fists, instilling fear. This was not merely a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, but a sheer display of sharp spirit. Yet, Bogart was not alone in this. Many powerful sword masters, during their training, honed their gaze with greater finesse. Only by focusing on blades and the art of combat can one truly master the sword. Even Hawkeye, with but his eyes, could strip ordinary individuals of their courage to strike. The fierce aura emanating from beneath Bogart's sunglasses was a testament to his years of following Carp, cultivated from nothing into something formidable. Young one, do not underestimate my swordsmanship. Though he had not forged a black blade, he fought with a sword entirely enveloped in Haki, transforming it into a black sword, even if it was only for a fleeting moment during battle. It had proven he had entered this echelon. As long as one lives long enough, continuously enhancing their swordsmanship and refining their haki, one day they may forge a true black blade. Black Sword Bogart? Upon hearing this moniker, Sean felt a pang of melancholy. Even 38 years later, Bogart had yet to forge his own black blade. What had transpired over these decades? What could have led a young naval swordsman, once filled with promise, to ultimately fail to achieve mastery in the sword? What had caused Zifa to adopt a silent and stagnant approach? And what had led Karp to shun the position of admiral? Choosing instead to retreat into the shadows, Dragon, once a naval officer, is now but a youth in his teens. What had compelled him to walk down a path of despair? Sean had witnessed this era, where Zifa, having departed from the Navy, still radiated vigor. The so-called Black Sword Bogart had not abandoned the pursuit of a stronger path in swordsmanship. Karp charged forth for the justice in his heart. Bogart, will your sword continue to strike downwards? Will the black sword eventually be forged into a black blade? Have you ever pondered whether you might doubt the justice within you, causing you to stagnate for decades? Bogart, who once fought alongside Karp in the Battle of God Valley, had not advanced further in his swordsmanship over the past few decades. Was it endurance or decline? Not everyone reaches the pinnacle. Even in an era teeming with formidable individuals, among them, there are both victors and vanquished. Sean had always known that the failed are the overwhelming majority of the sea. They are the ones who falter and sink, becoming wrecks at the ocean's depth, dragging their dreams down with them. Bogart, this swordmaster, who had dedicated himself to forging a black blade, why has he stagnated? Do you understand what you are saying? I am Black Sword Bogart, a man resolute in becoming the first sword master admiral of the Navy. Bogart's pitch-black long sword unleashed a wave of sword energy, slashing through a chasm spanning hundreds of meters in an instant. Sean crossed his arms in front of him. Haki and purple lightning formed the strongest defense. Armored iron block, the dragon scales of his hybrid form similarly covered his arms. Sean fixed his gaze upon Bogart. Admiral of swordsmanship, from Sean's future perspective, that outcome was utterly impossible. Your will is far too feeble. Bogart, I cannot foresee the so-called future you envision. If your sword is of such a caliber, then my fists must inevitably reach a level that rivals your blade. Sean braced himself against the impact of the haki released from the blade. He exerted every ounce of strength to defend, intensifying the concentration of his haki to forge a defensive layer. My sword is destined to sever all. The gaze that emerged from beneath Bogart's sunglasses was no longer hidden, nor was it simply understated this moment. He exuded an unrestrained brilliance, his haki imposing. Sean faced a Bogart entirely different from the one who would later emerge, one who had not yet succumbed to silence, trampled by the unassailable justice behind the divine. I will make my fist rival the sword. Sean unleashed a rapid strike. The edge of his fist was imbued with intangible haki. Black sword. A single slash. Bogart vanished, transforming into a fleeting glimmer. As the sword light exploded, Sean unleashed a flurry of punches. The two collided with such speed that shockwaves reverberated through the air. Fueled by the exhilarating effects of the potion, Sean possessed an unwavering combat spirit. Without advanced armed haki, there was no hope of breaching the dragon scale defense that enveloped Sean now. To Bogart, it seemed as though he were facing a humanoid beast with an extraordinarily lengthy health bar. Boom. After yet another clash of fists and blades, Sean ascended, transforming into a dragon, unleashing a torrent of heat against Bogart. On the ground, the battlefield was divided into several arenas centered around rocks. At the port's edge, the 17-year-old young Marine, Dragon, sent a pirate flying with a single punch. Stay out of my way, at the age of 40. The Karp paid no heed to his son's entrance. That guy is causing trouble again. Dragon, hailed as the supernova of the new generation of Marines, had been serving the Navy due to Karp's influence even before the Battle of God Valley. Yet, to this day, after witnessing the tragedy of God Valley, Dragon harbored doubts about the Navy's justice. As he stepped onto the battlefield, his attention was drawn to Sean, in his dragon form, unleashing heat and purple lightning upon the earth. Dragon, be cautious, Bogart warned, drawing his sword to strike at Dragon, leading a multitude of Marines into the fray. Take that guy down. He is utterly detestable. Dragon's initial impression of Sean was exceedingly poor. No problem. Bogart executed a vertical slash, the sword energy extending nearly 100 meters. I am invincible. Sean transformed midair into his hybrid form, clashing with purple lightning dragon claws. Who was that guy? A newcomer from the Rocks Pirates? Dragon gazed up at this unfamiliar young pirate, noting that he appeared even younger than himself. The impact of the battle surged towards him. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Dragon cast a glance at the arrogant Sean as he continued his advance into the battlefield. The God Valley incident had spiraled into an uncontrollable frenzy. Journalists accompanying the warships had intended to document the event, only to be detained by the Marines on the spot. Sean emerged from the ruins, catching sight of the port beyond, where warships and pirate vessels were multiplying in number. Are my fists strong enough? A faint black glimmer enveloped his fists. Sean's armed hockey had intensified through the trials of battle, transforming in strength. You are still far from it. Bogart's gaze was piercing as he observed the bloodied yet smiling Sean. He could not comprehend why the Rocks pirates were so fond of smiling. No matter how powerful your fists may be, they are inherently weaker than swords. Even if you strive tirelessly, possessing such resilient dragon scales, coupled with armed hockey, it is impossible to rival a true blade. Bogart's gaze was fierce, his finger poised as he glided the sword's blade across. The chilling sword intent penetrated the hearts of every individual who dared to approach. A true master of the sword must possess a heart unafraid of death. To reach such heights and match the steps of the current great swordsman, Roger, the Golden Lion must embody the courage to embrace death as if returning home. Sean's strength lay in his vitality and the defensive dragon scales. The beast type possesses remarkable recovery speed, yet the uniqueness of the Azure dragon form lies in its formidable defense. It is precisely for this reason that Kaido could attain an immortal existence built on the foundation of the Oni clan's immense power. Decades have passed, and few have been able to inflict permanent scars upon his body. This is all thanks to the overwhelming might of the Azure dragon form's devil fruit that I in this moment. Sean mirrored that power. Even without the awakening of the fruit, he possessed an enduring vitality. He still boasted formidable defense. If Bogart wished to slay Sean, he would need to possess strength on par with Zoro of Onigashima. That was the level of a vice admiral, truly a brazen beast-type little devil. Bogart enveloped the blade of his sword with armament hockey. The black sword manifested once more. The cold glint in his eyes instantaneously turned blood red. Underestimating me. Are you, rookie of the Rocks pirates? Do not boast arrogantly. I am a man destined to bring justice to this world alongside Garp. The day we return to the East Sea will herald a time of clarity across the realm. Bogart's promise indeed came to fruition 38 years later. The East Sea was labeled the weakest sea, yet now it has become known as the Sea of Monsters, especially in the ensuing 20 years. As the homeland of Garp and Roger, the East Sea was even momentarily referred to as the strongest sea. Here it comes again. Sean trembled all over, not from fear or exhilaration. It was the armament hockey seeping from every pore. Ultimately, it coalesced upon his fists, enveloping them in a layer of ebony fist marks. Yet, this had not fully solidified. The unique aspect of hardening armament hockey lies in its ability to achieve true visual substantiality. Even when attached to one's fingertips, it can shatter steel. This is the true strength of hardened armament hockey. Therefore, even awakened armament hockey must undergo adaptation and honing in its early stages. Only after reaching a certain quantity can it be compressed within a limited range. Materializing into the darkened armament hockey. Hardened armament hockey is precisely so. At this moment, Sean merely stimulated and increased the flowing armament hockey throughout his body. Concentrating it all within his fist was what led to the solidification of darkness. However, there remained a small distance to complete solidity. Yet, it was not far off. Speaking of lofty justice, one turns a blind eye to those slaughtered by the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons annihilate a kingdom that has not joined the World Conference every 3 years. Did you save enough of the millions who perished during these 3 years? Or do you view those non-member kingdoms as mere slaves of the celestial dragons? Beneath Sean's feet lay ruins and broken bodies. Speaking of guarding justice and ensuring the safety of the seas, it should be more accurately distilled into justice beneath the celestial dragons, within the World Conference. Oh, by the way, I suppose there is one more prerequisite. If it pertains to the World Conference, the kingdoms that pay tribute to the celestial dragons will be destroyed if they anger them. What of the Marine Headquarters Admiral, the embodiment of justice, in the end? They are merely a pack of lapdogs bred by the celestial dragons. Sean understood. Those powerful individuals love to shout and bellow, not only to rally and enhance their momentum but, more importantly, to excavate the fighting spirit. They consistently amplified their potential. The cries of humanity inspire courage. Thus, many do not permit others to speak loudly to them. Such courage compels the bowed heads to rise. Once they realize that those in high positions are merely a group of waste hidden beneath oxygen glass domes. The sun's brilliance will illuminate every heart. The drums of Nikyu will resound within the hearts of all. Silence, Silence. You have no idea what we are doing. Even the maintenance of justice within our means is far superior to your wanton destruction of this world's rules. Bogart sensed the seductive nature of Sean's words. He was utterly akin to the madman Rocks. With just a few words, he could stir the madness within others. He must not engage in idle chatter with Sean. The quickest solution is to draw his blade and resolve this. One word: sword. Bogart executed a swift slash. The light of his blade transformed into a black line, akin to an abyss amidst the dazzling sun. It traversed a distance 3 meters above the ground, precisely the height of Sean in his beast form. Let your nonsensical ramblings perish alongside you in the valley of the gods. Perish alongside the embodiment of the evil will that shatters this world. Rocks. Bogart's sword surged forward. He was unwavering in his belief that his justice was unassailable. As long as those kingdoms put forth effort and joined the World Conference, they would receive the protection of the Marines. Pirates recklessly dismantling the rules of the world have slaughtered countless innocents. Are they not evil beings? The celestial dragons are indeed limited, yet pirates are boundless, as long as the pirates are eradicated. The world's justice can surely be safeguarded. Bogart continuously reassured himself behind his sunglasses. It is absolutely him, without a doubt. Fist intercepts sword. Sean offered no rebuttal. Bogart was merely deceiving himself. Only the outcome remains. The truth laid bare before them. The Valley of the Gods is a tragedy, a game orchestrated by the celestial dragons. Even if the Marines slay countless pirates during the triannual hunting games, it cannot compare to the number of lives the celestial dragons extinguish over just a few days and nights. Only by rising in rebellion and annihilating the celestial dragons can new rules be forged for the future. On the edge of his fist, only the area around his 5 fingers and the back of his hand was enveloped by the ebony armament hockey. This is the hardening of armament hockey. Sean could only achieve this limited range. However, with the assistance of violet lightning, it appeared quite imposing. Fist against sword, strength against speed. As the black light flickered past, a trace of blood seeped from Sean's knuckles. His fingers remained clenched and unyielding, his body rising and falling with each breath. Bogart's abdomen received a solid punch. He slowly turned, gripping his sword. You have no retort now, do you, Sean? Even after this clash. Unease lingered in Bogart's heart. He yearned to triumph ideologically. For many pirates possess their own beliefs. No one can alter their convictions. They can only be thoroughly defeated through strength. Yet, Sean's words rendered Bogart incapable of deceiving his own heart. He could not find peace. Was your sword merely a moment too slow because the truth lay bare before you, or was it due to the corpses beneath your feet? Sean grinned and turned back. White mist poured forth from his towering figure, signaling recovery, a manifestation of life returning. Hardened armament hockey. This battle against Bogart yielded significant gains for Sean. You are obstinately ignorant. Bogart spoke, yet blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. His sword had slowed, and beneath his feet lay the corpses of the innocent. The most despicable part is that these individuals were not slain by pirates, but fell victim to the celestial dragon's game. You all should strive diligently, regardless of how many pirates you slay or do not slay. The evils committed by those pirates pale in comparison to the celestial dragon's triennial revelry, with great evil unpurged. You instead close your ears and eyes, deceiving yourselves into believing you must eradicate lesser evils. How righteous you are, Sean scoffed. How hypocritical. Listening to Sean's words, Bogart found himself unable to grasp the sword tightly. No matter the circumstances, he had intended to call out to Sean, yet even as blood dripped incessantly, Sean resolutely advanced towards the heart of the battlefield. Confusion lingered, but Bogart chose to turn a deaf ear. Garp had declined the promotion to admiral, refusing to become a mere lapdog of the celestial dragons. To the best of his ability, he could only safeguard the humble windmill village in the East Blue. Thus, Bogart trailed behind Garp, seeking solace in the shadow of this towering figure. Do not freeze in place. Be wary lest your resolve shatters. A single utterance from Sean caused Bogart to close his eyes and take a deep breath. As a formidable swordsman of the Navy, he found himself unable to progress any further. The swordmaster must sever all ties. Yet the sword of Navy justice could never cleave the malevolence of the celestial dragons. This was the very reason he did not ascend to the rank of swordmaster decades later. Stop right there. A youthful voice halted Sean. His hands formed claw-like shapes, exuding an overwhelming aura like blades of wind, an emerging star among the young Marine sergeants. Monkey D. Dragon, do not be defeated by the trifles of those pirates. You are Bogart. Dragon had not anticipated Bogart would engage Sean to such a degree. After all, in terms of swordsmanship and haki, Bogart was currently able to contend effortlessly against Kaido. Sean, possessing a mythical Zoan devil fruit, naturally lacked the strength of Kaido in haki and martial arts. How could Sean possibly gain the upper hand against Bogart? Yet, in the final moments of this battle, Sean transcended to a higher realm of haki. Even while injured, he sought out more formidable combat, whereas Bogart hesitated. The facts were laid bare before Dragon, and he could no longer tolerate it. He had to take action. One by one, the Marines surged forward. Dragon activated his armament haki, hardening his arms. Enveloped by an invisible aura that in this state, he could launch a primary assault with both hands while maintaining formidable defense. Even amidst a hail of bullets, Dragon remained undaunted in terms of martial arts. His 6 powers were nothing short of perfect, having been taught by Zeph. Regarding haki, his Dragon Claw Fist was a derivative of Garp's Iron Fist. Complete with all 3 types of haki, how could he possibly fear a mere Sean? At this youthful juncture, Dragon had yet to don that green cloak. However, beneath the cape-laid green attire, his face bore no symbolic tattoos or marks. Yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. Before Sean stood a Marine elite, unwilling to take a single step back. Though still quite young, Dragon had already amassed considerable achievements. However, due to his father's influence, he had not actively sought promotion. Yet, in the years following God Valley, Dragon rose to prominence, becoming a well-known figure before the likes of Sakazuki and others joined the Marines. It was precisely after his departure that ZF personally nurtured more exceptional talents, forging what would become the golden generation of the Navy pillars that would support the Marines for decades to come. At this moment, Dragon and Sean faced off, with a mere 2 years age difference. Both were pirates, the strongest among the younger generation of the Marines. Their confrontation resembled a clash of opposing naval forces. After a surge of heated energy enveloped Dragon, an invisible haki entwined his entire being. His figure vanished in an instant. This was the technique known as Soryu. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared to deliver a flying kick, enhanced by the Gale Foot technique and armament haki. Bang! Sean, having just grasped the hardening of armament haki, instinctively raised his arms in defense. To his astonishment, he welcomed an upgrade right as he had attained his own. Such remarkable fortune. Sean believed that it was precisely this kind of battle that would foster strength. Echoing Rayleigh's words that awakening haki and mastering it were innate characteristics of one's potential. To further awaken advanced haki, one must hone their skills through successive battles, insight, opportunity, adversaries, life, and death. Each element was indispensable. Having just endured Bogart's rigorous training to master the hardening of armament haki, encountering Dragon allowed Sean to advance further in battle, becoming more adept at wielding haki. It was truly an ideal scenario. For someone like Sean, who relished combat, it was a dream come true. The white aura surrounding him resembled a substance that could unleash human potential. Once the effects of this substance waned, all the pain would return to his body. Such an overwhelming assault could render him incapacitated in an instant. Dragon continued to unleash a flurry of kicks, his eyes ablaze with fervor, his legs shrouded in darkness. Each strike combined the Gale Foot technique with the force of iron. Coupled with Moonwalk and Soru, his attacks seemed to strike from multiple angles. It appeared as if he could teleport, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. Sean retaliated continuously, relying on his robust physique and keen instincts. Compared to Bogart's explosive, charged swordplay, Dragon was not necessarily stronger. It was merely that he lacked the relentless barrage of attacks. After all, as Garp's son, he undoubtedly possessed the bloodline of conquerors haki. Such individuals are destined not to submit to others. Sooner or later, Dragon would leave the Marines. Strike back, Sean. Aren't you quite the talker? Do not let the wind answer for you. In the final moment, Dragon delivered a sweeping kick, striking Sean, feeling the rapid assault. Sean countered with Soru and other martial techniques. One was like a tempest sweeping through fallen leaves, while the other was akin to a thunderclap. Their combat styles were distinct. Sean faced the strongest martial artist among his peers. Purple lightning danced at his fingertips, illuminating every flaw between humanity. Dragon surged forth like a tempest, sweeping all away with lethal precision. As the kicking barrage concluded, the white aura enveloping Sean continued to intensify. Reminiscent of a deflated balloon, the effects of Stussy's potion were nearing their end. Indeed, in the face of such a highly mobile adversary, one must possess observation haki. Currently, my perception relied on hearing and sight, while your speed eclipsed mine. In this situation, my continued counterattacks would merely result in passive punishment. Smoke escaped Sean's mouth as he spoke. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, aware that kicks alone could not vanquish Sean. With his resilient physique, Dragon knew he had to employ his signature techniques. You, my friend, speak as if it were inconsequential. You claim to be taking a beating, yet your counterattacks grow increasingly swift, even while bearing the side effects of some potion. Pushing beyond your limits, Dragon reappeared, casting his cloak into the wind. Continue, Sean. The true battle is only just beginning. This is the insight I have gleaned from the essence of fair justice. Dragon Claw Fist. With a whoosh, Dragon's hands transformed into claw-like shapes, his haki emanating a dark green sheen, not a fleeting breath left behind the violent output of the dragon. Unlike Garp's free-spirited justice, Dragon leaned towards a justice rooted in fairness. This principle set him apart from figures like Garp and Sengoku, defining his own code of conduct. Sean had been keenly aware of Dragon's preparations from the very beginning. His earlier kicks were, in truth, a means of building momentum for a full-force hand-to-hand combat. Your haki is indeed formidable. Sean could foresee the artistry that intertwined the techniques of the Gale Foot and the Spear Thrust. Merging them with the Fishman Karate and Iron Fist, coupled with his exceptional mastery of haki, what appeared to be mere punches were, in truth, claws of a dragon capable of tearing through anything. I can do it too. Sean, being a dragon-human hybrid, naturally possessed dragon claws on his palms, instantly enveloping them with haki in an astonishing display. Both hands became completely hardened with haki, and a white mist began to surge more unabashedly. The dragon spoke true. Once the effects of the drug wore off, the agony would double in intensity. The injuries that had been overlooked would come flooding into his body, raising the question of whether Sean would have the strength to stand at that moment. I am the true Dragon Claw Fist. Sean smirked at his opponent, feeling the onset of pain coursing through him. The wind serves as my reply to you. The dragon cares not for authenticity. Victory and defeat are the only truths, and the wind shall bear witness to all. The vast ocean is the realm where only the wind can nearly reach every corner, while the places the wind cannot touch are the blank pages of history from 8 centuries ago, places like the Windless Zone, the Red Earth Continent, and the underwater Fishman Island. I prefer thunder and lightning. Sean dashed forward, unleashing his dragon claw. As thunder rumbled, a tempest approached. Boom. The sailors turned to witness two young warriors locked in a desperate struggle. The fingertips that could tear through all infused haki into their strikes. Compared to the blunt force of a fist, such a piercing attack was far more effective. The dragon had grasped this truth and resolutely stepped away from the iron fist path. The world requires the existence of sharper beings. The Navy cannot produce true sword masters, as they are shackled by the confusion in their hearts. Fists are the best choice. Even Akainu had to relinquish the swords behind him later on. And yet, the dragon's emergence marked the first time fists transformed into claws. Allow me to present this world with an entirely new option. The dragon lunged at Sean with a claw. Likewise, Sean's dragon claw struck from the opposite direction. At the moment of collision, one was the pinnacle of humanity, wielding a powerful haki-infused dragon claw fist, while the other, though possessing weaker haki, was amplified by monstrous physique. The black dragon clawed as they clashed. The impact of haki knocked nearby sailors to the ground in an instant. The dragon unleashed his conqueror's haki. Do you really think you can act without fear, to be as free as the wind? One must dominate the sea like a dragon. Your potential seems insufficient. Sean, the dragon encouraged himself. The release of conqueror's haki ignited a surge of bloodlust in the dragon's eyes. Sean was a formidable opponent. One of the best among his peers, he could even see many similarities within him, from the Navy's 6 powers to the natural claw strikes, and the effortless mastery of haki that transcended the era's confinement to mere fists. To the dragon, Sean was like another version of himself in this world. Wow, the dragon's conqueror's haki continued to flow. As his opponent, Sean gritted his teeth, holding on. If he did not believe in himself. How could he possess such power? The Valley of the Gods was filled with masters of haki, including those who wielded conqueror's haki. Some even mastered the art of haki entanglement, turning the battlefield into their trial ground. Whether it be the ambition within his heart or the bloodline inherited from his lineage, Sean refused to believe he lacked the qualities of a king. Conqueror's haki must be lurking somewhere within his body. Is it not just conqueror's haki? This world shall ultimately witness my royal potential. Dragon, you must be looking forward to it too. You yearn for a stronger battle with me. Sean's haki was enhanced with purple lightning. Yet, the dragon wielded his haki with greater ease. The nature of their confrontation was fundamentally different. Compared to haki, Sean was still a novice. Sean, The qualities of a king are innate. The dragon vehemently denied this. He absolutely did not wish to regard Sean as his eternal rival. Whether Navy or pirate, there were far too many worthy adversaries to defeat. His father, Garp, was one of them. Dragon, those are not words you would utter. They are too contrary to your nature. Sean chuckled with great pride that as the dragon unleashed his conqueror's haki. An unnamed force swirled within Sean, akin to lightning coursing through him, yet unable to be released. Previously, when Rox had unleashed his conqueror's haki, Sean had felt this very sensation. Any strong individual with royal qualities, when facing another royal, no matter how powerful the opponent, would feel an obsession to resist. This signifies that Sean undoubtedly possessed conqueror's haki. Your eyes are always releasing ambition. If I do not defeat you here, time will only make you stronger. Who will be the next victim of your sweet talking? Bogart, the dragon unleashed a strike, releasing conqueror's haki that captivated Bogart from his days. Many on the battlefield were drawn to the spectacle. Is he your son? The same royal qualities. Roger glanced at Garp. Then his next words sent Garp into a rage. Why should those born to be kings remain in the Navy? Let that kid dragon become my crew member. Garp shot him a glare, only to be struck by Rock's fist. Get lost. Your son should be the pirate. Our entire family belongs to the Navy. Even while being sent flying, Garp could not help but curse. He stood up and, seeing Bogart in a state of confusion, immediately shouted, Wake up, Bogart. Pirates have countless fallen reasons, but we can never afford to stray even once. Bogart snapped back to clarity, gripping his sword tightly again, looking gratefully at Garp. I lost myself, Mr. Garp. The black sword felt shame, slicing through the air. He might never reach the pinnacle of the sword path, but doing what he was meant to do would suffice. Do not be deceived by that kid Sean. Just look at how sweetly he talks. How many lives will he save? Garp faced Rox again to alleviate Roger's pressure. I understand now, Mr. Garp. Bogart was no longer confused. The black sword reappeared. In the midst of battle. Sean was initially overwhelmed. Hearing Garp's encouragement to Bogart, he felt rather displeased. The dragon's tail achieved haki hardening, directly sweeping to attack the dragon. Whoosh! The attacked dragon blocked with one hand. Sean delivered a claw strike, yet sensed a lack of flavor compared to the dragon claw fist. Without the fishman's martial arts enhancement, nor the stronger haki, the techniques of Zifa and Garp were also absent. One could say the dragon was a battle genius, capable of integrating the strengths of many. Sean merely combined the Navy's 6 powers with the dragon claw to amplify his power. Nevertheless, this strike was enough to temporarily repel the dragon. The two stood on opposite sides. Having battled for quite some time. As they caught their breath, Sean could not help but grumble. What do you mean by saving a few people? If a celestial dragon harms 10 people a year, they will never kill just a few thousand in their lifetime. My merits would be immeasurable. Upon hearing Sean's words, the dragon's body began to sweat profusely, turning to steam. With noon passing and the setting sun about to disappear, he needed to resolve Sean quickly. A full moon does not only last for one night. Each month, there are 2 to 3 days when it remains at its fullest. Previously, he had seen Sean use the moon lion aboard the warship. This meant he could use it again tonight. As a battle maniac, Sean would only amplify himself, even if he had to endure the dual effects of the moon lion and the drug side effects. It would only make things more troublesome. He could not help but wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, pirates always find countless excuses for their fallen state. The dragon wholeheartedly agreed with Garp's earlier words. Forget it. You two are just alike. As the moon ascends, the fading orange hues of the setting sun beneath Sean's feet vanish entirely, replaced by the chilling glow of moonlight. A thick mist rises rapidly, accompanying the emergence of Sean's silvery hair. His pair of crimson eyes seemed to awaken the observation haki. His claws sharpened further, and the once imposing hybrid form of man and beast grows even more formidable under the influence of the moon lion. With silver hair and blood-red pupils, he embodies the essence of a purple lightning-black dragon. It appears my fate is not yet sealed. Sean exhales plumes of white mist. The side effects intensify, pain surging through his body. Yet the moon lion stands to guard him. From the battle in the Valley of the Gods to this moment, Sean has not ceased fighting for an instant. His body has reached its limits, operating beyond normal capacity. Not necessarily. With his dragon haki fully unleashed, he vanishes in an instant. Before the battle concludes, this shall be my final moon lion. Sean disappears without a trace, leaving only white mist in his wake. Dragon claw punch. He charges forward, the dragon leaving an afterimage with every step. He aims to pierce Sean's heart. The clash between the two sends ripples through the air, thrusting them into the battle zone of Whitebeard and Sengoku. With Sean oblivious to his surroundings, the dragon can only focus on himself. You two, step aside. Sengoku unleashes a shockwave with a punch, colliding with Whitebeard's swirling clouds. Gololalala, how vibrant you are, Sean. Be my son. Whitebeard's words send shivers down Sean's spine. Is he truly claiming me as a son? I appreciate the sentiment, but I shall not acknowledge you as my father. Sean's fingertips crackle with purple lightning, his attack speed swift as a fleeting shadow. Crack, crack. The tremors of power and the shockwave create explosions anew. The surrounding spectators find themselves in dire straits. In an instant, the ground quakes. While Whitebeard and Sengoku remain unscathed, others suffer greatly. The dragon and Sean engage in aerial combat, utilizing the shockwaves from their brawl to dance in the skies. The unleashed haki is fiercely potent. Sean compensates for the haki void with purple lightning, while the dragon employs physical prowess to match in speed. Their attack rates escalate, each strike of purple lightning and haki reverberating through the vicinity, until they burst forth from the battle between Whitebeard and Sengoku. Ascending into the heavens with moonwalk, their fists and feet never falter. Rayleigh, who has soared atop a massive rock to confront the Golden Lion, is taken aback by the emergence of another combatant in this aerial battlefield. Rayleigh, your pirate crew lacks newcomers like us. Shiki laughs heartily, nearly dropping his cigar in delight. A dual-wielding sword master renowned for his sharp and domineering slashes. He admires Sean's pure reliance on martial arts. Once Rox is defeated by Roger, I shall take this lad away. Rayleigh's words cast a shadow over the moment, infuriating the Golden Lion, whose eyes widen in disbelief. That rascal Roger is attempting to steal our trainee. Without hesitation, he unleashes a dual sword slash, sending waves of energy across thousands of meters, cleaving through the sea and affecting numerous marine soldiers and pirates along the way. Of course, those whom Roger desires are under the captain's command. Rayleigh, as the first mate, holds immense respect for Roger. Who else could earn the respect of the Pirate King, who yearns for freedom while aspiring to upend the world? Rayleigh had previously heard of Roger's recruitment of Sean. Now it appears that even after consuming a devil fruit, Sean would make a splendid crew member. However, having consumed a devil fruit, he would likely start as an intern. With muscles bursting forth, Rayleigh strikes with a single sword. The sword aura cleaves through the valley, toppling a mountain peak. If Admiral Kazara were to encounter Rayleigh at his peak, it would be a true spectacle of combat. Night has fallen. The battle has persisted for nearly 2 days and nights. Both sides are in a state of exhaustion. Were it not for adrenaline and the desire to fight, many would have already collapsed. The warships and pirate vessels that arrive to lend support are mere witnesses to the era. Some were captured by Garp and Sengoku and taken to impel down. Others fell to Roger or the Golden Lion, carrying their grudges for a lifetime. Some were defeated during Whitebeard's reign over the New World for 2 decades. Yet before that, they were all titans of their time, lawless rogues. Before Roger, there were few pirates on the seas purely yearning for freedom. Most sought treasure and power, driven by ambition and a fervent loathing for the celestial dragons. After taking a claw from the dragon, Sean swiftly retaliates with a punch. I never claimed to be a member of Roger's pirate crew. Do not presume. With a surge of power, Sean unleashes a flying kick towards the dragon. At this moment, he has achieved the ability to battle with both fists while simultaneously hardening his legs with armament haki. This signifies a further enhancement of Sean's haki. However, he has yet to reach the level of the dragon, who battles with full force while protected by haki. Nevertheless, achieving this milestone is a rapid advancement. The dragon and Sean exchange rapid blows. Unbeknownst to them, Sean incorporates the dragon's tail into the fray. The dragon is astonished. He can now simultaneously harden his hands, feet, and tail with armament haki. How little time has passed since he awakened his haki. Sean's speed of becoming stronger is akin to riding the winds of the machi fruit. Is that surprise I see in your eyes? You underestimate the moon lion in its black dragon form. Sean lunges at the dragon with a claw, attacking from above and driving downwards. In this form, Sean is equivalent to Kaido during the full moon strengthening. Should Kaido from the Onigashima arc possess the further enhancement of the moon lion, the supernovas of the worst generation would likely meet their demise in this battle against the Emperor. Indeed, even now, Sean's strength is sufficient to overpower the flying sixth headbutt. Thunderbolt. Sean hardens his forehead with armament haki. His hands, feet, and dragon tail also activate simultaneously. The headbutt collides with the dragon, launching a comprehensive assault. Dragon God's Thunder. Great 6-round gun. Boom, boom. The dragon relentlessly attacks, seeking to dismantle Sean's entire being. Sean, unwavering, retaliates with a barrage of strikes, akin to a meteor shower cascading down. As the two collide, their bodies plummet towards the ground like meteors. Blood splatters, their strength continues to wane. Boom! A devastating strike detonates against the mountainside of the Valley of the Gods. Wang Ji, dazed, prepares to strike at the Roger pirates. However, he is interrupted by Shan and the dragon. Again, beware, the axe shows no mercy. The silver axe has encountered Shan more than once in battle. The last time was with Kaido. This time, it is with the dragon. Does this lad truly enjoy making friends amidst battle? Ridiculous. Jabba swings his axe wildly. If an axe can be deemed a sword, he belongs to the dual axe style. His relationship with the silver axe is akin to that of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. We are not friends. Both the dragon and Shan retort simultaneously. Boom! Yet the two plummet to the ground together, disoriented. Just as they attempt to rise, Wang Ji seizes the opportunity to grab the dragon. Curse son of Garp, that massive stone is composed of the ruins of the Valley of the Gods port, cloaked in armament hockey. He seeks to crush the dragon, who has just endured a fierce battle. A flash of purple light appears in an instant. His arms, similarly hardened with armament hockey, possess a strength far beyond that of the dragon. With power as his forte and speed unmatched, the fishman race is often said to possess tenfold the strength of humans. Yet this man, known as Black Arm, is no less formidable. Black Arm Smash. The clash is exceedingly fierce as a single punch shatters the colossal stone hand, casting a shadow over the port. Zephyr lifts the dragon with one arm. Bullying newcomers again, Wang Ji, cursed Zephyr. I truly wish to break your arms. Wang Ji, in a fit of irritation, unleashed a torrent of curses, his flat-topped hat accentuating his imposing aura among the notorious pirates of Hive Island. Most sought to establish their dominion, claiming mountains as their realm. However, Wang Ji favored the strategy of seizing territory and nurturing influence, unlike the Golden Lion, who flitted about incessantly, as if his entire crew were destined never to touch land. His attire bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of Eastern and Western cowboy styles. Admiral Zephyr, I still possess strength. The battle is far from over. Long's gaze remained fixated on Shan, wary of the possibility that this adversary might seize an opportunity to escape. That lad was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. While he might exhaust him, it was not guaranteed. Zephyr clenched his fist once more, with 2 years remaining until his official promotion to admiral. Yet for now, he was formidable enough to suppress Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John, all of whom were of admiral caliber. Against the tenacious vitality of Zoan-type users, one must be swift and powerful, vanquishing them in the shortest time possible before binding them with sea stone shackles. As Zephyr spoke, his eyes turned toward Shan. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Kaido gasped for breath, his entire body ensnared by sea stone. How could you possibly be fighting Zephyr? Lingling arrived, effortlessly dispatching several Navy colonels with a single strike. Liberating Kaido. It's thanks to Shan. Kaido felt compelled to prove his worth, refusing to let Shan underestimate him, though Zephyr was currently overwhelming. His fists and wrist strength, coupled with terrifying haki, were truly ferocious. Quickly, Lingling, Crane, and her followers have arrived. Stussy adjusted her hat, golden curls whipping in the gale. Crane rushed forward, accompanied by numerous elite vice admirals from headquarters. Much like the later Comer Peach Rabbit, Crane had possessed considerable allure in her youth. One crane alone is enough to intimidate you. Zeus, move. Lingling commanded, harnessing the storm clouds as she soared swiftly toward the valley. She needed to locate Shan to prevent him from being mercilessly beaten by Zephyr. These two would undoubtedly become her right and left arms in the future. Taking advantage of the moment, Bogart aimed to strike at the storm clouds. A figure had been lying in wait for a considerable time, Long Bread. As a master swordsman, he intercepted Bogart, clearing the way for Lingling. Beyond the valley, as the storm clouds surged past, Lingling caught sight of Shan engaged in combat. Was he truly battling Zephyr? Kaido could scarcely fathom it. Both had consumed the same Zoan-type devil fruit. One was an Azure dragon, the other a black dragon. How could Shan's life force be so resilient? Shan possessed the traits of the fur tribe, granting him enhanced strength during the nights of the full moon. Stussy found this intriguing, her aspirations for establishing a pirate crew diverging from Lingling's. She envisioned finding the optimal protector, an experimental subject. That would be ideal, Lingling concurred, envisioning a splendid scene in her heart. Long Bread, Shan, and Kaido as her 3 great generals, and once their offspring matured, within a decade, she would reign as the Queen of the Seas. On the beach, kid, who taught you the 6 powers? Zephyr questioned, baffled as to how a pirate could master the complete set of Navy techniques, even grasping their essence and mastering life return. Self-taught, Sean declared. Appearing ready to exhaust himself in the Valley of the Gods, the exhilaration of the moon lion gradually faded, replaced by the intensifying pain and harm from the side effects of the potion. You'd be better off heading to Impel Down. Zephyr stepped forward, his violet hair strikingly visible under the moonlight. Crackling, purple lightning enveloped him. Sean too exerted himself to the utmost, with a flick of his dragon tail. He swiftly counterattacked. The ferocity of his speed left Kaido, also a Zoan-type user, momentarily bewildered. He hadn't anticipated Sean's rapid mastery of the devil fruit. Was the black dragon form superior to the Azure dragon form? Kaido couldn't help but scoff. The potency of a devil fruit depended on individual development. The same applied to Zoan types. One should not be deceived by someone whose affinity for the devil fruit was inherently high. Correspondingly, if Sean were to awaken his powers, the demonic will he would face would be even more ferocious. Ling understood this better than anyone. Many devil fruit users spent their lives without hope of awakening their powers. Not only must they resonate with the demonic will, but they also had to shatter its limitations. Many would fail even at this juncture, ultimately becoming mere shells of their former selves, seemingly driven by the fruit itself. Some succeeded in awakening but were no longer themselves. Their personalities altered. Some became more enraged, others more deranged, or even more capricious and sinister. Some believed that powerful devil fruit sought out hosts destined for fate's choices. Ling dismissed such ludicrous rumors. Yet even as a steel balloon, her personality varied dramatically from childhood to peak and old age, whether it was due to her upbringing as a nun, the awakening of her powers, or the inevitable trajectory of life. No one could say. Every wave of the ocean could alter the course of a person's life. Perhaps it would sweep them toward different seas, granting them a new lease on life. Or perhaps they would be caught in a whirlpool, facing death or injury. Sean was still far from awakening his powers, and he had yet to fully develop his black dragon form. However, Ling's ambitions were matched by Stussy's own designs. Ling, that kid Sean will one day become a formidable monster, just like you and Kaido. Haven't you always aspired to forge a coalition of all races, a grand haven for lambs? Sean would make an excellent choice. Stussy voiced this, but deep down, she longed to bind Sean and establish a laboratory to explore all matters regarding bloodlines and devil fruit experiments, if Zephyr were to unleash his full strength. Could Wang Ji truly contend with him? Kaido, riding the storm clouds, had not factored Sean into his calculations. In Kaido's perception, having just consumed a Zoan-type fruit, he possessed even stronger conqueror's haki. Sean had only awakened his armament haki and was somewhat lacking in martial prowess. Let alone facing Zephyr, among the members of the Rocks Pirates, he would still rank behind the rookie Kaido. Hence, following his confrontation with Zephyr, Kaido was consumed by one thought. Who among the Rocks Pirates could stand against him head-on? Wang Ji, you overestimate that fellow. It would at least require my personal intervention, Ling felt assured. Among the three main subordinates of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Ling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John were positioned below them. Kaido and Fireflower, as well as Stussy, would certainly rank even lower. Of course, this was true before Kaido consumed the devil fruit. Now, a completely new question mark loomed for Sean. What a joke. The ability to wield haki and to do so with finesse were two entirely different matters. Previously, even when heavily injured, Saint Satan could easily handle both Sean and Kaido. This was precisely because he had perfected the development of his fruit and possessed stronger haki. Even an aging elephant cannot be rivaled by a mountain. Having potential is sufficient. Do not squander time. Just take that kid Sean away. Ling commanded. Zeus and Homie decisively accelerated, leaving a trail of remnants in the clouds. Meanwhile, the battle between Sean and Zephyr reached a critical juncture. On the beach, Zephyr stood as if forged from steel. In comparison, Sean's fists felt like merewood. While certainly stronger than cotton, no amount of sharpening could pierce steel. Zephyr was indeed the man who would rise to the rank of admiral during the most chaotic times of the sea 2 years hence. His prowess was not to be underestimated. The pressure he exuded was enough to leave Sean feeling fatigued. Despite the enhancement from the moon lion state, as time passed, the pain following the potion's effects grew increasingly intense. Zephyr appeared to handle the situation with ease. It was evident that had he not been afflicted by age and illness, the oppressive aura of a haki and martial arts master at his peak would be utterly terrifying. Fist of Destruction, Zephyr burst forth, leaving a swirling mist in his wake. With a single, forceful punch, he struck Sharn in the abdomen. Armored like iron, there was no evading this. Initially, Sharn had considered using a shave to dodge. or at the very least, employing a paper drawing to soften his body and avoid the assault. Yet, he was unprepared for Zifa's astonishing speed. Just as his eyes registered the movement, his body instinctively sought to react. But Zifa's fist had already delivered a staggering blow to his gut. Cough. Sharn barely had time to grit his teeth before he was met with another crushing strike. Zifa's power was terrifying. Akin to a relentless crushing machine, the impact to his abdomen sent shockwaves through his very core. It was a flawless application of advanced armament haki, piercing through his dragon-scale skin and inflicting internal damage. No matter how tough Sharn believed himself to be, he had to concede defeat. Boy, are you repenting in agony. After all, as a pirate, you've surely taken the lives of many innocents. As Zifa's left fist descended, his right hand followed suit in a relentless barrage. With his hands alternating, the speed of his attacks escalated, and a layer of haki formed an invisible membrane. Bang! When Sharn was struck, he felt his chest resonate painfully. The agony was unbearable. As the effects of the medicine waned, the overload from the moonline and the prolonged drain on his stamina took their toll. Each successive injury left him in dire straits. And even if life were to return to him, it would be of little consequence. The energy he had previously conserved through food was now nearly depleted. Blood spilled from Sharn's mouth as he staggered backward. Clutching his belly and keeping his lips sealed to prevent the vapor from escaping, Sharn's condition resembled that of Luffy in his third gear, a balloon man. If he deflated, he would likely succumb. Hey, did you consume something you shouldn't have? If I'm not mistaken, Stussy must be behind this. She was previously rewarded for using a Navy lieutenant as a test subject. Zifa stomped the ground and launched himself into the air like a cannonball. The Black Arm's continuous assault, the Z-curve. This was disastrous. Lingling accelerated her pace. Zifa's move would unleash a rapid-fire attack, transforming him into a streak of purple lightning, executing a relentless series of blows. A newcomer like Sharn would undoubtedly struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Is this your signature move? It seems you hold me in high regard. However, given your character and sense of justice, you would never strike to kill. Zifa, you are too indecisive. You possess absolute power yet choose to spare every foe. Some will always escape their cages. Not all pirates adhere to the code of honor. With his arms crossed defensively, Sharn hardened his armament haki. He became as solid as iron, impenetrable. His hair bristled once more. A fusion of white light and purple lightning creating an extraordinary spectacle. In his bright eyes lay the pinnacle of his beastly human form's defense. Dragon armor, heat wave storm. Boom. Utilizing his defensive stance, his entire being took on the final form of a dragon. The moment his defense shattered was also the moment for attack. He firmly believed that offense was the best defense. To remain stagnant in defense would only lead to a passive downfall. You, boy, are far too audacious. My principles of justice are not so easily swayed. Zifa's fist collided with the fiery heat wave, yet he still directed a punch towards Sharn. There's no time, Lingling lamented, leaving Sharn to fend for himself. See, I told you I was right. You cannot kill me. As Sharn unleashed his heat wave attack, he propelled himself with the direction of the flames. The black dragon surged backward, flying toward the ocean beyond the beach. This unexpected maneuver even caught Zifa off guard. To attack, defend, and escape simultaneously. What kind of combined skill is this? Fortunately, Zifa's observation haki responded in time. He shot upwards, intent on pursuing. Well done, kid. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, carrying Sharn on his back. Sharn had bought himself a moment. He continued to exhale white vapor. Zifa, your opponent is me. Lingling intercepted Zifa's punch with a blade. Crane swiftly joined the fray. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. Zifa had not anticipated that Sharn would possess some wits during battle. The Rock's pirates were all madmen. It was truly rare to find a sane individual among them. Do not underestimate the pirate newcomers. They are nurtured by rocks. Crane removed her gloves, focusing intently on Stussy, who had just descended from the storm clouds. It hurts. It hurts too much. I need something to eat. Anything will do. Damn it. I feel like I'm on fire. Sharn's body was ablaze, pain and damage erupting from within, impossible to escape. He felt as if he were engulfed in flames, smoke billowing from his body. This battle had transcended the mere hardening of his fists with armament haki. It had extended to his limbs, head, dragon tail, and abdomen, all fortified with haki. What Sharn gained was the excruciating pain brought on by overexertion. I still have some food. Do you want it? Stussy produced a bottle of pills from somewhere. They all radiated a sinister black sheen. Clearly abnormal. Don't die here. Those food homies can also eat. Lingling pointed to the trembling homies, many of which were biscuits and pastries. Sharn bit down hard, his stomach growling despite the agony. Eat. I'll eat anything. With death looming, there was no room for picky eating. Amidst the chaos, Sharn seized a biscuit homie and devoured it. As soon as it hit his stomach, he released a plume of white vapor. But it was not from burning. It was the essence of the homies. Lingling had merely jested, yet Sharn had effortlessly consumed it. Moreover, he could absorb what he needed and expel the rest. The souls attached to those homies returned to him completely. Don't eat me, mommy. Save me. The cake homie attempted to flee but was swiftly caught and devoured by Sharn. As his belly filled, Sharn operated like a finely tuned steam engine, continuously consuming. These were solid pills. Unlike the previous concoctions, they were a type of drug designed to unlock human potential. I currently lack sufficiently strong test subjects, so I have yet to observe the true side effects. However, it can indeed unearth potential. As long as one can withstand the aftermath, the enhancement can be permanent. I procured these rare medicines from several islands in the New World with exceptionally harsh ecosystems. Sharn, I believe in you. Stussy's black pills were genuinely alarming. Given her later endeavors in creating clones, it was likely that Whitebeard too was similarly engineered. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of genuine Whitebeard bloodline. It could just as easily be a case of drug-induced madness. It was grotesque, yet it felt as if it could be ingested. As Sharn consumed the homies, he expelled a torrent of souls from his body. The moment he caught a whiff of these precious pills concocted by Stussy, he felt compelled to consume them. Withstanding the side effects could lead to greater strength. Perhaps it would be more vicious than the previous concoction, inflicting even greater suffering. Yet, this too was a means of bodily enhancement. Stussy was exhilarated, utterly unprepared for Sharn's unrestrained resolve. If he dared to consume the homies, he would surely be bold enough to partake in her meticulously crafted pills. Moreover, the side effects of the pills concealed the damage and pain incurred during the enhancement process. Once the ordeal concluded, the repercussions would rapidly manifest, potentially leading to fatality in an instant. Survive the breach of limits, or succumb to immediate demise. It's mine now. Sharn poured the pills into his mouth. He continued to consume the homies, regardless of how long Rox intended to fight. Sharn would persist. To fall before the conclusion of the battle in God Valley would signify a catastrophic failure in decision-making. Other rewards would be rendered futile. The ability to consume 3 devil fruits, a mutation that negated the need for sleep, and the overpowered paramecia-type devil fruit, the ball fruit. Sharn was exceedingly fond of these. If he did not press on now, he would surely faint the moment his resolve faltered. Thus, he must endure. Gurgling sounds echoed as homies was consumed, swiftly transforming into vitality through the cycle of life. Injuries began to mend, clashing against the body's resistance. The agony, however, would not wane. It had to be wholly embraced. The pills were swallowed as well. The once weary Sharn found himself invigorated once more. Layers of white mist emanating from his body. His physical potential was being squeezed, honing towards a higher realm, just as Stussy had proclaimed. Surmounting this trial would elevate Sharn's physical prowess to unprecedented heights, transforming him into an artificial monstrosity endowed with immense strength and resilience. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining as much sanity as possible and enduring the final throes of pain and injury. Sharn resembled a serpent, exhaling white vapor. Thus far, this battle had traversed into a forbidden zone beneath the level of the 3 calamities and the stars, although Sharn stood as the strongest among them. He lacked the indomitable will of Conqueror's Haki, and even the stirring observation Haki had yet to awaken. Persevering thus far had become increasingly burdensome on his body. Stussy, will consuming this induce hallucinations? Sharn turned to her, perceiving her enveloped in a myriad of lights. But I'm uncertain. When I crafted this pill, I infused it with the blood of ferocious beasts from various extreme climates, from the depths of the ocean's electric eels to fire-breathing tyrannosaurs of the islands, and even the colossal avians capable of metamorphosing their feathers in flight. Regardless, the effects of these concoctions elude my comprehension. Perhaps all living beings share a fundamental trait, one that humans possess, and even the devil fruits embody. It is precisely this shared essence that imbues life with such vibrancy. Logically, if you can withstand the drug's effects, you might harness this trait to metamorphose into a monster. Perhaps you could attain the power akin to Kaido's Oni clan or the innate invulnerability of Linlin. Stussy regarded Sharn as the perfect subject for experimentation. Splendid. I feel as though I might be hallucinating. White vapor continuously escaped Sharn's lips, as if the very essence of his lineage was igniting and boiling. The individuals before him shimmered with starlight, each hue distinct. He could also hear the incessant chatter of others. Many were silent, yet Sean could discern their whispered musings, akin to having ingested poisonous mushrooms. Sean noticed no other peculiarities. "You are truly a magnificent creation." Stussy observed Sean's transformation intently. Bang! Zifa attempted to assault Sean once more. However, upon sensing the impending attack, Sean evaded, shifting from his original position in an instant. This state was delicate, appearing dazed as though intoxicated, yet his senses were heightened. Sean quickly surmised that it was indeed observation haki. Though not fully mastered or awakened, he could perceive his own heightened acuity. Contemplating this, Sean simply shut his eyes, attuning himself to the cacophony of voices around him. Moment after moment, each individual's inner voice resonated uniquely. Their movements bore prophetic signs. Upon reopening his eyes, he found John leaning against his back. "Newcomer, are you inebriated?" The tipsy John offered a bottle of liquor to Sean. Feeling he was nearly there, upon seeing the bottle, Sean drained it in one gulp. The din around him intensified once more. The drunken stupor and white mist enveloped Sean. With his eyes closed, his perception sharpened. Sean, the dragon, seized the opportunity to strike, its claws poised to pierce. Dragon, within the white mist, a flash of purple lightning erupted. Sean grasped the dragon's claw. "Have I become swifter, or have you slowed down?" "You're closing your eyes," the dragon countered, utilizing haki to deflect the electrical onslaught. Even more astonishing was Sean's state. Battling with closed eyes, he was exploring observation haki. Damn, what an excruciating ordeal. At this rate, by the conclusion of the battle in God Valley, Sean would emerge comprehensively stronger. The dragon noticed that not only Sean, but also the other members of the Rocks Pirates were growing stronger. "Let us not go to the trouble of defeating one Rocks only to give birth to more monsters. You seem rather concerned." Sean accelerated his assault, even pursuing the dragon, compared to the earlier forced encounters. This state of white mist with closed eyes felt even more potent. However, the longer it was sustained, the more severe the side effects of the drug-esh transformation became. The earlier side effects had not vanished. They were merely suppressed temporarily under the more potent drug effects. Sean was utterly gambling with his life, wagering on enduring until he obtained the meatball fruit, then expelling all the pain within. Although the damage was objectively present, Sean was entirely indifferent. The Zoan type would not be hindered by such injuries. As long as he was dead, he would push himself to the limits. "Can you hear my inner voice?" The dragon could not believe that Sean, lacking awakened observation haki, was merely a half-baked version. Bit by bit, it was all very subtle. Sean, inebriated, nearly stumbled after a few unsteady steps. Yet, following the intoxication, the fiery breath unleashed was even more ferocious. Boom, the flames pierced through the ocean, evaporating hundreds of meters of seawater. After dodging, the dragon was suddenly filled with dread. "This guy has grown stronger again." "Who is this guy?" "Me." Sean appeared behind the dragon, resembling a specter, the burning white mist from the drug-esque side effects, the faint white glow induced by the moonlight, and the purple lightning merging the black dragon form with the fur-tried made Sean seem like a ghost that should not exist in the ocean. Insane. The dragon wished to avoid further discourse with Sean. He was utterly inhuman. "Let us go." Zifa and Crane cleared a path, allowing the dragon to escape. As they passed, they cast a glance at Sean. Soon after, several elite vice admirals, adept in haki and swordsmanship, surrounded Sean. On the beach, numerous warships converged, and the marine soldiers disembarked to encircle Sean. "Hold Sean. He won't last much longer before collapsing." Crane turned to gaze at the other side of God Valley. As all energies were significantly depleted and injuries escalated, the battle between Rox and Roger, as well as Garp, approached its climax. Night fell. The primary forces of pirates and marines rushed towards God Valley. Others were not permitted to step foot inside. Otherwise, casualties would only increase. What of Sean? Before departing, Kaido glanced back at the encircled Sean. What was he doing? Seeking out excitement. Shouldn't pirates be enamored with treasure and wealth? Captain John sat on the ground, his back against the increasingly muddled Sean. Observing this scene, it appeared all was well. Linlin decisively took to the skies on a thundercloud. Stussy had long since vanished. Secretly observing Sean's symptoms from within a warship. "Newbie, are you smoking a cigar?" "Fool, don't adopt such bad habits from Shiki, and don't emulate Rox either. He gambles recklessly, even risking his life." John, rising to his feet, found himself enveloped in Sean's white mist, mistaking it for smoke. "Senior, thank you." When did Sean and John first meet? Was it in the food hold of the pirate ship? Or was it after becoming an intern sailor and being rescued for the first time? Never mind. Let us start from there. Fiery breath. Drunken fire. The two launched simultaneous attacks on the sandy coast. The elite marine forces launched a relentless assault. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the elite vice admirals from Garp's era advanced in full force. Sean and John stood back to back, blazing a path through the flames. Meanwhile, in God Valley, the battle with rocks had entered its final stage. Attack. There could be no pause. They are respectively key crew members of the Rocks Pirates and a newly appointed apprentice. Although the latter bears no bounty as of yet, the apprentice Kaido has already amassed a bounty in the hundreds of millions of berries. The elite vice admirals wield their blades with ferocity, having honed their skills through the Navy's 6 techniques to transcend the limits of the human body, through countless battles and rigorous training. They have mastered the dual haki, further enhanced by their swords, leading their sailors into combat while coordinating their firepower. This strategy would later be adopted by Zephyr to cultivate the next generation of formidable naval forces. Among them are also a number of devil fruit users, predominantly of the Zoan type. Their formidable regenerative capabilities significantly bolster their combat prowess. Any elite vice admiral who surpasses 5 is deemed of the demon-slaying order level. It is this very onslaught that Sean and John find themselves facing. Point 1 is a drunken man, while the other teeters on the brink of losing his sanity. Even if a multitude were to arrive, fear would elude them. A barrage of overwhelming firepower poses little threat to these two, whose awareness is clouded. Sean deftly evades blades and bullets, at times even catching a sword with his bare hands. Each opponent more ferocious than the last, their assault intensifying with relentless speed. The elite vice admirals, particularly those collaborating in numbers, are not to be underestimated. Moreover, a rear admiral leads the sailors into a fierce charge. The battlefield descends into chaos. Only now, there is a slight change in the air. The duration of the conflict has extended, with fewer pirates arriving while the Navy's ranks continue to swell. After all, to maintain the vast naval presence across the world, one must possess a profound foundation. Even disregarding the high-end combat power of the Red Line, the sheer disparity in numbers between pirates and sailors is staggering. Yet it is precisely with the dawn of the Rocks era that more pirates have ventured out to sea. The emergence of Roger has thrust everything into an unprecedented frenzy. Do not fear them. The Rocks Pirates are all devil fruit users, but we possess sea prism stones. Open fire. As long as they are human, there will come a moment when their stamina is depleted. Long-range attacks. The battle rages on. The brutality of God Valley surpasses even that of the Marineford War. How can a decrepit Whitebeard compare to his former self at the pinnacle of power? John, feeling fatigued, leans against Sean's back and falls asleep. This is not the time for slumber, John. Sean delivers a decisive blow to an assailant. Rationality slips away little by little. Amidst the confusion, the cacophony of voices grows increasingly deafening. Following his instincts, he nimbly evades attacks while countering. Sean resembles a fish stranded on the shore, seemingly trapped yet poised to ride the tide at any moment. John drunkenly collapses to the ground, gazing at the fading stars with bleary eyes. Do you know, he murmurs, most of the Rocks Pirates have grown up amidst chaos. We were birthed by this world, and now they fear us. How absurd. If I hadn't encountered that fellow Rocks, I'd be out there in some oceans searching for new treasures. A vice admiral wielding a curved sword lunges at John. Just as he is about to strike, Sean lifts him up. John, if you keep drinking, you will be killed. The swaying Captain John hurls his empty bottle away. He ambles about, skillfully dodging bullets and blades. His bleary gaze meets Sean's, and he points at the towering beast-human form before him, solemnly declaring, Rocks is a gambler. He dares to stake everything. The treasures I desire. The fine wines I cherish. All can be mine if I win the bet. To be honest, I prefer seeking treasures and hosting banquets over fighting and killing. But Rocks insists, as long as we win the gamble. We can seek all the treasures in the world. We can drink the finest wines from every ocean. Do you think we can win? Suddenly, Captain John vomits. Yet as he does, the drunken haze rapidly expands. Sean finds himself amidst the tumultuous thoughts, synchronizing with Captain John's state. The forms of the Black Dragon and Blue Dragon spring from the same bloodline. In this intoxicated state, he experiences an explosive surge of power. By sheer chance, under John's guidance, Sean inadvertently learns to harness some techniques. Be careful. The surrounding sailors stumble and fall. An elite vice admiral, dual swords in hand, immediately shields his comrades. Retreat. John is utilizing his devil fruit powers. Those drunken mists will incapacitate anyone. The sailors, gripped by fear, turn to flee, but barely having taken a few steps, the nauseating scent of alcohol intensifies. The temperature rises dramatically. Scorching flames ignite the mists, engulfing the battlefield in a fierce inferno. The beach is consumed by flames. John burps, seemingly having sobered up a bit. Newcomer, Sean. Rox has begun his final gamble. Though I do not know why I am sharing all this with you. Rox has arrived at this juncture through the whims of fate. He leads Sean from the blazing inferno to an oak chest, casually kicking it open to retrieve a bottle of red wine that he drinks heartily, spilling much of it down his chin. Meanwhile, Sean accelerates his breathing. His heartbeat quickening to as the scent of alcohol dissipates. What remains is a fervent will to survive. White mist escapes from the corners of his mouth, a sign of his cells battling within. Under these circumstances, Sean's perception and physical strength surge dramatically, as if undergoing a transformation. Should he succeed, he would emerge as a monster. Should he fail, he would become a skeletal wraith shrouded in mist. By dawn, the effects of the drug will wane, and the ensuing agony will consume him entirely. Once more, John and Sean find themselves besieged by the pursuing elite vice admirals, only to be rescued by the Kinneman siblings. After blocking the swords and hockey, they stand firm at the valley's entrance, seemingly unwilling to advance further. Until the final outcome of the battle is revealed, cunning beings like them will not easily choose a side, should Rox fall. It would mean disbandment. If he triumphs, they will immediately greet him with smiles, claiming to have blocked the Navy's reinforcements. As they walk through the valley, John chatters aimlessly. Beehive Island is a pirate's paradise. Lawless and chaotic, where everything can be traded, including crew members. One day, Rox appeared. He is a gambler born with extraordinary luck. He possesses both strength and charisma and abundance, winning time and again. Even I fell to him. Yet he offered a greater wager. He asked all of us to join him in staking everything on this world-altering battle. The winner shall become the new ruler of the world. You are the last aboard. Now, the stakes have reached their climax. Yet the Rox pirates have never been a united front. From the very beginning, the wager rested solely on him. Rox seeks to challenge fate itself, standing in the valley. John feels the darkness clawing at the cliffs. The stone sculptures bear witness to the battles fought here. On one side of the scale lies the entirety of the world. Sean arrives at this momentous location, the ultimate battleground of God Valley. The victor shall possess everything. The vanquished shall start anew. The golden lion, wielding twin swords, remains perched upon the precipice despite his injuries. Rayleigh and Jabba lean against one another, guarding the crew from assaults. Yet, it is evident that they too bear wounds of varying severity. Silver Axe, clad in heavy armor, conceals an unseen gaze beneath his mask. Wang Ji's body is partially merged with the island, while the other half retains a human form, resembling a mass of goo. Whitebeard stands resolutely, the swirling clouds around him reflecting a climactic confrontation. It appears that, despite his injuries, Newgate has no intention of retreating. Sengoku, supported by Zifa, is ensnared in bandages, both appearing far from optimistic. Their expressions are grave, suggesting a profound concern for the future. Perhaps justice has never felt as burdensome as it does in this moment. A crane perches upon a rickety chair, behind which lie Steel Bone, Saint Satan, and Saint Green, all of whom are stretched upon stretchers, neglected in their care. It is revealed that this was once a hospital. No wonder no one intervened. The doctors and nurses have perished in the hunting games of the celestial dragons, a fitting consequence of their actions. Lingling, arms crossed, leans against the wall. Had it not been for her unique constitution, she too would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Kaido, gravely injured, stares blankly at the heart of the battlefield, lost in thought. Bogart from the Navy grips his sword tightly, yet feels powerless to assist. In this moment, he yearns to charge forth like Roger. However, the lifeless body of the celestial dragon lying on the ground serves as a grim reminder of the impossibility of such an act. Dragon swiftly senses the arrival of Sean, but says nothing. He clutches a box, recently discarded by Garp, yet hesitates to open it, a choice entwined with the destiny of gaining strength. Eventually, Dragon will unveil this box and consume the fated devil fruit. John reclines amidst the rubble, resting his head on an oak barrel while taking a sip of wine. None possess the strength to continue fighting. Nearly 3 days have elapsed since the commencement of the battle at God Valley. Their stamina is sapped through clashes with equals, unexpected occurrences, and the injuries inflicted by outside interference, compounded by the overwhelming assault they endured at the onset from Rox and the losses incurred against the Knights of God. Whether from Rox crew, Roger's crew, or the Navy itself, they have all reached their limits. Their only recourse is to recover their strength as best they can. Until they regain their stamina, the ultimate victor will dictate the future of the seas. Rox has always enjoyed good fortune. John takes a swig of wine before succumbing to slumber, Sean finds it impossible to discern whether this is a feigned sleep or genuine repose. N01 present can be trusted. As Captain John aptly states, Rox is inherently a gambler, with each member of his crew serving as a wager. Now, at the final juncture, the last remaining chip is none other than Rox himself. The victor shall claim everything. The winner will undoubtedly take all. What of this time? Lingling muses, bewildered, despite Garp and Roger being mere mortals, how do they still possess strength to fight? Why has the typically invincible Rox found himself thwarted this time? They must not lose. Otherwise, all will restart anew. All their efforts thus far will scatter across the ocean. In the future, no one will be able to reunite these monsters of the Rox pirates. The sea will have but one Rox. A group of nearly incapacitated individuals fixates intently on the 3 chips in battle. Sean is even more absurd, emanating steam as if he has stepped into a steamer. Will their combined hockey inadvertently obliterate this fragile crew of pirates? As an apprentice crew member, Sean qualifies as one of these fragile pirates. Yet, none who have persevered to this point are truly normal. Should Garp or Roger emerge victorious, the Rox pirates will surely disband like fallen monkeys from a toppled tree. However, if Rox prevails, all the Navy reinforcements will be turned to stone, obliterated in the darkness and reduced to mere fragments. With his hockey, he will rally the crew and assault the Navy headquarters. All are acutely aware that only 2 outcomes remain. Finding the next opportunity will be a Herculean task for either side. Rox has schemed for this day for far too long, not only because the Knights of God fortuitously seized the treasure of Hive Island, but also because the Rox pirates have played their hand perfectly. A victory not only allows for the annihilation of the Navy headquarters, but also enables the use of Saint Satan and the Knights of God as bargaining chips. God Valley has become an isolated isle, shrouded in mist, with both Navy and pirates who sought to aid becoming lost within. Only a permanent pointer can guide them. Leaning against the cliff, Sean occasionally feels stones plummeting onto his head. Akin to a water jug being struck at the heart of the battlefield, the 3 men have stood in confrontation for quite some time, preparing for the final showdown. Rox is enveloped in darkness. His long hair resembling serpentine shadows, hockey envelopes his hands, Conqueror's hockey coils around him, while armament hockey radiates from afar. His eyes, blood red, pierce through the futures of all, attuned to their innermost thoughts. No reinforcements on this island, regardless of their whereabouts or strength, can escape the perception of Rox observation hockey. Crackling sounds of dark hockey erupt intermittently from his form, shaking the debris on the ground into suspension. The other 2 form a triangular formation with him. Garp cracks his knuckles, blue and white lightning intertwining. The advanced hockey, when roaring, can unleash a tempest of lightning, particularly when Conqueror's hockey clashes, easily leading to such phenomena. Garp's iron fists have been honed to perfection through this battle. Countless pirates are destined to fall beneath his blows. No words are exchanged, only a standoff. They are all gathering their strength, and once it concludes, a thoroughly exhilarating clash will ensue. Roger's sword is suffused with Conqueror's hockey. Reminiscent of Shank's later expulsion of Green Bull, the crimson hockey transforms into a writhing dragon, entwining the blade's surface. In an instant, Roger, who was previously visible to all, vanishes. Indeed, he stands there, observable to the naked eye, yet disappears from the perception of observation hockey. Roger's transformation leaves the powerful hockey users in astonishment. Rox glances at him with intrigue, while Garp senses something amiss. Outside the battlefield, Sean blinks in disbelief. He has vanished. Roger's presence has dissipated. This is the manifestation of Conqueror's hockey enveloping him, obscuring his presence from the perception of observation hockey, a lethal stealth maneuver, combined with high-speed movement. It enables total disappearance. The hockey does not cease. The path of swordsmanship has merely begun. In this moment, Roger advances the path of hockey users. He is still quite young, the straw hat resting around his neck, devoid of the iconic beard. And people instinctively call him Roger, the Straw Hat. Kaido blinks, uttering a phrase that will etch itself into his memory. Only hockey transcends all. Boom. Dark, blood red, blue-white. 3 waves of Conqueror's hockey erupt simultaneously, akin to missiles detonating. GOLD. Roger, Monkey D. Garp, Rox D. Zebek. In the name of D, a fated clash. God Valley erupts into a tempest at this moment. The sky is shredded into fragments by dark clouds, thunder roaring. Outside the valley, reinforcements from the Navy and pirates alike collapse under the impact of Conqueror's hockey. The waves rise and fall, heralding the commencement of the decisive battle. The roar of Conqueror's hockey resonates. Lightning courses through God Valley like water, swirling in the expanse, tearing apart the hearts of every survivor. Whoosh! A bullet soared through the air, originating from the other side of the valley. However, upon firing, he was instantly overwhelmed and rendered unconscious by an imposing force. Sean, with a swift motion of his head, effortlessly evaded the projectile. Although his eyes ached and mist escaped his lips, his insides felt as if they were ablaze. The essence of his lineage surged through him, every cell attesting to the rhythm of his being. Not only did he survive, but he also grew stronger. The Valley of the Gods trembled. Massive boulders were shattered from the cliffside. Sean sidestepped, narrowly avoiding more debris cascading down. Their overwhelming might rendered the valley a treacherous battleground. The only option was to flee quickly. Lingering would mean certain death. How infuriating. Who still had the strength to fight? Perhaps it would be better to perish together. The valley shook violently. The overwhelming presence of the three was accompanied by tangible harm. Sean heard a crack from the cliff behind him. Cracks extended, and a colossal rock, comparable to a warship, plummeted. With a swift motion, he evaded the sniper's shot in this era devoid of pacifists. The Marines stood as the predominant force upon the seas. Now, countless reinforcements were suppressed by their overwhelming aura, leaving only those strong enough to withstand such power. The Conqueror's haki of Shanks in his prime could stun even the elite vice-admirals. Presently, it appeared to be a three-way standoff among the peak figures of Rox, Roger, and Garp. Yet, it was clear that Rox was the strongest. The two continued to clash, forming a strategic alliance against him. Boom! Dust was perpetually stirred, and the Marines, who once sought to land at the port, were instantly petrified in place. Rox wielded an array of devastating attacks. The dark fruit, the sweet fruit, Conqueror's haki. Each could crush the arriving reinforcements entirely. The advantage in numbers was utterly meaningless before him. Hey, such a level of haki could shatter one's will. The vice-admirals by the beach, initially intent on drawing their swords to pursue, were caught off guard and swiftly overwhelmed by the potent dark Conqueror's haki. Sean gasped for breath. With his nascent mastery over observation haki, he might have succumbed had it not been for the activation pills and his dragon form. Kaido nearly faltered, but was saved by Lean's Conqueror's haki. Foolish Kaido, are you still burning with fever? Use your Conqueror's haki. Upon Lean's urging, Kaido finally snapped out of his stupor. Boom! It was as if Pandora's box had been opened to counter the unrestrained Conqueror's haki of the three. Layers upon layers of haki barriers emerged. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lin, Kaido, Sangoku all seemed to have gone mad, employing their Conqueror's haki to resist the onslaught. They stood as formidable barriers against the overwhelming force, simultaneously wreaking havoc. Boom! The previously tranquil Valley of the Gods was ignited once more with fervor. Waves surged higher and higher. The sky itself transformed in hue. From a distance, the sky above the valley appeared akin to a rainbow due to the myriad displays of Conqueror's haki. These lunatics. Wang Ji was compelled to use his haki for defense. Already fatigued, he was forced to engage. Silver Axe was exasperated. Did they all wish to be rendered powerless and at the mercy of others? Encountering Garp promised no good fortune. John snored, utterly unconcerned that he simply lay on the ground, awaiting his fate. With no strength left to flee, he resolved to wait for the battle's outcome. The dragon's expression darkened upon witnessing Kaido employ his Conqueror's haki. His own rebellious aura surged forth. However, at only 17, Dragon could not match the ferocity of the seasoned veterans, yet he managed to form a protective barrier just sufficient to hold in that moment. Kaido and Dragon's gazes fell upon Sean. The age difference was slight. All possessed Conqueror's haki. Surely he did not lack it. Such scrutiny meant nothing to Sean at T15. It felt as if a beast within him was straining against its confines. No matter how fiercely it struggled, the cage held firm. The oppression was unbearable. Why must it suppress me? A heart that harbors the ambition to reign must inevitably break free from its shackles. This place resembled a primordial forest, rife with ancient beasts awaiting their hunt. Suffocated him. Release me. The sensation of being caged was intolerable. Sean, in a state of uncontrolled turmoil, despite his irrational body harnessing all life energy, refused to bow easily to the spirit of a king within him. With a thunderous roar, the cage shattered under the chaotic onslaught of nearly 10 different Conqueror's haki. Sean's eyes burned crimson. At this moment, a fierce beast fully awakened within him. The black dragon transformed from a mere phantom into a formidable dragon of might. Roar. The dragon's roar erupted. Sean unleashed a wave of violet-black Conqueror's haki. An uncontrollable initial awakening. A release of the unyielding spirit of a king. Though its intensity paled in comparison to the current dragons, the aura it exuded was unrivaled. Mastery over armament haki was in its infancy. As he learned the nuances of observation haki, his conqueror's haki erupted forth. Sean indeed possessed the qualities of a king. Kaido beamed with joy. He should have known that this defiant spirit, capable of standing out amidst chaos, would gradually become a member of the Rocks Pirates. How could he lack the ambition to reign? What? Lin's pupils constricted at the sight of Sean awakening his conqueror's haki. What was this? Another wielder of conqueror's haki? Kaido remained somewhat oblivious. What of Sean? Why did the Rocks Pirates lack unity? It was always a chaotic mess, all due to the abundance of aspiring usurpers. Gula la la la. Lin's dreams were dashed. Whitebeard laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to escape the port, while Stussy behind him wore a face of unrestrained joy. Oh, I didn't wonder he could withstand my experimental concoctions. Hopefully, he wouldn't perish in the Valley of the Gods. After the debris settled, Zephyr smashed it apart with a punch. Another menace. I should have eliminated him sooner. Did Linlin foresee that guy's royal potential when she intervened? He truly is a born king. Dragon felt no surprise. If Sean were not destined to be a king, it would have been rather dull. It made sense why he could utter such words. Bogart plunged his sword into the ground, enveloping himself in armament haki to withstand the onslaught of Conqueror's haki. Before him, Sengoku bore the brunt of the golden shockwave and Conqueror's haki for others. Why did Rocks always find such extraordinary individuals amidst the throng? Sengoku lamented in silence. When would the Navy gather a host of powerful warriors to sweep the seas? He had even dreamed of a day when the Navy could boast 3 formidable admirals. Ideally, they would be of the natural type, brimming with vitality and extensive attack ranges. Perfection. The thought left Sengoku with a pang of sorrow. The reality was far too grim. The Navy's next generation consisted only of the young Bogart and the adolescent Dragon. Ha! Rocks laughed uproariously. I've won the wager again. The next generation of the seas is yet another unwilling king. Others may detest ambitious individuals, but I relish them. The more of them there are, the more the celestial dragons tremble, and the more anxious they become. Sean, catch this. My haki. With the bindings on Rock's fists released, his long hair billowed. Approaching dawn, yet the moon still held its ground. Sean's lunar lion was about to wane. Pain surged. Just as his will threatened to dissipate, Rock's conqueror's haki struck like a potent stimulant, piercing directly into Sean's heart. Awaken. This is the captain's battle for dominion over the world. As a crew member, you better keep an eye on things. Don't lose your resolve over a mere sting. I endured double the torment every single moment. At times, such suffering can profoundly temper the human spirit. Awakening to witness the dawn of a new era. Amidst the resounding voice of Rocks, the crew member Sean suddenly awakens. The cacophony in his ears dissipates. The crimson light in his eyes fades. And the moon lion's influence is entirely lifted. Before he has the chance to master the observation haki, Sean feels an excruciating chill to his very marrow. Once the state is lifted, he indeed persevered until dawn. Yet the agony and injury remain unabated, even multiplying manifold. Every cell within him wails. It cannot be said that misfortune has brought fortune. Rather, it is a moment of metamorphosis. To endure is to enhance one's strength, while failing to withstand leads to demise and place. A newly awakened conqueror of the conqueror's haki meets his end in God Valley. To even utter such a tale is absurd. No bounty. No past achievements. Only the strong who fought in God Valley recount the tale of a lad named Sean. Originally bursting with potential, he met his end in God Valley. How did he die? Overdosing on medicine. The side effects proved fatal. Sean wishes to avoid such disgrace. Cough, cough. Blood spills from his mouth. And confronting this suffering while conscious is utterly unbearable. It feels as if his organs, bones, and brain are exploding simultaneously. The sensations of soreness, sharp pain, burning agony, and dull throb tear through his entire being. Sean feels as though he is ablaze, shifting from beastly form back to his human body. He is even continuously depleting the energy he had previously stored, until he appears emaciated, with sunken eyes and a pallid complexion. He seems on the verge of death. Hey, newcomer, don't die here. Those 3 fellows' battle isn't over yet. Wangji seizes Sean, kindly utilizing the powers of the island fruit to embed Sean into the sheer cliffside. This way, the lad would not be crushed by falling rocks. The mountain serves as a plaster, binding Sean securely within, rendering him utterly immobile. It hurts. Damn it. It hurts so much. Sean murmurs, repetitively uttering these words. The pain indeed permeates his entire being, scorching every inch of his skin, every morsel of flesh. He feels as though he is evaporating, growing increasingly frail, resembling a mere skeleton. What did you give that boy? Whitebeard calmly glances at Stussy. Sean's condition is utterly outrageous. Even a Zoan-type user has reached such extremes. This reveals both the extent of his potential and the absurdity of the side effects from the medicine. Bang, bang. Sean's skin ruptures, blood splattering, and no matter how much he cries out in pain, his murmurs persist unceasingly. His previously rolled-back eyes struggle to blink, attempting to regain lucidity. Witnessing this scene, Stussy swiftly moves her delicate, jade-like hands, documenting the experimental results and characteristics. Little does she realize that Sean's physique is simply too formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. The limits of the human body exceeded, the traits of the beastly race, the enhancements from the mythical Zoan, the moonlion state, and the awakening of various haki. Each factor contributes to Sean's current condition. It is impossible to replicate, nor could it ever succeed. One could say he is the sole exception prior to the successful research of bloodline factors. I have administered all manner of potions and pills to him, Stussy casually remarks, only to discover that Sean's body continues to tremble. That it is his willpower forcibly restoring his body. Those are the rare treasures you sought from the vast seas, including the Grand Line and the New World. Either they will heal him or poison him. The Golden Lion, soaring through the air, cannot help but scoff at this. That lad Sean truly has the worst luck. Even Linlin feels that Sean has been led astray. With such physical prowess and talent, even without those potential-enhancing drugs, he could grow to heights unattainable by the average person. Could it be that he has been too hasty? It hurts. I feel as though my brain can no longer perceive pain. It is my soul that laments. Damn it, it hurts too much. Sean continues to bemoan, even beginning to tremble violently, attempting to emerge from the rock. So be it. Let him become a monster, awaken and witness the captain's ultimate battle. Bear witness to the moment the king of the world ascends. Rox clenches his fists tightly, launching a thunderous assault. Carp counters with an iron fist, unleashing a surge of blue lightning. The damage wrought by the haki is akin to that of a small town, crashing directly against the mountainside. Wang Ji, hidden within, immediately seeks refuge. Yet Sean endures the brunt of the impact. How delightful. Ha ha. Even amidst the pain, this corporeal agony awakens Sean's consciousness, allowing him to sense his body anew. You always relish in deceiving those who ought to uphold justice, turning them into evildoers. Carp delivers a powerful blow, the shockwaves akin to a tempest. Rox deftly counters every attack, not forgetting to taunt. What do you mean by deceiving? Linlin and Kaido were nearly bought off by your navy. That wasn't the nun from the sheep house previously supported by your navy. Spare us the lies. Sean and Kaido are well aware of their own tribulations. Rox embodies pure malevolence. He neither feigns nor requires a disguise. His fists strike true, delivering a pain that penetrates Carp's very bones. The overflowing haki shatters the surrounding cliffs, unleashing a cacophony of violent sounds. Sweet words. There will always be those oppressed by evil who seek to join in its wickedness. Why not aspire toward justice and become a savior for others? Carp's sense of justice will not allow him to be easily defeated. There must be at least half of the hope resting in his hands. Every individual in dire straits perceives their adversary as the dark source threatening to obliterate the world. Yet to others, they may merely be inconsequential pawns. The strong see the world through a vastly different lens. Rox has always believed thus. His aim is to become the king of all pawns, to gather those with kingly potential beneath his banner. Only when all are kneeling at his feet can he claim the title of World King. He must raise the stakes. Otherwise, the monstrous Zoan types will awaken. Rox understands fruit users better than anyone. He immediately strikes the ground with a fist. Darkness spreads rapidly, once more consuming all. Only in this manner can Steelbone and Satan's Saint, those Zoan-type users, remain in slumber. More importantly, he must severely injure the remaining foes. Create a situation immensely favorable to himself. To win at the card table, one must be the dealer. That lad Sean is quite remarkable, but he is ill-suited for your pirate crew. We of the Roger Pirates would gladly take him in. Roger grips the straw hat and clutches the hilt of his sword. The crimson haki upon the blade twists, exuding an undeniable aura, the sword of the king, unwilling to be bound by anyone. What are you saying? You dare covet my prey? Rox spreads his arms wide, laughing heartily. To his crew, Rox may not seem imposing, yet among normal men, his physique is indeed exceptional, comparable to Roger and Carp. The darkness expands unreservedly, enveloping God Valley entirely. Friends and foes alike are caught in the fold. Only by acting without restraint can maximum destruction be achieved. The crew is already accustomed to all of this. They must rely on their haki to endure. as the battle has reached a critical juncture. Roger, would you like to join my pirate crew? Rox spread his fingers wide, adopting an inviting posture. I refuse. Roger declared, swiftly striking with his sword. Once again, Rox clenched his fist, and darkness abruptly engulfed all sound. The Valley of Gods was plunged into eternal night. The strange luminescence in the sky vanished as well. Yet, Shane, embedded in the cliff, gasped for breath. His fingers emerged from the rock. He opened his eyes. The sounds of his heartbeat, his breath, the crumbling stones, and the destructive roar of darkness filled the air. Shane listened intently. The tumult around him gradually subsiding. His body had withered significantly. He strained to break free from the stone wall, and the agony buried deep within his soul finally dissipated. His battered body stepped onto the ground anew, accompanied by a sense of surviving a catastrophe. Alas, there was no food. Otherwise, Shane could have hastened his healing. This frail body was ill-suited for battle. The moon had yet to fully retreat, while the dawn cautiously attempted to rise from the east. Shane stood alone in the canyon. The sunlight cascaded into the Valley of Gods like orange juice poured into a glass. He was the first to taste it, a sensation of intoxication coursing through him. All that remained was the dark sphere before him, occupying half of the Valley of Gods. No sound emanated from within, only the surrounding chaos of tearing and destruction. The siblings, black charcoal, dispelled their barrier. Eyes wide with shock at the scene before them, the waves were gradually calming. Yet, a multitude of pirates and marines disembarked, treading over the lifeless bodies scattered about. They advanced towards the heart of the battlefield. There was a resident of the Valley of Gods on the brink of starvation. A marine spotted Shane. Ignore him. Our orders are to protect the celestial dragons. Are you sure anyone is still alive? That massive dark sphere has devoured everything. Our mission is to rescue all the celestial dragons. Everything else is inconsequential. The marines charged forward, while some pirates seized the opportunity to infiltrate, seeking treasure. Yet, Shane knew that every one of them would meet their demise. The monsters in their eyes were about to make their grand reappearance. Sister, they haven't perished. Black Charcoal Senmaru exclaimed in astonishment, hastily erecting a barrier for defense. That it's futile. In front of rocks, the powers of the fruit are rendered ineffective. Black Charcoal Mukin remarked, even as his body instinctively sought refuge behind the barrier. Unfazed, Shane strolled through the valley, effortlessly evading attacks. Bullets whizzed by, merely prompting him to sway his body aside. Kid, the captain warned that once he unleashes the darkness, everything will be swept away. You'd best keep yourself in check. The most cowardly among them, Wang Ji, even attempted to counsel Shane. Hungry, not afraid of pain, Shane cared not, solely focused on finding food, bread, the celestial dragon storeroom. John perched atop a massive oak barrel, taking hearty gulps from a giant beer mug. Shane glanced up at him. They were kindred spirits of sorts, one relishing drink, the other savoring food. Beneath the oak barrel lay a considerable stash of food piled in wooden crates. Shane dove in, devouring greedily. Drink to your heart's content. John raised his mug to the dawn. As the first rays of sunshine breached the darkness of the Valley of Gods, Shane felt the ground tremble beneath him. Immediately, a powerful shockwave surged from behind. Rox had unleashed his darkness. Everything once tethered to the shadows was now liberated. The resultant force was sufficient to ripple throughout the valley. The Marines, who had just entered amidst the clamor of battle, were hurled away by the shockwave. Ha 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 ha. I told you, no one is exempt. To survive, one must be the last standing. Rock's voice resonated hauntingly throughout the valley, echoing in the ears of all reinforcements. They beheld a horrifying scene illuminated by the sunlight. Numerous structures lay in ruins, stones and gold raining down from above. The five elders had not yet awakened, suffering grievous blows in their dreams. St. Grey fell from the sky, accompanied by the celestial dragons of the divine knights. The mainstays of the navy, their strongest forces, were merely defeated remnants battered by rocks. Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and their cohorts were also splattered with blood. No one could remain uninvolved. In this battle, only one victor would emerge. Rox understood that dissenters would arise, each harboring their own intentions. But so what? All would be subdued by the powers of the dark fruit, shattering the final glimmers of hope. The sole victor could only be himself. Flee. Hope was utterly obliterated. The newcomers to the Valley of Gods hastily turned to retreat. With nothing left, they faced inevitable death. The sea, indeed the entire world, belonged to Rox. Want to leave? I haven't given you permission. Rock's ambitions and madness unleashed the hidden power of the sweet fruit. The onrush of fruit-derived power petrified all the reinforcements upon the island. Statues stood in reverse, frozen in agony, suffering, and helplessness, outside the Valley of Gods. The last remaining reinforcements aboard the warship felt their scalps prickle. They had never imagined fear could be so tangible. The Valley of Gods before them was a veritable human forbidden zone. Mountains of corpses, countless statues, and a deluge of debris falling from the sky. Those once hailed as legendary figures now lay wounded or lifeless. What could these ordinary individuals possibly do? Why does this world harbor a monster like Rox? Why? I just want to live and return home. Have I done anything wrong? Please, can we turn the ship around? I want to survive. Despair completely conquered them all. Prior to this, Rox had repeatedly used this very despair to vanquish his foes. Wherever he went, he left a trail of submission, earning the title of King of the World. With all the pirates at his command, Rox was challenging the entire world. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. All that people could do was hold their breath, making death a touch less painful. Silence. Rox. Garp emerged from the ruins, bloodied from forehead to toe. His fists were similarly stained, but as a non-devil fruit user. This was his limit. You watch closely from outside. How could justice easily falter? I, Garp, shall shatter everything with my iron fist. Garp rose, no longer aware of what he was saying. Battle. It was only battle that remained. In the depths of despair, the strong must strike out against the stronger, that I said. Rayleigh. Roger stood atop the rubble, his feet cracking the ground beneath him. Blood dripped from his sword's blade. Behind him, Rayleigh, who had withstood Rock's powerful blows, struggled to regulate his breathing. That I promised to overturn the world, and I also vowed never to die. Roger turned to face Rox. His presence once again vanished into thin air. He wielded his haki with near perfection, standing before others as if he had disappeared. Of course, we must strive together towards that goal. Roger, once more, strike down our foe. Rayleigh raised his long blade, paying homage to his captain as the first mate. The battered crew of the Roger pirates lifted their swords in unison. They were an elite pirate crew, yearning for freedom and adventure. Unlike Rock's crew or the Marine headquarters, they had no reinforcements to rely upon, only each other. Rox, what follows will be the darkest hour of your life. Roger elegantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I in the Valley of the Gods. Only the three of them remained with the strength to continue the fight. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion stood guard on one side of the valley, while Sharn and Captain John occupied the other. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, yet it delineated entirely different eras. Sharn, indulging in the feast, gradually regained his color. Turning away, Roger, basking in the sunlight, glanced back. By this year, stubble had begun to adorn his face. Yet it was still far cleaner than the familiar bearded visage he would later sport. Blood dripped from his jawline, pulled by the force of gravity. Sharn turned around, their gazes locking. John appeared as an observer, silently witnessing the unfolding drama without uttering a word. Kid, there is still a great deal of confusion in your eyes. If there is no way back on the seas, then join my pirate crew. After all, the Rock's pirates are on the brink of collapse. Roger flashed a confident smile at Sharn, resembling absolute assurance in his own strength. This time, the stakes were set. Life and death would be determined. Rox. Karp swung his fists with vigor, his body like lightning, erupting with electric energy. His haki, akin to a constrictor, obliterated all obstacles in his path. The onlookers, steeped in despair, watched this duel unfold. Zephyr and Sengoku leaned against one another, their eyes filled with concern for Karp. They feared not only his potential defeat, but also the possibility of him refusing to retreat at all costs. This battle should not have involved so many participants. Yet, one after another, more rushed to offer support. According to the initial plan, if Steelbone Kong had led the charge personally, the combatants would have been the Rock's pirates, the Roger pirates, the Knights of God, and the elite forces led by Karp. But now, they were irrevocably entwined in an era. The timing was too fortuitous. The future warlords of the sea were either yet to be born or merely children. It was an age before the rise of the three great heroes and the four emperors of the sea, a time when Rox reigned supreme, a period where even Steelbone Kong struggled to contend. He stood tall with his awakened devil fruit, unparalleled peak martial arts, and formidable three-colored haki, firmly securing the throne of the strongest. With the dark fruit in hand, the ability user was utterly suppressed. The sweet fruit added an element of absolute destruction. In the face of such an adversary, one had to be wary of not only the encroaching darkness, but also the potential for petrification when their haki faltered. If a peerless beauty consumed the sweet fruit, Her beauty would petrify anyone unable to resist it. Likewise, the fruit would enhance her allure even further. If an ambitious warlord consumed it, his bravado would surge dramatically. The more others feared him, the more susceptible they became to petrification. This trait further amplified the power of Conqueror's haki, enabling Rox to possess the strength to sweep through armies even if he stood alone. Devouring, petrifying, stunning. Each of these could annihilate an ordinary person in an instant. From the very beginning, only those with formidable haki had the right to confront him, and they had to be as pure as possible in their haki. Otherwise, even if one possessed a powerful devil fruit, a mere moment's exploitation by the dark fruit could drastically diminish their strength. Even those with formidable fruits and immunity to their effects through haki would still be affected. As the adage goes, a jack of all trades is a master of none. It was precisely this realization that led Rox to perfectly synchronize with the dark fruit. The ability users were restrained, and the dual power of haki and fruit was diminished on the seas. Purely relying on haki to reach the pinnacle had become increasingly arduous. This day, standing at the forefront were Roger and Carp. Beyond them, even the likes of Rayleigh and Zephyr paled in comparison to Rox. Indeed, from the moment you both surged forward together, emerging as the vanguards of a new era, I had contemplated bringing you under my banner. Yet, as fate would have it, we ultimately became the final adversaries. Throughout his life, Rox possessed strength, luck, and cunning. In the end, he expelled all potential rivals and subdued countless powerful beings. The last two individuals unwilling to submit became the only ones capable of opposing him. Roger, Carp, come at me. Rox's fists were steeped in darkness, his garments tattered. He stood atop the highest ruins, his long hair dancing like serpents of shadow. His haki coursed through him, turning dark red like spilled blood. In that moment, he was not Medusa but a devil from the depths of hell. Dark hole, bloody gale, paradise. His haki surged, harmonizing with the fruit's abilities. In the brutal exchanges, should his opponent show even a moment of mental lapse, they would succumb to fear and petrification, or be rendered immobile by the pull of darkness. Rox remained the epitome of perfection, meeting the final battle for supremacy with absolute strength, divine slaughter. Roger suddenly vanished. His speed was astonishing, and with sword whispers of death, he slipped from Rox's perception. I have seen all your futures. I have heard every possibility within your heart. Roger swung his blade toward Rox, unleashing an explosive force and lethality at their peak. With a single strike, he cleaved a portion of the valley. Rox stomped the ground, countering with a punch. Darkness morphed into a storm, perfectly intertwining with haki. The sword blade clashed against Rox's palm. He laughed maniacally, his other fist launching an assault. Storm Galaxy. Carp's silhouette shot forth like a meteor, his muscles tensed like coiled springs, his cells mobilizing every ounce of haki. Blue-white lightning pierced through his blood-red haki, emanating from fists harder than alloy steel. In an instant, haki surged like blood, colliding with Rox. Crack, crack. Lightning crackled as they clashed. The skies above the Valley of the Gods shifted ominously once more. The sounds of battle echoed from the valley, resonating like thunder, yet no one dared approach. Death awaited. This was an absolute forbidden zone. Boom. The three engaged in a relentless melee. Rox fought, his dark fist resembling a dragon, coiling into hundreds of black serpents with gaping maws. Roger's blade surged with haki, losing all semblance of technique. Every basic attack became a critical hit. Each of his strikes transformed into a blood-red arc, vanishing without a trace, only to reappear as Rox attempted to parry and retaliate. Carp charged recklessly, perhaps inheriting this relentless fighting style from his lineage. The battle unfolded amid injuries and assaults. Roger and Carp had no time to rest. No matter the pain, they pressed on, determined to deny Rox any chance to counter. The thrill was intoxicating. Rox endured the double agony inflicted by the devil fruit, yet he reveled in it, as long as the battle continued. Defeating his foes was all that mattered. It was a matter of life or death. Blood splattered. Haki surged like lightning, like a tempest. The ferocity of their speed ignited flames that darkened the shadows of the valley. Carp spat blood, feeling fortunate. How lucky he was to encounter such a formidable opponent in his prime. Otherwise, by the time Kong reached his age, he would have long been asleep. Rox, which of our fists delivers a greater sting? Steel Bone Kong, lying in the corner, could not utter a word. It wasn't merely age that rendered him incapacitated. He was utterly restrained by the dark fruit. Thankfully, Steel Bone Kong remained unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been driven to madness. Blood stained Rox's teeth, a testament to Carp's formidable strength. Youth is indeed a blessing. Yet in this world, no matter how powerful one may be, such dominance is fleeting. Without immortality or the highest authority, one is nothing. Fortuitously, I was fortunate enough to locate it. Although I am uncertain whether I can perform the surgery on myself, I must at least attempt it. Rox retrieved a devil fruit from his belt. Feeling the agony and injuries within his body. As the pivotal decision in this line of work, the surgery fruit must be consumed. Initially, I had hoped to acquire it and find the optimal host. Yet it appears I must rely on myself. Gulp. The third devil fruit. With a mutated constitution, Rox consumed the surgery fruit, plunging into darkness. Just as Carp's fist was about to strike his face, he vanished into thin air. Room. Scapegoat. Rox's figure disappeared, reappearing directly behind Roger. I have witnessed all that you are doing at this very moment. Roger, once again, vanished with observation hockey. The valley erupted in astonishment. This devil fruit would once again augment Rox's strength. The allure of immortality is beguiling. Alas, I can only gamble once. By doing so, Rox undoubtedly forfeited his chance at eternal life. Yet, he had no other choice. After all, it is impossible to perform an everlasting surgery on oneself. Roger, utilizing his observation hockey to perceive all things, swiftly drew his sword to strike at Rox. At this juncture, it was merely a bloody battle to the end. What was there to fear? The surgery fruit he had consumed could not awaken. Not even the sweet fruit could awaken easily. They were both in a state of severe injury, relying solely on endurance. Scapegoat. Rox was not a swordsman in his hands. The surgery fruit resembled a form of instantaneous movement within a designated range. Yet, it also rendered him swifter, with his combat style resembling that of a ghost, unpredictable and erratic. Gulp, gulp. Sharn discovered an innocent snail from the food. Answering the snail, the other side inquired immediately. Green Saint. Satan Saint. Has the Rox pirates been entirely annihilated? The inquiry came from the other 5 elders of Mariawa. Perhaps too anxious, they quickly regained their composure. Who are you? The 5 elders demanded, after reheating the cooled roasted meat with purple lightning. Sharn devoured it in one bite. He fixed his gaze on the other side of the recording snail, knowing exactly what to do. Some truths should not be concealed, much like the void of history. Suddenly, the snail was disconnected. The recording snail activated. Sharn preserved everything that transpired in God's Valley, destined to resurface one day. Within the room, as Rox's stamina dwindled, his attack speed surged, who now reigns as the sovereign of the world. With the elusive surgery fruit, every battle became effortlessly navigable. Carp swallowed hard, only to find himself utterly parched. Turning to look, he saw Rox deliver a heavy punch to his face. Pooh! Spitting blood and collapsing. Carp intended to grasp Rox desperately, but was met with his instantaneous evasion. That Roger's blade struck at the position of his heart. Rox, gripping the sword with one hand, unleashed a punch to Roger's abdomen. Despite having the upper hand, the king of the world continuously regulated his breath. Not a single part of his fist remained intact. I am the ultimate victor. Ha ha ha. This battle could be deemed the most brutal I have ever encountered. For decades, I have not had a single day without growing stronger. All for this moment. Rox's fists were drenched in the blood of Roger and Carp. As the last hope of the sea, Carp and Roger were struck by Rox's explosive punches, both crashing into the mountainside with a sound akin to a spider's web of destruction. The man, deeply embedded in the crater, was at the pinnacle of power yet remained unable to shake Rox. The most formidable conqueror of the seas. Originally, I had intended to consume the bounce fruit, which would have completely negated the side effects of the dark fruit, to make this world feel pain, and to bounce around the globe at will. I have traversed countless seas in my lifetime, thus relying on the fruit's characteristics to come and go freely. What do you say, Roger? Rox afforded no opportunity for the two to escape once more. Even in expressing his innermost thoughts, he accelerated his assault. The hockey-infused punches crashed into Roger's chest, threatening to shatter his bones. Carp struggled, his head bowed, unable to emit any sound. The despair of the abyss approached. Inevitable and without release. If the prior despair had shaken the justice of the seas, rendering the naval soldiers powerless, even devoid of the courage to step foot on this island, then the current despair was such that even the mightiest of the sea could find no hope for survival. Leaning against the wall, stones continuously fell upon him. People, utilizing their gradually waning observation hockey, sensed the presence of Roger and Carp. Were they still alive? Enduring such ferocious blows from Rox, even deities could not survive. Yet, they must not perish. Presently, those who still possessed the strength to defeat Rox were solely them. Sharn, his belly full, spun about, The food rapidly transformed into energy, mending broken bones, lost teeth, and injured organs, though mentally fatigued. His willpower kept Sharn composed. The excessive hormones invigorated everyone. The allure of immortality surpassed even the finest wine, yet life always fades in an instant. Perhaps it is better to be blissfully intoxicated and oblivious. John tumbled from the oak barrel. In his life, he had epitomized the phrase drunk and dreaming. Not only had he spent his life seeking pirate treasures, but the riches he left behind were countless. Newcomer, can your observation hockey hear me? John appeared utterly haggard. His curly hair fell loosely. Catching the sunlight, he looked rather handsome. His carefree demeanor complemented by the intoxicating aroma of alcohol. Sharn did not wish to lead such a life. Members of the Rock's pirates all had vices. Whitebeard and Kaido shared John's penchant for drink. Lin, with her love for food, was relatively ordinary. The Golden Lion, much like Rox, harbored a lifelong ambition. Why do you always call me newcomer? The name Sharn will resonate across the seas. Sharn rose to his feet, feeling the fully enhanced body resulting from the potion's mutation. Perhaps so. I have witnessed too many newcomers perish, those who are so lost as to lack even a semblance of self-will. What else could they be but newcomers? Newcomer Sharn. Captain John spoke the truth. Despite his seemingly poor state of mind, he unwaveringly embodied the spirit of living recklessly and seeking treasures, without self-will and sufficient ambition. One could not ascend to the pinnacle of the seas. Even the freedom-seeking Roger is not bound by anyone or anything. This ability itself is the greatest ambition, unfettered, embodying the chaos of neutrality. This reflects the essence of the Roger pirates. Sharn gazed in bewilderment at the final scenes before the old era's demise. Indeed, since crossing into this world, I have yet to truly search for my own will. What do I truly desire? Amidst this confusion, a heartbeat inexplicably resonated within him. Sharn looked up to see someone unleashing their hockey. Roger, listening to all things with his observation hockey, he resonated with his conqueror's hockey. Mountains, rivers, flora, and every minuscule entity in God's valley. Every living being with even a shred of will could sense the tremors he inspired. Sharn knew Roger would not perish so easily, even in the throes of Rock's onslaught. He was still desperately rekindling his spirit, truly tenacious. Even so, over a decade later, Roger would succumb to an incurable ailment and pass away. Once, Sharn believed that a being of such formidable strength, one who had harnessed hockey to its utmost potential, should not meet an early demise. After all, during his prime, Roger was akin to the combination of the red-haired Shanks and the world's greatest swordsman, wielding a swordsmanship that paralleled the ability to hear all things through observation hockey. Yet, it now appeared that both Roger and Rox would only be remembered for having perished at the pinnacle of their power, forever unattainable by others. Had Whitebeard died in the same era as Roger, or had the Golden Lion not re-emerged after his disappearance, they would undeniably have left behind an undefeated legend. But what, then, is will, family, freedom, power, treasure, fine wine, beautiful women, gourmet food, status? The figure of Barrett flickered in Sharn's mind. As a pirate, Barrett too lacked personal will. His only desire was to possess strength, to surpass everything, to outshine Roger. And what of Sharn himself? To surpass Rox? What do I truly wish to possess? The sound of Roger's breath reverberated in Sharn's mind. This was not merely the ability to hear all things. It was unmistakably the voice of the Din Mushi, resonating deeply within his soul. No wonder he could converse with the world. The echoes emerged directly from the depths of his heart, akin to the way the ancient kings and sea beasts communicated. Hearing that call, reminiscent of a great wail from the depths, sent shivers down Sharn's spine. In this reborn life, he had gradually awakened the three types of hockey. His body had been reinforced multiple times, transforming into a form that ordinary blades could not shatter. With the formidable powers of a devil fruit and an incredible devil's compass, everything infused new vitality into Sharn's existence. Opportunities and the future lay firmly within his grasp. For others, God Valley marked an end, a conclusion. For Sharn and the majority present, it symbolized the dawn of a new era. I desire everything. For reasons unknown, Sharn's gaze lingered on the frenzied assault of Rox. Upon witnessing the captain's reckless charge and feeling the overwhelming will of all present, a singular thought remained: to possess everything. Why should I choose? I want it all, and more than what Rox possesses. Holding the Din Mushi, Sharn etched every moment into its memory, simultaneously engraving it into the very depths of his 15-year-old soul. Before him, Rox seemed invincible, yet in truth, no one stood by his side. The difference lay in the fact that far above on the red line, Im had triumphed, commanding countless successors. If Rox were to lose, his crew would scatter to the winds. Sharn committed everything to memory, fully aware. Should he ever rise to challenge the world like Rox, he must never find himself in such a predicament. The weight of the world upon his shoulders was exhausting. To possess absolute power, one must also wield the strongest influence. The Den Mushi opened its eyes, recording the climactic battle of the king of the world. Suddenly, John glanced at Sharn, the intoxication in his gaze fading momentarily. Sharn, it seems you have found the direction in which to steer the helm. Sharn bit into an apple, vitality surging forth, ambition swelling like a seed within him. Once filled with greed, his eyes now reflected what Sharn had unearthed. That seems about right, senior. Crack. The heartbeat of Roger intertwined with the voice of all things, drawing upon life force to restore will. Karp's fingertips twitched, resonating from within the pit. His throat was filled with blood, rendering him nearly speechless with pain. Karp, Roger, battered by Rox, rasped in response. That a smile struggled to break through the blood-stained visage. You haven't died yet. Don't let Rox take you down. Roger seized Rox's fist, the sword that had fallen from his hand lying not far off. Bloodied and breathless, a haze clouded his vision, yet he continued to fend off Rox's blows. Roger, this time, I will not be defeated, unless I draw my last breath. Karp's shoulder twitched, detaching from the mountainside. Those watching had long since been rendered immobile. Yet Karp, despite his grievous wounds, found the will to revive. That it was utterly absurd. What manner of inhumanity was this? Karp, fallen to the ground, rose with great effort, delivering a punch aimed at the back of Rox's head. How annoying. You two, descendants of the D clan, who utterly failed to comprehend the significance of your surname. That you harbor the will of D. It is truly detestable. What is this world waiting for? For centuries, the D clan had been adrift in every corner of the sea. Many, even in death, clung to the fate of D, yet you would not understand. The convergence of 3 members of the D clan at the pinnacle of the same era signifies an impending upheaval of the world's unyielding will. Karp, Roger, you are still too young. Once you grasp the truths of the world, the blank history, you will comprehend what has transpired. Rox swung his fist, clashing with Karp, each blow striking true. Neither man flinched. To do so would prevent any determination of victory. Roger's sword perfectly melded speed and power. Unperceived in his movements, his conqueror's haki was so potent that each strike bore the weight of singular, devastating force. Silence. Quit your nonsensical ramblings. Karp's iron fist exemplified the pinnacle of human martial arts. There were no twists or turns, only a direct confrontation. Regardless of the formidable foe, he would unleash his full might until destruction was achieved. Both fists sprang forth like springs, shattering any resistance. You are growing old. Rox, this world shall not belong to you. Karp stared defiantly at Rox, as if he intended to tear a piece of flesh from him. Did Sengoku, as a Marine Admiral, not inform you? Karp? Rox wiped the blood from his mouth. Since the devil fruit had no effect on these two, he would continue to employ the full might of his 3 fruits and 3 haki forms to bring them down. Whoosh, once more. He switched positions, appearing before Roger, ready to deliver a blow to his forehead. Do you think I cannot perceive you? Roger looked up, slashing with his sword. Your future has nowhere to hide, and I can not only see it, but hear it as well. Within the room, Rox faced 2 formidable adversaries, his advantages dwindling rapidly. He had never anticipated that a being as powerful as himself would be thwarted by 2 masters of haki to such an extent. Do not presume to judge my life, Roger. Rox gasped for breath, glancing around, seemingly unable to break through. Was it to be a stalemate, each waiting for the other to succumb to exhaustion, until one perished from sheer fatigue? After nearly 3 days and nights of intense combat, even he had to consider the possibility of victory against Roger and Karp. Yet now, within Rox's own crew, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were also growing stronger. One day, they too would ascend to greatness. Lin, Kaido, and the other crew members would not remain complacent. If Rox could not secure victory here, then all would be but a fleeting dream. What of being invincible? It would culminate in a mere farewell banquet. By then, no one would heed Rox's commands. At this moment, with the final step yet to be taken, it was Rox's best opportunity to end this battle, who still possessed the strength to continue. All were striving to recover, yet as long as the fight raged on, they remained filled with trepidation. You two are indeed the strongest foes I have ever encountered, especially you, Roger. Rox recognized he could not match their haki. From the onset of this battle, Roger had grown to rival his own strength in hockey. Thus, as a fruit user, he still had one last card to play. Who could have imagined he would reach such heights? To hastily engage in battle without ever attaining eternal life. What could that possibly signify? It is merely a step away from losing much. Had I simultaneously acquired the meatball fruit and the surgery fruit, you would possess not a shred of hope. My apologies for instilling in you some impossible expectations. The moment for my performance is now upon us. By the way, do you understand what a pirate paradise is? It is a wager, my friends, where the losers forfeit their companions, their ships, their treasures, and perhaps even their very lives. Lox continues to babble on endlessly. His incessant nature reveals his dwindling stamina. Roger and Garp are also gathering their strength for the final battle. The one who strikes first will grant the other the opportunity to counterattack. Similarly, lacking any countermeasures would lead to utter defeat. Fruit Awakening, Dark Paradise. As Lox, a mutant, has just consumed the surgery fruit, he had begun feasting upon the sweet fruit in God Valley. The two are merely different in mastery, yet neither has reached the stage of Fruit Awakening. The darkness fruit, however, is an entirely different matter. It possesses the mightiest power that it could be said that Roger and Garp have imparted a lesson to all masters of swordsmanship and martial arts. They have witnessed the might of hockey, realizing that one can achieve the pinnacle of power without the need for a devil fruit. What Lox is about to unveil is the ultimate application of the devil fruit. Fruit Awakening. Do you comprehend? My devil fruit is unique. As the embodiment of darkness, once the user enters a state of awakening, all other users will be affected to varying degrees. Are you prepared? Enter the Dark Paradise. The darkness from Lox's hair spreads swiftly, akin to a monstrous abyss consuming him. In the next moment, when Lox is engulfed in boundless darkness, the shadows tear apart everything, yet lack their usual terrifying power. It merely devours the space around him, less than a foot in radius. Every cell in his body is exuding dark flowing shadows until the darkness wraps around him like spider silk. Enveloping his forehead, limbs, and torso, Lox vanishes, replaced by an expressionless void. The dark figure of Lox remains rooted in place. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. The darkness, no longer a mere tear, resembles a dancing Medusa, or perhaps a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. His features are reduced to just his eyes, which flicker like lanterns as he opens his mouth. Darkness tears away a portion to speak. His voice is hoarse, yet sends shivers down the spine. Now is the revelation of my ultimate form, a perfect blend of the three types of hockey and Fruit Awakening. The most exceptional of all, the darkness fruit, which cannot be elementalized. It will become a personified abyss, tearing and attracting all. I am darkness. I am death. Lox's fists coalesce like a swirling knight, ensconced in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. He turns to Sharon, as if in devilish whispers. Are you recording all of this? Perfect. After all, this is the optimal conclusion. Come forth. None can refuse the Dark Paradise. Lox's entire being is adorned with darting black tendrils. The moment they emerge, anything they touch is swiftly devoured. Concurrently, all present fruit users feel their cells being torn apart. Sharon realizes that this is the bloodline factor being seized by the darkness. Lox speaks the truth. The full manifestation of the darkness fruit's awakening inflicts indiscriminate damage upon all users. Weakening of the body is one aspect, but being consumed by darkness is the end. Come on, Roger. At this moment, Lox resembles a beast. Just as Garp strikes first, he does not even employ his hands. The dark tendrils emerge from within him, forming a surface of condensed hockey that erupts wildly. Roger, leave those tendrils to me. Attack. Garp endures blows while retaliating as best he can. The surrounding users are greatly diminished, already weakened, their stamina depleted, and suffering various injuries. Now, they are mercilessly tormented by Lox, rendering it a hellish ordeal. Do not command me, Garp. Roger leaps with a sword, delivering a perfectly timed slash. The blade's light cleaves through God Valley, bisecting the gorge. As the mountain collapses, it quickly settles back into place, appearing significantly tilted. Yet Lox's form is cleaved in two, directly separating. While a more ferocious force of absorption is unleashed, the tendrils multiply, and the crew of the Lox pirates begins to suffer, unless they employ hockey to resist. Minimizing the side effects of the bloodline factor being torn, they will face debilitating weakening. This fiend has returned. Whitebeard's sword is firmly planted in the ground. Debris from the earth is relentlessly drawn in. Becoming sustenance for Lox, the golden lion thrusts his twin swords into the crevice, cursing vehemently. Damn it. Roger, lend me a strike. The ferocity of the absorption is so potent that Lingling cannot ride the clouds above. Forced to embed her hats soared into the cliff. Longbread clings to his legs, resembling a diminutive figure being yanked by gravity. Lox is a madman. I warned you he is unreliable. Lingling thinks herself unfortunate. What exactly does the darkness fruit look like? I must investigate upon my return. This is utterly absurd. Yet it seems that awakening is no simple feat, ha. Lox continues to laugh maniacally, appearing to have lost his sanity. Yet he perpetually emits his own haki. Hearing the captain's laughter, Kaido yearns to strike him with a kanabo. After consuming the devil fruit, he felt his entire being amplify several-fold. Yet now, being torn by this darkness. It feels as though his insides are in turmoil. His very blood seems on the verge of being consumed. It is terrifying. Afraid? Do you feel fear? The darkness fruit, before awakening, is the only devil fruit that cannot be elementalized and brings double the agony. Yet, once awakened, it generates an insatiable force of absorption. Even light and haki find no refuge. This is why it cannot be elementalized prior to awakening, for even the user is ensnared in a state of confinement. This force of absorption does not merely rend you. It also tears at the user themselves. The intense gravity inflicts double the suffering and incapacity to elementalized. Instead arises the mightiest of all natural-type devil fruits. Ha! Locke's laughter grows increasingly frenzied. Has he been overtaken by the will of the devil fruit? No one can ascertain. In this ghastly state, who knows what condition he truly embodies? It is certainly not human. Let the seas be engulfed in terror. Locke spreads his arms wide, allowing Roger to strike him repeatedly. His form disintegrates into fragments of darkness. Each shard releases a multitude of tendrils that consume all. Futile. I can anticipate your attacks. Darkness is I, and I am darkness. To strike a natural type, one must possess haki that surpasses that of the natural type. Yet even you cannot surpass my observation haki. No one can obstruct me. Since I cannot fell you, I shall consume the entirety of God Valley. Lox is no less formidable than Emu. There are merely a few souls remaining in God Valley. It shall all be resolved. If I can bring down the entire pirate crew with me, then Roger's pirates and the admirals will likewise be obliterated. You madman, Roger knows that in the end, Lox will never accept any outcome other than his own victory. Even a draw would signify a complete loss of opportunity. An opportunity as perfect as God Valley may never present itself again in this lifetime. Desperation is imperative. I knew it would come to this. Newgate, Shiki, do you also wish to perish alongside this lunatic? In the chaotic realm of the warring states, one fiercely grapples with the rocky terrain, intermittently striking the ground with his fists to create pits. At this moment, all are akin to grasshoppers aboard the same vessel. Rox, realizing the impossibility of vanquishing Garp and Roger in a victorious state, resolutely opts for the annihilation of all. In such a scenario, victory remains attainable. Furthermore, even a mere stalemate is utterly unacceptable to Rox. Thus, in pursuit of an unrestrained triumph, he unleashes an onslaught of all-consuming darkness and domineering might. He has never adhered to the rules. Whitebeard had long anticipated that Rox would not leave any contingency unaddressed. Rox has always been a madman. We have warned you not to provoke him. The Golden Lion is most irked by being dragged into this turmoil. Before this scene, darkness relentlessly tore and consumed everything in its path. Tentacles began to reach the edges of God Valley. The valley quaked violently. The voracious force incited a vortex storm, accelerating the pull of all towards the dark core. Sean clutched the dragon's shoulder with one hand, while his feet were grasped by Captain John as if he were a lifeline. Newcomer, do not let go. Otherwise, we shall all perish, John exclaimed, hurling a bottle of liquor into the air. The bottle soared toward Rox, only to be devoured immediately. Hearing Captain John's words, Sean turned to the dragon and implored, Dragon, do not let go. Otherwise, we shall be torn to shreds. The state of the dark paradise engulfs and attracts genetic factors. Even those devoid of abilities are susceptible to its influence. The dragon, clutching a treasure chest with one hand, grasped Zephyr's hand with the other. Uncle Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr silently gazed towards the distant crane, who desperately clung to the rocks, her expression one of deep resentment directed at these large men. Why don't you all perish? I am an ability user, and I am affected far more. With a thunderous crash, the dark tentacles shattered the advantageous rocks. Fortunately, they were not lost, but rather attracted and consumed. Amidst the storm, darkness expanded rapidly. Unlike the previous dark cavern, This was a self-amplifying process through consumption. The longer Rox remained in his awakened state, the more perilous the situation grew for others, while his own strength surged. "Roger, let us proceed." Rox continued to taunt. His eyes still gleamed with light, yet his words resembled the whispers of ancient deities. Dark tentacles, indiscriminate of friend or foe, surged forth from every direction, shattering and consuming all they encountered. Rox stood at the core, growing stronger with each entity consumed, each life extinguished. His form swelled to an imposing height exceeding 12 meters, reminiscent of a giant. Yet this was merely the beginning. Rox had retained only the obsession to obliterate everything, surrendering himself entirely to the darkness, for only in this way could he achieve his most powerful state. The dark tentacles, guided by observation haki, attacked enemies with armament haki, and swept through foes with conqueror's haki. The number of tentacles multiplied from several dozen to over 1,000 until Rox vanished from sight, his form swelling into an aerial abyss of darkness. Consume, annihilate. There remained no distinction between allies and adversaries. Only darkness. Above God Valley, the abyss of darkness reached the cliffs, progressing towards the annihilation of the entire island. Remaining here equated to facing death. Even so, Sean clutched a den mushy with his dragon tail. "I wish to try once more." Roger gripped the hilt of his sword, the sound of all things resonating in his ears. "I can hear Rox in the depths of darkness. If we can rip open a gap in the abyss. There is a chance, however, our haki alone may not suffice." Upon hearing Roger's words, Garp resolutely believed. "I have my own." Whitebeard, with one arm, resisted the consuming force. His haki roared from his fist, igniting white lightning that erupted alongside Garp's light blue lightning. Within the darkness, haki illuminated a corner of the abyss. "This madman even seeks to kill me." The golden lion unleashed his haki, his words equally scathing. "Even my cigar has been consumed." Dark tentacles lashed out aggressively. Captain John decisively released his grip, planting his foot firmly on the ground to execute a sliding tackle. He had no intention of being struck, using the slide to buy some time. "Garp, let us unleash our haki." Zephyr unleashed his haki, kicking the dragon away. In that instant, Crane was also saved, occupying a corner with her Hakaido present. All were being torn apart by darkness, attracting their genetic factors, though it appeared they were using haki to shield themselves. Their condition was far from optimal. Sean's hands pierced through the rocky layer. Aside from one hand being a dragon claw and his dragon tail still intact, only his dragon scales remained on his body. This illustrated the terrifying nature of Rox's awakened form, nearly consuming everyone. Typically, to attract the abilities of others, one must at least make contact. Yet now, the influence was remote and exceedingly perverse. The novice village was akin to an epic conclusion, and the high-level encounters were distinctly different. Sean too unleashed his haki fully, yet his conqueror's haki had only just awakened, making it difficult to trigger again. His observation haki allowed him only to evade bullets and attacks. The inner voices of others he once heard had vanished, suggesting a higher state. Only his mastery of armament haki remained, having just reached the level of hardening, which proved somewhat useful. Ultimately, only one could trigger the event, rendering it exceptionally conspicuous. Zing! Sean's haki appeared as novice level to these individuals. What else could he do? "Captain John, what do you practice to enhance your observation haki?" "Drinking," Sean remarked while supporting himself with haki. Engaging in casual banter, Captain John was left speechless. Just moments ago, he had grasped Sean, yet now he was being pulled by haki. Realizing he had encountered a kindred spirit, being intoxicated may affect your senses, but it does not impair your perception. John's words might resonate with others, but Sean believed not a word. What nonsense is this? If one's condition does not affect haki, then Whitebeard would not have been besieged by the three admirals in his old age, nor would he have been ambushed by his own son. Similarly, how could Captain John have been betrayed and killed by his subordinate? "Hey, are you questioning me with that gaze, Sean?" John exclaimed, his eyes wide. "What else could it be? Try using haki when you were starving, and see if it weakens." Before Sean finished his retort, John swiftly dodged the attack of a dark tentacle. It appeared his haki was indeed stronger, particularly his perception through observation. "You have too many fallacies. Haki is the potential of humanity. The state of the human body is indeed limited by substances like sea prism stone, just as it restricts abilities. Yet with every breakthrough of human limits, haki strengthens your body. Even an ordinary human, mastering advanced haki, possesses strength and speed far surpassing the average person," John said, flexing his muscles. Sean glanced at his physique. silently showcasing his biceps. "You are far too young." Captain John, feeling bored, lamented the lack of alcohol. After all, Rox had gone mad, seeking mutual destruction with everyone. Even he needed to sober up. Indeed, young, very young. Sean nodded. In terms of age, he was indeed quite youthful. Even as a human, after tapping into one's potential, one was no longer ordinary. Yet why was Roger afflicted with a terminal illness, and why was Garp pierced by a sword? Just how potent is Haki's transformation of the human body? Certainly. One cannot dismiss the possibility that they encountered exceptional circumstances. A battle that touches upon the very brink of human despair inevitably leaves behind unseen scars. Perhaps, after a decline in their condition, they were ambushed by a formidable master of swordsmanship. Ultimately, without a resilient physique, all is but a fleeting illusion. Sean is fortunate that the very first devil fruit he consumed was of the mythical Zoan type. Replete with benefits, not only does it grant elemental attacks and the ability to soar through the clouds, but it also bestows a body impervious to the injuries that afflict ordinary mortals. His second choice, the superhuman type Machi Machi no Mi, enables him to perform a myriad of conceptually extraordinary feats, expelling pain, memories, compressing air, and launching others away. Any island he has visited can be marked, allowing him to swiftly traverse vast distances using the powers of his fruit. Once Sean has journeyed across the globe, he will need only the Machi Machi no Mi to reach any destination with utmost speed. He can also alleviate various physical pains by transferring them to others. Should he acquire a mutated constitution, the third devil fruit he selects will undoubtedly be of the natural type. The combination of these three categories is nothing short of perfection. In Sean's mind, thoughts swirl like a tempest, nearly causing him to lose his focus. "Awaken, rookie." Captain John's voice pulls Sean back to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he finds darkness has enveloped the entirety of God's Valley Island. Outside the island, warships are docked while sailing vessels hastily flee. All that meets their gaze is darkness, not the elemental darkness of before, but rather a dark paradise, woven with countless tendrils that devour everything in God's Valley. Occasionally, the laughter of rocks can be heard from within. Approaching God's Valley, even a single step would result in immediate capture and consumption by the dark tendrils. The sea has formed a colossal whirlpool, continuously revolving around God's Valley. The waters converge, drawing hundreds, even thousands of ships that seek escape back into its grasp. They never anticipated that after relinquishing their will to fight, they would be deprived of the very right to observe. "I have long proclaimed that Rox is the king of the world. If we had not provoked him, this would not be the case. Why must we attempt to thwart him? Such power is insurmountable. Whether serving the celestial dragons or Rox, what difference does it make? Wails of despair resonate. God's Valley is merely a speck at the core of the whirlpool. The vast, churning ocean is a terrifying expanse. As Rox has stated, he is instilling fear into this world. Far away on the red line, utilizing the image-transmitting snail aboard the warship, the five elders watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Unable to establish contact with Saint Satan and Saint Green, it is highly probable they cannot escape. That must be the dark fruit, a special natural type that is notoriously difficult to awaken. How could Rox have done so? What transpired in God's Valley is far more urgent than we could have imagined. Are there still transponder snails on the island? Should we embark on the warship or await Rox's arrival in Marioa? The remaining five elders find themselves momentarily speechless, their conversation halting as a figure clad in a black robe, crowned with a diadem, appears. Lord M, the symbol of the world's supreme authority. Only four of the five elders remain kneeling. The world is undergoing a transformation unprecedented in hundreds of years. Not even the awakening of the colossal kingdom machine at Fishman Island centuries ago evoked such concern. They await M's response. The king of the world, the figure seated upon the throne, scoffs, crossing one leg over the other. Is Rox worthy of such a title? M draws forth a sword from the ranks of the 19 kings who once pledged their loyalty and pierces Rox's bounty poster. If he triumphs, you shall take action, and I shall send him to you. What? Upon hearing him refer to him as M, the five elders bow their heads in deep reverence. As you command, Lord M. Only you are the king of the world. They kneel in submission, the sound of rustling paper echoing as M obliterates God's Valley from the map. Regardless of Rox's victory or defeat, he shall not survive. Even if he overcomes the Rox pirates, the marine headquarters, and the treacherous crew, he must still face the full might of the celestial dragon elite. God's Valley, a dark paradise, illuminated by the last remnants of Haki. Only Rox's laughter reverberates through the valley. Whitebeard and Garp join forces, illuminating a path for Roger. In this moment of despair, Sean seems to hear a voice from within. It is the conversation between Roger and Rox. The voice of all things, Roger, converses with Rox, consumed by the will of the devil. Farewell, Rox. Roger's blade thrusts forward, the crimson aura of hockey signifying not merely slaughter but the beacon of hope. Sean witnesses history unfold. At the moment the tendrils withdraw, Roger traverses the darkness, firmly driving his blade into the abyss. It hurts. Roger, why must I endure this double agony? Who has stolen the Machi no Mi that was rightfully mine? Rox roars in fury. Within the dark abyss, as he exists in the state of the dark paradise, Roger's blade pierces his heart. And no matter how powerful the natural type, awakening will still reveal the true form. I can hear all the voices within you, Rox. Roger grips his blade tightly, exerting all his strength as he drives the blade into Rox's heart. Rox must be slain. Even the slightest glimmer of hope is unacceptable. Otherwise, everyone will meet a tragic end. In the depths of darkness, Ling Ling is at a loss for what to feel. Initially, she sought to claim the Machi no Mi, only to have it snatched away and consumed by Kuma. Yet, as a consequence, Kuma later endured unimaginable suffering. If that fruit had belonged to Rox, he could have expelled all his internal pain, allowing another to consume the surgery fruit and, upon awakening, perform an eternal surgery for himself. Thus, an absolutely powerful Rox would become insurmountable, so powerful as to be flawless. By a twist of fate, this inadvertently altered the course of the world. Roger, why won't you join me in dominating the world? Rox cries out in anguish, reaching the final moments of his wavering resolve. Life rebounds from the depths. Even in death, he must take down as many as possible with him. You traitorous scum, if I must perish, then we shall all perish together. Roger, do you wish to know the essence of the devil fruit? Rox's eyes glimmer from within the darkness that he laughs, resembling a demon at the end of his rope. Does the current Rox still exist, or has he completely surrendered himself to the devil, trading his very being for greater power? While others may hesitate, Rox has no reservations. To him, since death is inevitable. Why not drag others down with him? The devil fruit indeed harbors a demon. The dark fruit commands both the demon and the fruit's existence. Do you understand what occurs when the devil's will runs rampant? Newgate, Shiki, Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, John, Kaido, Black Carbon Makuro. You damn traitors. You shall soon learn the cost of betrayal. Rox struggles like a mire, clawing his way from the abyss. His blood ignites. His dark, interwoven skin bursts into a torrent of dark plasma. God's Valley surges with madness. All devil fruit users feel a constriction around their throats. Rox's injuries worsen. Approaching the brink of death, the devil's will within them accelerates towards revival. Rox, we have not betrayed you. We are merely observing. The Black Carbon siblings wail in agony, their consciousness nearing obscurity. Once the devil's will seizes their bodies, they will become mere shells, especially those with Zoan-type abilities, who will merely become indistinguishable from beasts. Willingly accepting domestication. What is this? Kaido felt an unprecedented pain since joining the Rox Pirates. It can be said that when Whitebeard represented Rox to invite him as an apprentice crew member, it marked the beginning of a tumultuous journey. Since then, the only one who treated Kaido with genuine kindness was his dear sister, Lin Lin. Apart from her, he merely picked up drinking habits under John's tutelage. It was not until the emergence of Sharn that he first found a friend close to his age. The reckless method of life-or-death confrontation employed by Rox was something he had never comprehended. Do not let the demons in your mind consume you, Kaido, Lin Lin declared, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. The demon will. It is a trial that all fruit users must face after fully developing their abilities. Only by resisting the demons can one truly awaken their powers. From that moment on, Kaido vowed to uphold the taboo of all abilities users, always wary of being devoured by the soul of the demon. Rox, you are not the only one who can achieve the awakening of the fruit. Shiki gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with a blood-red sheen. That moment, even the sea seemed to resonate with their turmoil. It was precisely because of this step that the Golden Lion could defy the laws of nature and make the sea float. Since stepping on a hive island, I had envisioned this day. Thus, even while seeking opportunities, I was prepared for the awakening of the fruit. Rox, everyone grows, and indeed, this is your final chance, but it should not mark the beginning of your downfall. I, too, have family to protect. Newgate's sword stood firm in the ground, his conqueror's haki surging forth. A powerful will clashed against the demons, confronting Rox in a desperate struggle. Exhausted and depleted, Rox had accomplished feats that many before him could not. Yet at the final moment, he was defeated by the fickleness of human hearts. Ha ha ha. A bunch of aimless and unambitious fools. Those who are content to remain in their corners can only be pirates, not kings. Rock snarled through gritted teeth. He reached into the darkness, grasping the blade with a vice-like grip. Come on. Even the awakening of the fruit brought immense suffering. Those who have not awakened will perish alongside me. Rocks roared at this moment. Only those with the strength of Haki could grasp the magnitude of the dangers posed by devil fruits. From that day forth, a saying circulated within Roger's crew: one must never consume a devil fruit. This led to Buggy's decades-long resentment towards Shanks after accidentally eating a devil fruit. Even after the red-haired pirates were established, they adhered to the principle of avoiding devil fruits. The ocean is unfathomable and fraught with peril. Sea stone, which confines, suppresses, and weakens abilities users. The fruits carry the souls of demons, and the dangers of awakening are ever present. The rare dark fruit counters them all. The dual powers of observation and armament Haki pose threats and harm. Above the vast sea, any one of these 5 threats is dangerous for abilities users. Only through awakening can one gain a semblance of resistance. Yet, over the past 8 centuries, how many have achieved this awakening? If we consider 20 years as an era, from Rocks to Roger to Newgate, the number of awakeners is pitifully few. Demon will awaken. Rocks was driven to madness. Caring for nothing but destruction, he wished for all to perish alongside him. Those who dare to kill him must be prepared for equal retribution. Roger, are you truly certain you will never harbor ambitions to conquer the seas? Power can lead one to lose themselves, and greed will inevitably consume them. The very people you save today will eventually stand against you. As long as the celestial dragons exist, Marineford will merely be a satellite of Mariewa. The Navy will pursue you relentlessly throughout your life. One day, you may awaken to find yourself facing Carp and Sengoku on the execution platform. Rocks extended his hand, fingers splayed, piercing Roger's abdomen. The darkness would corrode your blood year after year. The more you fight, the more severe your condition becomes. You kill me, wishing to protect this world. Then let this world strangle you as well. Nothing can dispel the absolute darkness. This is the wound infused into your very bloodline. Rock's gaze was frenzied. He was already ensnared in the abyss and would not grant freedom to others. The suppression after the awakening of the dark fruit is akin to being injected with sea stone bullets and then shackled. Thus, Rocks faced the other crew members of the pirate crew without a hint of fear. Yet, he would ultimately fall before Carp and Roger. This was due to the fact that they were both formidable wielders of Haki. While Carp and Whitebeard forged the path, Roger fought valiantly. Their combined onslaught became Rock's fatal blow against non-abilities users, infusing the darkness of the awakened fruit into Roger's bloodline. It was precisely the damage inflicted upon the lineage factor. Unless Roger were to traverse decades into the future and encounter Vegapunk for a treatment akin to Bonnie's after her encounter with the Jade Scale disease, he could undergo a rebirth. Otherwise, he would need the awakenings of 3 devil fruits. The awakening of the surgery fruit, a costly healing. The awakening of the disease fruit, requiring a specific price for treatment. The awakening of the Nika form, using the sun god to counter the encroachment of darkness. The awakening of all 3 is exceedingly challenging. One grants eternal life, another is rarely seen, and the last has not been awakened in 8 centuries, remaining anonymous. Subsequently, Roger would inevitably traverse the world, embarking on adventures while constantly facing encroachment. Until he fell gravely ill, he would become the Pirate King. This moment, Rocks delivered a blow comparable to a fatal strike. It was a profound injury to himself as well. With one hand, he cast aside the blade, the blood of a king dripping in the darkness. He raised his eyes to Roger, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Roger, are you willing to pay this price? His words echoed thunderously. And is it not possible? As long as Roger remains a pirate, he will inevitably be hunted. Can one truly hide for a lifetime and impel down? How many pirates were captured in their old age after becoming weak? Unless one cultivates their subordinates, ensuring loyalty unto death. Yet during Rock's era, and even before, pirates had no families, no names for partners. They were but grasshoppers on a single ship, and when the captain grew weak, they would be replaced. The best outcome was to be cast off the ship. The vast majority met a direct demise at the hands of their crewmates. Rocks did not wish to die at the hands of such worthless beings. Not when countless eyes were set upon his throne as he approached his twilight years. Why not seek eternal life, wield unassailable power, to become the new king of the world, to usurp the celestial dragons? In that moment, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lin would become the new elders and the admirals of the Marine headquarters. Rox would merely need to remain in the shadows, allowing all to sacrifice themselves to protect him. Just one step away. Roger, you have destroyed my journey, which was but a step away. Sooner or later, you will do far worse than I. Rox intensified the encroachment, the darkness stripping away the human lineage factor. Invading every inch of skin.my hockey is sufficient to nullify the effects of the fruit. It is futile. Rox. Roger's three-color hockey was already at the pinnacle of the world, with his age at its most formidable. He could not believe the fruit's effects would be of any use to him. A plume of black smoke billowed forth, merely dispelling the effects of the sweet, sweet fruit. How could this be? Even with the awakening of the fruit, it was impossible for it to have such an effect against advanced awakened hockey. You are utterly ignorant. I have told you, the dark fruit is the most unique of all devil fruits. Although the reason for such miraculous effects remains a mystery, it will undoubtedly alter your very lineage. Since one cannot elementalize in a state of unawareness, it will naturally bestow other effects. The heavens are fair. Having stripped me of my ability to command the seas, they ought to allow me to dominate all else. Roger, do you now harbor regrets? With a swift motion, Rox thrust Roger away, the blades sliding out in tandem. Amidst Rox's chilling laughter, Roger plummeted from the sky. As he gazed upon Rox's downfall, a dark madness erupted. This man, who sought to deliver a final blow to all traitors before his demise, inflicted upon the savior Roger an incurable wound. The corrosion of the bloodline factor, the most potent strike in the awakened state of the dark fruit, was akin to wagering one's life to grant another eternal life. I do not regret. Roger retorted to the darkness that was Rox. I refuse to believe that you could escape the Navy's pursuit for a lifetime, especially since you are their savior. Ha ha ha. This world is utterly absurd. Only I remain awake as if in a divine state. Rox is no longer human. Behind him, within the abyss, a shadow woven of darkness emerged, opening a gaping maw as if a voracious beast. Consuming him whole, deliver me unto the demons, and you unto the grim reaper. Rox sacrificed himself to the demon, seeking mutual destruction. Roger, Rayleigh cleaved through the dark tendrils with his sword, shielding Roger behind him. You reckless fool. Upon hearing the first mate's admonition, Roger laughed heartily. Rayleigh, our era has only just begun. Even as life ticks down, it is sufficient to turn this world upside down. Madness. Yet all of this could only be muttered in the depths of his heart. Who among future generations would know the truth? The man who paid the heaviest prices known to the world merely as the Pirate King, unaware that he should have borne another title, hero. Roger. Garp's muscles strained once more as he shattered the tendrils before him with a powerful punch. What business do the Marines have here? We will protect our captain. Jabba's dual axes carved the tendrils into fragments. The crew rallied around, encircling Roger in their midst. Enough with the idle chatter. It is Rox who deserves the most punishment. Zifa's fist shattered the darkness as he stood guard alongside Garp to protect the Roger pirates. Most others were fruit users, already struggling to fend for themselves. Those of awakening caliber, like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, could barely muster enough hockey to defend themselves. The weak would likely succumb to madness on the spot. Even several animal-type Marine officers lost their sanity due to Rox's influence, devoured by the will of the demon, completely subjugated by the fruit's powers. The Marine headquarters had spent a long time taming them, ultimately imprisoning them and impelled down, becoming eternally tireless jailers. No one could escape. No one. Rox's laughter sent chills through the heart that it seemed as if he had fused the voices of demons and himself, producing a sound that made one's scalp tingle. Perhaps, the demon Rox floated in the darkness, his mind echoing in its final moments, conversing with the demon. Why do those of D gather? Is it by chance or fate? Could it be that someone long ago shared my thoughts? If so, they must have succeeded to participate in the shadows. Otherwise, from whence came the notion that the surgical fruit could grant eternal life? The will of D cannot be severed by mere bloodline. Whose will have I inherited, and who else will tread the path I have chosen? Roger, Garp, you two cannot escape the will of D. The demon's whispers could not escape the darkness. Only Roger, upon Rayleigh's back, turned to look. You two can hear me, right? Do not forget to seek the answer. Rox laughed, fading from their minds that Roger's head throbbed with pain. The will of D, the puppeteer behind the scenes. The answer. You two? Roger possessed the innate ability to hear all things. But who was the other? He gazed towards God Valley, besieged by the dark tendrils, where cries of anguish and roars echoed. Sharn was among them, seemingly ordinary to AT this moment. The will of D was being passed down, an awakening. Someone could hear the voice of all things just like me. Roger's words furrowed Rayleigh's brow. Hear all things. Since their adventures began, Rayleigh had encountered countless formidable individuals. To date, he had yet to meet a second who could hear all things like Roger, a master of observation hockey. It could even be said that hearing all things was Roger's extraordinary gift. Who is it? Rayleigh glanced around, seemingly finding no one else who shared Roger's gift. Unbeknownst to him, that individual seemed to be deeply concealed. Was it Rox who spoke, claiming there were two listening? Perhaps they were among Rox's crew. Roger took a breath, returning to the ground from Rayleigh's back. He gripped his sword once more, ready for battle. Rox had entered the final stage of his rampage. All that remained was to outlast Rox until his demise. The fruit users were being tormented. Those with hockey needed to sever all dark tendrils until Rox was completely drained of strength. Reduced to ash. Captain, you need to rest. The crew looked to Roger, who had initially been in the rear with a long staff. Our pirate crew has always had me in the back. Why are you making a fuss? Roger wiped away the blood, once again drenched in sweat, appearing unaffected. Captain, Rox just said he inflicted serious injuries on you. Jabba hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. That guy was merely frightening before his death. Do you really believe Rox? Roger smiled indifferently, putting all the crew at ease that he knew it had indeed made an impact. Yet the final erosion of the dark fruit lay therein. Conventional methods could not eradicate it. And the threat was but a whisper. Only time and battle could provoke it. Roger spoke thusly, wishing for everyone to fight without reservations, survive first, leave the rest to the sea. He did not believe that such a vast ocean would harbor an incurable ailment. Perhaps hockey could advance further, completely expelling the effects of this fruit. With a swift motion, another rapid dark tendril attack ensued. Roger cleaved it in two with his sword. Hockey transformed into a crimson arc, carving a path nearly 1,000 meters through God Valley. Alas, it was soon shrouded once more by the dark tendrils, leaving no avenue for escape. Rox was maintaining this state at the cost of his life. The level of awakening in this fruit was utterly outrageous, surely irreversible, unless he exhausted himself to death. The golden lion swung his twin swords. Ceasing to fly with the float fruit. It appeared he did not wish to utilize his fruit abilities under the encroaching darkness. However, sweat profusely dripped from his forehead. Among the corrupted users, Lingling was the most peculiar. She pounded her head against the wall in frenzy. What was once an impeccable steel balloon had lost its properties, causing her to bleed profusely. It resembled the state of a shattered nun's photograph. Nun, mother, Lingling's anguished howls echoed, as scenes of nightmarish memories unfolded before her eyes, an overwhelming multitude of shadows converging like the specter of death. Each individual within the House of Lambs danced joyously before her, despite many of them later becoming esteemed guests at Lingling's birthday cake tea party. The haunting nightmares of her childhood remained irreparable. Lingering in her dreams for years, Lingling opened her mouth to scream, her throat seemingly burdened with countless gravestones, each bearing the names of nuns etched clearly upon them. Demon. Kaido pounded his fist against himself. Striving to maintain his consciousness, he sensed something stirring within his veins, a force that would consume him if left unchecked. Yet, he had yet to fully unlock his abilities. He couldn't even touch the threshold of awakening. All he could rely on was sheer willpower and dominion, battling against the torment inflicted by his lineage. Kill me, Wang Ji. Silver Axe cradled his head, feeling as though every cell in his body were being torn apart. Wang Ji, equally in agony, pressed a hand against his hat, his features twisted beneath its brimmed the precipice. Crane suffered as the darkness gnawed at her, causing beads of sweat to trickle down. This torment was something she wished never to experience again in her lifetime. Sengoku, while lamenting, also contemplated the future of the Navy. Perhaps this was why the headquarters sought to have the cultivated admirals consume the devil fruits. He had only just begun to emerge alongside Garp and Zephyr as a formidable force when the headquarters rewarded him with a devil fruit. As a mythical Zoan, it possessed all the advantages of a Zoan, while also granting exceptional combat prowess. Initially, Sengoku deemed himself fortunate. Yet, he now fully understood the myriad limitations faced by those who wielded devil fruit powers. Unless one was the user of the shadow fruit, even then, danger lurked at every corner. Before awakening, one could not elementalize, enduring double the suffering. After awakening, while one could elementalize, the will of the devil was overwhelmingly potent, and a moment's lapse could lead to the loss of self. Sengoku had long been aware that the Navy headquarters was actively seeking out devil fruits, particularly the rare natural types. The celestial dragons relished acquiring fruits that sold for over 100 million berries. turning slaves into users to perform for their amusement. Natural devil fruits were deemed too perilous to toy with if shackled with sea prism stone. Users could not elementalize, rendering them unable to entertain. Removing the sea prism stone shackles necessitated replacing them with explosive shackles. Such devices were deadly even for ordinary slaves, let alone for standard Zoan or Paramecia users. However, elemental users would swiftly escape, effortlessly dispatching a few foolish pigmen in the process that we are not yet old. Sengoku murmured to himself, glancing at Zephyr and Garp. Surely these two had become exceptions, provoking a sense of danger in the celestial dragons. Some thoughts were best kept buried deep within. The majority of celestial dragons were mere scum. Yet it could not be denied that a few possessed formidable ambitions. Crane's casual remark left Sengoku in a cold sweat. You ought not to speak such words. Sengoku cast a glance at Steelbone Kong. Saint Satan had long been buried beneath a mountain of rubble. Their lives and deaths mattered little. They could be unearthed later, if necessary. After all, they would not hear it. Crane rolled her eyes, finding the recent first-hand experience of the God Valley incident even more repulsive. As they traversed the cliff's edge, John and Sharn exchanged glances. Despite the pain, John remained silent, preoccupied with his drinking. The only source of his discontent was the darkness that siphoned away his fine wine. Aren't you in pain, John? Sharn lay on the ground, gazing at him. It hurts immensely. I can only use my teeth as a side dish, John replied, his teeth clattering as he spoke. Good heavens, so this seemingly carefree fellow is on the verge of shattering his teeth from the drinking. What about you, Sharn? John inquired, biting down. I was in excruciating pain just moments ago, but now I feel nothing, Sharn confessed, uncertain of the reason behind the sudden relief. The most agonizing moment had been when Rox unleashed the darkness, plunging him into a fog. A black dragon soared the skies, surveying the earth while fixating on Sharn. Just as his will faltered, on the brink of being consumed, a voice stirred him awake. It was Rox. Just before his death, Rox, in a final sacrificial act, awakened Sharn, who had lost his will, activating his special observation haki, just like when he had collapsed under the influence of drugs. The ability to perceive the thoughts of others and even the essence of objects had reemerged. He heard everything Rox had spoken. When Rox mentioned you two, he referred to Sharn and Rogered. As Rox's life flickered out, Sharn instinctively rose to his feet. His body had thinned considerably, likely requiring a feast and a deep sleep post-God Valley battle to restore his full strength. When Sharn gazed at the sky, the collective agony of all reached its zenith. The animal-type prowess of the Navy outside the valley was consumed by the will of the devil, never to awaken again. Darkness extinguished. The darkness that vanished was not of himself, but of the light. Sharn fixated on the sky above God Valley. The dark tendrils began to retract rapidly, condensing into a mass of shadows. Only 9 colossal tentacles remained, tearing at the valley. God Valley, once ensnared in the abyss of the world, was now being dragged down by these dark appendages. Above the chasm, the tentacles coiled into a throne of ink-black darkness. In this realm, only the darkness was strikingly visible. This was Rox's paradise, a domain interwoven with demons and deities. I am the victor. You all are the masters of the world. Am I the loser? Then let us all turn to ash. Rox sneered. No, it was the demon mocking him. In truth, Rox had long triumphed over the devil. He was not only a wielder of awakened fruit powers, but also the most powerful and perfected user of abilities. Even Blackbeard Teach, who would ascend as the Emperor of the Sea 38 years later, could not rival his mastery of the shadow fruit. Teach had merely made a fortunate choice, crafting a fruit configuration even more formidable than Rox. Thus, in this era, Rox was undoubtedly the king of the world, revered even by the later Pirate King, the hero of the Navy, the strongest man, and the most powerful creature. Countless adversaries emerged, including the unexpected Roger and the treacherous betrayal of his subordinates. Even the meticulous 5 elders, Saint Satan, were defeated, nearly meeting their demise in God Valley. Yet, the outcome left them in such disarray. Rox would not concede. He had not been defeated by any singular opponent. Even if he sacrificed his will to the demon, striving to obliterate this absurd world as much as possible, the sea was far too absurd, and they were a band of fools. What justice did the Navy uphold? What freedom did the pirates claim? Ridiculous. They were merely a dog of the celestial dragons, groveling in the dirt, while another, like a stray dog, scurried about in hiding. Kill me. The true me still exists, the world king who has dominated for 800 years. A celestial dragon. Ha 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 ha. Tremble, fools. Rox erupted in laughter, akin to a mad dog with nowhere to go. biting wildly. The dark tendrils withdrew from the throne with a resounding crash. Tentacles, as unyielding as steel, pierced the cliffs, suspended above the valley of the gods, until the dark appendages transformed into layers of inky steps. Upon those steps rested the ultimate throne. Rocks ascended the staircase, step by step. The gaze of all was drawn, their souls feeling as though they hung in the void, power being summoned forth. In that moment, Rocks exuded no trace of dominance, yet all could only yearn to kneel in submission. For decades since I set sail, I have embraced adventure, slaughter, conquest, and cunning, leaving no stone unturned. Wano, you shall comprehend. This world awaits the arrival of the next sovereign. You should all tremble. I have departed, and the sea shall never know tranquility. I ask, aside from myself, who can suppress this horde of monsters? Await the most tumultuous upheaval yet. The war for the throne is about to commence. This dark throne may morph into boundless possibilities, regardless of your insincere intentions. The reality of your swelling ambitions cannot be altered. Even if you merely wish to protect all that you possess, you shall ultimately contend with these beasts. Otherwise, they shall lay waste to all you have so meticulously safeguarded. Rock sat high upon the dark throne, casting his gaze down upon the beings of the earth. Within the narrow confines of the valley of the gods, hearts pulsed with an unwilling fervor. As Rocks had aptly articulated, the ambitions of Gold Lion, the relentless desires of Lingling, and Kaido's ruinous conquests, all understood that to claim the throne, one must tread the same path as Rocks. Even if Roger sought only freedom and adventure, and Whitebeard wished solely to shield his family, without sufficient strength, they too would face obstruction and influence from these creatures. Indeed, this is a war that one cannot escape from, whether willing or not. Roger, unwilling to accept, recognized that he detested the future Rocks had envisioned, yet could not evade it. Years later, as Roger ascended the execution platform in Lobetown, he could not forget the events of this day. Perhaps, when he spoke of the great treasure, he, kneeling on the execution platform, inadvertently claimed another invisible throne. The existence of Rocks has become inconsequential. What is truly terrifying is the fact that he once existed. From this day forth, each monster emerging from the Rocks pirates shall understand. Pirates aspire to even greater heights of status, power, and influence. They will relentlessly vie for everything, until we transition from the era of Roger, Gold Lion, and Whitebeard into the age of the Four Emperors. The ambition to reign supreme shall inevitably corrode the hearts of all. Even the future 7 warlords of the sea will be part of this struggle for the throne. Once ambition is ignited, it cannot be extinguished. Rocks, that scoundrel, intends to awaken the ambitions of every monster in his crew, sacrificing his very life in the process. Sengoku detests such actions, as they lead those individuals down a path of greater sin. Little do they know, there will follow Roger's proclamation of the Pirate King's great treasure, and Whitebeard's final push. It shall never cease. This is a perfectly orchestrated relay race. To defeat those wretches and imprison them and impel down is all that is required. Garp shattered the attacking tentacle with a single punch. He held no belief that there existed an opponent he could not vanquish. Even someone as formidable as Rocks met the end of his road, becoming a man on the verge of death. Yet once they depart, they scatter like leaves in the wind. When we pursue one individual, others will expand their influence across the seas. In no more than 5 years. Even rookie crew members like Shanks and Kaido may wreak havoc in their own right. These individuals, gathered by Rocks, appear uncontainable, yet are in fact confined to one place. Thus begins the true storm of the seas. The Dark Throne has etched itself into the hearts of all who possess the qualities of a sovereign. Sengoku felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to fathom the chaos that would soon engulf the seas. And the architect of all this turmoil is none other than Rocks. It can be said that, at this moment, Rocks' influence on his contemporaries is akin to Roger witnessing his own execution or the sea pirates who had yet to ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords. Including Shanks, Buggy, and Dragon. It is only Rocks' erasure from history by the Gorosei that renders him less terrifying. Ambition is bound to swell. Just look at the glint in their eyes. The will of Rocks shall not wane. Sengoku gritted his teeth, gazing at the battlefield. The crew of the Rocks pirates did not mourn for their fallen captain. On the contrary, they felt exhilarated and elated. For them, this was the optimal outcome. Rocks is dead. The Dark King, who could suppress the myriad of bizarre fruit abilities, has been annihilated. Thus, those reveling before his tombstone shall be the more avaricious souls. Shanks is among them, his gaze burning with insatiable fervor. Newcomer, your eyes are ravenous. John wiped the blood from his mouth, fixating on Shanks' gaze. 2 decades of tumult. Who will the next sovereign be? Shanks clenched his fists. The answer undeniably clear. It is I. Annihilate. Rox felt a profound satisfaction. To be precise, the demon reveled in it. This is splendid. The insatiable greed of humanity, the desire to possess all things, that is the very essence of the sea's frenzied operation. It is precisely for this reason that the devil fruits, born from lineage factors, exist. The ever-changing abilities of these fruits are a product of human imagination. Boom! The throne erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Rocks melded into the dark throne, and the Valley of the Gods was suddenly enveloped by dark tendrils, absorbing, continuously drawing in, until every being was utterly obliterated. The existence of life was but a fleeting moment. Before his demise, Rox sought to exhaust the final vestiges of the devil fruit's power, manifesting his ultimate worth. Darkness pervaded all. Rox opened his mouth, and a dark demon emerged within the Valley of the Gods. This demon towered over all, dwarfing even the mythical beast form of Satan. The already narrow Valley of the Gods now seemed to be devoured by a demon trapped within. Rox sacrificed himself to the demon, his life igniting and disintegrating in that instant. Darkness detonated the lineage factors of all present. The fruit users were the first to feel as though struck by lightning. Pff, damn it. It hurts so much. Kaido swore he would never forget that damned Captain Rox. To think that even in his dying moments, he would bring disaster upon his own crew. His insides churned, the agony forcing him to the ground. Damn it, that lunatic Rox. Longbread stabbed his sword into the cliff, the pain exacerbating his already diminutive form. Rox lingering long to tear him apart, blaming him for the repeated breaches of the so-called steel balloon. All due to Rox's targeted assaults. Such fruit powers ought not to exist. Damn it. Gold Lion was utterly exasperated. As a sky pirate, it was the first time he had been pinned to the ground. Enduring pain without spilling blood, lest he worsen his injuries. The power of the fruit lies in its development. He should be the unprecedentedly perfect host for this devil fruit. Whitebeard remained steadfast, gripping his sword. Does it hurt? Of course. But what good does it do to scream in pain? Wang Ji and Silver Axe truly wished to strike this captain a few times. In truth, the most tormented were the crew of the Rox pirates. Roger's crew was largely unaffected, shielded by the formidable Sengoku, Suru, Garp, and Zephyr. Even if they bore grave injuries, there would still be someone to rescue them. Captain John abandoned all resistance, choosing instead to lie on the ground and await death. He did not believe he could withstand the most potent attack from Rox before his demise. Blood seeped from every inch of his skin, all due to the encroaching darkness, obliterating and tearing at his lineage factors. Shanks, how come you're unscathed? John noticed Shanks merely leaning against an oak barrel. It actually hurt immensely. I just couldn't be bothered to say so. Shanks casually deflected. In reality, he felt no pain within. Was it Rox's intention? Why? In theory, it is during such moments that indiscriminate attacks can unleash their fullest potential. However, this is not the case. Sean's gaze was fixed intently on Rox, who had transformed into a colossal figure of darkness. At this moment, Rox bore a closer resemblance to a demon. It was indeed Rox who had spoken in the shadows, yet the one who made this decision was not necessarily him. Was it the malevolent soul of the dark fruit? Instinctively, the choice did not corrode Sean. Why? Sean lifted an oak barrel and drank deeply from the wine within. Suddenly, the earth was torn apart. Everything was dragged away by an overwhelming gravitational pull, even the wine Sean had sipped. In that instant, Sean was also pulled upward, forcing him to punch a hole and grasp the fissure in the ground. Rox looked down upon the land. Everything to him was merely a tangle of darkness. At this moment, within the Valley of Gods, whether human or object, stone sculpture or living being, all were consumed by this darkness. To an outside observer, it appeared as if the original dark vortex was expanding rapidly. After a swift surge, it abruptly froze. Splash! From the perspective of the sea, the dark vortex rapidly condensed until it swallowed everything within the Valley of Gods. The agony felt by the people was starkly different from the tremors of the tremor fruit. It was an act of devouring and tearing apart. The colossal whirlpool on the sea was all the more terrifying. Previously, Stussy had commandeered a warship, but now it was being inexorably drawn into the vortex. On the brink of submersion, she gazed at the distant Valley of Gods, unable to believe if anyone still lived. Let it be destruction. That would be just fine, at least without the Marine headquarters. She could live more recklessly in the future. Without the Rox pirates to provide shade, she would have to drift aimlessly once more. Just the thought of it brought her sorrow, while Stussy was lost in such thoughts. The seawater slid past her face in her crystalline eyes. The scene of the Valley of Gods was reflected in less than a second. The Valley of Gods, from expansion to contraction, suddenly erupted. It was annihilated. The possibility of such an event immediately crossed Stussy's mind. Soon after, the vortex's speed slightly diminished, signaling the disappearance of gravity. The darkness vanished. The Valley of Gods returned to its normal state, though devoid of structures. Now merely a collection of shattered stones in an almost toppled chasm. What had transpired? Had rocks triumphed? That attack just now must have been his. I nearly thought it was the end of the world. This fellow truly intends to become the sovereign of the world. While the people harbored doubts, the atmosphere within the Valley of Gods was starkly different. Shadows fell from the sky. Sean landed heavily against the mountainside. The few strong survivors from the battle turned back once more, only to feel a chilling sensation creeping up their spines. A faint light inopportunely swept through the Valley of Gods that a dreadful chill enveloped them. Their observation hockey and instincts warned them. Rox was not dead. How could it be? Even the mightiest life could not possibly still be alive. Yet when Sean, weakened, turned back, he beheld a living human standing in the enormous pit at the heart of the Valley of Gods. It was Rox. His eyes shone with a crystalline brilliance, reminiscent of a newborn babe. All the injured turned back, their hearts pounding like drums. They wondered, why? Is this monster still alive? You all seem quite frightened. A spark ignited in Rox's eyes that he grinned widely. Boom! His entire being erupted with a frenzied aura. The darkness, akin to the night, surged forth like the most terrifying waves of the SETO attempt to kill me is nothing short of a delusion. I am Rox, the king of the world. Ha! I am immortal. Rox laughed maniacally, yet his skin cracked in rapid succession. This overwhelming aura was so oppressive that it rendered breathing a challenge. Sean braced against the onslaught of the aura. Staring at Rox in sheer astonishment, Roger and Garp staggered back to their feet, preparing to fight once more. They were oblivious to the fact that if Rox was still alive, they had no idea how to achieve victory. Until Rox took a step forward, he gazed at Sean beyond the pit, pointing a finger at the young man. You must have felt it. The darkness has chosen you. You cannot escape. The formidable devil fruit will seek out its host. No matter where it is reborn, it will find you. This is the splendor of fate. Sean, the darkness has already marked you. What is your choice? Rox's words thundered, resonating in the ears of all present, until the aura emanating from Rox suddenly diminished. As he approached Sean step by step, the aura dissipated as well. Rox stood there, his gaze shimmering as he fixated on Sean. The demonic powers faded. The three-colored aura exhausted, he remained in a forward-leaning posture. Frozen in place, in the final moments of life, Rox's body emitted a cracking sound. He petrified in his position, a grin perpetually etched on his face, laughing maniacally. His wild hair solidified at that moment, resembling a siren returned from the depths of hell. He was dead. This being, once deemed invincible, the strongest entity who had single-handedly gathered nearly all the monsters of his era under his command, had truly perished. And this was the most unbelievable scene of all. Everyone was left dumbfounded. As the genuine sunlight of dawn poured down relentlessly, the king of the world, Rox, though fallen, remained standing as a statue. No one could desecrate his corpse unless they utterly obliterated his body. It was impossible even to extract any useful cells, for Rox had already become entirely stone. What madness had this lunatic wrought? Sengoku glanced at Sean, perplexed as to what had transpired that led Rox to utter those words before his demise. Suddenly, Sean regained his composure. He retrieved a small video snail from his clothing, which appeared to have fainted and was also petrified. Looking around, the Valley of Gods was filled with stone sculptures. It was as if life had never existed here. Sean carefully concealed the video snail back into his sleeve, planning to release it when the opportunity arose. The longer the sweet fruit's abilities lingered, the greater the likelihood of complete petrification, just as Rox had previously turned nearly everything in the Valley of Gods to stone, thus rendering it utterly hopeless. Moreover, since everything had been destroyed, it was essentially equivalent to death. If, within the next few days, a new user of the sweet fruit happened to appear and quickly reach the awakening stage of the fruit, they could potentially save those trapped. Conversely, if even the slightest error occurred, no one could be saved. Perhaps, once he attained the abilities of the bounce fruit, he could retrieve the footage. Although the battle against Rox had not stirred the world to a frenzy, Sean refused to allow the five elders and celestial dragons to erase the existence of someone who had once stood against the World Conference. This footage served as the most direct evidence of Rox's existence. As the darkness receded, light once again embraced the world. People were primarily exhausted, leaning against various corners, awaiting recovery. Sean was no different as a zone-type user. He only needed to regain a modicum of strength to flee. "Kid, care to join us?" Jabba, with double axes at his waist, extended a hand toward Sean. As the first mate under Captain Roger and Vice Captain Rayleigh, he was the best choice for inviting newcomers to the Roger Pirates. "I have no intention of serving others again. Don't even think about it." Sean sat by the wall, gradually regaining composure with each breath. The waves began to calm. The startled pirates and marines rushed into the Valley of the Gods. Upon witnessing the disarray of the island, they were gripped by an eerie chill. Their fear only intensified when they beheld the statue of rocks. Carp was surrounded by a throng of marines, who cheered exuberantly, attributing the victory in this battle solely to his prowess. Roger, however, remained indifferent. His crew leaned against him, ready to face an impending confrontation. "Do you wish to perish, you fools? That man has just vanquished rocks." Carp warned the marines to refrain from attacking the Roger pirates at this juncture. Although the marines hesitated, they did not heed his advice. Pirates saving the world. What a jest. Sengoku, having assumed the highest position after Steelbone Kong fell unconscious, clutched his chest and issued commands. "Everyone, commence rescue operations. No matter the cost, save as many as we can." The war was over. They must not complicate matters further. The next phase was to clear the area, keeping as far away from rocks as possible to avoid any traps. After Sengoku's orders, a colonel from the Navy headquarters rushed to his side, holding a squawking transponder snail. Upon receiving it, he barked, "Steelbone Kong, immediately seal off the Valley of the Gods. The traces of rocks must be obliterated. Erase this place entirely from history. While we obscure it with mist, we will act, and no compass shall ever lead anyone here again." The five elders issued their decree. Incidents such as the kidnapping and extermination of celestial dragons must not leak out. Moreover, with some young members of the God Knights and one of the five elders defeated, allowing more to follow in Rock's footsteps or harbor such mad ambitions would be detrimental to the celestial dragons. This year's hunting game is hereby terminated. The five elders issued their final command and angrily hung up the phone. Yet, many marines and pirates from Hive Island still dared not gaze upon the statue of rocks. The man's past was too outrageous. Each of his accomplishments was enough to instill terror. A marine, clutching two boxes, rushed to Carp's side, and upon opening them, two infants were revealed. One had red hair, the other blue. Witnessing this sight, Carp could not help but recall Green Bull. Was this fate? Why must a child become a wretch like that? Carp lifted the treasure chest and glanced at the Roger pirates. These rascals never anticipated there would be additional treasure chests. Roger's spirit soared. How could we not seize this? Kids, grab them. Those are treasures the Rocks pirates would fight to the death for. The crew of the Roger pirates instantly came alive, rushing forth. Carp looked at Roger and, in a fluid motion, tossed the treasure chest away. That's a treasure chest. It contains the most powerful devil fruits. Lean's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's mine. Shiki felt invigorated and immediately flew into the air. "Hey, don't underestimate us." Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba teamed up, with the crew trailing closely behind. They swiftly seized the two treasure chests. "Farewell, Carp." After grabbing the chest, Roger fled at great speed. That fool. Carp felt an odd sense of survival. Roger. Lin stomped her feet in frustration, incensed at losing such valuable items again. The crew of the Rocks pirates exchanged awkward glances, unsure of who among them could qualify to become the King of Kings. "Hey, Newgate, let us join forces. We shall create a brand new, most powerful pirate crew." Shiki laughed heartily. "I refuse." Whitebeard gazed as the Roger pirates made their escape, realizing that with the collapse of the Rocks pirates, the only crew with formidable strength would be the Roger pirates. In fact, from this moment forth, a new dominator had emerged. "I have no intention of being your subordinate. Nor will I spare that scoundrel Roger." Lin scanned her surroundings, only to find no sign of Kaido and Sean. Sensing something amiss, she hurried to the port. That brat slipped away rather swiftly. John, Silver Axe, and Wang Zhi had already appeared at another port. Behind these notorious pirates, the crew from Hive Island surged forth, rallying around their new captains. Kinemon and his sister, Kamurasaki, seized a pirate ship and decided to return to Wano. Stussy took the opportunity to hide aboard a warship, awaiting a chance to escape. "We must depart." Shaki, the Fire Flower, was determined to rebuild the Kuja pirates, with Shaki following as her first mate. Whitebeard, left alone, resolved to personally search for his crew. He wanted each member to be like family. With a whoosh, massive rocks and ships soared through the air. The Golden Lion, leading thousands of pirates, became the first great pirate of this new era. Keek. Next, it shall be my era. With a leap, Whitebeard's sword, fully capable of lifting dozens of meters, whose era would follow, Whitebeard was confident he could secure a place for himself. Yet, no one on any ship could match Roger's combat prowess. No one could stand alongside the likes of Rayleigh or Jabba as their right-hand men, nor had any crew grown as powerful as the Roger pirates. Regardless of whether it was Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, or Lin Lin, they all needed to seek new combat crew members, requiring time to grow. Moreover, the flaws in the personalities of Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John would lead to different outcomes. Some would occupy a place for decades, while others would fight until their demise, and some would be betrayed by their subordinates in drunken stupor. The remaining individuals would naturally drift apart. Thus, in this era, the only crew that could rise first and hold the strongest position was none other than the Roger pirates. Even after Whitebeard's crew matured, without Kazuki Oden's intervention, only the captain could contend with Roger, while the rest would be crushed. Furthermore, not only did Kazuki Oden become a member of Roger's crew, but Barrett also joined the ship. It was akin to 5 formidable fighters standing against a pirate crew with only one high-level fighter. From this point on, the Golden Lion held numerical and capability advantages, while Whitebeard possessed the strongest paramecia powers capable of destroying the world. Yet, the only one who could truly dominate an era was Roger, while the rest could at most contend with him. Outside the waters of the Valley of the Gods, Lin Lin returned to her pirate ship only to find no trace of Kaido, that swindler. He even claimed he would introduce Shan to me. What a liar. On the other side of the sea, aboard a warship departing the area, Kaido and Shan were devouring meat voraciously. Why not seize a pirate ship? Vice Captain Kaido, Shan was an innate glutton. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he had simply scrounged food and drink from the Navy branch. Kaido, upon hearing this, felt something was amiss. Damn it, I am the captain. You are too late, Kaido, Shan declared as he stuffed more than a dozen steaks into bread, squeezing it into a sandwich. With a wide mouth, he swallowed it whole. Simultaneously, the long-dormant demon compass began to spin once more. The previous multiple choices had concluded, with one selection being to survive the Valley of the Gods incident. The second was to live through the aftermath. The third was to establish his own pirate crew. Once a choice was made, the compass would grant a reward. Having successfully survived until the end of the Valley of the Gods, the demon compass rewarded him with a mutated physique. Bang! Shan's bloodline factors mutated, and he fell into a deep slumber. Did you learn that from John? Don't leave the mess for me to clean up. Kaido was truly exasperated. Shan's character was remarkably lacking. At that moment, while Shan was in a deep slumber, a colossal warship was being escorted by several smaller vessels. Making its way to the Red Soil continent. 4 elders stood in silent anticipation for the return of their colleague, in a rare departure from their usual indulgences. The celestial dragons had gathered here together. Upon the warship, the bandaged figure of Saint Greenku wielded a western sword as he made his way to the deck. There, the long-standing figure of Saint Saturn turned to him. The events of God Valley were to remain unspoken. This was a plea from Saint Greenku. As a member of the 5 elders, Saint Saturn was bound to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons, and the disgrace of being defeated by the Rocks Pirates was a matter of utmost shame. It was best, perhaps, to never utter it again. Silence, commanded Saint Greenku as he ascended the mechanical lift toward Mariehua. The other members of the God Knights remained mute. They had once believed the celestial dragons to be supreme and invincible, even seizing vast treasures and devil fruits during the absence of the Rocks Pirates. They thought themselves to be untouchable in the presence of the strongest pirate crew in the world. Yet, they had not anticipated that Rocks himself, a bane to those with devil fruit abilities, would lead the charge and teach them all a lesson in humility. Consequently, the younger members of the God Knights found themselves increasingly eager to attain power. The elite celestial dragons had undergone trials far beyond those of ordinary celestial dragons, and their royal lineage endowed them with formidable talents. Saint Saturn sighed. Regarding the matter of the child, I am deeply sorry, but I shall do my utmost to seek their whereabouts. Let it be assumed they perished in God Valley. No need for that. Saint Greenku clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. This battle was a humiliation for him. Why had it been Roger, not Garp, who ultimately vanquished Rocks? In other words, it meant that there were 3 individuals of greater strength existing in the same era as him. And in the future, figures like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion would only grow stronger. Even the descendants of his bloodline had gone missing, their fates unknown. We are the gods who create the world, he declared. We ought to trample the bones of all commoners. For the honor of the God Knights and the divine name of the celestial dragons, I shall never be defeated again. Saint Greenku had glimpsed the true nature of this world. With its surging, tumultuous seas, his battle spirit intensified further as he exited the mechanical lift. The celestial dragons erupted in jubilant cries. Rox has finally been defeated. Saint Greenku, Saint Saturn, you are the kings of the celestial dragons. They urged, let those pirates understand that even the arrogant Rox met his demise by his own hand. Let us swiftly organize new hunting competitions to seek out new non-affiliated kingdoms. In the eyes of the vast majority of the celestial dragons, who remained oblivious to the truth, the narrative was clear. Garp had defeated Rox, and Saint Greenka had returned as the conqueror from God Valley. The God Knights remained silent. Although this crisis had resulted in the deaths of many celestial dragons, it had ultimately eradicated the most audacious pirate threat. The Rox pirates were shattered, their crew scattering in disarray. Upon the return of Saint Saturn, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he recovered more swiftly than the others. After exchanging knowing glances, he hastily departed the cacophonous square. In the palace conference room, several elderly figures were issuing a torrent of orders. Lord M. Saint Saturn sought to discern the divine will, for everything was at his behest. The bald elder pressed his hand against his katana in response. Indeed, Saint Saturn nodded, and the phone bug began to ring. The long-bearded elder answered, and commands that would shape the future for decades were set into motion. At this moment, God Valley had been obscured, its magnetic field distorted and shrouded in mist. Due to sudden climatic changes, even though God Valley lay in the West Sea, it had become as twisted as the New World, effectively rendered a non-existent place on maps. Following prior directives from the five elders, the Navy promptly heralded Garp as the hero of God Valley. The losses suffered by the celestial dragons, the course of the battle, and everything related to Roger's crew were systematically erased. Henceforth, it was declared, there shall be no God Valley, no Rox. The focus will shift to Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. Hive Island will undoubtedly incite competition among pirates for a time, allowing them to deplete themselves. Without the cohesion of Rox, Pirate Paradise will merely be a gathering place for scoundrels. Increase their bounties, amend the historical narratives of all kingdoms involved in the World Conference, as well as those that are not. No detailed information shall be reported. Those who dare to speak out shall be executed. Anyone who dares to mention the humiliation suffered by the celestial dragons in God Valley shall be deemed a pirate, to be killed without mercy. Seek out the descendants of Rox. Upon sighting them, they shall be slain, regardless of their authenticity. The three phone bugs fell silent, each connected to the direct intelligence organizations of CP0, CP9, and the Navy headquarters. In no time, a new history would overshadow the past. Every individual aboard the world deck felt a profound shock to their core. At this moment, the most incredulous were the denizens of the West Sea. As the sight of God Valley, both the Navy, pirates, and civilians alike were taken aback. Just recently, they had heard of the grand assault by the Rox pirates on God Valley, and now it had transformed into a subject that could scarcely be mentioned. As for who had defeated the king of the world, few were aware. If it was said to be Garp, then surely it must have been solely his doing. Yet, soon even the mention of God Valley vanished. Inhabitants of this brutal sea soon realized they must learn to remain silent. The new generation, however, remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Even the youth of this moment, 38 years hence, would become elderly. Time would erase all memories, and the waves would wash away every trace of dust. In the West Sea, Garp, now accustomed to afternoon tea aboard the warship while munching on grilled sabe, slapped Sengoku on the back. These guys are absolutely infuriating, he exclaimed. Gulping, Sengoku awkwardly took the phone bug, which was ringing from Admiral Steelbone Kong. Hello, Garp, you rascal. You're now a hero of the Navy. If you don't get promoted to Admiral soon, you might miss your chance, Steelbone Kong urged earnestly. Garp promptly hung up the phone bug. From then on, until the rise of the new generation of monsters, the opportunity-less Garp repeatedly declined promotion to Admiral. In the Land of Flowers, the then violent leader and captain of the Eight Treasures Navy, at merely 40 years old, was still in his prime, wishing to witness the unfolding events. Little did he know that just after returning from the Grand Line, the war had concluded. Hey, did Roger do nothing at all? Who would believe such nonsense? He raged. I must find Garp and smash his iron fist with my head. In O'Hara, the archaeological sanctuary of the West Sea. Dr. Clover held the Navy headquarters notification newspaper with a look of astonishment. 17-year-old Nico Alvia was similarly perplexed, exclaiming, Doctor, they must be concealing the truth of history. The young Robin bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Save for the difference in hair color. In this world, Controlled by the Navy and the world government's information monopoly, the populace remained utterly unaware of the truths that lay hidden. At this time, within a news agency on an island in the world, a young man who had just consumed a bird fruit, albatross form, clenched his fist in determination. 15-year-old Morgans, as an apprentice, vowed silently, "I will ensure this world knows the truth." How could rocks be defeated by the celestial dragons in Garp, above the world deck? Only that man has vanished, taking with him the entirety of his life and trajectory. The formidable beings present in the moment have, for the first time, realized the terrifying nature of power. Even rocks could be erased, let alone themselves. In the West Sea, within a dimly lit chamber, the clinking of chains resonates incessantly. Sean is sleeping extraordinarily soundly, likely due to the exhausting events in the Valley of Gods, akin to a hawk being starved. After the war, he had not feasted adequately, leading him to succumb to slumber until now. "Hey, Kaido, where are we?" Upon realizing that his hands are bound by chains, Sean lifts his head, eyes wide open. The obscurity renders his surroundings unclear, yet he senses the presence of several towering figures nearby. Kaido sits beside him, having awaited Sean's awakening. Flanking him are others whose stature exceeds even Kaido's. They belong to the giant race. It was already known that the giants of the sea extend beyond Elbaf, the giants of the West Sea. The Misty Triangle, the Snowfield, and the Berserk Demon race all belong to the branches of the giant lineage. Legend has it that they once united in purpose long ago, yet for reasons unknown, they have since dispersed. No giant has emerged powerful enough to consolidate all giants once more. Consequently, even the giant kingdom of Elbaf is embroiled in perpetual conflict. A century ago, the giant pirate crew reigned supreme over the seas. Yet they too have succumbed to age and misfortune. Encountering two giants in this place is indeed a rarity. However, they appear quite uncomfortable. The one on the left seems on the verge of suffocation, emitting disgruntled, clumsy sounds. Every movement he makes invokes the clinking of chains, each forged with an abundance of sea prism stone. Despite this, binding such a colossal being proves challenging, rendering Sean largely unaffected. It seems all the sea prism shackles are utilized to restrain the giant next to him. The other giant remains silent, suggesting a poor relationship within the giant race. Sean slaps his forehead, coming to a full realization. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, he has been imprisoned in a dungeon. Well, after his physical mutation, he feels peculiar, as if his heartbeat has transformed. He has also gained the ability to consume 3 devil fruits and a buff that negates the need for sleep. He considers this slumber as potentially the last of his future life. Kaido, what has transpired? Sean is utterly oblivious to the events that occurred while he was asleep. Given Kaido's current strength, it is unlikely that an ordinary person could capture him. The battle in the Valley of Gods had been excessively draining, leading to his unconsciousness. Kaido yawns, vigorously patting Sean's shoulder. Who would have thought that upon awakening, I would find myself here? Ha ha ha. This must be the naval branch of the West Sea. But no matter, we will feast again soon and then depart. Kaido's eyes gleam with excitement as he proudly declares, I used to do this often when I was hungry. Yet this time, he seems somewhat fatigued, likely due to the impact of the sea prism stone after gaining his powers. Rising to his feet, the chains clank incessantly. With his monstrous strength and overwhelming presence, he could easily break free. After all, this is merely a naval branch's prison, not impelled down. Did you kindly bring me here to enjoy a buffet at the Navy? I must thank you. Sean also feels a touch weak upon awakening. Deep down, he admires Kaido, the cunning old fox. The restraint of his fruit ability suggests that the purity of the sea prism shackles is commendable. Fortunately, his body has been enhanced by Stussy's previous experiments. Coupled with this recent physical mutation, with a swift motion, he hardens his arms with armament hockey. Sean feels that, in this state, he still possesses the strength to fight. After all, true power is paramount. Even Marco from the Marineford War could not utilize his Phoenix form. Yet he could still engage in combat using his martial skills. Kaido, this monster, merely lacks the abilities of his Azure Dragon form. Yet his strength remains formidable. Sean understands that Kaido has been weakened. His physical endurance is crucial. If only he could possess the strength akin to Lingling's. He surveys his surroundings, envisioning Lingling in her elder years, bound by Quinn. You, come with me. Once we are well fed, we will set sail. And I'll make you the vice captain. Kaido strikes the prison door frame with a punch, creating a cacophony of noise. Don't dream. Once we escape, I will immediately announce the establishment of my own pirate crew. Sean still has yet to finalize one more choice, that of forming a pirate crew. The corresponding reward for this choice is the bloodline factor of the Machi Machi fruit. It is a concept-level paramecia devil fruit that allows one to mark all places they have visited. Kuma, after parting with Bonnie, traversed the world and could send others to any location he had been to with a mere slap, while it does require time to move rapidly through the air. It excels in directness. It is simply perfect. High-speed movement, swift support, explosive pressure, damage output, and memory. Delicious food. The colossal giant, initially lying down, suddenly opens his eyes upon overhearing Sean and Kaido's conversation. The ground trembles with a thunderous roar. This prison cannot contain his towering stature, forcing him to remain prone. Within the naval branch's prison, only 4 individuals are detained, 2 great giants, and the smaller giants Sean and Kaido. Logically, they cannot manage others. With a resounding crash, the giant collides with the prison, creating a gaping hole. His immense height necessitates continual climbing, yet the space is exceedingly cramped. Hey, delicious food. The voice of the supergiant sounds rather simplistic, suggesting a lack of intelligence. The other giant, previously asleep, opens his eyes, producing an entirely different sound. How terrifying. Wolf, you still fail to understand gentleness. Truly a naughty child, somewhat adorable, yet undoubtedly a masculine voice. Sean, unable to see his hand in front of his face, cannot identify who this is. However, if this climbing, ravenous giant is Saint Juan Wolf, by calculating the time, he must be 61 years old, standing at a staggering height of 180 meters. He surpasses even the monstrous Oz. Though he is a devil fruit user, his size is so immense that he could not sink in the sea, merely scalding his feet on magma, to refer to him as a naughty child. And given the peculiar voice, he can only be another giant from the West Sea. Having excavated 5.5 layers and impelled down in 62 years, Jasmine is the user of the push fruit. I am so hungry, brother Jasmine, I'm so hungry. Wolf struggles, and the prison begins to creak under the pressure. Sean and Kaido find that they need not intervene. The situation in the West Sea appears quite abnormal. What a foolish child, come with me, Wolf. Jasmine, with a charming tone, retrieves a shovel from the wall behind him. With a swift scoop at the ground, the previously solid floor rapidly softens. Subsequently, this massive pit swiftly transforms, spiraling into a circle that envelopes Wolf entirely. That you're escaping now. Children, the 122-year-old Jasmine speaks cutely, wrapping everyone inside like uncooled malt candy. The entire naval branch's prison begins to roll into chaos. When the guards arrive from outside, they find themselves disoriented. They are escaping. I've said it before, the giants cannot be contained. They're isn't enough sea prism stone. Those 2 newcomers are giants. One of them seems not to be a pirate, lacking a bounty. Due to Kaido's and Sean's notable heights, they are mistakenly perceived as undeveloped giants. A key. Jasmine, after rolling around with a shovel, notices a set of sea prism stone keys dropped by the guards. It appears he is quite casual yet remarkably precise when utilizing his abilities. With a crisp snap, he unlocks the shackles. Kaido instantly feels a shift. Previously, he had not sensed the threat of the sea prism stone without consuming a devil fruit. Only through experience does one realize that even those with powers must pay a price. My strength has returned. With his hands transformed into dragon claws, Sean was once again enveloped in scales. Let us break free. Crew. Our destination is the Grand Line. Sean charged at the forefront as the cage was unfurled by Jasmine. Sunlight cascaded upon his face, accompanied by a thunderous crash. The ferocious wolf plummeted into the harbor, inadvertently stirring up monstrous waves. The ocean surged against the naval branch's port. The earlier sounds of escape from the cage had been terrifying. Now, they were downright horrific. Several monsters appeared near the harbor, having shed their sea prism stone restraints. How could ordinary sailors contend with such creatures? I should have known better than to return for a family visit, only to be captured by the Navy. Jasmine could break through the 5.5 levels of impel down, crafted from sea prism stone. This time, he almost faced disaster. Yet, like Kaido, he was accustomed to it. After all, he could escape. The port of the branch had already seen the arrival of several supply ships and reinforcements, ready to escort giants and newly arrived pirates. Upon seeing the towering stacks of crates at the harbor, the ferocious wolf understood they were food. Without hesitation, he grabbed them with his large hands and began to devour them greedily. This scene terrified many, but some veterans managed to suppress their fear, using their rationality to fire their weapons. Bang! Bang! Bullets flew, but against the ferocious wolf, they were nothing more than mere tickles, unless they were sea prism stone bullets. Individuals with unique physiques were hardly threatened. So hungry. The ferocious wolf disregarded everything, allowing others to assault him. However, aboard the warship, two individuals displayed peculiar expressions. One was a young lad, seemingly 11 or 12 years of age. Wielding a pair of scissors and a cloth doll, dressed in leather with studs, he appeared distinctly punk. His hair and lips matched in color, exuding an air of arrogance. The other was a young naval sergeant, having been promoted to lieutenant after the Battle of God Valley. If not for his father's influence, he would have risen even higher, for even a rear admiral from the naval headquarters would not have been his match. As his cloak was whipped up by the ferocious wolf Gust, the young sailor, arms crossed, fixed his gaze unblinkingly on the young pirate at the port, initially believing he had come to detain the ferocious wolf as per his father's orders. He now sensed a surprise in the air. No wonder his father wore a mischievous smile. Dragon casually tossed the rebellious punk boy onto the harbor. The previously chaotic port instantly calmed upon seeing the warships arriving to escort the criminals. They realized it was from headquarters. It was Dragon, the son of the legendary hero Garp, now the strongest of the new generation in the naval headquarters. All eyes were drawn to him, and courage surged amongst them. Dragon? Jasmine turned curiously to look at the young man for the first time. Under the sunlight, the giant Jasmine, dressed in a pink skirt, with unkempt facial hair and puffed lips wielding a shovel, appeared exceedingly adorable. It turned out that after Sean and Kaido had been imprisoned, the naval branch promptly notified headquarters. Although they didn't know Sean, Kaido was a well-known trainee of the Rocks Pirates. A figure of great notoriety, Garp was set to pursue the notorious pirates still lingering in the West Sea, thus sending Dragon to escort them. Unexpectedly, this group was anything but ordinary, quickly fleeing. Pah! The young man who had fallen to the ground stood up. He glared at the towering giant, the horned Kaido resembling a demon from stories, and the seemingly normal Sean. He cast a disdainful glance at Dragon. I will undoubtedly become the strongest pirate on the seas. Just wait until I set sail. I am the future pirate king. Moria, merely 12 years old, was a notorious delinquent in the West Sea, far from ordinary in physique, having later reached a height of 6 feet 9 inches. With purple hair, purple lips, and a pair of adorable little horns, he towered over most, despite his tender age. Shut up. This isn't an excuse to bully the townsfolk. You'll be imprisoned for at least 3 months. Dragon delivered a punch to the delinquent Moria. Ouch. Damn you, Dragon. Moria seethed, his teeth grinding. He was no saint even before setting sail. To be precise, he was more like a fusion of the supernova Bucky and the spirited Bartolomeo. Arrogant, domineering, and in the midst of forming his own crew. On his way to the branch, Dragon had conveniently detained Moria during a brief stop in the town. Let me go, Dragon. Moria refused to believe it. He was confident he could still be audacious and unruly after 3 months. What is up with your horns? They're quite small. Kaido, also horned, mockingly inquired upon noticing Moria's similar features. Hey, you're the guy on the bounty poster. Moria's eyes widened, recalling having seen this man on the wanted list. The figure before him was Kaido, a former member of the now-defunct Rocks Pirates. Kaido, at merely 21 years of age, he was a monstrous pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries. And this was still before God Valley. It was rumored that all members of the Rocks Pirates would receive increased bounties. Bastard. Moria snapped upon realizing Kaido was deriding him, reverting to his former arrogance. He bore a long blade at his waist, clearly battle-tested. Moria, though you may be ugly, the Sean pirate crew cordially invites you to join. Sean. Who is that? Moria blinked, having never heard of this individual, nor did he see a bounty. Yet, seeing that Kaido, Jasmine, and the ferocious wolf were all by Sean's side, could it be that he was their new captain? Dragon frowned upon hearing this. He thought to himself that Sean posed a significant threat. Terrifyingly, he had yet to receive a bounty increase. Before God Valley, he was obscure, without a bounty, essentially non-existent. After the battle at God Valley, he became renowned but swiftly landed in prison, thus requiring no bounty. This was problematic. Who knew how many people he would endanger? Hey! Moria's indignant voice interrupted Dragon's thoughts. Sean, you're subtly calling me ugly. How rude. At merely 12 years old, he had already become a notorious delinquent in a small town in the West Sea. And now he was being mocked by an insignificant nobody. Be quiet. Dragon didn't wait for Sean to speak, and wished to silence Moria's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Kaido continued his violent onslaught, taking down one sailor after another. Jasmine had raised nearly 10 meters of stone to shield against the sailors' attacks, becoming a defensive wall, not to mention the colossal ferocious wolf feasting at the seaside. Whoosh! In an instant, the conqueror's haki swept across the harbor. The sailors turned in shock and fell to the ground. Sean laughed joyfully, feeling the rebellious black dragon within him stir once more, attempting to unleash the aura of a king. Dragon, your mere haki is insufficient to intimidate the Shan pirate crew. What? What do you mean by the Shan pirate crew? Dragon was the first to protest. What kind of name was that? Although he hadn't settled on a name. It certainly wouldn't be that. It sounded like he was merely a subordinate to Shan. Kaido's conqueror's haki erupted as he attempted to assert his captaincy through his confrontation with Dragon. What merit does my little island possess? The naval colonel at the branch wore a bitter expression. Boom! As numerous sailors collapsed, Shan found himself caught between two wielders of Conqueror's haki, yet remained utterly unperturbed. The kingly qualities within him roared like a wild beast, and the more they underestimated him, the more easily they would be ignited. You underestimate me. Dragon's cloak was suddenly whipped about as a tempest surged from the harbor, sweeping in like a tidal wave. He had consumed the devil fruit hidden within that treasure chest. The tide had turned once more, and facing this alone, Moria could hardly believe he was witnessing the true strength of the seas. He had to set sail and witness this glorious new era. Especially Shan. Neither Dragon nor Kaido could affect him in the slightest. They were simply too arrogant. My head is spinning. Moria, though tall, was still just a 12-year-old child. After being struck, he immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness. How disappointing. You are nothing more than a mere trainee crew member. Shan clenched his fist, attempting to awaken the ferocious beast within him and reveal his true royal qualities to the world. This is not a place for the Conqueror's haki to manifest. Ordinary individuals would be unable to withstand it. The colonel of the naval branch felt helpless as he battled against Jasmine. Tormented by the powers of the push-push fruit, his head pounding. It was exceedingly difficult to contend with, not to mention the ravenous wolf that was carelessly smashing various objects. Most of the sailors were preoccupied with these two giants and had no strength left to mount an offense. Behind them stood Shan and Kaido. Ugh-ho-ho, Kaido, upon hearing the anxiety of others, only grew more elated. The spiked club in his hand was merely a battered iron rod he had scavenged. Yet his unparalleled presence instilled fear in all who beheld him. He vowed that after this battle, he would acquire a suitable weapon, preferably a spiked club forged from sea prism stone. Among all materials in the ocean, sea prism stone is the most resilient. Other weapons are prone to breakage. As for swords, he held no interest in those crafted from rare materials. The best would be a supreme blade, especially one forged with haki into a black sword. The official guide did not include this setting. Moreover, the sword of the Dragon Slayer, Ryuma, known as Chiyoshue, is a black sword, but not a supreme blade. Previously, the dual pain should have referred to the dark fruit. The mutated physique allows the consumption of multiple fruits without sleep. Furthermore, after rewatching Kaido's anime and manga segments, I cross-referenced with the life card and discovered his laughter. Ugh-ho-ho. Make your move. Kaido disregarded the advancing sailors behind him, determined to defeat the dragon with utmost speed. Despite having endured a few punches from Garp and God Valley, he knew he could handle the dragon now. An MY opponent should not be you. Dragon crossed his arms, his conqueror's haki surging ceaselessly. He fixed his gaze upon Shan. The two had exchanged the most words and shared the closest age difference. The opponent before him had briefly unleashed Conqueror's haki in God Valley, even if it was only for a fleeting moment. It indicated a continuous growth of royal qualities, destined to break free one day. You underestimate me, kid. Kaido tightened his grip on the iron rod, his armament haki coiling around the metallic surface like a serpent. Your new captain is about to unleash his fury. The dragon's long hair was whipped about by the fierce wind, his cloak billowing like a pirate flag. Captain? Upon hearing himself referred to as Shan's crew member, Kaido was instantly enraged. Damn it. Do not mistake me for someone else's lackey. I am Kaido. In an instant, Kaido's muscles bulged, veins protruding. His dragon transformation manifested, forming a dragon's head and sprouting a pair of horns. His physique rapidly expanded into the Azure dragon riding the flame clouds. The vastness of the naval branch was momentarily obscured by the Azure dragon Kaido, his massive form evoking primal fear and reverence. What is that? A clawed super sea serpent. The gluttonous wolf, drooling, cast aside the sailor in his hand and reached out, attempting to touch the Azure dragon's form. Oh, mischievous wolf. Do not touch dangerous things, silly child. Jasmine used her fork to lift the port, creating an upward path to block the wolf's reckless hand. Although the wolf stood over 100 meters tall, among giants, he was merely a teenager. Jasmine was far too fierce. I just wanted to eat. The wolf remained oblivious to the danger. Just as his palm was halted, the dragon-formed Kaido let out a plume of gray smoke from his throat. A torrent of flames surged forth, Heat breath. The intense heat instantaneously raised the temperature at the port. The orange flames ignited the sky, leaving the sailors at the coast utterly astonished. They had witnessed numerous powerful beings in the West Sea and had supported the colonel on various islands. But they had never encountered such extraordinary power that transcended humanity. Outside the Grand Line, those with devil fruit abilities were ultimately few, and each ability was unique. Hey, is that monster just a trainee crew member of the Rocks Pirates? How could we possibly defeat a mythic existence? Shut up. The higher-ups have decreed that the name Rocks is not to be mentioned. Even if they could not speak it, the reality was undeniable. Even a mere trainee crew member possessed such formidable strength. What of the official crew members of monstrous caliber? Perhaps, in some parts of the ocean, thousands upon thousands were engulfed in terror, without witnessing the Battle of God Valley. One could hardly imagine its brutality. Countless reinforcements fell in succession, and both pirates and sailors were embroiled in chaos. Yet, only the last few survived, and that was thanks to Rocks, who, using dark gravity, conjured a storm vortex that swept away the supporting warships, preventing them from approaching. Otherwise, the death toll would have been far greater. After the war, the majority of the deceased turned to stone, each death more gruesome than the last. Not a single complete corpse could be found. And these were the elite sailors of the headquarters. One could only imagine the impact on the Navy. It was said that the higher-ups decided to expand recruitment for sailors worldwide, and the West Sea had already begun. All this was in preparation to combat the scattered members of the Rocks Pirates. Dragon breath. The dragon responded to Kaido's heat breath. As he lifted his head, strong winds erupted without elemental transformation. Whoosh! The mighty wind stirred the waves and buildings. The violent storm clashed with the heat breath, extinguishing it in an instant. As the opposing elements collided, Kaido's gaze turned to the dragon. He understood that this individual, who had only recently excelled in the naval six styles and hockey martial arts, had now gained the assistance of a devil fruit. It was a Logia-type devil fruit. Just wind. I can do that too. Kaido was about to crash to the ground, intending to create a fierce wind using a spinning wind blade attack. However, before he could descend, a tremor rippled through the port. Sean, who had shown no signs of battle until now, suddenly unleashed the beast within him. My hockey shall be as unconstrained as the black dragon. Sean took a step forward. The heel of his boot shattered the wooden planks of the port. An aura distinct from armament hockey erupted from him. It was a spirit, an ambition, the royal quality unwilling to be bound. Upon the vast ocean, this power bore another name, Conqueror's Hockey, for the first time. He actively released Conqueror's Hockey. Sean's hockey manifested in a dark purple hue. The Azure Dragon Kaido's sword, hovering above. Behind him, Jasmine and the gluttonous wolf stood against thousands of sailors, amidst the hail of gunfire. The dragon's back was graced by the dazed and stunned Extreme Path youth, Moria. Before him stood Sean, releasing Conqueror's Hockey, his fierce gaze fixed on the dragon, locking eyes with the world. Click, in a distant warship. A reporter hidden within the cabin swiftly pressed the shutter. No one knew how the reporters at sea could appear anywhere. They were omnipresent, like the miraculous phone bugs, adapting to the characteristics of their users. At the moment the image was captured, Kaido could not help but grumble. Hey, you dare make me a mere backdrop. Sean, damn Sean. Kaido had not anticipated that Sean, who was 6 years younger than him, could be so cunning. There are always younger brothers wanting to be the older brother. By age, he should call him Big Brother. Yet he was scheming to become the captain. Bad wind. Kaido had no intention of playing the supporting role for Sean and dove headfirst into the fray against the sailors. Coiling like a giant python, he generated wind blades through rotation to attack. You're driving me insane. He was filled with both rage and resentment, especially toward Sean. Kaido admired this young man and wished to recruit him as his first mate. Yet he felt constantly overshadowed by Sean's outrageous displays, as if he were becoming a subordinate. My first mate is furious. Dragon. Sean's Conqueror's Hockey clashed with the dragons, causing yet another wave of sailors to be rendered unconscious. The naval colonel was left speechless. At this rate, there would be little combat power remaining, as he succumbed to a throbbing headache. Even the colonel could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Conqueror's Hockey. Having faced it twice in succession, iron block, he could only resort to using an iron block for defense. Yet the moment he steadied himself, his eyes widened in horror as he was poked by the finger of the ferocious wolf. How terrifying! It is a steel-skinned man. Bang! The colonel, who had barely managed to defend himself, was completely overwhelmed. With a roll of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. The disparity in combat power between the naval branch and headquarters was immense. Despite holding the same rank, there existed several tiers of difference in their strength. Nevertheless, enduring for even a moment was commendable for an elite old marine. Are we to set sail? Mitsai was working like a shipbuilder. Using a fork to lift the ground, amalgamating various construction materials, and even warships into a haphazard assemblage that resembled a vessel. In truth, it was merely a luxurious wooden raft, akin to a super-enhanced version of the bizarre ship originally sailed by Blackbeard. Mitsai, what a magnificent ship! Even I can sit on it. The ferocious wolf plopped down, nearly capsizing the grand vessel. Little rascal, sit in the middle and raise the sails. Mitsai skillfully lifted the sails of more than a dozen warships. Using the ferocious wolf as the mast, whoosh, the canvas sail billowed under the wind, filling with AIR.AT the harbor. After repeated domineering assaults, many Marines had lost their combat capability and lay unconscious. The fierce winds and foul gales continued their relentless assault. Bestowing immense force upon the sailboat, Sean swiftly hardened his fists with armament hockey. After unleashing the Conqueror's hockey, his spirits lifted considerably. What a refreshing feeling. Kaido, you go ahead. I, the captain, will hold the rear. In an instant, Sean vanished, employing the technique known as Soryu. In that fleeting moment, he delivered a kick aimed at the dragon's arms. No one can obstruct the dawn of a new era that yearns for freedom. With a swift step, he executed a moonwalk, spinning in midair. Another kick, combining the technique of the gale foot. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of attacks, using his feet like a barrage of finger guns. With the enhancement of armament hockey, their potency increased dramatically. You speak of yearning for freedom, yet you are merely a group of deluded pirates, remnants of Rox, the madman who aspired to dominate the world. The dragon's fingers transformed into claws, enveloped in armament hockey. Whoosh! Wind blades manifested upon his arms. Unlike the elemental attacks of thunder, magma, ice, and light, which are straightforward, wind can strike in two distinct manners. Point 1 is through high-speed gusts that create slashing effects akin to cuts and abrasions. The other involves invoking storms and tornadoes, delivering widespread devastation and even altering the climate. However, the essence of the devil fruit lies in personal development. The dragon evidently melded it with hockey and martial arts quite effectively. Sean's previous attacks had all been evaded through elemental transformation. The cloaked dragon appeared to have dodged them all. Your observation hockey is still not sufficiently adept. In his current state, the dragon was entirely composed of wind, with only his fists fused with hockey and wind blades, maximizing the power of his clawed punches. Years later, Smoker would employ a similar attack. However, Smoker's fruit development was so lacking that it significantly diminished the damage against those who wielded dual-colored hockey. Wind, on the other hand, is elusive, coming and going without a trace, boasting both individual damage and area attacks. You must have witnessed the true nature of this world during the events at God Valley. The celestial dragons and the world government will never uphold true justice. Sean's flurry of attacks transformed the dragon into a swirling tempest. Whoosh! The dragon's fists appeared behind Sean. Yet his attacks were thwarted by Sean's swift turn and crossed arms. Rather than obeying the schemes of a cunning pirate like you, I choose to listen to my heart. I have always believed in fair and equal justice. If one day we ride the winds of this era, the storm shall be our answer. After being elementalized, the dragon's combat power surged out. He could extinguish flames, disperse smoke, evade freezing cold, contest with thunder, and dance with light. In many ways, it was indeed a fruit embodying multiple scenarios. Thus, even facing many opponents alone, he felt no fear, especially with his well-honed martial arts and hockey. What perplexes me more is how you could so fortuitously find Mitsai and the ferocious wolf. Two giants. Perhaps from the moment you and Kaido were captured, this conspiracy to seek crew members and sow chaos began its course. To be ensnared in your schemes to this extent is truly a blunder of justice. The dragon's gaze locked onto Sean, his hands clawing at Sean's shoulders, his robe billowing as if something within was spinning at high speed. Before launching an attack, he amplified the wind's force to its utmost potential, unleashing the maximum number of wind blade slashes. Elementalization is difficult to cover with hockey. This easily leads to physical manifestation. Dragon, no matter how you try, you cannot deceive your own heart. Time will reveal everything. Each moment you have experienced will validate my words. To exist in this most chaotic of eras is indeed a stroke of luck. As the dragon grasped Sean's shoulders, Sean grew to over 7 meters tall in his hybrid form. The dark dragon scales resembled armor, shimmering in the midday sun, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled oppression. Dragon claw fist, wind breath song. The dragon could not respond. He knew there was truth in Sean's words. The scenes witnessed at God Valley even led the dragon to question, is there truly no third path in this sea, aside from becoming an evil pirate or a just navy? Must justice always bow to the celestial dragons, or must freedom always resort to wrongdoing? He was unable to discern. Leave the navy, dragon. Join me at sea, and let us seek the answers, the buried truths. Concealed by the celestial dragons will one day be revealed. Sean extended his hand, inviting the dragon to join his pirate crew. Insane. When blades surged forth, a torrent of thousands of blades assailing Sean. A storm erupted from the dragon, swirling into a vortex far surpassing the range of the malevolent winds in dragon form. Each wind blade struck Sean, while others flew out to slash at the naval branch's buildings. Boom! The high walls were cleaved in two. Sean, covered in hardened armament hockey, faced the frenzied wind blade strikes with unrestrained laughter. How exhilarating! Ever since experiencing Stussy's enhanced pills, the pain of battle had transformed into sheer joy. Yes, Sean relished the agony born from combat. This visceral sensation of existence was birthed from God Valley. Hearing Sean's continuous laughter, the dragon transformed into a gust of wind swirling around him, when he once again coalesced into a solid form behind Sean. His heart raced uncontrollably, but he could not deceive the feelings within. Such justice was not what the dragon desired. Foolish Sean, if you don't leave now, the ship will sink under that fool wolf's weight. Kaido seized Sean and leaped toward the grand ship. The dragon turned, his gaze tinged with hesitation. As Sean was carried toward the pirate ship by Kaido, clutching the barely conscious delinquent, he still extended a hand toward the dragon. Dragon, the world awaits your answer. Set sail and pursue everything you desire. When faced with uncertainty, consult the sea winds. This is the true allure of the ocean. This year, Long is 17. He is youthful and fervent. From a young age, he has followed in the footsteps of Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa, honing his martial arts skills, mastering the Navy's 6 styles, and awakening his Hakai at such a tender age. He has emerged as a formidable hockey user among the younger generation of the seas. If one were to name the strongest hockey user among the pirates of his generation, it would undoubtedly be Kaido. Conversely, in the Navy, it is Long now. A younger contender named Sean has also appeared. Yet, every time he encounters Sean, he cannot quell the heart's yearning for the sea. Get lost. Long gritted his teeth. Is he to leave? His father, Carp, is a hero of the Navy. One can only imagine how many would join the Navy to protect this world. Rife with evil, what would happen to him, as a son, if he abandoned the Navy? Is he wavering, or shall he take a leap of faith? The wind will selflessly billow the pirate flag, as it will the sails of merchant ships. The banner of the Navy headquarters will also flutter in the breeze. Perhaps, one day, he must set sail, but it should not be now. Get lost. Long resolved, he must gather strength, yet he needs the opportune moment. There will be like-minded individuals in the Navy, as there are in this world. Let him venture out to sea, when the day comes that he has assembled a group of strong allies. He will challenge the world. Long, the sound of your heartbeat is unstoppable even by the wind. Sean, sprawled on the deck of the wooden ship like a giant character, laughed joyfully. Finally, he is free. He possesses his own ship. Albeit a modest one, but it is a home nonetheless. Who? Long no longer wishes to see Sean. A super hurricane sweeps across the island, billowing the sails. The fierce wolf clutches the edges of the sailcloth, guiding the large ship to sail swiftly with the winds and currents. Long, stationed on the coast of the Navy branch, gazed intently at the departing vessel. That madman. Bang. Long fell to the ground, uninjured and not overly fatigued. He simply felt the sudden urge to rest, akin to a child who has just committed a misdeed, knowing he cannot deceive his own heart. Partners. The waves, stirred by the wind, crashed one after another, propelling the ship into the distance. Large fish occasionally leaped from the sea, and seagulls rode the winds, coming and going. The crew exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Although they had squatted together, they had not known each other for long. They did not even know each other's names. To be precise, they did not know Sean's name, as the others had bounties. Cough, cough, cough. Moria, lying on the ground, began to cough. When he rose, rubbing his painfully throbbing head. The more than 3-meter-tall Moria was once again overshadowed by the towering figures around him. He turned to see Sean seated cross-legged on the ground, a bottle of liquor resting on the wooden planks. Rather than bowls, they resembled large pots filled to the brim with fine wine. Sean smiled brightly. He addressed Kaido, Emoli, the fierce wolf, and Moria. My name is Ronald D. Sean. From this moment on, I shall be your captain. The Shan pirates will compete with all the strong of this era. One day, we shall claim the foremost seat of the seas and become the rulers of the ocean, the king of kings. The god of gods, the Shan pirates are established. Partners, set sail. Nanny. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Set sail. How can one set sail with a makeshift ship crafted from the push-push fruit? Moreover, these do not seem like human crew members. No one agreed, and certainly no one wished to recognize Shan as captain. Hey, Shan, stop fooling around. The pirate crew is called the Beast Pirates. I, Kaido, am the captain. Kaido would never consent. He would rather die than acknowledge someone like Shan as captain. When faced with a situation, he knows to charge forward, but a whimsical person is far too unreliable. Smash. He downed the liquor in his bowl in one gulp and smashed it to the ground. After all, he is a new breed. He has not even considered accepting you as a subordinate. Imoli's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he found it somewhat inappropriate, he still wanted to reaffirm that he was indeed a human anomaly, causing him to become quite bashful. Gulp, gulp. Imoli did not enjoy drinking, but he finished a large barrel of liquor in just a few sips, with a few drops splattering onto Moria's head. Hey, I still want to return to being the underworld boss of my town. You expect me to take a nobody like you, who doesn't even have a bounty, as a subordinate, and you, can you not spill when you drink? Moria, who could have been living a good life at home, wondered why he would risk it all with someone like Shan, who seemed utterly unhinged. Splash. Before he could finish his sentence, the fierce wolf, holding a bathtub, inadvertently spilled some downwards, drenching Moria completely. I've had enough. Moria truly wished to return home, while he also felt the allure of the sea. This scene was clearly unsuitable. Who knows what will happen next? Bang! The fish tank crashed to the ground. Saint One, the fierce wolf, casually tossed the fish tank, which struck Moria's head, rendering him unconscious. Delicious. The fierce wolf enjoyed the wine Shan had provided, chuckling. So tasty. Imoli used a harpoon to shape the floor into a small arched chamber, enclosing Moria within. Take a nap, little one. Moria placed his hands on his abdomen. Despite the bumps on his head, he slept peacefully. How strange. Kaido could not fathom why Shan had suddenly fallen silent, just as he was about to use his observation hockey to check. Shan appeared before him in an instant, tossing a colossal painting onto the ground. It appeared crooked and chaotic, yet one could vaguely discern its shape. It was a skull pirate flag adorned with a wavy pattern reminiscent of a fish fruit. Mythical beast, black dragon form, fierce wolf, hang the pirate flag. Shan threw the pirate flag to the fierce wolf. He draped it over his head. Hee, a splendid pirate flag. The fierce wolf was ravenous, eager to devour an entire island. His stomach growled once more, emitting sounds akin to a hungry beast. Kaido found the pirate flag somewhat pleasing to the eye. He had consumed the Azure dragon form, which bore a similar pattern, though the colors differed from that of the black dragon form. What? Kaido suddenly sensed something amiss. How did he allow himself to be so easily deceived by Shan? A giant anomaly, a dim-witted giant, and a poorly nourished little brat. Shan, do you think I would accept such crew members? What we need to do now is return to the New World, to Hive Island. Kaido only wished to return to the New World, where he could truly showcase his strength. In the West Sea, East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, even the strongest could only attain a middling rank. In the New World, to grow stronger and dominate a territory, one must return to the New World, where the strong abound. You speak the truth, but where are we now? Shan's stomach also emitted a growl. There is food. Imoli, who had somehow unearthed a pile of provisions from the warship storeroom, produced a feast. By the way, does anyone know how to sail? Shan popped a piece of fried pork cutlet into his mouth. Among this group, perhaps navigating the currents would be manageable, and they could likely read the waves under normal circumstances. But beyond that, it's challenging to even determine their location in this place devoid of landmarks. Never mind, aside from Moria, who might still be too sleepy to awaken, everyone was busy focusing on filling their bellies. The large ship drifted like a mini island in the chaotic waters of the West Sea, inadvertently entering the territory of the Flower Country. The Flower Country, the sovereign of the West Sea.at that time. The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, the spiky-headed green pepper, was ready for action. Captain, the Whitebeard pirate flag has appeared in the waters. Yet, on the other side of the sea, an unidentified giant ship seemed to be approaching. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Qingjiao wore a disdainful expression. Whitebeard Newgate, that fellow dares to come to the Flower Country. Once I break through the ice continent and seize the treasure, I will undoubtedly ascend to become the strongest, Let Whitebeard taste my 8 burst fists and headbutt. Moreover, numerous comments are being observed, with some sailors showcasing exquisite illustrations, while others are diligently correcting mistakes. Old man, ahead lies the flower country of the West Sea. Are we certain we wish to replenish our supplies? At merely 7 years of age, Marco can be considered one of the earliest crew members to follow Whitebeard. However, he currently holds the position of a mere apprentice sailor. Previously, during the outbreak of the God Valley War, a portion of Whitebeard's crew had remained on a certain island in the West Sea. They were primarily teenagers, with Marco being one of the youngest among them. Over the years, Newgate had taken in many from various places during his adventures at sea, during their time at Hive Island. Some had secretly mocked him, suggesting that Linlin bore children indiscriminately while Newgate had a penchant for adopting kids. Both were seen as aimless individuals, possessing strength but lacking ambition. Yet, paradoxically, these two managed to gather an initial crew faster than anyone else after the war's conclusion. Apart from them, Wang Ji and the Golden Lion also played significant roles, nearly accepting the vast majority of the Rock's pirates' combatants. Some pirates chose different paths, some followed Captain John in treasure-hunting adventures, while others allied with Silver Axe in battles. The Flame Flower, alongside Shachi and others, sought to rebuild the Snake Pirates. Stussy, who had previously contemplated Whitebeard, departed alone, seeking a research institute where he could fully realize his ambitions. The Korizumi siblings quietly returned to Wano, deciding to bide their time. The seas have entered an era dominated by the crew of the Rock's pirates. Roger's elite crew cannot impede their rise, nor will they involve themselves in the affairs of outsiders. Simultaneously, figures like the aloof Qingjiao, the Proud Red, and the Momo Fruit user Bondi Wald have emerged as formidable pirates. The dominance of the Rock's pirates has diminished. Qingjiu possesses an impressive mastery of the 3-color hockey, his ancestral 8 burst fists, and a proud headbutt, alongside substantial military might and wealth. This new era rightfully deserves his place within it. Whitebeard, before being ensnared by rocks through the pirate gang, he wielded little territory or influence. Qingjiao has long heard of Whitebeard's renowned reputation, yet every pirate possessing royal qualities refuses to bow to any others. Captain Qingjiao, it appears the Whitebeard pirates merely intend to pass through. Taking a temporary respite, subordinate sailors seem reluctant to provoke trouble. Silence. I shall show you what true iron-headed strength is. Qingjiao kicked him away, donned his beloved cloak from youth, and in a moment, dashed towards the port. Whitebeard, he bellowed, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Is there trouble? Whitebeard sat on a deck chair. Just as he was about to respond to Marco, he noticed that this island held formidable foes. He glanced up at the flag of the 8 Treasure Navy. Indeed, this was a fellow who had also ventured through the New World. Qingjiao. He had not expected this individual to be drawn back home by the God Valley incident. It seems that amidst the excitement, he has now encountered trouble. Father, is he a dangerous fellow? Marco, flapping his wings, revealed faint golden glimmers within the light blue flames. This was the treasure bestowed upon him by Whitebeard after the conclusion of the God Valley incident, granting Marco both the roles of a trainee sailor and lookout. Fear not, I shall take matters into my own hands. Guh la 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 la. Qingjiao, long time no see, you sharp-headed fellow. Whitebeard leaped from the deck towards the port. In that instant, Marco swiftly embraced the small boy wandering about the ship. He was born in the West Sea, possessing a hardy demeanor and dark skin. Now merely 4 years old, he was the only pirate younger than Marco aboard the ship. Marco, father, let us go. Jozu pointed towards the jumping Whitebeard. That is a formidable opponent for father. We still. Just as Marco was about to offer a word of caution to the hot-tempered Jozu, he spotted a grand ship in the distance at the port. To be precise, it resembled a small mountain floating upon the sea, adorned with a uniquely patterned pirate flag. Marco, what pirate crew is that? I have never seen such a flag before. The crew, astonished, tightened their grips on their curved sabers while preparing their flintlock pistols. Not far from the Flower Country's waters, the grand vessel slowly approached. Sean sat atop the head of the Wolf, basking in the high sea breeze. After several days adrift, the crew had grown weary and fell into a deep slumber. Kaido and Moria snored beside Jasmine. The bubbles from the Wolf's nose could even soar into the air. Why is it that he, as a devil fruit user, does not sink in the sea? Is it a matter of physique? Sean pondered that it turned out that the decades-old Wolf was a user of the Puff Puff fruit, hence his exceptionally large stature. Even the bubbles he exhaled while sleeping could expand and float. Yet this fellow was simply abnormal. Like Blackbeard, he would become weak and powerless in the sea. If he were to sink, it would be easy for him to touch the bottom. His physique often resembled a Daoibon. The giant race possesses bizarre luck. They have consumed both the shrinking and enlarging devil fruits. Sean gazed ahead, using the wind's direction to seek out seagulls to practice his observation hockey, wishing to master it sooner to integrate into battles. However, he soon spotted a colossal island. Their port lay to the side, where numerous pirate ships were docked. Among them, 2 displayed their pirate flags, the 8 Treasure Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates. To be precise. The 8 Treasure Navy is a violent mercenary group, affiliated with the Flower Country. Unlike Becky's Black Hand, they are prepared for exploration and combat on both land and sea. It is precisely due to their formidable strength that the Flower Country has become the dominant power in the West Sea. There is hockey. Kaido abruptly opened his eyes, which turned blood red as he looked towards the port. Its land. He rubbed his neck and arrogantly declared, "I told you, transforming into dragon form would be faster." Upon noticing the distinct nature of this hockey, Kaido's eyes brightened. Whitebeard Newgate. He was the one who guided him to become a trainee sailor in the Rocks Pirates. But weren't you complaining about hunger? Sean leaped down from the wolf's head. The commotion roused Moria from his slumber. What? We've arrived at the shore. He. I shall become the strongest Yakuza in town. Moria felt a surge of confidence returning. Bang! Kaido struck his head, causing a lump to swell immediately. That hurts, damn it. Moria rolled about the ship, clutching his head and crying out. He was indeed unfortunate. Ever since encountering Sean, he had been on the receiving end of Kaido's relentless beatings. The two had continuously argued over who the captain was, while the 2 giants recognized Sean as the leader, the reason being Kaido's appearance, which lacked the charm of a kawaii, with a youthful face adorned with a beard. Of course, Jasmine primarily held this view, but he himself bore a face full of hair as well. As for Moria, he was regarded by Sean and Kaido as merely an apprentice sailor. In reality, he was just a punching bag. When I set sail, I shall exact my revenge. Moria gazed into the distance, utterly captivated. He was all too familiar with this place. The architectural style and the flags at the port unmistakably revealed its identity. The Flower Country. As a denizen of the West Sea, he was well aware of the intrinsic value of this place. There was no turning back. Even if he attempted to flee, he would inevitably be captured and conscripted into the 8 Treasure Navy. A rumble echoed, a tremor from the earth. Almost immediately, tumultuous waves surged violently from the sea behind him. The already coastal ship was thrust forward, awakening both Jasmine and the fearsome wolf. Whitebeard was in the midst of battle. There were indeed formidable warriors present. Kaido let out a piercing roar, transforming into a colossal dragon. The ship was propelled by the monstrous waves. Sean stood upon the splintered wooden deck. Newgate unleashed a tremendous punch at the port, causing the very earth to tremble. He cast a glance toward the gigantic vessel, and upon seeing those aboard, his skin twitched in surprise. It was Kaido and that young lad. Why were there giants as well? What on earth was happening? In just a few days, how had Sean gathered so many giants? Moreover, it was astonishing that Kaido was leading the charge for Sean. Their disappearance had nearly driven Lin Lin to madness. Did anyone dare to covet the Flower Kingdom? Green Pepper was poised to engage with his 8-burst fist. However, upon Whitebeard's arrival, he immediately performed his signature move. With a powerful embrace, his fists reverberated through the air. The immense force instantaneously summoned waves, fracturing numerous structures in the port, causing even the Flower Kingdom to tremble. The sheer terror of such a punch unleashed upon solid ground was unimaginable. The port would likely collapse into the depths due to the quake, followed by the island being riddled with gaping fissures. What if such a punch were to land upon Green Pepper's head? Would the 8-burst fist be sufficient against the Tremor fruit? Could his head shatter Whitebeard's Tsung and Chia? Green Pepper was truly astounded. The monsters of the Rocks Pirates had become even more formidable. Nonetheless, his sharp skull was still enveloped in hockey. His fists, too, were reinforced with the same hockey. Strength was paramount. No matter how potent one's devil fruit abilities, a hockey master must never concede defeat. Young and brimming with vigor, Green Pepper was at his zenith, though he was already considered middle-aged compared to Sean. In the vastness of the sea, this age represented countless trials endured. A warrior forged through relentless training in hockey, martial arts, and worldly experiences. Gritting his teeth, Green Pepper expanded his observation hockey, sensing the approaching presence. Was it a dragon? There were also formidable giants behind, along with an unusually large ship. Were they truly that powerful? Having grown up in the West Sea, he had encountered many giants residing there, particularly the fearsome wolf, who roamed freely, indulging in feasts. For him, it was merely a means to fill his belly. Yet for others, it was a calamity. The rugged and robust fearsome wolf was aptly dubbed a giant battleship. Clearly a devil fruit user, yet even when weakened by the sea, he still exhibited a propensity for expansion. Green Pepper could not help but recognize the fearsome wolf as a frequent visitor to the Navy's stronghold. As for Jasmine, his bounty approached 200 million berries, the reason being his erratic movements. There was no prison from which he could not escape. It was said that one day, he inexplicably broke free from impel down. No one could precisely ascertain how it was accomplished, and even an extensive investigation yielded no answers. Ultimately, this giant pirate elder simply departed with flair. As a hybrid human, he roamed freely, eventually earning a bounty. Yet few attempted to capture him. After all, the cost was far too steep. Green Pepper was unfamiliar with Jasmine, yet he had seen the bounty. Strangely, there were two young individuals aboard the ship. One was Moria. Tall with purple hair and lips, yet disturbingly pallid, a sign of malnutrition. The other was Sean, slightly taller than Moria. His confident demeanor resembled that of a captain among other pirates. However, Green Pepper had no recollection of him whatsoever. "Hey, Whitebeard, are these fools your crew?" Green Pepper could hardly believe it. He just happened to appear at the moment Whitebeard entered the Flower Kingdom. It was inconceivable that it was merely a coincidence. Perhaps it was an attack meticulously plotted for some time. "I'm merely here to replenish supplies." Green Pepper. Whitebeard brandished his Songyun QIE. It seemed he was about to get serious. What had just transpired was merely a greeting. Whoosh! The waves and storm coalesced into a tsunami. As a non-devil fruit user, Green Pepper felt somewhat powerless against such a natural disaster. He could hold his own against Whitebeard for a brief moment. But stopping waves of this magnitude would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, they threatened to engulf the entire island. "Stop lying. Newgate, you're not adept at deceit." Green Pepper vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, it was with his 8-burst fist. Tornado drill. Green Pepper charged forth. This strike was potent enough to cleave through an icy continent. Dubbed the mightiest headbutt, it was infused with hockey. Green Pepper. Whitebeard gripped his sword, spinning it in the air. The whirling winds swept away debris in its path, yet his stance remained unwavering. Bang! The moment that Songyun Chia struck the ground, the air thickened. It seemed as though no seismic event could ever displace this blade. Whitebeard raised one hand, muscles rippling through his arms. His iconic mustache and smile illuminated simultaneously. Zing! The tremor power manifested as an invisible force field. Boom! When his fist sliced through the air, it collided with Green Pepper's formidable skull. The impact reverberated like a blade, scattering debris. The tremor power affected its surroundings, causing the previously subsided tremors to resurface. People fled in panic, and the ship swayed precariously on the tumultuous sea. Why provoke Whitebeard? He was a monster of the New World. Green Pepper, you must defeat the pirate. A man clutched his wife and daughter, an ordinary dock worker. He was on the verge of losing everything. His home and hard-earned possessions lay in ruins. To them, the 8-treasure navy was not a band of pirates. It was the same for the navy. The 8-treasure navy was a force cultivated by the Flower Kingdom, deployed in various conflicts. Thus, they were labeled violent mercenaries. Whitebeard. Green Pepper never anticipated that his all-out strike would only momentarily halt the power of the tremor fruit. That force still had the capacity to influence the surrounding environment. 8-burst fist ultimate technique. Tornado drill. Green Pepper refused to back down. Today, he would force Whitebeard to bleed. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, his hockey enveloping his head. He aimed to clash with his ultimate technique. Yet Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged. Even from the moment he stood firm, his feet and blade had not budged. Green Pepper, your hockey has improved, has it? Whitebeard's assessment felt like an insult to Green Pepper. Only those stronger than him had the right to critique. Yet he believed he was not inferior to anyone in terms of hockey or martial prowess. Newgate, you dare wreak havoc in my homeland. You are gravely underestimating me. The Conqueror's hockey erupted as his skull met Whitebeard's fist. Giruruer, you rely too heavily on your skull. Whitebeard unleashed his own Conqueror's hockey. Otherwise, his sons behind him would be adversely affected. I merely wish to replenish supplies here and set sail for the Grand Line to construct a new ship, a vessel capable of carrying everyone, allowing my sons to roam freely. Green Pepper. Isn't your son yet married? Why not join my pirate crew? Whitebeard utilized his hockey to thwart Green Pepper's assault. Infuriated, Green Pepper felt an unbearable headache. You madman who claims every child as your own. Don't even think about targeting my son. With a swift side attack, Qingjiao unleashed the essence of besiege Enku in to extricate himself from peril. Yet, he was also struck by the overwhelming haki and the tremors emanating from Whitebeard, sending him crashing through the walls of numerous buildings, shattering over 10 in total. As he struggled to rise, a colossal dragon roared through the sky, unleashing a scorching breath directed at Whitebeard. Let me see how much of a gap there is between us. Newgate. Kaido laughed heartily, having anticipated this battle for far too long. With the emergence of his Azure dragon form greatly enhancing his strength, he had to seize the opportunity to test his mettle. Well done, Kaido. Sean emerged, flanked by giants standing at the seaside. Their imposing figures compelled even the crew of the Whitebeard pirates to look up in awe. Moria felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, especially upon witnessing the presence of both Whitebeard and Qingjiao, sending chills down his spine. These two were notorious pirates, figures he recognized from the bounty posters. Who are you, kid? Qingjiao gasped as he struggled to his feet, still reeling from Kaido's might. Even more perplexing was Sean. Rubbing his head, Qingjiao's mustache twitched in astonishment at the lineup of this rookie captain. Suddenly, a paper bird swooped past, however, before the rise of the News King. It was a special edition, priced significantly higher. After several days at sea, Sean too received a bounty notice. As a multitude of bounty posters fell, those of Roger's pirates and the remnants of the Rock's pirates took precedence. Among them were several belonging to Sean's crew. Qingjiao picked one up, his eyes nearly bulging out as he gazed upon the bounties of these newcomers. The towering warship, the Holy One Evil Wolf, bore a bounty of 230 million berries for the Demon Man. Kaido, with a bounty of 320 million berries for the New Human, and a bounty of 250 million berries for Moria. Meanwhile, his own bounty stood at a mere 10,000 berries, while Sean's was set at an astonishing 100 million berries. Wait, why is it that both of us are receiving our first bounties, yet mine is only 10,000 berries while Sean's is 100 million? Qingjiao pondered in bewilderment. He glanced at the explosive headlines on the newspaper. The Sean pirate crew escapes from prison. Captain Sean leads Vice Captain Kaido in a daring plot to break free from the Navy headquarters and rescue the nefarious pirate giant Moria. Aboard the colossal warship Evil Wolf, they also abducted the notorious youth Moria to serve as a deckhand. The captain is suspected to have escaped from an undisclosed location, previously a trainee of a certain unimaginable pirate crew. With reasons for his bounty remaining classified that can't say, Qingjiao's head was filled with questions upon reading these descriptions. All were shrouded in mystery. Yet, he surmised the truth that it could only be that he was a trainee of the Rock's pirates, having escaped from God Valley. But why the secrecy surrounding the bounty's reasons, especially one exceeding 100 million berries for a first-time bounty? Surely, it couldn't be for killing a celestial dragon. Sean. Kaido roared in fury, having spotted a bounty notice fluttering in the air, depicting Sean standing resolutely at the port, flanked by two towering giants, with the Azure dragon Kaido spiraling above, seemingly providing a backdrop for Sean. Reactions varied. Some were enraged, while others wept. Moria, at that moment, was furiously pounding a broken wooden crate by the sea, its contents spilling everywhere, nearly swept away by the waves. How am I supposed to go home? A mere 10,000 berries for my first bounty. It's utterly humiliating. Sean, sob. Please, may all be well. On the deck of the Whitebeard pirates, numerous bounty notices also drifted down. Little Diamond Jozu, unfamiliar with the individuals depicted, merely found Sean's image exceptionally handsome. Marco picked up a bounty notice and compared it to Sean's likeness. It's him. Sean, the one who shone brightly at God Valley. His nervousness nearly extinguished his flames. Nearby crew members, wielding flails, looked at Marco in astonishment. Hey, Marco, do you know that guy? Who is he? As members of Whitebeard's crew remained stationed around the islands near God Valley during the battle, they were well aware of the vast sea surrounding the valley, which was not devoid of islands. In fact, several large islands lay beyond the waters of God Valley, where they had remained as Whitebeard's subordinates. The few beads of sweat formed on Marco's forehead as he gulped. That guy is an extraordinary being. He emerged from the God Valley War, designated as a trainee by Rocks. Although he shone brightly and even dared to strike against the celestial dragons, his uniqueness kept him from being exposed. Had it not been for the current situation, Sengoku and the others would have relentlessly pursued us, and Lin. He would likely be hunted by at least one admiral. For Sean, who became a trainee of the Rocks pirates at the tender age of 15, was a monster akin to Kaido in his youth. The reason for being pursued by admirals stemmed not only from his strength but also from the ambition that mirrored Rocks himself, a new generation of pirates audacious enough to openly attack the celestial dragons. Marco, still a mere 7-year-old, despite having consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, paled in comparison to someone as accomplished as Sean. Hey, the crew members were equally incredulous, realizing that the young generation their father warned them never to provoke was indeed him. Even the unruly Kaido had been brought under his command. If such a figure teamed up with Qingjiao, would their father be in trouble? Concerned, some crew members disembarked, eager to assist Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. Dozens of crew members had gathered. Marco flapped his blue flame wings, his gaze fixated on Sean. If we defeat him, we shall be the strongest of our generation. Some were tempted, thinking Sean appeared rather average in strength, merely a bit taller than most. Sean, Kaido, long time no see, boomed Whitebeard, laughing heartily. You two brats are now simultaneously being hunted by Lin and Sengoku. Kaido dismissed the heat attacks with disdain, deeming them too weak, easily countered by the mere vibration of the air to conjure a whirlwind. Newgate, you monster. Kaido had anticipated gaining an advantage, but to his dismay, even from a distance, Whitebeard's punches still resonated with a tremor that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. In a foul mood, Kaido turned his gaze towards Sean by the sea, seething with rage, wishing to bludgeon him with his kanabo. When did you become captain, you insufferable brat? Kaido's nostrils flared with anger. Once I return to the New World, I will form a new pirate crew in the shortest time possible. Oh, Sean waved his hand dismissively. If you leave the Sean pirate crew, you can certainly start anew, but I wouldn't recommend it. After all, you've only just become vice captain. Just be wary that next time you return, you may find yourself overshadowed by Moria, this trainee. With a loud crash, as soon as Sean's taunting words left his mouth, he collapsed to the ground. His body transformation began anew, with an entirely new bloodline factor about to merge within him. Accustomed to this process, Sean slept soundly as the devil's compass spun, concluding the final choice of his destiny, to set sail and form his own pirate crew. Completion, rewards obtained, bloodline factor of the mochi fruit. Sisters, protect the captain. Moria immediately raised her fork, standing beside Sean as the winds whipped up by the Whitebeard pirates tugged at her skirt. How rude. Don't look at my skirt. Moria had never anticipated encountering so many ruffians. Captain, you're asleep. I will protect you. Time for a snack. The evil wolf plopped down by the seaside, casting a shadow over the port. For a moment, the once dominant Whitebeard pirates seemed to be on the back foot. Hey, don't sleep at a time like this. I have never acknowledged my role as your vice captain. Underestimating the likes of Green Pepper and Whitebeard can lead to dire consequences, you scoundrel. Sharn, Kaido may feign indifference. Yet he still positions himself before Sharn, as a mace swiftly intertwines with his armament haki. Ha ha ha. Sharn slaps his forehead, vowing never to succumb to slumber again. Kaido. He merely reclined for a moment, attuned to the rhythmic beating of his heart. In truth, Sharn had only lain there briefly. Following the mutation of his physique, not only had his physical prowess been enhanced, but even the urge to sleep had been stripped away. Slumber seemed an impossibility henceforth. As the captain and vice captain coordinated seamlessly, the apprentice crew member, Moria, sought to assert his presence at the opportune moment. Ugh, this is utterly inedible. What manner of revolting fruit is this? Spoiled perhaps. Moria cast aside a bitten fruit into the sea, revealing a peculiar specimen with a black skin and faint red stripes, ensconced in foliage, which was swiftly whisked away by the waves. Moria coughed a few times, realizing that he had been so enraged that smoke had nearly escaped his throat. He casually retrieved another fruit from the nearby broken crate, only to discover it was equally repugnant. With a sudden splash, the seawater surged around him, causing Moria to shiver, as if he had caught a chill. Odd. He had not fallen ill since the age of 5. A devil fruit. Kaido was taken aback by Moria's unexpected stroke of luck. In truth, this crate was never meant to be broken. It would have drifted along the current to some small town, had Moria not consumed its contents. Its name was the Paramecia-type shadow fruit. Sharn approached Moria, effortlessly tossing the weakened figure towards the port. You are now a wielder of powers, Moria. A wielder of powers? Moria gazed at the bitten fruit that had drifted away, recognizing it was indeed not an ordinary fruit. He instinctively sensed something within him stirring. Darkness slowly coalesced in his palm, altering the expressions of both Kaido and Whitebeard. Yet, in an instant, Moria's shadow flickered, a false alarm. The devil fruit of rocks was not merely a shadow. What a familiar yet unsettling sensation this is, thought Whitebeard, as he waved his sons off to procure supplies while he himself rested on a wooden crate by the sea. You youngsters, go fetch food, fresh water, and the necessary navigational instruments. Sharn rubbed his shoulders, feeling particularly peculiar after gaining the powers of the pawpaw fruit. He yearned to playfully bounce a few individuals around. Although he could only aim at places he had previously visited, a random bounce could still be feasible. As for the location, he would leave that to fate. Sharn. Oh no. Captain, what peculiar expression is that? Moria felt a chill run down his spine. Upon turning, he was abruptly confronted by a hurried figure. You brat. This is the territory of the 8 Treasure Water Army. This isn't a reunion banquet for the remnants of your rocks pirates. Get out. Green Pepper charged at Sharn. Surely, he could not be slain by Whitebeard, nor could he be felled by a mere bounty of over 100 million like you, Karami. Hee. Sharn's palm formed a delightful paw shape. As air compressed within his grasp, producing a strange sound from the port. Pressure cannon. May all be well. What extraordinary power has that lad awakened? Whitebeard recognized Sharn as a mythical beast-type user of the black dragon form. He had assumed he was employing the powers of the fruit at this moment. However, Kaido stood by, fully aware that this was not the capability of the fish fruit. 8-fist punch. Green Pepper would never allow anyone to threaten the 8 Treasure Water Army twice in succession. With Whitebeard having merely brushed aside the port with a slight effort, his physical prowess and hockey could only match Whitebeard as for a few exchanges, let alone unleash a large-scale attack. If Sharn were to move freely now, how could Green Pepper maintain his standing in the Land of Flowers? Did this newcomer pirate truly believe his renowned title of Green Pepper was merely for show? Pressure cannon. Sharn remained composed, the paw-shaped air pressure cannon taking form in his palm. His armament hockey also solidified to protect himself. Sharn's body further strengthened. He, in his hybrid form, wielded a dragon claw bear paw. With one powerful strike, in his prime, Green Pepper would naturally pale in comparison to a monster like Whitebeard. Yet, his skull-shaped spikes had required Carb to flatten several mountains. How could he possibly fear the unheralded Sharn? There was no decay, no waning spirit, only fervor and an indomitable will to battle. A true champion of the seas must embody these qualities to be considered at their peak. Boom. The 8-fist punch surged forth. And Green Pepper prepared to showcase his prowess to Sharn. That I refuse to believe that you can do anything to me. Sharn. At the moment their attacks clashed, air compressed to its utmost limit, forming a terrifying force propelled by the impact. This sensation was familiar even to Whitebeard, who wielded the Tremor fruit. Not only did it resemble his combat style, but it also bore similarities to Sengoku's Buddha's light shockwave. Cough. Green Pepper had not anticipated that his head would be obstructed. Air hindered him, resisting his haki. Had he faced an opponent with weak or non-existent haki, this strike would have penetrated their body, delivering a tremendous impact. You brat, do you still have tricks up your sleeve? Green Pepper was astounded. He had not even employed his ultimate technique. Yet Sharn unleashed a formidable attack utilizing his fruit powers. Little did he know, this was merely the initial skill of the paw fruit. It was merely the most fundamental application, employing air compression within the paw to engage in combat. Higher levels of development could involve bouncing others away for long-range transmission, including propelling oneself for rapid movement. The bear was undeniably the natural embodiment of the paw fruit. Sharn was an unexpectedly versatile entity capable of further evolving its potential. You have greatly underestimated the 8-fist punch of the Land of Flowers, and have been rather presumptuous. Haki is not inferior to the might of the strongest devil fruits. 8-fist punch, bone-crushing spike. Green Pepper stomped down on the stone slab, charging fiercely at Sharn. Smashing through the air-compressed cannon aimed at his head. Whoosh. He vanished in a flash, shattering the air layer with a sonic boom. The previously stagnant battlefield now bore the residual damage of the pressure cannon. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted as hundreds of slabs shattered, leaving a large crater in the shape of a paw. The surrounding pirates stood frozen in disbelief. The soldiers of the 8 Treasure Water Army struggled to comprehend why their 18th leader, Green Pepper, known for his immense strength, continually encountered even more formidable foes. To them, Green Pepper was already inhuman, forcefully launching the pressure cannon. Sharn had struck first. As Green Pepper shattered the first pressure cannon attack, Sharn initiated his assault, gradually familiarizing himself with the paw fruit. Sharn recalled the methods previously employed by the bear, integrating his own haki into the assault. His techniques encompassed multiple attacks, including finger guns and gusty kicks. The Navy's 6 styles had now been thoroughly assimilated by Sharn, becoming an integral part of his daily combat repertoire. Bang. Bang. As Green Pepper unleashed the ultimate 8-fist punch, each impact shattered a pressure cannon, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures, beaches, seawater, and trees. This exemplified one of the disadvantages faced by haki users when battling those with devil fruit abilities. Even during his prime, Roger could not entirely mitigate the residual force of the Tremor fruit against Whitebeard. Consequently, Even as Whitebeard clashed with Roger time and again, the entire battlefield would be affected. The steel crumbled under the assault of the pressure cannon, and one can only imagine the excruciating pain it would inflict upon a human. Are you prepared for your demise, young man? Qingjiao gazed up at Shan. 8 burst fist. It is time for the newcomer to understand what it truly means to be a grand pirate. He had already faced losses and injuries in combat with Whitebeard. Yet, he firmly believed that his ancestral 8 burst fist, particularly his proudest technique, the head cone, would pierce through Shan's defenses. In their previous encounters, each time he fought Shan, the overwhelming power of Conqueror's Haki shattered the bear paw shockwaves, giving Qingjiao an uncanny sense of DJVU. It was reminiscent of the tremors emitted by the tremor fruit, a pulsating shockwave devoid of the golden light of the Buddha's form. Such a unique ability. Could it be that Shan's beastly form, a mythical Zoan, endowed him with this power? Did my Azure Dragon form lack such capabilities? Kaido remained the most baffling of all. His kanabo was entwined with lightning. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not unleash the shockwave from his palm. Was it possible that the Black Dragon form was, indeed, a more potent mythical Zoan? Bear paw impact, thunderstorm field. As they calculated in their minds, Shan had already compressed a complete pressure sphere with both hands. The vast air was compressed, causing many people in the port to collapse from oxygen deprivation. The elasticity concentrated the air to an unnatural density, and once released, it would spell disaster. Moreover, it was interspersed with dozens of purple lightning bolts, slithering like serpents. The excessive compression had infused the purple electricity, causing Shan's palm to radiate a dazzling light, shimmering with a dim white glow. Ultimate technique. Qingjiao surged forward. The head cone, wrapped in armament Haki, became even sharper. He had never feared any renowned blade, firmly believing that his own skull was the mightiest weapon. Gula la la la. Shan's brilliance was overwhelming. It incited an impulse to take him under one's wing for protection. Due to the experiences with the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard was always reluctant to sail alongside those possessing Conqueror's Haki, fearing betrayal at any moment. Yet, Shan's age, talent, and that rare, precious nature made him a figure of great regret. Old man, you want him to join us? Marco, hidden behind Whitebeard, sat atop a pile of wooden crates. Newgate firmly cut through the clouds. Haki and the tremor fruit formed an invisible barrier. He observed Shan, fully aware of the ambitions of the new generation. Life and death are determined by fate. Boom! Shan and Qingjiao clashed. The explosion of their impact sent a shockwave shaped like a bear's paw expanding from Shan's palm. In an instant, it tore through everything, unleashing a dual lethality akin to both a shockwave and a tremor. Zila, the purple lightning coursed through, adding a terrifying dimension to the damage. Qingjiao was the first to endure the brunt of the assault. Shan. He stared wide-eyed at Shan, just as he was about to launch an unwavering attack with his head cone. Even if it meant spitting blood and enduring relentless strikes, Shan vanished. The power of the meatball fruit had evolved. Besides rebounding air, it could now rebound people and even manipulate all things, seeking all. Wishing all to be well, the piercing cone broke through everything. The skull honed through countless trials. The armament Haki refined 100,000 times. Why must he repeatedly suffer setbacks before the capabilities granted by the devil fruit? Qingjiao's mind buzzed. He was struck by the compressed air, the pain mitigated by Haki, gritting his teeth and enduring the impacts. Despite the concerned gazes from the 800 Navy ships, Qingjiao had no intention of halting his assault. Lightning relentlessly struck him. Qingjiao seized one of the purple lightning bolts. Would he be ridiculed by his subordinates? As the 18th generation pillar, leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, and honor of the Flower Kingdom, he refused to be constrained by a lack of a powerful devil fruit. He turned to face Shan, his pride undiminished. Clearly, his Haki had been honed to a level where even the Conqueror's Haki could not easily eliminate him. His observation Haki was skilled enough to dodge a hail of bullets. His armament Haki, manifested through his head and fists, could pierce through warships. Such strength should be a source of pride. Yet, he had to witness time and again how his own confrontations led to the port being ravaged by the power of the tremor. Qingjiao had vowed, since his first voyage, to protect everything he wished to safeguard. You little brat, do you truly believe you can defeat me? I am Qingjiao of the 8 Treasures Navy. I am the man destined to acquire the ice treasure and ensure the Flower Kingdom's dominance over the West Sea. Qingjiao's entire being was enveloped in a layer of slightly green-tinted armament Haki. With a resounding roar, he burst forth from the shockwave's range, clad in green garments, his face adorned with a thick beard. He emerged battered, his clothes tattered, blood seeping from the crevices of his teeth. Do not underestimate Haki. You little brat. Qingjiao's eyes glinted red. He had endured enough of this passive confrontation. He must grow stronger until he utterly vanquished his opponent. Shan, the light green armament haki appeared particularly peculiar. Beyond the ultimate techniques, it represented the true essence of the 8-burst fist, a realm attained by its founder. By merging armament haki with martial arts through relentless training. Day and night, infused with a will to live and die, Qingxiao finally grasped the higher mystery of haki, and the 8-burst fist would rise in his hands. Whitebeard calmly assessed the situation. Despite the terrifying shockwaves and the encroaching haki threatening to overwhelm the onlookers, all these forces were effortlessly deflected upon reaching the Whitebeard pirates. Whoosh! The airwaves, centered around Whitebeard, split to either side, washing the sea into two towering white waves, creating chasms spanning dozens of meters. Old man, why does Qingxiao's haki appear more ordinary now? Marco, unable to comprehend, had yet to awaken his own haki. However, he had witnessed many powerful warriors wielding haki. Most merely hardened their armament or wrapped it around blades. Only a select few exhibited unique characteristics. For instance, Whitebeard seamlessly fused with the Tremor's power, rendering it intangible. If two strong warriors clashed, blood-red energies would erupt. Armament haki, too, had its hierarchies of sophistication. As an observer, Whitebeard divided the port into 3 parts, one for the 8 Treasures Navy and the other for Shan's crew. Shan, Qingxiao's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He was convinced that he could now shatter the ice continent. Truth be told, the legend of the treasure of the ice continent had been pursued by the 8 Treasures Navy for generations. He had not anticipated that the final push to master haki would come upon encountering Whitebeard and Shan. More significantly, it was Qingxiao's unwavering dedication and resolve. Even without these two, he would have likely broken through in about a year. Qingxiao. Shan appeared before Qingxiao, the palm of his hand, resembling a meatball, was forever etched in Qingxiao's memory. If you could randomly select a place to travel, where would you go? Why random? Because the first place Shan arrived after acquiring the meatball fruit was the Flower Kingdom. What did marking this place signify? Would he simply rebound Qingxiao away and then back? The simplest method was to randomly bounce people. Did you really think that your devil fruit abilities could affect me? You naive child. You will soon understand the profound truth behind the 8-burst fist of the 8 Treasures Navy. The green pepper's pointed skull and dual fist were ensnared by the ethereal green aura of the true essence of the 8-strike fist, presenting a facade of simplicity while concealing a sophisticated technique akin to the flowing cherry blossom of Wano country. Regrettably, the green pepper proved to be quite ineffectual. After finally awakening this ability in his lifetime, he was swiftly incapacitated by a single punch from Garp. Even if his skull were to mend in his old age, it could not rival the strength of his prime. Little did he know he would encounter Shan. The 8-strike fist's true essence, in the Wano country's flowing cherry blossom, there were certainly many kings of the sea centuries ago who unearthed their own potential. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to witness a nearly lost martial art in this era. Shan's bones emitted a sound of reconfiguration. After several augmentations, he transformed into a hybrid form. With dragon claws clenched, he grasped the bare paw of the meatball fruit. The aura enveloped his hands, while his dragon tail swept away the debris. Unlike before, his fists, in addition to the heightened voltage of the purple lightning and the formidable armed haki, now bore an additional layer of impact akin to a bare paw formed from the meatball fruit. This force could be unleashed at the very moment of attack. Each of Shan's instantaneous movements would amplify his base speed and the technique of shave. Allow me to experience your might. Green pepper, do not let me down. With a swift motion, the meatball's propulsion could generate a series of whoosh sounds through the air. The green pepper initially believed he could overpower Shan by leveraging his newfound breakthrough. Yet, he was unprepared for a formidable opponent. 8-strike fist, true essence, pointed skull, a single explosive strike. As the two clashed fists, Shan harnessed the impact of purple lightning to counter the 8-strike fist's true essence, while also utilizing his dragon tail to bolster his defense against the skull's assault. The tip of a needle met the edge of a sword. The aura and impact reverberated through the port, sending waves crashing. Layers of seawater were dispersed, disorienting numerous civilians and toppling buildings. The 8 Treasure Navy still retained some awareness, rallying behind their leader, Green Pepper. Defeat that monstrous boy. Meanwhile, Shan's pirate crew, the Savage Wolves, were clumsily transporting supplies, food, and fine wine. Gifts from Shan, purchased with navy berries. Jasmine hugged her fork with one arm, clapping her cheeks with both hands. Captain Shan is so masculine. She shyly cheered like a cheerleader. A man from the Oni clan, seated atop a pile of supplies, crushed an iron rod into a ball and tossed it aside. Could it be that the mythical Zoan devil fruit also has ranks? Kaido couldn't fathom why he felt overshadowed by Shan. Were it not for the differences in their martial arts and haki, he might have questioned his existence long ago. Hey, incredible. Moria was at a loss for words, but as he witnessed the battle between Sean and the green pepper, something deep within him seemed to ignite. Pointed skull technique. The green pepper, with his newly awakened 8-strike fish true essence, launched an all-out assault. Dragonstorm impact. Sean, wielding the impact of the meatball fruit, occasionally flashed red in his eyes. Whenever either side showed signs of faltering or awakened a breakthrough, it marked the moment of the opponent's defeat. May all be well, old man. Who will triumph? Marco inquired cautiously. He was already awestruck, realizing that Sean, as Whitebeard had stated, was merely in his teens. Compared to Marco, he seemed to have doubled in age, yet most members of the Whitebeard pirates were around this age as well, teenagers who regarded Whitebeard as their father. Even Kaido, present, was significantly older than them. Moria, even more so a young Karami, was virtually unrecognized. In contrast, Sean appeared particularly exceptional, possessing greater strength at the same age. The notorious pirate Green Pepper was, after all, a long-established pillar of the 8 treasure navy. Why, then, did he gain no advantage against Sean? Old man, Sean's fruit ability is remarkably unique. He can teleport and possesses characteristics similar to yours. Marco kept murmuring. In his youth, as a trainee crew member, he had been far more enthusiastic than the lazy demeanor he adopted later. It wasn't merely the prolonged voyage that dulled his spirit. He had unconsciously taken on the responsibility of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, the current incessant chatter, filled with questions and a desire to test his mettle against strong foes, reflected the youthful essence of the Phoenix. You ask too much, Marco, Whitebeard chuckled. Though he spoke this way, he was quite fond of it. He had witnessed the growth of these children firsthand. Even Marco was training to become a true combatant. At this moment, no one knew that, in the future, the trainee Marco would become the renowned Captain Phoenix. However, their battle was indeed captivating. This young lad, Sean, always managed to surprise. The mythical Zoan fish fruit possessed shockwaves reminiscent of Sengoku's abilities. Whitebeard felt the residual energy from their duel, lifting his bicento casually. Regardless of how the shockwaves surged, they could not budge the invisible barrier formed by his haki. Sean, if you win this duel, come be my son. Whitebeard's laughter echoed. Gwahahaha. Not only Sean, the one invited to become a son, but even Kaido was left speechless when he was invited by Whitebeard to join the hive as a trainee in the Rocks Pirates. He found it rather odd. One was Lingling, and the other was Newgate, both treating him distinctly from others. He later realized that Lingling was simply viewing him as a younger brother, while Newgate treated him like a son. Goodness, Kaido never anticipated that even Sean would receive such an invitation. He yearned to form a pirate crew with like-minded individuals, akin to an older brother and younger brother dynamic. If he could invite Sean to become his first mate and recruit a few more like-minded monsters, such a crew would undoubtedly be formidable. In recent days, Kaido had come up with a name, 100 Beast Pirates, with no ordinary humans among them, only a blue dragon, a black dragon, savage wolves, giants, and a purple-haired ruffian. He was unsure if such an abundance of Zoan devil fruits existed in the world. Kaido, Moria called out to him. What are you plotting, trainee crew member? Kaido shot him a cold glare, radiating an aura of menace. I believe I can control other shadows. I have a hunch that if I could embed a shadow within my body, I would grow stronger. Moria, scissors in one hand, aimed to cut the shadow of the savage wolf. However, the scope was too vast to achieve, leaving him frustrated and scratching his head. If he could transfer the savage wolf's shadow to the captain, he would surely defeat the green pepper. Moria was eager to try, but utterly incapable. Then eat more shadows, idiot. That guy, Sean, intends to confront his opponent head-on. If you can't recognize his resolve, you'll remain a lucky fool for life. Kaido glanced at the shadow in Moria's hand, feeling no disdain towards the superhuman ability user, only contempt for Moria's lack of awareness of mortality. This was the distinction between mountain bandits, ruffians, and pirates, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line. From solitary islands to the interconnected Red Earth continent, the world is rife with ruthless villains, yet it is the pirates who roam freely. In their relentless quest for survival, they resort to any means necessary. Some are despicably cruel, preying upon the weak, while others embrace freedom and adventure in search of treasure. There are those who dominate their territories, serving as henchmen to the powerful, regardless of their methods. The weak cannot hope to survive. If Moria lacks this awareness, he will never discern his distinction from others, whether as a pirate or a navy man. He will ultimately remain unable to rise to prominence. Awareness. Moria gazed intently at the battlefield, The sails of the 8 treasure navy lay in tatters at the port. At this moment, he felt a burning urgency to assist Sharon before becoming a pirate. He had been a tyrant in a small town, arrogant and overbearing, once believing himself invincible. Had he not encountered the dragon who sought to transport Sharon and Kaido to impel down and been rescued by Sharon, he might have continued his reckless ways, thinking the sea was nothing to fear. That dragon had rampaged through God Valley, and what was Qingjiao compared to that? Kaido had faith in his first mate. From the day they met, he had witnessed Sharon's meteoric rise in strength. How could he possibly lose to someone like Qingjiao? Would Sharon emerge victorious? Moria confirmed it. His heart raced in synchrony with Sharon's battle. Before being scolded by Kaido, he had been oblivious to the reason, but now he experienced a revelation. It was a greed for power, a burning desire within him to become a free-spirited pirate like Sharon. Unafraid in the face of formidable foes like Qingjiao. I shall take a bite. Moria snipped off a fragment of Qingjiao's shadow and consumed it. He felt a slight surge of strength, albeit temporary. To assimilate more shadows, he required a more robust physique. His ambition swelled within him as he murmured, I must grow stronger. Moria remained fixated on the unfolding battle, unwilling to miss a single moment of the clash. Whoosh! Sharon vanished once more, moving with such speed that Qingjiao's observation haki and martial arts could not land a blow. Hundreds of exchanges transpired, a cacophony of haki and martial arts colliding. The abilities of their devil fruits had melded silently into the fray. Though in his prime, Qingjiao gasped for breath. When he beheld Sharon appear before him, his eyes glinted red, and he felt a jolt of fear. You have truly mastered observation haki. It's too fast. In their first encounter, they had left the ship's port in ruins. Sharon had broken through, mastering the once elusive observation haki. At this moment, he wielded the full spectrum of 3-color haki, with the elasticity of the mochi fruit. Qingjiao could not strike Sharon. Now, the tides had turned. I possessed the stronger armament haki. Yet, he could not land a hit. How infuriating! The boy who only knew how to evade dared to use him as a stepping stone. Qingjiao's legs coiled with haki, and in an instant, he vanished. Unleashing the ultimate technique of the 8 punches to enhance his speed. He aimed to confront Sharon head-on. You have no chance. Old Beetle. Sharon's eyes gleamed with the red light of observation haki. His hands enveloped in armament haki. He coordinated his perception with explosive speed and power. Machi shock. Fishtail pattern crisis. Whoosh! Qingjiao heard the sound of air and haki colliding. A symphony of lightning. Sharon fused the machi fruit, the Azure dragon form, and the 3-color haki. His palm clashed with Qingjiao's full force strike. Point 1 unleashed a shockwave without contact. The other inflicted internal damage from afar. In that moment of collision, an uncontrollable force radiated outward, collapsing buildings and sending waves soaring nearly 10 meters high. After several heartbeats, as their clash peaked, they were both pushed apart. Sharon crashed against the side of a ship, pausing midair with moonwalk. Qingjiao shattered the port's command tower with a punch, coming to a halt. Damn it, I destroyed a port and still couldn't defeat a mere minor player. Am I truly that weak? Qingjiao approached Sharon again, bloodied and battered. Yet, the so-called minor player, Sharon, struck towards him. A sphere of pain and fatigue emerged from his palm, a manifestation of the machi fruit's enhanced second stage. Qingjiao scoffed, head-butting the attack. Boom! Another clash ensued. Qingjiao endured both the shockwave and the pain. Feeling the fire within him ignite, instinctively, he retaliated with a punch towards Sharon. At that moment, his kingly potential surged forth, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki against Sharon. Kid, did you expect this? I was born to be a king. Even with your formidable devil fruit and mastery of 2-color haki in this world, those without conqueror's haki are merely part of the crowd. Qingjiao spat blood in defiance, unwilling to let Sharon overshadow him. Sharon soared into the air, delivering a flying kick. Old Beetle, here, in the West Sea, you are a king. But in the New World, you are just another fish in the sea. As the dark purple conqueror's haki erupted, he addressed Whitebeard from afar. Newgate, this is my answer. The clash of conqueror's haki tore through the air, unleashing bolts of lightning. The remaining 8 treasure navy soldiers fell unconscious. Qingjiao's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that this nameless boy possessed the qualities of a king. His previously held pride shattered completely. In that fleeting moment, Sharon's red light flickered once more. He struck towards Qingjiao. Beetle, farewell. Whoosh! At the moment his palm made contact with Qingjiao, the once mighty pirate vanished into thin AI. In the struggle of the strong, victory or defeat can hinge on a mere second of hesitation. Witnessing this unfold, Whitebeard could not suppress a grin. For the first time, Kaido felt that Sharon might not merely be drawing closer to him, but was actually on the verge of matching or even surpassing him. As Qingjiao was flung away, 3 large warships guarded by 7 ordinary ships raced towards the Flower Kingdom. "Hey, Sengoku, did you hear that?" Carp looked towards the sky. Of course. "It's moving quickly. Is something happening?" "Carp, you scoundrel. Are you sneaking a taste of my ramen?" "Sharon." Qingjiao had not anticipated being defeated in that fleeting moment of hesitation, struck by Sharon, who had mastered observation haki. Through countless exchanges, he had honed his haki and martial arts. Then ejected him, unscathed, with the pain and fatigue amplifying the impact. Ultimately, Sharon crushed Qingjiao's last vestiges of pride with Conqueror's haki, leaving him in an instant of despair. With the mochi fruit, he propelled Qingjiao away. Under the influence of the fruit's power, Qingjiao's consciousness waned as he was expelled. He had intended to break through with his newly mastered advanced armament haki, but became hazy, losing awareness just before crashing into Sharon. His mind consumed by a singular thought. He must find Sharon again and annihilate this brat. He envisioned piercing Sharon with his head, leaving countless holes. Plop, as the green pepper exhaled a plume of smoke. The remote air cushion created by the meatball fruit hurled it directly into the sea. Since the ability user, Sean, had only marked the Kingdom of Flowers with his powers and could not bounce the green pepper back here, he decided to randomly launch it instead. The exact location of this body of water remained a complete mystery, and it was likely that the green pepper would have to fortuitously survive before embarking on its own exploration. Splash! The ocean surged as a tiger-toothed whale opened its cavernous maw and swallowed the green pepper whole. One could only speculate where the illustrious head-cone green pepper would make its next appearance. In the West Sea, at the port of the Kingdom of Flowers, Sean gazed at his hands, where adorable meatballs manifested in his palms. The original dragon form possessed considerable strength and remarkable regenerative capabilities. With an exceptional level of bodily defense, now, its speed had been enhanced to near instantaneous movement. Should they land on Sabaody Archipelago, it would be enough to position themselves at the pinnacle of the supernova. "Captain, little Moria has fainted again," announced the wolf, lifting the unconscious Moria, who had been knocked out by the impact and the clash of Conqueror's haki, as though he were a mere rag doll. He carelessly tossed him onto the deck. No worries. Even if he were 80, he wouldn't be taller than you. At this moment, Sean was not surprised by the absence of the green pepper, which could have replenished supplies. Instead, he was intrigued by the long-dormant Devil's Compass, which had finally begun to exhibit changes once more. In truth, ever since departing from God's Valley, the compass had merely been fulfilling the rewards of previous choices. The last time it had spun to initiate a choice was upon their entrance into God's Valley, with ample resources on board, including a substantial amount of berries acquired from the Navy. They had secured enough food and fresh water. It seemed they were in for a considerably longer journey ahead. Sean calmly issued orders, and the port was devoid of any hindrances. In the realm of the sea, strength reigned supreme. Since Sean's pirate crew had triumphed and sent their leader flying, they were entitled to replenish their supplies at the port. Mori, with her charming demeanor, negotiated prices with the merchants while the wolf took charge of the transportation. The compass continued to spin, as if intertwining with the singularity of fate, all to converge upon a brand new choice. Newgate was waiting for them. Kaido had discovered a brand new alloy baseball bat, far superior to the previous iron rod. Ever since smashing the Wolf Tooth Club in God's Valley, he had been searching for a new replacement. It appeared that outside of the New World, it was challenging to find a complete sea stone Wolf Tooth Club forged through rigorous training. This item was merely a makeshift solution, barely sufficient for USE.AS. The 8 Treasures Navy remained silent, allowing both Sean's pirate crew and Whitebeard's pirates to come and go at will. It was destined that Sean's bounty would rise once more. The level of threat had now escalated to that of a kingdom. Sean awaited the compass's changes, while his stomach grumbled with hunger. He casually picked up a large piece of roasted meat from the tavern, tossing a few silver coins onto the table. A hearty bite of the roast felt truly satisfying. "Sean, do you know what lies ahead?" Whitebeard sat atop a crate, anticipating the arrival of the 2 newcomers. Departing from God's Valley meant a fresh start for everyone. He also needed to reevaluate these 2 young men. While they may not pose an immediate threat to his position, if these 2 young prodigies with kingly potential truly united, they could forge an indomitable pirate crew. Whitebeard perceived the emergence of a new pirate crew, comparable to Roger's. If he were to learn of Sean's true intentions, it would be quite alarming that Roger's pirate crew had possessed at least 5 high-tier combatants during its peak. whereas Sean aspired to forge an even stronger and more perfect Rocks pirate crew, one that he would have complete dominion over. Comprised solely of unparalleled warriors, rivaling the Four Emperors, each of them would command their own fleet, akin to a fleet of the Four Emperors. He needed to find at least 10 such allies to firmly secure the ultimate seat upon the seas. Seizing the entirety of the Marine headquarters and the Red Line S bounty, bang, the three sat in their respective places. Sean found an oak barrel to serve as a makeshift stool. A sip of red wine accompanied by roasted meat. Kaido felt as though the days spent within the Rocks pirate crew were but yesterday. Next, he would have to search for the galley again, drowning his sorrows in drink. Sean, Whitebeard slammed his large jug onto the ground. Gururara, with your ship, you will never be able to sail the Grand Line. Newgate was not merely engaging in idle chatter. His gaze was fixed on Kaido and Sean. Their expressions shifted in an instant. Goodness, you're still looking to adopt a son? Sean and Kaido sprang to their feet. Let us head to O'Hara. Their port has a maritime industry second only to the Kingdom of Flowers. Archaeologists need ships to explore ancient ruins. Whitebeard regarded the two brothers with a sense of admiration. Rising, he lifted the Songyun cut. Don't be so brazen. I have no desire to recruit two ambitious fellows like you. After this parting, our next encounter will be as rivals upon the high seas. Sons, set sail. Whitebeard raised his long blade high. His broad back was draped in a snow-white cloak. Marco hoisted Jozu and glanced back at Sean, who had captured his attention. At your command, old man. The crew members each took on their respective roles. Helmsman, shipwright, cook, and navigator were all present. And you little rascals. Whitebeard turned to face the young men by the shore. The pirate ship unfurled its sails, heading toward the direction of the Grand Line. Sengoku and Garp had remained in the West Sea and would arrive before long. The waves stirred memories. Kaido was suddenly reminded of a scene from 6 years prior, being invited by Whitebeard to join the Rocks pirate crew, which had subsequently altered the course of his life. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he could not help but shout in anger, "Stop your self-righteousness. Even if Steelbone Kong were to come personally, I would turn him into mush." Kaido exclaimed in frustration, receiving only the sight of Whitebeard's retreating figure. The compass continued to turn. Sean gazed at the departing Whitebeard pirates before looking back at the port, ravaged by battle. I say, Kaido, is the best maritime industry in the West Sea located here? Upon hearing Sean's question, Kaido paused. Damn it, it has all been destroyed by Newgate and the Green Pepper. So what shall we do now? Let us make do and head to O'Hara. We can retrofit the pirate ship. We too shall set sail. Destination O'Hara. Sean found a record pointer from the 8 Treasures Navy. The wooden plank ship, powered by a warship, departed from the port. The 8 Treasures Navy felt a sense of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Quick, go find the Green Pepper leader. Where on earth did he get knocked to? Several hours after the wooden plank ship had left, the Navy warships finally arrived at the port. Upon witnessing the ravaged coastline, Sengoku's fists clenched tightly. Tell me, which direction did they head? Garp was eager to pursue with utmost speed. O'Hara, we have lost a navigation pointer for O'Hara. Upon hearing the 8 Treasures Navy's intel, the warship swiftly turned around after only a brief stop, this moment, aboard the deck of the plank. The crew had eaten and drunk their fill. Sean felt a sense of satisfaction. Although there was no dedicated chef, Mori prepared large pots of stew daily with a fork, and the taste was quite palatable. Following the pointer across the ocean, night fell. The crew had long since succumbed to slumber. Sean, however, remained wide awake, his eyes wide open and unyielding. Haven't you grown weary after a day of spinning? The demon compass, too obstinate, transitioned from daylight to darkness, eventually halting at a position identical to that of the recording pointer. In the deep of night, the sea lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Tonight, the moon was absent, and ominous clouds cloaked everything. Sean grasped the demon compass, visible only to him. A veil of light quietly descended. Choice 1. A formidable enemy will soon launch an attack. Abandon all and flee alone. Patience in small matters may disrupt grand strategies. Reward. Traits of the Fishman tribe and the lineage factor of the Gulp Gulp fruit. Choice 2. Fearless of the strong adversary. Take all crew members and fight until dawn breaks. Reward. Traits of the Fishman tribe and a mutated exoskeleton. The fateful choices Sean previously encountered always presented 2 scenarios. The first, greater difficulty promised higher rewards, nearly making it a compulsory selection. The second, a multiple-choice question, allowed for indulgence in all options. This time, however, only 2 choices were offered, yet both rewards were equally bounteous. The traits of the Fishman tribe served as a foundational reward, with the distinction lying in the mutated exoskeleton and the lineage factor of the gulp-gulp fruit. The former was a successful technological breakthrough by the Vinsmoke family many years hence. Once activated by Sanji, it could shatter blades imbued with the armament Hakai.it could be deemed a formidable enhancement, significantly augmenting human combat capabilities. The implications of technology's transformative impact on humanity are abundantly clear, as evidenced by the pacifista, seraphim, and genetically modified beings. Should a seraph possess an exoskeleton simultaneously, capable of firing laser beams from its eyes and mass-producing like the modified beings, it would spell catastrophe. Any faction wielding such military might could claim dominion over the world. The gulp-gulp fruit, on the other hand, seemed rather mundane. A paramecia-type devil fruit.it could consume everything, including steel and stone, assimilating or reconstituting them into entirely new materials without issue. Shan was acutely aware of a crucial detail. The gulp-gulp fruit granted ordinary individuals the power of a second devil fruit, enabling them to devour other ability users, much like Big Mom consuming a nun to acquire the soul fruit. Should Shan obtain the powers of the gulp-gulp fruit, it would signify his ascendance as the sole being in the world capable of wielding 4 devil fruit powers. The effects of the exoskeleton, possessing the form of an Azure dragon, similarly required advanced armament hockey to inflict damage. Its strength would reach monstrous levels, particularly as Shan underwent dual enhancements, medicinal modifications, and bolstered traits from his lineage. The exoskeleton would be akin to humanity consuming a super serum fruit, while the gulp-gulp fruit could yield compounded advantages. Both were appealing prospects that in Shan's recollections. The gulp-gulp fruit user, Wapol, had yet to be born for another 9 years. The era of great pirates was still in its infancy, with various powerhouses vying for supremacy. Each devil fruit had either been consumed or lay hidden across the globe. I choose. Wait. Shan examined the compass closely. Was there no time limit for the choice? Only a time constraint for the task. A countdown was active until the dawn of the next day. If he waited until past midnight, the task would instantaneously shift to enduring until the sunrise of that day. Compass, you mentioned Wapol has not yet been born. Does this devil fruit currently have an owner? The demon compass, of course, could not respond. Shan gazed out at the sea, where a large island had materialized before him. Towering trees stood at its center, bearing the weight of time and the shadows of truth. Logically, there should be an abundance of devil fruits, making it improbable for one to be present precisely here. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shan felt an inexplicable reluctance to make a decision. At this moment, Alvia, an archaeologist from O'Hara, who would later become Robin's mother, was merely 17 years old. Even the flower fruit had yet to be consumed. I have a gut feeling. I must take a gamble. The ambition in Shan's eyes blazed like a torch. However, before that, he must first possess leverage. The demon compass, upon hearing Shan's words, began to rotate. The pointer, for reasons unknown, sought direction. Not struggle. If fate can choose, why cannot life take a risk? The last time in God Valley, the Azure dragon form and the rubber fruit manifested precisely at that moment. Could there not be a correlation? Shan felt his heart race. He desired the fruit, and the exoskeleton as well. Such an impervious physique would exponentially enhance both defense and power. A new steel balloon would soon emerge in the world. Should he miss this opportunity, it could be 20 years before another chance arises. The gulp-gulp fruit must be obtained. Shan was ready to gamble on whether the demon compass had operational rules. The previous 2 rewards concerning devil fruits had slipped through his fingers, likely for the same reason. Let me take a guess. Little compass, you turned for an entire day, only to present a choice at dusk. What could be the reason? Perhaps at this moment, a ship is departing from O'Hara, the second best sailing location in the West Sea. This vessel would head towards the Grand Line, carrying a paramecia devil fruit within. After 9 years of twists and turns, it would be consumed by Wapol, becoming a tyrant of his era. Shan closed the compass in his hand, allowing it to spin like a top. Could it be? A horn sounded. The lighthouse's beam swept across the sea. A merchant vessel sailing by night was en route to the Grand Line. A dilapidated pirate ship was but 3 nautical miles away, nearly passing by. Yet, should he choose to wait for the enemy's arrival, he would miss the gulp-gulp fruit. The demon compass was not entirely random. It was genuinely making a fateful decision. The so-called points of destiny were merely rare opportunities in life. Shan did not rouse the crew, propelling himself with a sudden burst of speed, far surpassing the moonwalk. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the merchant ship's deck. The night was eerily quiet. Nevertheless, the sailors and the first mate noticed the pirate flag. Quickly, steer away from there. A pirate ship is approaching O'Hara. Do not provoke us. This ship carried an abundance of precious materials and ancient historical texts, capable of yielding immense profits. The merchant vessel altered its course, riding the winds to the opposite side, entirely unaware that a sudden intruder was traversing every storage room, kitchen, and secret chamber, utilizing Kinbunchika haki and his own senses to seek out a precious devil fruit. First, the secret room. Had they known that a devil fruit was concealed aboard, they would have secured it, for each was worth at least 100 million berries. Nothing here, just archaeological materials and historical tomes. Sean departed on foot, the wind carrying him momentarily before he leapt to the warehouse. He meticulously searched every nook and cranny, including every treasure chest and tangled cargo pile. Almost doubting himself, Sean glanced at the compass. Its rotation abruptly ceased. This indicated that the gulp fruit was about to find a host, with the next host destined to appear in 9 years. To be consumed, the kitchen. Whoosh, Sean swiftly propelled himself, teleporting to the most likely kitchen layout for such a merchant vessel. That he arrived in a vast kitchen, where fruits lay atop the preparation table, and a strangely shaped fruit was about to tumble from a paper bag. Its surface was purple, resembling a long-mouthed carnivorous flower. As the assistant chef turned his back, instinctively reaching for the fruit to slice it, he suddenly felt his hand empty. The fruit he had been holding vanished. An illusion. I must have inadvertently acquired a dragon fruit instead. On the merchant ship's deck, Sean took a decisive bite of the gulp fruit. Addressing the still compass, he declared, I choose option 2. The choice was made. The demon compass illuminated, emitting a faint glow, presenting an ancient gold and dark purple hue, with its material and quality correspondingly enhanced. Upgraded, Sean casually discarded the remnants of the gulp fruit into the sea. With a powerful leap, he returned to his ship. Kaido lounged atop the snoozing wolf's belly, holding a metal rod, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Sean. Where did you just go? As a formidable force, one is perilously close to death if they lack even the slightest awareness. Indulging in food and drink, Shane's assessment was that it was rather unpalatable. Insanity, Kaido exclaimed, turning his gaze towards O'Hara as the ship had already docked. Unknown to all, Shane's mutated constitution was on the verge of unlocking the fourth door at the port of O'Hara. Shane did not disturb the slumber of the fierce wolf, Jasmine, or Moriad. He secured the vessel with ropes to the mooring post, while simultaneously anchoring the Navy warships at each corner. It was just past midnight, yet the tavern by the port remained as lively as ever. After consuming the gum fruit, Shane's already fast-consuming body was once again ravenous. Kaido, growing impatient, led Shane directly to the tavern. Within, a diverse array of people could be found, merchants, pirates, local scholars, and wandering souls traversing the night. Shane chose to sit at the bar, where ordering and consuming food was the swiftest. Kaido sat beside him, though he showed little interest in food. Boss, I want meat and all the delicacies, Captain Shane proclaimed, brandishing his knife and fork, his eyes gleaming. Wine, bring forth the finest from the West Sea, Kaido, attracting many curious glances, slammed his hand upon the bar. Quickly, gentlemen. The proprietor, sensing trouble, rushed to prepare the kitchen, not daring to neglect these two formidable beings. Someone gulped nervously, cautiously watching the duo. Hey, wasn't he that guy Kaido? His bounty is astronomical. Why would such a high-level pirate appear in O'Hara? A pirate from the West Sea produced a wanted poster, comparing it discreetly. Upon realizing Shane's identity, he broke into a cold sweat. That man also had a bounty exceeding 100 million. Known for committing an exceptionally heinous act, so much so that the newspapers bore no mention of it. The bounty was purely for his malevolence. Purely malevolent. A woman with long, white hair, who had been eavesdropping on the pirate's discourse, pondered, but a long rifle rested on her table. Dressed in a trench coat, she exuded an air of both elegance and vigor, with high cheekbones and a prominent nose. Rather than a scholar, she resembled a huntress. Just how vile must one be to warrant such a removal of reason? How absurd! If such a threat existed, why wouldn't the admirals pursue him? The West Sea merely hosted some notable figures recently. Otherwise, even the 8 treasure navy's green pepper has been in the New World. One individual spoke confidently, appearing to possess insider knowledge. What? Does he dare to kill the celestial dragons? Does he truly believe everyone is like rocks? Bang! Someone slammed their fist on the table, glaring angrily at him. Soon, another individual pressed his head down onto the table. Madman, utter another word, and I'll end you. Indeed, even in ordinary times, no one dared to speak of the celestial dragons indiscriminately. Such was the taboo, especially cursing them to death if reported to the Navy. One might not survive the night. The white-haired woman seemed unperturbed. She sipped her coffee and casually nibbled on a late-night snack. She awaited the arrival of Dr. Clover, who was set to embark on a voyage to decipher a certain script, aiming to confirm their hypothesis. This mission was crucial in unraveling the blank history event that would save the world 8 years hence. In the preceding years, archaeologists and linguists had been tirelessly deciphering the meanings contained within these ancient texts. As for Shane and Kaido, Olivia harbored no interest. She was a scholar, solely focused on uncovering historical truths. The pirates soon quieted down. Regardless of whether these New World monsters were merely passing through or had ulterior motives, it was best they kept their tongues in check. Kaido, thoroughly intoxicated, displayed poor drinking etiquette and soon began to weep copiously. "Hey, Shane, I say we should head to the New World. Let us find a place that even the Navy cannot infiltrate. In there we can build our power." Black Carbon Mushy once spoke of a land called Wano. "You can be the general, and I shall be the overlord." Kaido slurred drunkenly into Shane's ear. Shane, whose focus was solely on food, pressed 2 pieces of toasted bread together, sandwiching a slice of roasted meat. And with a forceful bite, consumed it in one go. More, perhaps due to the consumption of the gum-gum fruit, his appetite had significantly increased. The food melted in his mouth, converting directly into energy. Coupled with his dragon form and life return ability, he could store even greater vitality. Shane's mouth could further transform, akin to an abyssal MAW. An instinct lingered in his mind, suggesting that the ingested items not only absorbed energy, but could also rearrange and transform. If he consumed a cannon, he could morph into a cannon, even reconstituting it into new materials. His teeth and digestive system had undergone modifications, allowing him to crush anything and digest it seamlessly. This fruit should be given to Lingling. Once consumed, she would never know hunger again. Shane devoured over 70 pieces of steak, sandwiched between bread, swallowing them whole. The delicious as Kaido once again succumbed to slumber, Shane proceeded to consume 30 portions of pasta. Complemented by a 2-day supply of fruits for dessert. At last, Shane hefted Kaido onto his shoulder. Is this enough? 5 high-purity gold coins spun on the table. The tavern owner, trembling, gathered them in his hands. Utterly unprepared for a settlement. After all, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million typically never paid. This place was the West Sea, not the Grand Line. Had it not been for the God Valley incident, it was unlikely that so many powerful pirates would be present. Exiting the tavern, Shane stood by the seaside, allowing the ocean breeze to envelop him. A short distance away, Olivia awaited the arrival of an archaeological vessel. The wind billowed her trench coat as over a dozen iron battleships approached. Shane, meanwhile, was scouting for a brand new sailing ship. Once located, he planned to trade in the old vessel, as it was laden with a wealth of berries and gold coins. "This alloy is too rudimentary. Let me give it a try," he mused, glancing at Kaido's utterly useless alloy mace. In one gulp, he consumed it, along with a lamppost and a section of a Navy warship's deck. When he finally expelled it, a brand new alloy mace emerged, its quality vastly superior. He casually tossed it to Kaido. However, this act provoked the wrath of the Navy warship's captain. "This is infuriating. Instead of finding Whitebeard, we stumble upon you 2 straggling fish." Carp, cracking his knuckles, was taken aback to find that the ones he had pursued were not Whitebeard but Shane and Kaido. "Let's send these vile seeds to impel down." Cap, Sengoku coldly surveyed the ground. The two had not slept all night, while Shane continued to indulge in late-night snacks. "Oh, you've come chasing after us. Long time no see, Carp." Sengoku. Shane was well aware of the warship's speed. Nevertheless, as long as he was well-fed and satisfied, that was all that mattered. He had come to O'Hara solely to acquire a new pirate ship. Why not simply buy one that was readily available? Choosing the finest vessel was the plan. Those within the tavern heard the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by the brightly lit port, particularly the Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Carp. Instantly, they were sobered up. "No way, it's really Carp and Sengoku from the newspapers. What on earth did that guy do? I warned you not to jinx it." The port descended into chaos. Olivia cast a puzzled glance at Shane, struggling to comprehend if all pirates were truly this eccentric. Due to her exceptional genetics, she has nearly matched Robin's height in adulthood, approaching an impressive 1.90 m. However, it is only upon encountering the crew of the Summer Pirate crew that she realizes she still falls within the realm of normal humanity. "Hurry up, Olivia. We encountered Vice Admiral Carp on our voyage, who has been escorting us all the way. Originally, Admiral Sengoku intended to pursue the Whitebeard pirates, but it seems fate has taken an unexpected turn. Our journey has confirmed the accuracy of the previously deciphered texts. It is time to unlock the mysteries of ancient scripts across the globe. God only knows what other historical texts may reveal. Nevertheless, we have reaped substantial rewards this time. Dr. Clover, elated, is eager to take his student Alvio away. Yet the once orderly port has descended into chaos. The battle has erupted. The powder kegs have ignited. Carp instructs Bogart and the other 3 vice admirals to protect the civilians. Admiral Sengoku, his massive form radiating a brilliant golden light, bellows, "You little brats. It's a shame I didn't eliminate you in God Valley." Sengoku unleashes a shockwave with a mighty punch directed at Summer. Kaido's Azure Dragon Shield. Summer retaliates, utilizing the elasticity of the bounce fruit to compress the air, creating a counter shockwave. He shields himself with the formidable body of Kaido. Kaido, instantly sober, wears a murderous expression that I found a new ship. Kaido. Summer pays no heed to Kaido's suffering, his gaze fixed resolutely on Dr. Clover's grand vessel. Boom! The clash of golden shockwaves against air shockwaves illuminates the night sky. The updates have been delayed. Tomorrow shall see an earlier start. Moreover, the mystery is unveiled, and everyone is speculating about the identity of the 3rd devil fruit. In truth, Summer is the wielder of 4 devil fruits. Do as you wish. I just want to return to the new world as soon as possible. Kaido seizes his kanabo, swiftly pivoting that he feels the weight of his weapon has significantly increased. Whoosh, with lightning speed. He encases the kanabo in armament hockey. The vicious wolf blanket aboard the grand ship is swept away by the shockwave. Of course, this blanket serves another purpose. It functions as a sail. Jasmine clings to Moria, treating him like a pillow. Startled awake by the tumult of battle, she panics and hurls Moria towards the port. Bang! Bang! He crashes into dozens of bottles, shattering them. Moria awakens amidst the wreckage of the tavern. The owner and staff have fled, leaving him in agony, feeling as though he has been beaten senseless. The shockwave outside the tavern sweeps through, uprooting the roof. Moria resigns to his fate, realizing this isn't merely a stroke of bad luck. He has become entangled with a captain like Summer, sleeping at midnight, only to encounter Carp and Sengoku. Can luck be any worse? Hey, why do I always find myself in battles of this magnitude? Moria hides behind a wall, his only escape being the shadow fruit. If he does not grow stronger, he fears he may soon meet his demise. Retreating into the shadowy alleys, he contemplates and develops his fruit abilities. Passers-by rush by, and Moria understands that as long as he remains on this island, he is bound to be discovered by Summer. There is no returning home. That would be too shameful. Being captured by the Marines would be akin to seeking death. Although the bounty is a mere 10,000 berries, it is still a reward, destined for imprisonment until the end of time. Moria realizes that relying on others is futile. He must master the nuances of shadows. They flow like water. As long as he maintains control over them, especially his own, he can grow stronger. I should first learn to control my shadow in battle, Captain Summer has said. Training begins with enhancing oneself. Moria diligently practices his fruit abilities, striving to develop himself as a shadow mage and shadow warrior. Meanwhile, the battle at the port finally erupts. Kaido did not anticipate facing an opponent devoid of weapons or a devil fruit. Carp, you truly know how to handle things. Summer. Kaido is exasperated with Summer's incompetence that a captain bears the responsibility of providing enough growth opportunities for his crew, along with the chance to elevate their bounties. Summer stands firm against the shockwave. The previously compressed air is gradually depleting, and his advantage before the golden light is waning. Seizing the moment, he compresses the air in his other hand into a small sphere. Launching a counterattack against Sengoku. You little brat. Are you tiring? Sengoku does not change his stance, yet continues to gather strength. After a few days apart, he has further developed his fruit abilities. This shockwave is indeed peculiar. Does it harness wind power? Summer cannot afford to answer Sengoku's queries. His hands alternate in an unrelenting assault, air shockwaves clashing against the pressure cannon, deepening Sengoku's bewilderment. He never expected that the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, could possess such capabilities. What a grave oversight. Sengoku resolves that once he has captured and defeated Summer and Kaido, he will report this matter to Steelbone Kong, stipulating that any future encounters with the fish fruit, mythical type, must be handled by the higher-ups. The combat strength is overwhelmingly potent. The golden shockwave, akin to the mythical Buddha's form of the human fruit, is immensely powerful. It can even engage in a one-on-one clash with the quake fruit. Moreover, it possesses the ability to invigorate other spirits, instilling a sense of motivation as a user. He understands the dreadful potential of such fruits, rivaling even the Logia types. The events at God Valley were merely passive occurrences. You have little choice but to endure the blows. Regardless of haki or fruit abilities, you have yet to develop them to their fullest potential. Sengoku. Summer quickly ignites a taunt. The bounce fruit accelerates the compression of air, preparing for a final gambit. Only as the surrounding air continues to diminish does Sengoku realize the gravity of the situation. Are you extracting air? Sengoku, having accumulated power for a long time, aims to deliver a devastating blow to Summer. The golden shockwave from his other hand pierces through, augmenting his combat power. Summer endures to this very moment solely for this strike. It is merely a matter of waiting until dawn. Do not underestimate the new era. Dragon Piercer, Bounce Shock. In the face of Sengoku's attack, merging haki with golden light, Summer exploits Sengoku's ignorance of the bounce fruit's true nature to compress an immense amount of air. The bounce shock detonates, colliding with Sengoku's fist. This troublemaker Summer has grown even stronger. Carp's fighting style is not merely a display of brute force. It is a blend of personal agility and the fusion of power and haki. Conversely, the strategic Sengoku unleashes his full might, leading to widespread devastation. TCH, a smile plays at the corner of Summer's eye. Carp, wasn't I supposed to be the promising marine recruit? How did I end up as a menace? Keep your mouth shut. From the moment you were marked for a bounty, there was no turning back. Fool. Carp unleashes a flurry of punches, his haki-infused strikes rivaling Sengoku's golden shockwave. The port bears the scars of destruction, a sight too grim to behold. Summer, unable to contain his discontent, laments, after finally finding a place with a good ship, you two Marines have ruined it. Who truly is the pirate here? Carp, that scoundrel. Cough. Kaido finds himself airborne, realizing that his once proud strength now seems trivial. The might of an admiral is terrifying, especially that of the peak Carp, who is even stronger. Non-ability users may only experience temporary surges of power due to aging. Carp cannot evade the backstab from range Shiryu. Rayleigh, too, acknowledges that he is no match for the Yonko Blackbeard in his old age. The peak of power is but a fleeting 20 years. Summer's first devil fruit is the mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon, maximizing his vitality. The second is the Paramecia type, Bounce fruit, compensating for the shortcomings of the Zoan type, enabling high mobility and wide area attacks. The third remains a Paramecia type, the Swallow fruit, allowing him to store even more vitality. Simultaneously, it alleviates the drawbacks of the Azure Dragon form, which requires advanced armament haki to inflict true damage due to the combination of skin, flesh, and dragon scales. With the Swallow fruit enhancing his inner strength, he has become an impenetrable force. The gluttonous black dragon, particularly. The Tun fruit possesses the opportunity to grant the mutated physique of Sean a fourth fruit ability. Sean will wait, biding his time until the optimal moment arrives. Once the Fishman traits and the mutated exoskeleton awarded by this decision are acquired, his entire physical prowess will become formidable to the point of being unbreakable. Akin to an earthly adamantine body, in my voyages across the world, traversing all islands, I shall navigate freely, striking wherever I please. At that moment, regardless of your strength or numbers, I will come and go in an instant. This world shall no longer harbor anyone capable of detaining, obstructing, or defeating me. Sean wiped away the bloodstains left by the clash with Sengoku. Had it not been for rocks, I might not have been so cautious. I owe my gratitude to the first and last captain I encountered. Perhaps it was on that fateful morning at Hive Island, when Rocks laughed, seeing the ambition in Sean's eyes, that certain wills were destined to be inherited. You uphold Rock's will, unforgivable. Sengoku witnessed the fervor, greed, and arrogance blazing in Sean's eyes, mirroring that of Rock's. Even at the same age, Sean is undoubtedly superior. No, I shall surpass him. Sean's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a ravenous black dragon. Brandishing its claws, Feng Yen Ri Shi, the air, compressed by the meatball fruit, fused with the purple electric heat breath, elevating it to Sean's new offensive skill. Buddha's Light, 3,000 realms, sovereign of the world. Sengoku never anticipated that he would need to employ true techniques against a newcomer like Sean. The Conqueror's haki and armament haki merged seamlessly, akin to fine threads woven into a golden shockwave. He aimed to obliterate the malevolent black dragon with a single punch. To dare inherit Rock's ambition to dominate the world is a fate that warrants 1,000 deaths. No wonder he could bring Kaido under his command. When the dragon used a din mushy to announce your clever scheme of imprisoning the Navy branch and extracting the evil wolf and Jasmine, I thought it merely a coincidence. Now it appears your ambition has indeed conquered Kaido, orchestrating a scheme that incites the most vicious of scoundrels in the West Sea. He spoke the truth. You question this world, yearning to devour it. Sengoku, already towering in his Buddha form, grew even more imposing, his physique now 1.5 times its usual stature, each muscle a paragon of perfection. Radiant golden light enveloped him, serving as both his strongest defense and offense. The brilliance of the Buddha's light shone as Sengoku drew power behind him with one hand, while thrusting forward with the other. The shockwave pierced through his palm, golden light flashing in succession. When the conqueror's haki and armament haki finally extended from his arms to his wrists, converging in his palm, Sengoku initiated the Navy's combat stance. The force of his palm represented the ultimate strike of the ocean's true pinnacle of strength. Watch closely. Do you not always believe yourself to be strong? The Buddha Sengoku's eyes fixated on Sean, even the frames of his glasses radiating in gold. Boom! The shockwave surged forth, and more terrifyingly, it carried the weight of supreme haki. Many believe that Navy admirals rely heavily on their fruit abilities. Yet when true achievements are laid bare, one realizes their haki is anything but weak. Especially among the older generation of Navy admirals, Sengoku stands as the sole non-pure haki wielder. Yet, he's also an exceptionally fierce combatant of his own type. Sean summoned all his strength, unleashing a breath of heat that cleaved through the heavens. As the flames pierced the sky, the black dragon descended in the eyes of all at O'Hara. Jasmine and Bogart battled fiercely. Using the port's flooring as their stage, the evil wolf found himself besieged by the vice admirals. Howling in pain as he expanded, nearly floating away in his inflation, at INA corner, Moria skillfully maneuvered the powers of the shadow fruit. Why am I so weak? Are those Navy and pirates not human? Why can I not withstand even a single glance from them? Moria cursed as he attempted to fight with shadows.at last. His shadow rose, swarming with bats fluttering around him. Little did he know, any one of these monsters before him could ascend to high ranks within a certain faction, some even to the highest echelons. Even if he had never met Sean, the despondent Moria would still be one of the warlords of the SEA.IT. Is not that Carp and Sengoku are weak enemies. It is merely that Moria, this apprentice pirate, encountered a max-level boss before even leaving the novice village. Fight. Kill for me. Moria's voice, unique and piercing, echoed as shadows followed him into battle. When the bat soared and shadows ascended, a new monster was destined to set foot on the world stage ahead of time. Was that fellow also from their pirate crew? Alvia covered Dr. Clover's retreat, her hunting rifle never ceasing, constantly pulling the trigger. There are still some documents on the ship. I must retrieve them. Dr. Clover doubled back, willing to risk his life to secure the success of this endeavor. Let me handle it. Alvia dodged the onslaught, yet was still struck by a bullet. Upon leaping onto the boarding plank, she ran headlong into the battlefield without looking back. O'Hara had only just mastered the technique to decipher ancient scripts. Yet, to find and decode the world's historical texts would take at least 8 years to get this moment. They were unaware that the time to uncover the historical texts and reveal the truth to the world would arrive far sooner than they could imagine, thereby altering the future of O'Hara and indeed the entire world. Boom! The archaeological ship swayed from the waves of battle, veering away from the port. The black dragon exhaled its heat breath, which, after being accelerated and compressed by elasticity, manifested in a state resembling high concentration. The temperature and voltage multiplied severalfold. Following a thermal explosion, it unleashed a sustained output of thermal damage akin to ranged attacks. The intensified purple flames pierced the night sky. You shall not harm the island that harbors the tree of all knowledge. Countless human knowledge and ancient texts reside here, preserving the flame of civilization. How dare you scoundrel pirates reduce their hard-earned achievements to ashes? Sengoku's fist erupted with 3,000 beams of golden light, shattering the heat breath as he faced the relentless thermal pressure, clashing with even greater haki. Haki reigns supreme overall, but what of the combination of haki and fruit abilities? Dr. Clover turned to observe the battle between the Black Dragon and the Buddha, contemplating that Admiral Sengoku must protect O'Hara. He could hardly fathom that years later, the one to unleash the O'Hara Buster Call would be Sengoku himself. Doctor, flee quickly. With Admiral Sengoku present, those pirates cannot destroy O'Hara. Alvia would also remain unharmed. The ship approaching the shore was guarded by elite Navy soldiers. None of those pirates would escape alive. The archaeologist hurriedly shielded Dr. Clover, hastily escorting him away from the scene. At the port, Moria had long since disregarded the strength of the Navy and enemies. Give me back all my shadows. He continuously swapped positions with his shadows, allowing them to launch sneak attacks, growing increasingly adept and inadvertently developing advanced techniques ahead of schedule. He must not interfere with the captain's battle. Sean is such a charming young man. Jasmine used her fork to lift layers of concrete, trapping Bogart within. It hurts. I've been attacked. It hurts so much. Sean, the evil wolf, seized a warship, shaking it violently as he hurled it toward the elite Navy vice admirals. In the skies above, Carp pummeled Kaido repeatedly, even shattering his metallic club with iron fists. Damn it. Is this all there is to my strength? Is this my limit? Must I be helpless before an admiral? Kaido questioned himself, realizing he had grown stronger. Yet why must he still falter before the might of an admiral? Cough, cough. Unwilling to succumb, blood spewed from his mouth as his body plummeted from great heights. The Azure dragon was absent, leaving only Kaido crashing towards the shore. He gazed at Sharn, witnessing the colossal Buddha shatter the heat waves, delivering a devastating punch to the black dragon's brow. Flames dissipated, and smoke billowed from the dragon's maw. Soon, it plummeted straight down from the sky, transforming back from its draconic form to that of a human. Sharn spread his limbs wide, forming a cross, as he faced the seemingly demonic adversary. In the end, was the captain and the first mate not a match for the admiral? How laughable. There was no hint of dawn on the horizon. How could they possibly be defeated here? Boom! As they both crashed onto the shore, creating a massive crater, their minds buzzed with the relentless roar of unwillingness to be vanquished. An unconscious aura of conqueror's haki radiated from them. The Marines stationed at the port were caught off guard by this turn of events, collapsing to the ground instantly. Sharn, Kaido, they bellowed in unison. Get up. The calamity-level pirate was separated from the admiral by an insurmountable chasm of power. Even possessing a monstrous devil fruit, one must awaken advanced haki or the fruit itself, lacking absolute power. They were merely stronger punching bags in the eyes of their foes. Sharn and Kaido thrived on their high vitality, thick blood, and formidable defenses. Their most formidable enemy possessed the strongest attacks and unmatched speed. Switch opponents. They clasped hands and stumbled out of the crater. The two fierce dragons had no reason to bow before mere mortals. Their fists, entwined with haki, indicated that to further develop their mythical powers, they must refine their haki to higher realms. A bloody battle to the bitter end was inevitable. Before consuming the fish fruit, Kaido was already a master of haki, after years of honing his skills and battling alongside the Rock's pirates. He now found himself weaponless, his fist stained with blood. When he gazed upon his opponent once more, it was none other than the Buddha of War. Whoosh! The armed haki manifested in a deep, blood-like black, clearly enveloped by an invisible layer of air. The originally fierce haki became supple, flowing like water. The true essence of the eight-fist technique revealed itself, a subtle softness within the iron fists, and the resilience found in the Sword of Rocks. What secrets of haki do you scoundrels hide? I suspect that the disparity between high and low levels is not merely a matter of haki quantity and quality, but also requires an understanding of certain techniques. What then shall I name this technique of mine? As Kaido's fists entwined with armed haki, his dragon claws exuded a hint of gentleness. Let it be called Kamigawa-Z. The haki concealed deep in the valleys, its divine name unveiled henceforth. The haki he had honed over years was now truly awakened. After enduring countless blows, Kaido finally grasped the technique of advanced armed haki. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have mastered some extraordinary power. Sengoku charged forward, enveloped in dual-colored haki. Boom! Kaido countered, gaining a slight advantage, yet faced the golden shockwave. He was sent flying, locked in mid-air combat. In this world, every form of haki is unique to its wielder. Merely grasping a hint of technique does not bestow mastery.